Gu Yin, I'm so tired of being torn between my family's work and our relationship. Finishing his whiskey, Qin Xiangyang said,
Sweet Chin, stop worrying about trivial matters. I'm not dragging you into my affairs or taking advantage of your status. Your matter is just a consequence of your righteous life. You gave up the power of your relatives' officials, decided to go from a private to an officer of drug control yourself without help. You're an angel in the flesh. How lucky I am to have you.
Gu Yin, you're teasing me again when I've had a drink. You know I can't argue with you in this state.
Chin, my sweet Chin, you're so cute when you're angry.
Gu Yin, I'm serious. I really don't know what to do.
Then why don't I take you to the VIP room and make you forget all your troubles?
Gu Yin, how many times can you tease me? One more dirty joke and I'll arrest you on this bar.
Boom! An explosion sounded and the entire bar filled with smoke and sawdust. Gu Yin was sober enough to jump over the bar counter and drag Qin Xiangyang to her place.
What's going on, Gu Yin?
I don't know, but I know they didn't come to wish you a happy birthday. You'll have to turn a blind eye to what you're about to see, Chin.
See what?
Gu Yin pulls 2 grenades from under the bar, 1 live and 1 smoke grenade.
Are you crazy? Your bar is going to end.
The bar can be rebuilt, but no one can resurrect us.
She pulls the chica from the smoke grenade and throws it towards the entrance, where you can hear the screams of getting down. The grenade. Then the attackers realize it's just a smoke grenade and shout that it's a hoax, and they need to storm the bar. Gu Yin pulls the chica out of the live grenade and throws it closer to the attackers' feet. They think it's another smoke or light grenade and ignore it. The loud explosion stuns Qin Xiangyang. He can't hear or see anything. He can only feel the blood running down his arms. 3 months ago, before these events, Qin Xiangyang, a member of the Drug Enforcement Unit 3, works with great care and diligence, and finally solves the case of a drug lord who has been working for several months and has accumulated a total of $70 million across 2 major provinces. Toward the end of the year, in the lack of results but also the high incidence of crime today. Such a big happy event. No doubt to the entire drug detector brigade everyone a shot in the arm, at last. The clouds of worry over the narcotics brigade have lifted, and the sky is clear. The entire narcotics squad is practically in an early celebratory phase, and the man responsible for it is staying in a makeshift workplace, poring over the paperwork in his hand. He could have left the report to the office secretary to complete, but Qin Xiangyang took care of it. In other people's view, boring report. In the eyes of the man is his progress and achievements. The rough fingertips quickly flipped through the documents at hand. Qin Xiangyang's stalwart face was like a knife carving. With a tenacious air, for countless hours, he sat in a straight posture, carefully reviewing the tens of thousands of words back and forth, until there was not a single omission before placing the last document in the folder. There was a sense of smoothness in his careful movements. The stuffing of the paper announced the end of all work. This kind of hearty feeling makes Qin Xiangyang revitalized. Move away from the chair. Tall body, big grin, stretched a lazy waist. The figure of a man is very manly under the sunlight. 2 consecutive days of staying up all night brought out fine green stubble, so that this 25 face with a man's breath. Qin Xiangyang belongs to the physically fit but totally inexperienced 3rd team. This is the first time he has caught a drug lord who is involved in 2 provinces. This is a real drug lord. It would be a lie to say that I am not thrilled with such an achievement. In this case, the chief executive fully explained the danger. But Qin Xiangyang was still the first to come forward. This is his chance to prove himself. He's been waiting for it. Finally, knock, knock. 2 knocks came from the doorway, interrupting Qin Xiangyang's over-exuberant emotions and pulling him back to his senses in the process. 3 teams. This team in the materialistic society is a little special. Specific specificity, to put it bluntly, is all rely on their own strength. Regular military school graduates, reel through the 3 passes, cut 6 generals, all the way to fight into the narcotics of the ordinary people mixed into the group. Fingertips quickly flipped through the code name, Ermazai Drug Lord file. Qin Xiangyang heavy sword brow a condensation. The report in his hand was wrung out in a white pleated flower, and Qin Xiangyang's entire body screamed with excitement. This physical exhaustion could not affect his mental exuberance and enthusiasm at all. A new recruit, in his first battle, ended in absolute victory. The top but gave a deadly order to catch the person within 3 months of the deadline. But near the end of the year, The case is high. The first team is busy dealing with another big case. The second team tossed a month, no progress, and even hit the grass to scare the snake. The last hope seems to be left completely inexperienced, just joined the team of the third team, with a loose hand. The papers in his hand were once again flat, except for the creases, which were a bit of an eyesore. He wiped the document with a heartbreaking smile. Qin Xiangyong lowered his head and kept stroking it, not forgetting to say, "Come in." Xiangyong, Flesh's thick face pushed open the doorway, and Tiger's solid body squeezed in next. The door opened a lot in this crowded. A hidden behind the tiger through the people came in. Qin Xiangyong, as a temporary office space in the waiting room, at once crowded into 4 people. "What brings you here?" Qin Xiangyong's eyes lit up, and he put the documents aside. "These are all members of the same 3 teams, and are also the backup team for this case." Tiger joked, "Good boy. I've searched for him for a long time, but I can't find him, so he's hiding here," holding a leather fist to Qin Xiangyong's shoulder blow, followed by brother like close to Qin Xiangyong. A mysterious look. Listen to the meaning of the Zhu Bureau. This year's Bureau of the First-Class Merit Awards will certainly fall into your hands. Good boy, really not interesting. If not this time the Zhu Bureau revealed the wind. You have to hide us to what time? What? Qin Xiangyong was confused by Tiger's mystery, but thinking about the first-class merit. His face couldn't help but be happy. After that, he said, "This first-class merit. I just heard you say that Zhu's intention. This is not a brother to hide you all." Snort, crumpling his face, Tiger reminded, that the male son of the great head of Qin. This. Qin Xiangyong did not think to say this. Eyes a-droop, virtual dropping curtains, you know. He didn't mean to hide his identity. Qin Xiangyong just didn't want to be different with this identity. We are all brothers in the 3 groups, so we can see Qin Xiangyong's embarrassment and stopped yelling. That person was flabbergasted, and then responded that his sentence, second generation of officials, had scolded Qin Xiangyong into it. And his face was embarrassed, so he followed to salvage the situation. Cough, Xiangyong, I'm not talking about you. You're not the same as them, although you're also a second generation of officials. But you're a good person. With a snort, he said, in fact, status is nothing. Real ability is only the real thing. Xiangyong, you're really good. I'm so relieved. That second team always has their eyes on the top of their heads, looking down on our third team, who were born in the regular army. What qualifications do they have? Knowing that we are the actual material to enter this bureau. They, a bunch of second-generation officials and rich kids. Hey, Tiger glared at the talking man. Qin Xiangyong is the second generation of government officials under the emperor's root. With his family's backstage. Can rely on the head of his father's face to do a tea-read newspapers, get high pay for the bit. But the Lord played small on the tough, since the end of the school determined to join the army, with their own flesh and blood to spell out. Smashed out of the current position, that's not good. Is it? It never occurred to the people that the one who could suffer the most and resist the most was the most valuable of them all. The people here didn't know about Qin Xiangyong's identity at first, and it wasn't until the case was solved and the Zhu Bureau got wind of it that they were flabbergasted. As an ordinary person, to enter the narcotics brigade, the efforts made absolutely more than you can imagine. The probability of 1 out of 10,000 people, as well as the strong training efforts, Ironman triathlon, field life-saving, no matter which one can challenge your collapse point, but all of them. Qin Xiangyong is the most bitter, the most hard work. The clenched fist pounded Qin Xiangyong's chest. This is the etiquette among men. They are proud to have this brother, no matter how the identity of the brother changed, or our Qin Xiangyong. That derogatory drug too hemp cunning. The second team chased for half a year, did not even find a hair. You on the field only a week. You caught people. You're really something. We support you. That's right. Let those second teams show that our third team is the real deal. Xiangyong. Great. Qin Xiangyong was a few brothers you a sentence, I a sentence to praise, or a little bashful panic. A touch of the head, said, well, this also has your credit. You again so much praise. Can be virtual awe. Ha 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 ha. The crowd was directly amused by Qin Xiangyong's demeanor, and they loved the sincere streak of Qin Xiangyong. Okay, don't laugh. Xiangyong has spoken so. We don't need to talk too much. This time you've made a great achievement. You have to treat your brothers to a good meal." Qin Zhang was happy and said cheerfully, "Success. Not just yo yo yo, if it isn't Mr. Qin Zhang. Mr. Qin." A strange tone interrupted Qin Zhang's words. Hearing this sound makes a few people feel unhappy. It's not like there's a whole bunch of second-teamers out there with that kind of attitude. "Yoo-hoo, you're all here. So, what's the point of standing in the waiting room? What's going on here?" "Guys, oh yeah, that's right. I remember that," with a snap of his head. The man reacted as if he'd only just realized it. Unpleasant Shoe's dial face reveals a mocking smile. Fingertips wobbly in the air pointing. Grimly said, "This is to hear that Qin Big Son solved a big case. Congratulations." The words smacked of provocation. The Shoe dial laughed. Face back to his men pinched tune. "You see, this kind of big case, you cannot do it. If you have a father who is the head of the government, you can easily solve any case. Alas, how do you talk? Tiger is an explosive temper." Qin Zhang in the efforts made by the tiger, but understand very well. "You this group of tortoise grandson, when the first time on no ability. Now solve the case down to the present." A furious glare. Tiger strokes his fangs and is about to step forward. But Qin Zhang stopped him. That Long Shoe's toggle face of the brothers is his father's old rival's son. Two of the root of the imperial city under the status of the son is not the same as the upper phase. But in terms of qualifications, Qin Zhang is a step-by-step climb up, is a new recruit, and that is his old man outside the sky arranged a pen. Naturally, in this squad to stay longer than Qin Zhang time. Because of his father's relationship, here people are flattering him. Qin Zhang offended him nothing, but his brothers have no backstage. This person is small-minded, and he is meaningless. It so happened that Qin Zhang's phone rang, and he waved his hand, signaling his brothers to leave first, and he would come over after answering the phone. A few brothers understand his meaning, although the heart is angry. For the sake of Qin Zhang also endure. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it. And I'm going to be able to do it. Shu's dial face is also a personnel understanding. And then mixed also know that Qin Zhang is not their own can offend. Light side humming on a sound. A wave of the hand also led people away, with all the children gone. Qin Zhang's face sank, fingers clenched hard on the cell phone. The excitement of solving the case before was pounded by the Shu dial face. Almost dispersed, sure enough, as long as this identity is there. No matter what he accomplishes, it will be linked to his dad. The phone still vibrating, taking a deep breath. Qin Zhang looked at Kai Qin, displayed on the phone, and pressed the answer button. "Uncle Kai Zhang, I heard that you've gotten credit for something. Ha ha ha. Uncle Kai is here to congratulate you." Qin Zhang did not think that this matter so quickly spread to his father's old subordinates. Thinking of the previous Shu's dial face said, the tone of a gloomy, "Uncle Kai, you do not laugh at me. How can this be called a joke? Uncle Kai has not only come to congratulate you this time, but also has an important thing to tell you." He went back to the house and flipped through the information. Looking at the picture of Irma's eye, Qin Zhang was no longer as excited as he was at the beginning. "What is it? Tell me. Uncle knows you're a prodigious child. Do you know the Viper of a city? Viper." Qin Zhang's hand, flipping through the information, froze, and his face immediately straightened up. If it was said that the 2 pockets he caught was relying on his family's head father, he admitted it. That person's lair was under the Emperor's root, and he looked like he had so many conveniences. But this poisonous snake, he has convergence overseas. If we can catch this guy, it's a surefire way to shut everyone up. That 2 pockets sounds like a big case. But to put it in this Viper, it's not even a grain of sesame. Qin Zhang's fingers holding the phone were unconsciously tightened, and he couldn't help but be a bit more eager in his tone. "Do you have any inside information?" The person called Uncle Kai smiled on the other end of the phone. "Don't be anxious, listen to Uncle slowly. Uncle has an informant in a city, who happens to have been dragged under the Viper. And he provided a piece of information a few hours ago, that there will be a deal at the Queen Bar in 2 days. There will be a deal at the Queen Bar 2 days later. A city bar. Qin Zhang is a bit itchy. If he takes down the Viper, he has a chance to join the first team. The first team is the place where he can realize his revenge. A city, what's up? Kid is interested. Kai Kin laughed lightly, his tone carrying the flavor of a long speech. Uncle knows that you like to take risks, and I'm telling you this news because I hope you'll be able to make a great achievement and come back to prove it to the head of the government. Uncle, hearing these words, Qin Zhanyang's whole body boiled. Hot and spicy noise shouted, "You are my real uncle, okay? Good words will be exempted. You kid have to remember the premise of all things. You must pay attention to safety," Kai Kin said cautiously at the end, after getting Qin Zhanyang's guarantee. Kai Kin then went on to say, "Uncle has made a good relationship for you, if you want to go. Tonight's flight will be able to go." Night, 11 o'clock, a city airport. Qin Zhanyang entrusted with a simple suitcase, a woolen tweed jacket. Handsome and domineering appeared, the target, straight to the Queen's bar in 2 days' time, just after stepping into a city. Qin Zhanyang's whole body was boiling. He couldn't wait 2 days for such a good opportunity. Tonight, he would go to the Queen to step on the spot, after finding a hotel nearby and putting down his things. Qin Zhanyang changed his clothes and went straight to the bar. At the door of the bar, Qin Zhanyang listened to the deafening, wildly crazy waves of heavenly music coming from inside, and the ground seems to be vibrating non-shaking touch. Some dizziness, such a crazy feeling, if not work needs. He really want to turn around and leave, but thinking that the target will appear in 2 days. As the seedling red root, never step into this kind of entertainment. Qin Zhanyang top, a head of black lines walked in. Waves of sound rolled in, and crowds of people saved. The music, which makes people feel excited and can't help swaying, spreads around the place. Dazzling spotlights shone throughout the entire venue, flickering on and off, turning on and off, framing everyone's faces in raucous debauchery, illuminating them as if they were demons and ghosts. At least, that's how Qin Zhanyang, who has been disciplined since childhood, sees it. Qin Zhanyang has never been to this kind of place, which makes him silly. A serious change into a suit white shirt, and this outfit makes Qin Zhanyang look like the sprinkler here. The difference is a very handsome bartender. That's why Gu Yin took a liking to him at first glance. "Boss, you really have a good eye. That Sprinkles is the most handsome one when you look at him." The people following Gu Yin's side were vigorously praising him. Gu Yin raised his eyebrows, reached out, and ruffled the back of the head of the big waves of the style of big curls. Nonchalantly responded to this, along with the gangster full of self-complimentary. "Do you think the boss of the serpent title is called in vain? Bad eyesight can be called this number. Yes, yes, boss is wise." The people beside him went on to brag. "Boss's vision is absolutely favorable. That little guy is capable at a glance." Nitori raises an eyebrow. The word patient is said to her heart pit. If not patient, that is still called a man. Heart because of this can withstand 2 words itchy. Gu Yin waved his hand, style than the Danfeng eyes accompanied by flying diagonal into the air, drawing a demonic and colorful line. To the side of the pleasing people said, "Give me that person to send, delivered to the old place." The flattering henchman narrowed his eyes and rubbed his hands erotically. The corners of his eyes swept back and forth over Qin Zhanyang and Gu Yin with envy, although Gu Yin was a bit ruthless. His look was so iconic that it tickled the heart. The look in his hand. Kuan hadn't seen it from many men. But ever since Gu Yin took her place as the head of the greenhouse, no one else has dared to look at her like that. Taking a cocktail from the bartender's tray, Gu Yin took a sip. Does she seem to be in such a good mood today? "How dare you flirt with her? You are quite fat, aren't you?" with a cold snort. Gu Yin kicked to the side. The sound of wind accompanied by a grunt. W.T. Cano high-heeled shoes gently rubbed the ground. Gu Yin's expression gradually cold. Slightly picking eyes with a charm also carries the majesty, glancing at the man on his knees, who kept huffing and puffing. He said disdainfully, "It's not good for a man's words to be too broken." The reddish tint on her delicate face made Gu Yin's already colorful and dazzling face more and more attractive. However, the men behind Gu Yin were terrified, reminding Gu Yin's men. He was already being glared at by those eyes that were as charming as they were dignified. Gu Yin had struck a blow, and naturally, it was not a light one. The colorful liquid slid down the glass into the mouth, accompanied by the revival of taste buds, and overflowed into the whole body. Gu Yin was not a strong drinker, but he liked to drink as a direct result. He was slightly smoked after finishing the glass of high-purity wine. The word up, 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 just blinks infinitely long. Her eyes were bulging outwards, and her mouth was wide open in a way that was beyond the limits of the human body. "Boss, you're drunk," lifting his translucent goblet. He poured the rest of the wine against his cheeks and drained it in one go. The man who had flirted with Gu Yin was not expecting it, and was directly hit by this Gu Yin in a 13-centimeter high kick. Bowing his body and half kneeling on the ground, they tried to stop. The result is to be glared at. This time they do not know should not stop the boss again. If again persuade, the end will be the same as now still kneeling on the ground moldy egg. It is not easy to say. Brother Yan was not there, and the only person who could persuade Gu Yin was gone. The men had no choice but to watch Gu Yin belch out a drink, take a catwalk, and sway her limbs in the direction of Qin Zhang. Qin Zhang is so annoyed with this environment that countless people have already treated him like a new bartender. If they just want to order, Qin Zhang will seriously tell them, "Please go to the bar. I am not a bartender." But some people want more than just an order. What they want to order is Qin Zhang as a person. Another bold drunkard walked over to Qin Zhang with his drunken steps, reached out and pulled him by the hand. His yellow spotted teeth, together with the entire grooves of his teeth exposed, and spewed out alcohol toward Qin Zhang, saying boldly, "How many a night, Qin Zhang?" He was sure that if he hadn't wanted to scare the snakes, he would have wanted to break that man's hand very badly, but he couldn't. Today was enough. He has fully realized the city of in this night. Pushing the drunkard's hand away fiercely, Qin Zhang had had enough of this place. What the fuck is this? Even if she came to talk to him like that, shouldn't she at least be a woman? Qin Zhang was furious at this push. Even if he was drunk, the drunkard could realize that he had no chance with that handsome young man. But if you don't get the chance, you can still try again. Drunkenness steps the drunkard to catch up, but a sideways glance, see a more beautiful Gu Yin in a DJ princess made outfit. Sexy and moving low-cut, high-waisted made outfit. Long, straight, long legs in the light scattered a million kinds of love. Coupled with a head of sexy big waves. Delicate and bewitching face hanging flushed. This kind of Gu Yin is enough to let a person's soul subversion. The drunken man, though drunk, still had taste, and the hand that was holding him back changed direction decisively. Grinning, the drunken, perishable odor of alcohol ran right out of his mouth. The drunkard smiled lewdly at the gorgeous beauty, who was also slightly smoked, and patted his chest boldly, saying, "She's quite pretty. Let's play." A man who can go into the enemy's den and catch a drug-trafficking crocodile with his own skills is definitely powerful when he throws a punch in anger. With just one blow, the man fell straight to the ground and stood up his corpse. Do it again. Numerous clamors rose up and spontaneously formed a circle around Qin Zhang, Gu Yin, and the drunkard. The atmosphere of violence galvanized everyone. Swinging their bodies around, they were shouting, "Wow! Cool! Awesome!" The hard punches were like a slow and profound slow motion in Gu Yin's eyes, colorful, fluorescent lights intermittent, accompanied by passionate rock and roll vibrating in his ears. Qin Zhang was at the bar, waving his hand and hitting the drunkard's cheeks with precision and ferocity. "Wow, yes, come again. Fuck him." Gu Yin can see the face of the human surface roaring under this powerful punch. Wow! Gu Yin was only 3 steps away from Qin Zhang when he was stopped by a drunken man. Just because he's a little bit smoky doesn't mean he doesn't have a sense of self-preservation. The corners of his eyes curled up in mockery, and Gu Yin wanted to make a pig's head out of this unintelligent person. But before he could raise his hand, Qin Zhang rushed over and punched the drunkard hard. Qin Zhang's brows creased even more heavily than before. He couldn't understand these people at all, at this time. Shouldn't someone stand up and criticize this kind of thing? In Gu Yin's place, fights and prostitution are not uncommon, or even unheard of. The darkness that embraces decay can always tear off the most dishonest side of you. Maybe it's the night that stirs up the ugly nastiness in their hearts, or maybe it's the alcohol that strips them of their daytime goodness. But either way, at this time of year, they crave fights, and blood. They clamor for more violence, more brutality, more excitement. Qin Zhang does not have a taste for being appreciated, let alone by this group of people who have no moral values. Humming out of breath, Qin Zhang pulled Gu Yin outside, It's all so bad. Is this how they behave when they see a girl being molested? Even if they don't know how to save a life, they should at least persuade her, right? With rage. Qin Zhang urgently thought that he should take this poor scared girl out of this messy environment. Wow, bring on the beauty. Take a beautiful woman and fuck her. Yo ho. Fun night. Until Qin Zhang led Gu Yin out of here. There was still the sound of good people's laughter with praise behind them. Meanwhile, Gu Yin's men are watching their boss being taken away in this environment. What to do? The thinner henchman broke out in a cold sweat. There were all the onlookers in front of them, and they couldn't squeeze through, so they could only jump to their feet and watch Gu Yin being pulled out of the doorway by Qin Zhang. Another taller, but also before the advice of a sentence after being Gu Yin's glared at his men, eagerly raked push away from the people want to rush forward, not forgetting to shout in the mouth, "Fuck, quickly call Yim's phone, if they can't bring back the boss." Their futures are pretty much over. They tried their best to squeeze out of the bar, but just an inch out. They were squeezed back by the excited people who had shown their hands to Qin Zhang before. At this time, all the men almost hate the good business in the bar. Hate glares at everyone in the arena. If these ignorant people had known that the beauty that was taken away by the boy in the morning was his viper, and that they were the ones who blocked it, I guess that the next day, one by one, they could have been scared and fled out of the city. But if we really want to place blame, we can say that Gu Yin brought this all on herself. Ever since she became the boss, she had always wanted to experience the feeling of being flirted with. She likes to be flirted with, but she doesn't like to be flirted with by her own men. So Gu Yin makes a cameo appearance as a gorgeous DJ princess in her own bar. Today, it's obvious that the drunken guest, upon seeing Gu Yin in her DJ princess-made outfit, categorizes her as a hunter of women. Gu Yin has been playing here for a long time, and he's been the target of many a woman hunter. And Qin Zhang is the first time she's ever met a hero who saves the day. Most importantly, the hero was her favorite. Where are we going? Gu Yin was completely on top of his head, his spirit drifting and his body whirling around in a daze. Qin Zhang naturally went back to his hotel. But after taking a good look at Gu Yin, Qin Zhang was completely dumbfounded. At that time, the light reason. He did not pay special attention to Gu Yin's appearance, this time a look. He did not think that he rescued the beauty actually dressed. So, bewitching, the ultra-low-cut maid's blouse perfectly emphasizes the two rounds. The waistband was tight, and with the roundness of the upper part, Gu Yin's figure could almost be the sexiest model on the international runway. The ultra-short skirt with little fabric and the long, straight, perfect legs spreading downward. Qin Zhang felt his nose itching a little. He grew up in a routine life, and when he went to military school, he was an all-male man, and when he joined the bureau, it was all men again. It can be said that Qin Zhang has never seen another woman, except his mother and neighbors. Not to mention the fact that Gu Yin was dressed up in such a sexy outfit. For the first time, this second-generation government official was as helpless as a foolish boy. He didn't know where to put his hands, and could only let Gu Yin climb over him, blowing on his side. And a series of drunken laughter drifted into his ears. He, you're a funny guy. His full breasts were pressed against Qin Zhang's body. And it was the first time Gu Yin had seen such an honest person. Look at the muscles underneath. They're all tense and hard. Nakedly sizing up Qin Zhang, Gu Yin smiled contentedly. This man is a daisy. If she were a man who had been through a lot of battles, she'd be all over her. He knows just simple. Such a big beauty leaning on him and still sitting still. Not looking at her, but glancing at the wire poles on the side of the road. Like that pole is prettier than even she is. Gu Yin looks at Qin Zhang's waist and eats and laughs again. The back is as straight as a steel plate. And it's scary. The more Gu Yin looked at this man, the more appetizing he became, and with a hook of the color. He directly tugged out a bunch of keys from the bib at his waist, wiggling his fingers and putting them in front of Qin Zhang's eyes. I'm drunk, so you'll send me home. When Qin Zhang first arrived in the city, it was best for him to get in touch with the people and things in the city as soon as possible. This time, he came to the Viper site, has already exceeded the limits. How could he think to bring out the girl and let her take home? Pursing his brows and glancing at Gu Yin, who was leaning on his shoulder, Qin Zhang originally wanted to say, "Miss, I have urgent matters to go back first," but when he came to look at Gu Yin in this outfit, the words of refusal were still swallowed back. Gu Yin dressed like this, if the road and then meet someone, really cannot say what will happen. It was not easy to save people. And then because of his own fault into the tiger's den. Qin Yong really cannot be cruel heart. He sighed helplessly. Looks like we'll just have to send the girl home today, and he'll go back to the hotel. Holding Gu Yin to the edge of the road. Qin Yong beckoned for a taxi. No, I'm fine. Hiccup. Another strong hiccup. Gu Yin lifted his head dizzily and looked at Qin Yong, thinking this way. Qin Yong's sympathy for Gu Yin more than doubled. Holding the person also more and more careful. Are you okay nowadays? Every girl is a delicate and intimidating. Thinking of his neighbor, the little girl who loves beauty. Her fingers have to be regularly maintained. But all the people who are good-looking. The concept of aesthetics is also extraordinarily high. Gu Yin himself was born beautiful. To the man's natural requirements are also high. But in front of Qin Yong, Gu Yin is more and more comfortable. The more you look at the more handsome. Hiccup. A spray of alcohol smell came out from Gu Yin's mouth. Qin Yong hated the smell of alcohol, but for some reason, the smell of Gu Yin did not have the stench of alcohol or the smell of rotting. It was just a simple aroma with a fruity flavor. It's pretty much the female version of a bartender. But girls aren't like boys. Qin Yong thought that he was a man who was accosted. And Gu Yin was dressed so beautifully that there might be many people with bad intentions who were pouring wine on her. Qin Yong doesn't understand the maintenance, but looking at the cocoon in Gu Yin's hand, he guesses that she has a hard life. Maybe this girl must have some inconvenience at home. So she came here to work. He also saw a girl dressed like Gu Yin just now, and those people called her DJ Princess. What's wrong? A quick glance at Gu Yin. Gu Yin's appearance he did not look carefully, but in the habit of work. Gu Yin hand callous he did not miss. As a police officer, Qin Yong's observation is absolutely first class, and the cocoon in Gu Yin's hand could not help but make him wrinkle his eyebrows. As he watched, Kieran was so mesmerized that he completely forgot that he was trying to give the man his own car keys. Are you sure you're okay? Why don't I help you sit down somewhere? Qin Yong looked back and forth at the car on the road. After asking this question, he did not hear Gu Yin's voice, secretly in his heart, really a stubborn girl. Some discomfort is not willing to say straight, but I don't know if it's because Qin Yong got a beautiful girl and ran out of good use or what. But he stopped a car and didn't pass by. In the past few minutes, Gu Yin had progressed from leaning against Qin Yong's side to hanging in Qin Yong's arms. Qin Yong only thought that Gu Yin was drunk and did not dare to push the person away, fearing that when he pushed, he touched which, the result of which he could only end up with a red face and ears. Gu Yin, a little tired of standing, tugged at Qin Yong's shirt and asked, "What are we doing here?" Qin Yong held his head high, avoiding the deep hooks in Gu Yin's low-cut dress with a straight face. "Wait for the car. I'll take you home." I have a car." Gu Yin's head tilted, and all the hot air he spewed out spilled onto Qin Yong's chest. The heat with the aroma of wine directly made Qin Yong a big red face, and his body was even harder than just a moment ago. Feeling the man's reaction, Gu Yin made a few giggles. Fingers in that pull-out, I'll pull out, half a day. Only from that, tied on the waist of the bib again, took out the key. Swinging hand to Qin Yong's eyes. Hiccup said, "You open." Hiccup, I open, looking at Gu Yin's breathless appearance. Qin Yong didn't dare to let her open the door. Taking the keys, he pressed the unlock button and carefully helped Gu Yin to get into the SUV. "Are you all right?" Qin Yong asked uneasily. "No, it's fine, you just drive." Starting the car, but while turning the steering wheel. Qin Yong paused. "I don't really know the way. Where are we going?" Taking the navigator. Gu Yin's hands quickly clicked on it, clicking in a manner that didn't look drunk at all. After adjusting it, he set it up in front of Qin Yong's eyes, pointed at the red dot of the destination, and laughed drunkenly. "There it is. The destination, good." Qin Yong driving steadily very, just like him as a person, calm and measured, although Gu Yin is drunk. But her brain is still flexible. Qin Yong driving, she watched him. The more you look at this man, the more flavorful he is. It would be a waste not to talk on this open road. "Hey," Gu Yin started. "Hey. I haven't seen you before. You're not from around here, are you?" if he wasn't driving a car. Qin Zhang would have touched his face. What? Does it say on his face that I'm not from around here? I'm from Beijing. Qin Zhang looked at the navigation, and after confirming that his position was correct, he added, came here for a few days, come to a city to play, what's so fun here? Gu Yin tapped his fingers on the window. If you really want to have fun, that Queen Bar is the most fun. Didn't you go there today? Didn't you go there today? How did you feel? Qin Zhang laughed dryly. If possible. He really did not want to go in, however. His target, Viper, was trading there 2 days later, so he went there as a kind of scout. Gu Yin did not know that this man is for her to explore the point, but also on the side of the smile said, I am also considered the local snake here. If you want to play what? I accompany you like. Speaking of snakes on the ground, and thinking back to when Gu Yin was accosted earlier. He was suddenly a bit depressed. You. Qin Zhang was about to say something, but he kept scanning Gu Yin with his remaining light. I what, you? Qin Zhang raised his eyebrows, and after a long moment of silence, he held his breath and taught. Don't do that line. It's not good for a girl to do that. Gu Yin wanted to laugh. This was the first person who had said this to her. However, thinking about Qin Zhang straightforward character, Gu Yin held her tongue, coughing softly under a false cover. She deliberately suppressed her voice and teased. That job pays fast. This looks like because Qin Zhang words hurt his heart. Helpless and pitiful, but, Qin Zhang wanted to persuade Gu Yin. But he had not yet woven his words well, and was somewhat reluctant to speak. Qin Zhang couldn't organize a conversation, but Gu Yin had a lot to say. I know, she naturally took over, her fingers pinching her thighs hard on the ground. Gu Yin intentionally made her voice so stoic and painful that even the bottom of her eyes brought up a few tears. She has been hard on herself since she was a child, physically hard. The body will recover itself, but the reward is forever. So subconsciously, she also used it here in Qin Zhang. Choking on his voice, Gu Yin said, I know. That job is not honorable, but if I don't do this job, what else can I do? My mom and dad left early. I'm out on my own. There is no acquaintance in this society. Which good position can be your turn? Qin Zhang was speechless. Although he wanted to persuade Gu Yin, but half a day's searching, but no combination of words, and finally just silence. Kieran had said this in order to see how the man would react, but he didn't realize that the man's silence would lead the conversation into a bitter and hateful direction. It seems a bit overplayed. Gu Yin secretly spat out his tongue and let go of the hand that was pinching him. That, actually I'm fine. Qin Zhang did not say anything. His thin color was pursed into a white line. Coughing softly, Gu Yin slowed his voice and said, Actually, I'm staying there. It's really quite good. Qin Zhang remained silent, his expression heavy. Hey, what the hell is going on here? Why does she still look like that when she's already backpedaling? Gu Yin couldn't guess what Qin Zhang was thinking, so he could only guess and open his mouth. Do you despise that job, or do you hate me? No. Qin Zhang tense angle. Tough side face because of Gu Yin, said reality heavy very much. Is that before think too little? Always thought that all people are fair. The same starting line. Fair competition. Hard to fight. Rely on their own strength to come up with results. Should not be the present model. Maybe I think too little. I ignored the reality there are a lot of helpless places. Licked the corner of the color. Qin Zhang finally helpless sigh. Said, Is I think too simple. What a simple child. Gu Yin is touching the place that pinches the pain. She suddenly feels that she is a bit too. Just this man. She just does not do so realistic. He must also believe very much. But, take a look at this man's good style and quality all in one. Gu Yin guessed that this man must have had a good childhood. And perhaps in his mind, it was inconceivable that the gap between the rich and the poor was now too wide. Shrug, these people are always living at the top of the ivory tower. How can they imagine what life is like at the bottom of the ivory tower? With his eyes wide open, Gu Yin looked at the building that had been revealed in the distance. Home soon. Taking a look at Qin Zhang, Gu Yin thought he had run into a tricky problem. Such a man of unparalleled integrity. What method can she think of to keep him here? And also have to stay. To the bed. All the ideas in my head are going out the door. But until the navigator reminded him that he had arrived at his destination. Gu Yin was unable to utter a single word. Are we there yet? Qin Zhang poked his head out and looked at the small neighborhood of the 80s in front of him. The neighborhood looks a bit old, but the environment is nice. A quiet garden at night, with warm walking lights on two sides. Large 3 buildings are more or less climbed with a creeper. Looks chic at the same time, that a person's mood is also open to some. It can be seen that there are people here on a regular basis to clean up, although the lay out of the old-fashioned a bit. But the green environment is doing a good job. The condition of the parking space here is also very good. After looking around, Qin Zhang naturally found a parking space, stabilized. Qin Zhang glanced at the side of the Gu Yin. Hooked the color to hang up a smile. That, I should also go back. I feel sick. Gu Yin suddenly made a sound, interrupting what Qin Zhang was about to say. Gu Yin's body was skewed, directly collapsing half of his body onto Qin Zhang. I feel sick. I want to vomit. I feel sick all over my body. Her body was rubbing back and forth, and the fullness of the female body was accompanied by Gu Yin's movements, teasing Qin Zhang body one after another. The space in the car is so big that Qin Zhang has no place to hide. He could only accept it passively and awkwardly. Are you all right? The corners of his mouth tugged awkwardly. Qin Zhang did not forget to ask at this juncture, where are you suffering? That. Let's get off the car first. Okay, don't go yet. I feel sick. Slumping forward again. Gu Yin's entire body practically threw itself onto Qin Zhang. Shit, in the old days, any man would have jumped right in. This was the first time Gu Yin had ever taken such an initiative. But this man is such a dilettante. He doesn't know how to behave when he's in love with a beautiful woman. Gu Yin's rogue nature makes her curse in her heart. But on the surface, she plays the role of a weakling. The whole person is softly clinging to Qin Zhang body, rambling and weakly shouting that she feels bad. Qin Zhang was induced by Gu Yin's voice of distress to not fall to endure. Stiffly sitting in the seat for a long time, said softly, let's get off the car first. I'll help you go home. The goal was achieved for the time being, and Gu Yin laughed a little. This colorful skin completely hides her nature as a wolf among women. And she has tricked Qin Zhang, a big sheep, back home, standing in front of the door. Gu Yin secretly said, now has been safe to deceive people from the bar to the car, and then from the car to the home. Immediately after that, you should be from the doorway of the house, cheated to the bed, heart laughs. Gu Yin's face did not have half a point to show, until Qin Zhang helped her to sit on the sofa, and poured a cup of lemon and honey water to her. Drink some of this, it's a hangover cure. The chaotic thoughts in his head were washed away by the honey water in his hand. She hadn't had this drink in a long time, and the earliest she could remember was 3 years ago, now. The cups are still there and so are the people, but the person who made the tea is gone. The sudden calmness of Gu Yin caused Qin Zhang spirit to tighten. After licking the corners of his eyes, he hurriedly explained, that, I saw that you happened to have honey and lemon in the refrigerator, so. Qin Zhang thought that Gu Yin looked at him like this, because he was not happy that he touched the ingredients in the house. Shaking his head lightly, Gu Yin ordered himself out of this memory, patting the sofa beside him. He signaled Qin Zhang to sit beside him. Qin Zhang stood still. It was now 11 o'clock at night, and it wasn't quite right for him to be a man in a girl's house. That girl I should go, if your neighbor sees it. It will be bad for your reputation. Gu Yin suddenly felt something. In this day and age, everyone calls a girl a beautiful woman, but this big man called her girl in a way that made her want to cry and laugh at the same time. She is indeed a girl, but from the beginning of the fight to the present position, from the others to tell her. She is a girl, they only told her you have to be tough. If you are not tough, you can hardly stand on your own feet. They all regarded her as the leader of the Green Line, with awe and flattery, but no one ever noticed that she was also a woman. Taking a sip from the cup, the slightly sweet and sour flavor went all the way from the mouth to the stomach. Once again, she patted her side. Gu Yin's voice was low and very similar to the one in the car. Except this time, she didn't twist her leg. Why don't you sit down with me, just for a session? Qin Zhang could feel Gu Yin's sudden loss. Twisted his eyebrows. Qin Zhang self to do a struggle. This struggle process is nothing more than recalling the various persuasive client suicide cases. Those who committed suicide because of the emotional loss and do something too radical. Countless cases of failure have flashed through Qin Zhang mind countless times. In the end, Qin Zhang ended up sitting next to Gu Yin. But the distance was a bit far, with a dry tug on his cheeks. Gu Yin was a little helpless against this straightforward, overbearing man. You stay away from me. No man has ever shunned me like a demon like you. Qin Zhang wanted to snort to lighten the mood. But after grinning, he couldn't say anything. His normal life is work, work, work. Nothing else but work. He didn't really know what to say when he was sitting with a beautiful girl with a logo. Qin Zhang didn't know what to say. But Gu Yin did. Perhaps the cocktail was a little too strong today. Gu Yin took the glass of honey lemonade and said, "Actually, I have a relative too." Qin Zhang almost stood up in shock. If Gu Yin's parents were there, him sitting like this would be a complete misunderstanding. Gu Yin couldn't help but laugh at Qin Zhang's formal and surprised demeanor. The warm light lamp was hitting her body, and Gu Yin, who was smiling with a hooked smile, was knowingly elegant. Qin Zhang was flabbergasted by the analogy. His eyes couldn't help but look straight at Gu Yin. "Are you a hyena?" Qin Zhang frowned tightly, and his originally embarrassed expression was instantly replaced by a wave of vast righteousness. "It's too much. How could your uncle do this? Those were left to you by your parents. He's occupying other people's property. You can sue him in court." Taking another sip of water, she said, "But they died when I was very young. So don't be nervous. I'm the only one in this house. I remember what I told you in the car. You look like one of those TV warriors now." Resting his hand on his cheek, Gu Yin tilted his head to look at Qin Zhang. "My parents died in a car accident. The perpetrator ran away, and I was adopted by an uncle. But this kind of Koran is even more heartwarming." Returning to the topic, Gu Yin quickly retracted his thoughts that had gotten sidetracked. Unconsciously, his depressed mood improved. His fingers touched the center of his heart that was inexplicably beating fast. Qin Zhang was once again at a loss for words. After rubbing his fingers together nervously for a few moments, he asked, "What about now? What about your uncle that? I mean, if you need me to get a lawyer, I can help you." Qin Zhang secretly rubbed his hands together and sat back on the sofa. The man's genuine reaction makes Kuroin want to laugh. But at the same time, his heart is filled to the brim. She has never seen which man, looking so smart and skillful model. Out is also very ruthless, but this human accident is very tender, especially with her together. I've never seen a man who is so smart and skillful, and so ruthless. A warm shadow was cast on his three-dimensional features by the warm light. I don't know if it's an illusion or not, but Qin Zhang always feels that this Gu Yin is much different from the demonic woman at the entrance of the bar. It was a bit of a mismatch for such a handsome man to have such an embarrassed expression on his face. But Kieran felt that it looked good on him. If he wasn't afraid of scaring Qin Zhang, Gu Yin would have really wanted to ask him. The curtain dropped. The estate is all uncle's, and he doesn't care for me, and leaves me to my own devices. When he met Qin Zhang's serious eyes, Gu Yin waved his hand and looked unconcerned. "My uncle died the year after he adopted me." Qin Zhang's righteousness and indignation were still on his face, and after these words, he stiffened a bit. He suddenly realized that he was too dumb. The girl in front of him should be in her 20s. She has a car and a house, so it seems that her environment must be quite good. Rubbing his hands again, Qin Zhang thought that he must have looked very silly when he was in a hurry just now. It is getting late, and he should get up and say goodbye. Seemingly seeing Qin Zhang's realization, Gu Yin suddenly said before Qin Zhang was ready to get up, "I'm a karma to my father, karma to my mother, and karma to my uncle who adopted me, as a new man in the 21st century. This kind of thinking is certainly not desirable." So Qin Zhang once again drew back. "Positive color. You do not mess around. These are superstitious ideas. There is no such thing in this world." Looking at Qin Zhang, Gu Yin suddenly said, "Can you hug me?" The topic jumped too quickly, and he was a bit unable to react. Qin Zhang bluntly responded with a direct response. If people in the bureau saw him, they would say that he was useless, but Qin Zhang didn't know why. He was so useless in front of Gu Yin. A light sigh. Gu Yin initiative to stand up. She is to understand a truth. Some men, you do not take the initiative does not matter, because you understand that he will take the initiative. But the man in front of you, if you do not take the initiative, he ran, pushing Qin Zhang to lean towards the back of the sofa chair. Gu Yin directly sat on his lap with his legs spread out and embraced Qin Zhang. Her whole body fell into Qin Zhang's arms in an ambiguous manner, and her voice was incredibly sour. "Give me a hug. I've never said anything like that to anyone, and you're the first person I've ever said it to." Wrapping his fingers awkwardly around the tree in a wombat around the tree position, Qin Zhang carefully made sure that he did not wake up Gu Yin without touching her sensitive parts, and then carefully picked her up, licking the corners of his eyes. If she was asleep, he could take this time to leave, keeping his body stiff and unmoving. Qin Zhang's entire body was hard, just the way Gu Yin was sitting on top of him. Qin Zhang really didn't know how he should put her down. There was no response after Kieran said that. Only the long, soothing breaths that kept hitting his neck. Time passed by, until Qin Zhang felt his whole body was a bit sore and weak, and Gu Yin let out a long, steady breath through his nose. Qin Zhang's body, once again, froze. When he went to the kitchen in the morning, he noticed that there were 3 spare rooms with doors. According to the layout of the house in the 80s, one of the rooms would be the largest, and that would definitely be the master bedroom. For the convenience of a girl living alone, there must be a separate toilet room. The other 2 rooms, are generally speaking, should be the study and guest room. Based on the sensitive judgment of the police, Qin Zhang analyzed the location. If he woke her up, Qin Zhang was afraid that she would ask him to accompany her again. He didn't realize that on his first night in a city, he would have such an encounter. What he didn't know was that his own encounter was his target.
Guys, if you want subtitles, you can include them on the video.
He dared not move or look at the time. She looked as if she was asleep. After sitting there for about 5 minutes, Qin Zhang took a deep breath, as if he had made an incredibly tough decision. Then, like a crab, he moved in the direction of the bedroom. The hand holding Kieran was doubly careful to trust, as is his habit when he goes out to the police. Qin Zhang also sweeps the whole room. With this sweep, Qin Zhang saw the Desert Eagle placed under the coffee table in the living room. One of the most powerful guns in the world, Desert Eagle. Totally unlikely gun here, in his heart of hearts. He didn't believe that Gu Yin would have a Desert Eagle. There were a lot of imitation guns on the market nowadays, and individual girls might like to play with the collected ones. After all, no one would have a gun in the living room so openly. In the back of his mind, Qin Zhang's movements while holding Gu Yin stiffened the moment he saw the gun. Out of physical instinct, he wanted to go over and take a look at the gun, but the sexy woman in his arms. Qin Zhang stopped this thought. Maybe the way he hugged her was not right. That kind of combination of a wombat and carrying a gun and trusting the method. The tight-fitting maid's uniform of Gu Yin scraped a little upward, revealing a small section of the narrow white waist. The pale, narrow waist was incredibly seductive. Qin Zhang has never been so close to a woman in his life. And such a beautiful, colorful and demonic woman at that, fingertips trembling, breathing rapidly. Qin Zhang did not dare to hold Gu Yin too tightly. The moment he relaxed his hands, Gu Yin slipped down a bit. This made Qin Zhang had to hold him tighter. And when his arms interlocked, he could not avoid touching the 2 groups of cotton candy. Panting nervously, Qin Zhang felt that he had never been so nervous even when practicing bomb disposal. Move the step is also more and more small, more and more subtle, deeply afraid of a little focus on, slided the girl, until the anti-people moved to the big bed. Qin Zhang already covered with a thin layer of sweat, back wet a piece, that looked than running 10 times the Ironman triathlon or virtual panic, guaranteeing that he would not look at Yin's tender flesh. Qin Zhang lightly trembled his fingertips and covered her with a quilt. And then, run away. The clothes had long been wrinkled after being cuddled by Qin Zhang, and the fact that they were squeezing Gu Yin's waist directly woke her up from her drunken thirst and tightness. Finally, the ghost turned his head and walked toward the gun, the closer to the door. The slower Qin Zhang steps. It's disrespectful to take it from yourself without asking, even if you're just watching, without going through the heroine. This maid's outfit was tailored for Gu Yin, and not even a single centimeter was left over. This kind of quality in other men. Some of the pretentious, but in Qin Zhang here. He thinks it is the nature of the thing, inside the room. Gu Yin has been drinking, and after sleeping for a while, He's a little embarrassed by the tightness of his clothes. Half squatting in front of the coffee table, Qin Zhang squinted. The texture and luster of the gun is very realistic. And even give Qin Zhang a kind of this is a real desert eagle. To identify, Qin Zhang can be taken out to try to feel. But, as the son of the head of the army education out of the youth, the first time on the girl's home to take people things to see. The psychological breakthrough is very difficult to bear. So, Qin Zhang was squatting in the living room of Gu Yin's house near midnight, staring at the desert eagle with his eyes, trying to scan with his naked eyes to see if it was a real gun. He walked quickly toward the door, but his eyes kept scanning the gun on the coffee table in the living room. Unable to bear it, he turned around, rolled his body, pulled the hem of his shirt with both hands, and pushed it upwards. And in 3 tries, Gu Yin directly stripped himself naked, stretching his back with satisfaction. The liberated body was so smooth that he couldn't tell. Eyes narrowed, Curran shifted his feet and went for the glass of water sitting on the head of the bedroom. The glass of water was held in the hand of the half-drunken alcoholic, and poured into her mouth in a boisterous manner. Not even half a drop came out. The glass was already empty, but the master hadn't poured water into it yet. So how could he pour it out? He wrinkled his nose a little, and Gu Yin sobered up a little after this mess. Once awake, he quickly thought of the handsome man who had brought him home. Shit. Gu Yin let out a low growl and shit. Is this man really gone? He's so fucking beautiful, and he's just leaving. That's fucked up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, The man's voice followed Gu Yin's one lean from the living room. People are still here. Gu Yin was so happy that he opened the door and trotted straight out. The liberated pair of bunnies popped into the air in a full jumping arc, vigorously opening the door. She caught a glimpse of Qin Zhang in the center of the living room. Hey, man, this man is addicted to education. Even though Qin Zhang is usually calm, he is now nervous. The muscles of the whole body contracted defensively and crashed. The whole brain looks toward the ceiling. Without slanting his eyes, upright and unparalleled, if I didn't want to fix you, I wouldn't even stop you. In my heart, I thought of this, but my mouth ran up the train. I am an artist. The nightclub is just a passing phase. The soft, smooth body jumped directly onto the man's side, directly dragged the person towards the sofa. You sit down and chat with me, and then, this comrade, I want to seriously criticize you. How to say that we are also the human beings of the new era. Don't treat nudity as eroticism. Okay, a lot of artists use their bodies to make paintings, to make art. You have to know that human skin is sacred. Does it smell good? I made it myself. Gu Yin laughed with a mischievous smile. But Qin Zhang, who had turned his head, couldn't see it at all. Really? Qin Zhang asked in a stuttering voice, and then felt that Gu Yin seemed to have left the sofa and gone somewhere else. Qin Zhang could only listen to Gu Yin's self-promotion now. Look, I'm so talented as an artist. I've made a lot of things, Curran. Gu Yin was cursing in his heart. But he was not letting go of Qin Zhang hand. Man Stuffy uneasy rubbing his hands. He looked into a moment of fascination. Suddenly heard the location of the room out of a lean. He subconsciously thought Gu Yin woke up, for him to stay in his own home. And observe, the section of the Desert Eagle is not happy with the issuance of. Qin Zhang is still looking at the ceiling with his head in his hands, not daring to move for fear that if he moves a little, he will see a place he shouldn't look at. Before wearing the clothes of the Gu Yin, he was constrained into that. This will be really directly, and that million years ago like a mummy. He was so hard and stiff that he couldn't even walk. And Gu Yin's set of crooked theory. Qin Zhang of course do not agree. Skin is human clothes. That is also an artist's dry matter. You a little girl, so, intolerance like a crooked neck. Qin Zhang added, so not good, gulping up a mouthful of saliva. Gu Yin's crushing pressure made him unable to speak at all. Snap. The sound of a lighter sounded. Something was lit, and a sweet scent emanated from the air. Fuck, you're not a man. You're really still here. Gu Yin completely did not notice that he came out naked. Looked at the man and smiled. Directly pounced on him. Hey, what are you doing? After holding it in for a little while. He finally couldn't take it anymore and yelled softly. Will you put your clothes back on? Girl, yes, is that right? Qin Zhang was so overwhelmed by the scent that he couldn't help but say. That, Desert Eagle, did you make it yourself? Yo. This kid knows his stuff. Gu Yin laughed, got up and took the Desert Eagle into his hands. Aiming at Qin Xiangyang, she didn't say whether she made it herself, but only praised Qin Xiangyang for his knowledge. Stroking his finger over the gun, Gu Yin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did you just pucker your ass and look at this?" She saw it. Qin Xiangyang's face turned a little red, and he could only respond vaguely. But Gu Yin, a female hooligan, forced him to be ashamed like this, rubbing his hands together. Qin Xiangyang stood up uneasily, once again repeating the same old tune, that I should go. Qin Xiangyang deliberately refrained from sweeping his eyes in Gu Yin's direction, and walked towards the door with one hand and one foot. No, watching the man about to leave, Gu Yin threw away the Desert Eagle and pounced on him, hugging Qin Xiangyang from behind. The soft and feminine-scented body was behind him. This realization made Qin Xiangyang blush, and his breathing became more rapid. "Don't go, stay with me," Gu Yin begged, his fingers slipping in along the hem of the man's shirt that had come loose during the fight. His long, calloused hands roamed all over the body, erotic and ambiguous, Qin Xiangyang breathing more sharply. The 6 roots of the clean brain in this moment of drowsiness incomparable. The deepest buried in the sea of the brain of a nerve by Gu Yin's groping. Boom, a sound directly broken. The area between the legs swells up. The body becomes unlike itself. The night's ecstasy is now officially set in motion. She had a bad feeling. The area between the legs swells up. The body becomes unlike itself. He's light, with a heavy brow, and a face of earnest repentance. Early in the morning, Kieran sighed sadly. "I'm so sorry for causing you harm. Please call and have them take me away. Rape is not a big offense. But it's not good for your reputation if this gets out. If you trust me, you can tell people I'm a thief first and wait until the police station to make a statement." Kieran, I mumbled, "You touch me too, okay? Don't go, stay with me," Gu Yin begged, his fingers slipping in along the hem of the man's shirt that had loosened during the fight. His long, calloused hands roamed all over this body, erotic and ambiguous. "Qin Xiangyang, what on earth have you done?" Remorse crawled all over the man's face, and the man went from panicked, when he first woke up, to calm in just an instant. But Gu Yin, a female hooligan, forced him to be ashamed like this. Sure enough, the man took out his cell phone and solemnly placed it in Gu Yin's hand. "You're awake?" Gu Yin smiled and answered with a voice, matching that red-colored face. Infinite style and charm. "Is he a rapist? He raped this girl yesterday." For the moment, he seemed to be ruled by demons, clamoring for a warm place. No, watching the man about to leave, Gu Yin threw away the Desert Eagle and pounced on him, hugging Qin Xiangyang from behind. "He's light," Qin Xiangyang stuttered, and his whole body sat up in a hurry. Deftly, he spared the man, bending his fingers upward and bending the man's neck, rubbing his hands together. Qin Xiangyang stood up uneasily, once again repeating the same old tune, that I should go. Deftly, he spared the man, bending his fingers upward and bending the man's neck. The smoke lit by Gu Yin drifted in the air and was inhaled into the man's lungs. The stroking and rubbing on the fire made the evil fire in the hearts of the 2 men burn hotter and hotter, more and more scorching, looking at the man's suddenly straight face. Gu Yin's eyebrows trembled. "Shit. Who said sex is good? Who the fuck said that? Why did she only have pain?" She rubbed her aching waist again. Gu Yin, and a fine taste, and then the corner of the color on the pull open. A rare reveal, a trace of a small woman's charming too. "You're awake?" Gu Yin smiled and answered with a voice, matching that red-colored face. Infinite style and charm. When he turned his head, it was directly in front of Gu Yin's flushed and delicate face. "Is he a rapist? He raped this girl yesterday." The smoke lit by Gu Yin drifted in the air and was inhaled into the man's lungs. The stroking and rubbing on the fire made the evil fire in the hearts of the 2 men burn hotter and hotter, more and more scorching. For the moment, he seemed to be ruled by demons, clamoring for a warm place. "Shit, who said sex is good? Who the fuck said that? Why did she only have pain?" She rubbed her aching waist again. Gu Yin, and a fine taste, and then the corner of the color on the pull open. A rare reveal, a trace of a small woman's charming too. "He was yesterday," Qin Xiangyang stuttered, and his whole body sat up in a hurry. "Qin Xiangyang, what on earth have you done?" Remorse crawled all over the man's face, and the man went from panicked, when he first woke up, to calm in just an instant. Right now, She wanted so badly to crack open the man's head and see what kind of structure was inside. Did she see it, looking at the man's suddenly straight face? Gu Yin's eyebrows trembled. The latter part, seems, still comfortable. Hot kisses traveled over the man's thin cheeks, one after the other, as if they were not there. The body sat up with a jolt. Early in the morning, Kieran sighed sadly in the latter stage. It seems, it is still comfortable. The night's ecstasy is now officially set in motion. The body sat up with a jolt. Kieran I mumbled, "You touch me too. Okay, Tian." The word flashed through Qin Zhang-yong's mind. And in the next second, the hand under the quilt gave a quick touch to his own body bare. Qin Zhang-yong breathing more sharply. The 6 roots of the clean brain in this moment of drowsiness is incomparable. The deepest buried in the sea of the brain of a nerve by Gu Yin's groping. Boom, a sound directly broken. Tian. The word flashed through Qin Zhang-yong's mind. And in the next second, the hand under the quilt gave a quick touch to his own body bare. A kiss like a fuse makes one lose one's mind. Qin Zhang-yong's body becomes uncontrollable and is calloused. Rough fingers can't help but climb up Gu Yin's body. They are as passionate as animals in heat, impatient and wild, as Gu Yin sighed at the beauty of it. Qin Zhang-yong opened his eyes. Hot kisses traveled over the man's thin cheeks, one after the other. As if they were not there, Qin Zhang-yong deliberately refrained from sweeping his eyes in Gu Yin's direction, and walked towards the door with one hand and one foot. Sorry, when he turned his head. It was directly in front of Gu Yin's flushed and delicate face. Qin Zhang-yong's face turned a little red, and he could only respond vaguely. Gu Yin's forehead jerked hard. Sorry, as Gu Yin sighed at the beauty of it. Qin Zhang-yong opened his eyes. He was yesterday. A kiss like a fuse makes one lose one's mind. Qin Zhang-yong's body becomes uncontrollable and is calloused. Rough fingers can't help but climb up Gu Yin's body. They are as passionate as animals in heat, impatient and wild. The soft and feminine-scented body was behind him. This realization made Qin Zhang-yong blush, and his breathing became more rapid. She had a bad feeling, sure enough. The man took out his cell phone and solemnly placed it in Gu Yin's hand. With a heavy brow and a face of earnest repentance, "I'm so sorry for causing you harm. Please call and have them take me away. Rape is not a big offense, but it's not good for your reputation if this gets out. If you trust me, you can tell people that I'm a thief first and wait until the police station before you make a statement." Gu Yin's forehead jerked hard at the moment. She wanted very much to crack open the man's head to see what kind of structure was inside. Naturally, Gu Yin didn't do anything as cruel as cracking open a man's head. She just sat up and very seriously exemplified a few things. 1. I am already your woman. Do you not want to be responsible for me by doing this? 2. Is it because I'm an artist and DJ princess? You dislike me, so you'd rather go to the Public Security Bureau than try to get along with me. 3. I actually like you. Since it's all like this, why don't we get along? The logic of these 3 points is clear and the order is reasonable. Qin Zhang-yong was speechless. He didn't realize at all that Gu Yin didn't want to talk about it at all. Of course, he doesn't care. It's his first time, but he gets a taste of what's to come. Just as she did when she first became a Yakuza. She tasted the benefits of the Yakuza and set out to expand, gradually doing business overseas and becoming a boss in a city. She's tried this guy, he's good. She wants to keep him. It's that simple. Furthermore, a gangster goes to the Public Security Bureau. I can't believe a woman like her can find a prince charming. Listening to the man's gentle words, Gu Yin suddenly had the feeling of being hit by a big prize. You can cook. The halo is soft. Should be lined with Gu Yin more and more beautiful. Qin Zhang-yong looked out of focus. Heartbeat suddenly jumped faster, like being bewitched. The corner of the mouth shallow hook. Spit out a word. You can cook. He waved his hand in explanation. No, I'm not upset with you at all. I just feel like this. I'm being an asshole. Ha 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 ha. The early morning light through the floor-to-ceiling windows sprinkled on Gu Yin's delicate face, describing a beautiful halo, just as she did when she first became a Yakuza. She tasted the benefits of the Yakuza and set out to expand, gradually doing business overseas and becoming a boss in a city. Listening to the man's gentle words, Gu Yin suddenly had the feeling of being hit by a big prize. Furthermore, A gangster goes to the Public Security Bureau. Qin Yang naturally not dissatisfied. Gu Yin is beautiful and generous. Hot and spicy, like the bottom of the spicy pot in the city of A. Although it is difficult to get on fire. But just cannot resist such a delicious. But Qin Yang was still a bit nervous. After all, this is the girl's first time. He mercilessly took the person not to mention, seems, also inverted several times, the reddish color of blood. He naturally did not miss. This is the sign of virginity. He thought he sinned seriously, but at the end, the girl considerately told him, "It's okay, I'm willing. You see, I also like you. Why don't we take this opportunity to get along?" Gu Yin frowned at this tug. He didn't realize at all that Gu Yin didn't want to talk about it at all. "Are you kidding me? She won't let a man go even if he wants to." Awesome. Gu Yin was excited and rode right on top of the man. "Are you kidding me? She won't let a man go even if he wants to." Gu Yin frowned at this tug. The halo is soft. Should be lined with Gu Yin more and more beautiful. Qin Yang look out of focus. Heartbeat suddenly jump faster. As if being bewitched, the corners of the mouth shallow hook. Spit out a word. The logic of these 3 points is clear and the order is reasonable. Qin Yang was speechless. "So, did you clean it?" The detailed records of the physiology class were not in vain. After carefully helping Gu Yin to lie down, Qin Yang spontaneously stood up. "Do you have any sanitary pads at home? You need to wash it first. I'll put some water on it for you, and have a light breakfast. Do you like congee? Too much action will inevitably involve sensitive areas." Gu Yin really wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. Oh my God! Curran is feeling so good about herself that she's really lucky to have met Prince Charming. She just sat up and very seriously exemplified a few things. But what? "Do you have something against me?" Curran saw the man's relaxation, so he rushed to capitalize on it. "Good, so. Did you clean it?" The detailed records of the physiology class were not in vain. After carefully helping Gu Yin lie down, Qin Yang spontaneously stood up. "Do you have any sanitary pads at home? You need to wash it first. I'll put some water on it for you, and have a light breakfast. Do you like congee?" She's tried this guy. He's good, she wants to keep him. It's that simple. Too much action will inevitably involve sensitive areas. Qin Yang smiled gently. His handsome and tough face made people's heart flutter. "I will. What do you want to eat and tell me?" "I'll make it for you." The early morning light through the floor to ceiling windows, sprinkled on Gu Yin's delicate face, describing a beautiful halo. Qin Yang smiled gently. His handsome and tough face made people's heart flutter. "I will. What do you want to eat and tell me? I'll make it for you too. Is it because I'm an artist and DJ princess? You dislike me, so you'd rather go to the Public Security Bureau than try to get along with me. 3. I actually like you. Since it's all like this, why don't we get along?" But Qin Yang was still a bit nervous. After all, this is the girl's first time. He mercilessly took the person not to mention, seems, also inverted several times. The reddish color of blood, he naturally did not miss. This is the sign of virginity. He thought he sinned seriously. But at the end, the girl considerately told him, "It's okay, I'm willing. You see, I also quite like you. Why don't we take this opportunity to get along?" "No, asshole." Gu Yin was so happy that she sank into the man's arms like a little woman and said shyly, "I like your sense of justice. It's great. Let's try it. Okay?" Qin Yang naturally not dissatisfied. Gu Yin is beautiful and generous. Hot and spicy like the bottom of the spicy pot in the city of A. Although it is difficult to get on fire. But just cannot resist such a delicious. Awesome. Gu Yin was excited and rode right on top of the man. Of course, he doesn't care. It's his first time, but he gets a taste of what's to come. But what? "Do you have something against me?" Curran saw the man's relaxation, so he rushed to capitalize on it. Oh my God, she's got it. He waved his hand in explanation. "No, I'm not upset with you at all. I just feel like this. I'm being an asshole." Qin Yang looked at Gu Yin's face and probably guessed it. This excessive excitement, akin to madness, was something that she hadn't been able to fully control until she was served by the man, and sat down at the table with Kuzin. Naturally, Curran didn't do anything as cruel as cracking the man's skull open. Oh my God, she's got it. Qin Ziyang looked at Gu Yin's face and probably guessed it. Good. No asshole. Gu Yin was so happy that she sank into the man's arms like a little woman and said shyly, I like your sense of justice. It's great. Let's try it. Okay, 1. I am already your woman. Do you not want to be responsible for me by doing this? Oh my God. Kirin is feeling so good about herself that she's really lucky to have met Prince Charming. I can't believe a woman like her can find a Prince Charming. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Gu Xin really wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. This overexcitement, akin to madness, was something she hadn't been able to fully control until she was served by the man and sat down at the table with Gu Yin. God knows there is such a man in the world. He went to buy sanitary pads for her, put in the bath water, boiled the food, and did the sanitary work, taking a deep breath. Kuan controlled his emotions as best he could. Instead of controlling my emotions, I was sucked in by the aroma of the various ingredients in front of me, which made the worms in my stomach go into a frenzy. Try it. I don't know if it's to your liking. Qin Ziyang was completely unaware of Gu Yin's current excitement. The man who had learned good morals in the army only knew that this girl was very nice. And when he saw her, his heart would always beat fast without realizing it. It seems like a favorite feeling, but he hasn't talked about it. So he's not sure, but that didn't stop him from being nice to the girl. Looking at the cake in the bowl, Gu Yin was about to cry with emotion when he took the first bite. So delicious, you're great, delicious. Gu Yin took a big bite, his sexy face chewing on the food, his chopsticks dancing around until his stomach was so full he couldn't fit another corner in. You're a genius, standing in the kitchen doorway. Gu Yin's second hand easily watched Qin Ziyang brush the pot. While Qin Ziyang was cleaning up the kitchen, Gu Yin packed up all the illegal and dangerous goods that might be in the house. Before the feeling of euphoria could reach his entire body, Gu Yin suddenly thought of something. Standing in the kitchen doorway, Gu Yin's second hand easily watched Qin Ziyang brush the pot. The man must not be allowed to realize that his disorder is due to that fragrance. Don't worry, no, from the looks of it, the man seems to be a gun enthusiast. I don't think he took this gun yesterday. If he knows it's real, he's in trouble. Then let's go out and buy it. By the way, where do you live now? Gu Yin took the man's hand and went to the room. Well, let's see what else we need in the room. Why don't you just move in with me? I can't sleep well on my own. So having a man will give me peace of mind. Gu Yin listened to the intermittent, until the man hung up the phone, only to warmly jumped over. A hand embraced the man's hand. Cheeky smile. I have always wanted to have a boyfriend. You can cook for him, taking a deep breath. Kuan controlled his emotions as best he could, from the looks of it. The man seems to be a gun enthusiast. I don't think he took this gun yesterday. If he knows it's real, he's in trouble. Putting the phone in his pocket, Qin Ziyang was still not too familiar with such a passionate touch between a man and a woman. His voice was slightly embarrassed. Do you know how to burn? She has to get rid of the incense she lit yesterday. Looking at the cake in the bowl, Gu Yin was about to cry with emotion when he took the first bite. This kind of warm feeling makes her feel a little unreal. She was just being held back for a long time and wanted to find someone to break it. But unexpectedly, she picked up a superb homebuddy and a rich man. Jokes, she can currently plan to have a good time with this man. If this man really that's something. Found out about this, how can they still hang out? It was a blast, God knows. There is such a man in the world. He went to buy sanitary pads for her, put in the bath water, boiled the food, and did the sanitary work. It was a blast. You are a genius. It seems like a favorite feeling. But he hasn't talked about it, so he's not sure. But that didn't stop him from being nice to the girl. I'm in a city now. Uncle Kai, thank you. While Qin Ziyang was cleaning up the kitchen, Gu Yin packed up all the illegal and dangerous goods that might be in the house. Pack up. It all has to be packed up. Jokes, she can currently plan to have a good time with this man. If this man really that's something. Found out about this, how can they still hang out? Gu Yin listened to the intermittent, until the man hung up the phone, only to warmly jumped over. A hand embraced the man's hand. Cheeky smile. I have always wanted to have a boyfriend. You can cook for him. Scanning around, Gu Yin came across the Desert Eagle. Don't worry, no. Even the eggs and flour were bought by someone on a whim. But after the failure, she never set foot in the kitchen again. So the kitchen in the house was just for show. The man was standing by the window talking on the phone. The dishes had been neatly packed in a drained basket. But Gu Yin doesn't care at all. Now that there's a chef in the house, she's sure that under the chef's tutelage, even an idiot like her will be able to create something amazing. Turned around and quickly walked away. Putting the phone in his pocket, Qin Xiangyang was still not too familiar with such a passionate touch between a man and a woman. His voice was slightly embarrassed. Do you know how to burn? Before the feeling of euphoria could reach his entire body. Gu Yin suddenly thought of something. There aren't too many ingredients at home, so I'll have to go outside to buy them. Qin Xiangyang opened the refrigerator, and there were no fresh vegetables in it at all. So to say not much was an exaggeration of Gu Yin. The man must not be allowed to realize that his disorder is due to that fragrance. After packing up his things, Gu Yin dawdled back to the kitchen room. No, Curran replied crisply. So you teach me. The man was standing by the window talking on the phone. The dishes had been neatly packed in a drain basket. After packing up his things, Gu Yin dawdled back to the kitchen room. She has to get rid of the incense she lit yesterday. Try it. I don't know if it's to your liking. Qin Xiangyang was completely unaware of Gu Yin's current excitement. The man who had learned good morals in the army only knew that this girl was very nice. And when he saw her, his heart would always beat fast without realizing it. I'm in a city now. Uncle Kai, thank you. This kind of warm feeling makes her feel a little unreal. She was just being held back for a long time and wanted to find someone to break it. But unexpectedly, she picked up a superb homebuddy and a rich man. Pack up. It all has to be packed up. Instead of controlling my emotions, I was sucked in by the aroma of the various ingredients in front of me, which made the stomach bug stir. So delicious, scanning around. Gu Yin came across the desert eagle, turned around and quickly walked away. You're great, delicious. Gu Yin took a big bite, his sexy face chewing on the food, his chopsticks dancing around until his stomach was so full he couldn't fit another corner in. No, Curran replied crisply. So you teach me. There aren't too many ingredients at home, so I'll have to go outside to buy them. Qin Xiangyang opened the refrigerator, and there were no fresh vegetables in it at all. So to say not much was an exaggeration of Gu Yin. Even the eggs and flour were bought by someone on a whim, but since the failure, she has never set foot in the kitchen again. So the kitchen in the house was just for show. But Gu Yin doesn't care at all. Now that there's a chef in the house, she's sure that under the chef's tutelage, even an idiot like her will be able to create something amazing. Then let's go out and buy it. By the way, where do you live now? Gu Yin took the man's hand and went to the room. Well, let's see what else we need in the room. Why don't you just move in with me? I can't sleep well on my own. So having a man will give me peace of mind. Qin Xiangyang's brows frowned again. This is not good. Although we are boyfriend and girlfriend now. This is illegal cohabitation. It's not good for your reputation either. Curran, fuck. She said that there is no perfect man in the world. And who would have thought that such a good man would be so old-fashioned in his thinking? Of course. Gu Yin did not say anything. She looked at Qin Xiangyang with a smile on her face, and said in a delicate voice, Xiangyang, I have 2 rooms here, and the other one is smaller, so you can stay with me. Or at worst, let's not have the same room, you see. A girl can't sleep well, and when you're here, it's the best sleep I've ever had. Please? Gu Yin's eyes drooped, and he had a pitiful, playful look on his face. This model is holding back Qin Xiangyang's upright words. As a man with a strong iron bone, he will always naturally protect the weak people around him. And Gu Yin is the weakest person in his eyes. She's so thin, so weak, so beautiful. Gu Yin narrowed her eyes. She realized that as long as she was soft, men would usually agree, with her thick eyelashes fluttering. Gu Yin tugged at the man's white shirt and said softly, Xiangyang, come on, stay with me. I'm so scared, especially when I come back alone. I'm really scared. Do you feel comfortable with me being alone? With tears in his eyes, Gu Yin repeated, Do you feel relieved? I'm alone. Qin Xiangyang is shaken. Oh. Qin Xiangyang swallowed back the detox brigade that was in the corner of his mouth. Of course. Gu Yin did not say anything. She looked at Qin Xiangyang with a smile on her face, and said in a delicate voice, Xiangyang, I have 2 rooms here, and the other one is smaller, so you can stay with me. Or at worst, let's not have the same room, you see. A girl can't sleep well, and when you're here, It's the best sleep I've ever had. Please, as a man with a strong iron bone. He will naturally protect the weak people around him. And Gu Yin is the weakest person in his eyes. Okay, when we go out today. I'll bring my bags. But we're going to have to split up into 2 rooms. We can't stay together, okay? In the past, it was like a good shot between brothers. But now he has replaced it with a girl's head, which is lighter and milder, and also a bit surprising to himself. Yes, yes, Gu Yin responded very seriously. But in his heart, he was also thinking very seriously that Gu Yin knew the man's conservative nature. And she was very happy to be able to make such a move. Naturally, she didn't want the man to have any hard feelings. Taking the man's hand and placing it on top of her head, she laughed and said, "Touch, touch again. You like it when Xiang Yong touches me." Finally, a helpless sigh. Qin Xiang Yong's heart, which had always been like steel, became soft all of a sudden. Qin Xiang Yong's brows frowned again. This is not good. Although we are boyfriend and girlfriend now. This is illegal cohabitation. It's not good for your reputation either. Gu Yin's eyes drooped, and he had a pitiful, playful look on his face. However, he likes this kind of bluntness. Qin Xiang Yong laughed and patted Gu Yin's head. Gu Yin looked at the man's quality suit. It looked like the man he was looking for was quite well off. And this was definitely a big-name brand. The woman's bluntness made Qin Xiang Yong laugh and cry. Isn't she afraid of scaring him? Business? That's a lot of money. Gu Yin laughed happily, and with a clap of his hands, he said with a pair of bright eyes, "That's great. I won't have to worry about spending all your money." This time he came in secret. No matter who cannot tell. In a twist of words, Qin Xiang Yong said, "I'm a businessman, as long as it's not too big of a piece. It's still affordable." Gu Yin narrowed her eyes. She realized that as long as she was soft, men would usually agree. With her thick eyelashes fluttering, Gu Yin tugged at the man's white shirt and said softly, "Xiang Yong, come on, stay with me. I'm so scared, especially when I come back alone. I'm really scared. Do you feel comfortable with me being alone?" With tears in his eyes, Gu Yin repeated, "Do you feel relieved? I'm alone. Okay, when we go out today. I'll bring my bags, but we're going to have to split up into 2 rooms. We can't stay together, okay? Fuck." She said that there is no perfect man in the world, and who would have thought that such a good man would be so old-fashioned in his thinking? "By the way, what do you do?" Xiang Yong. The woman's bluntness made Qin Xiang Yong laugh and cry. Isn't she afraid of scaring him? As long as it's not too big of a piece. It's still affordable. Yes, yes, Gu Yin responded very seriously. But in his heart, he was also thinking very seriously. Gu Yin looked at the man's quality suit. It looked like the man he was looking for was quite well off. And this was definitely a big-name brand. Business? That's a lot of money. Gu Yin laughed heartily. And with a clap of his hands, he said with glittering eyes, "That's great. I won't have to worry about spending all your money. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it." Qin Xiang Yong smiled at Gu Yin, and that gentle smile directly caused Gu Yin's heartbeat to stutter. But the next moment, it was beating like crazy. "Anything you want. I'll make it for you." Curran looked at the man and didn't feel shy because of her rapid heartbeat. On the contrary, she felt that she had a good eye, and that this man was perfect no matter how she looked at him. She's so thin, so weak, so beautiful. This model is holding back Qin Xiang Yong's upright words. "By the way, what do you do, Xiang Yong? What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it." Qin Xiang Yong smiled at Gu Yin, and that gentle smile directly caused Gu Yin's heart to stutter. But the next moment, it was beating like crazy. "Anything you want, I'll make it for you." Finally, a helpless sigh. "You've reached my turf. The sheep has entered the tiger's mouth. And you still want to run out? Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? I'm not afraid to tell you. I eat meat." Karen looked at the man and didn't feel shy because of her rapid heartbeat. On the contrary, she felt that she had a good eye, and that this man was perfect no matter how she looked at him. They didn't know each other very well, but he was so good at filming. "Oh, I." Qin Xiang Yong swallowed back the detective brigade that was in the corner of his mouth. "You've reached my turf. The sheep has entered the tiger's mouth, and you still want to run out. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? I'm not afraid to tell you. I eat meat after the shoot." Qin Xiang Yong pauses. It's the first time he's ever done something like this. So intimate, Qin Xiang Yong is shaken. However, he likes this kind of bluntness. Qin Xiang Yong laughed and patted Gu Yin's head. This time he came in secret, no matter who cannot tell, in a twist of words. Qin Zhang said, "I'm a businessman." After the shoot, Qin Zhang pauses. It's the first time he's ever done something like this, so intimate. In the past, it was like a good shot between brothers. But now he has replaced it with a girl's head, which is lighter and milder, and also a bit surprising to himself. They didn't know each other very well. But he was so good at filming. Gu Yin knew the man's conservative nature, and she was very happy to be able to make such a move. Naturally, she didn't want him to have any hard feelings, taking the man's hand and placing it on top of her head. She laughed and said, "Touch, touch again. You like it when Zhang Yong touches me." Qin Zhang Yong's heart, which had always been like a steel rod, became soft all of a sudden. The game of asking for touching ends with a phone call from Curran. The phone rang like crazy, directly breaking the atmosphere between the two people. Qin Zhang laughed, withdrew his hand on Gu Yin's forehead, and said mildly, "Answer the phone, and think about what you like to eat." "I'll make a list, and we'll go buy it later," he said and walked out. Everyone has their privacy, even if they. This couple suddenly became boyfriend and girlfriend. It's a good thing Qin Zhang went out. Otherwise Gu Yin wouldn't have known how to answer it. Looking at the names of the people who kept jumping up and down on the top, Gu Yin stood for a long time with his eyebrows screwed up. Picked up just as the first call was about to hang up. "Turiko, where are you?" The male voice inside was a bit urgent and tired. Gu Yin raised his eyebrows and looked happy. His fingertips touched the man's head that he had just touched and smiled. "The old Burkas are at home. What's the matter? Can he? He can't," on the other end of the phone. Yan Fakey's eyes were wide. The person on the other end of the phone choked completely. In such a casual tone. "Can you not be careful with my personal affairs? What did he hear? He's just out of the country on a deal." So who's going to tell him why he got several phone calls, as soon as he got off the plane? First, they came to tell him that Gu Yin was taken by a man last night while he was playing dress-up. And now he hears a man's voice when he calls Gu Yin's phone. The man's breath was all of a sudden chaotic, as if he was infuriated by Gu Yin's words. "I heard that you played cross-dressing again yesterday, and took one person with you. No, by a man, damn it. The worst decision he ever made in his life was to fall in love with this woman. This heartless woman, a woman who doesn't look like a woman at all. Gu Yin, you're not a woman. You're nothing but a fucking woman." Yan Fakey was almost so angry that he smashed everything in front of him. Qin Zhang smiled, withdrew his hand on Gu Yin's forehead, and said mildly, "Answer the phone, and think about what you like to eat. I'll make a list, and we'll go buy it later." The man on the other end of the phone once again choked with anger. At the next moment, he roared over in an almost snarling manner, "Which time have you brought someone back that I didn't intercept halfway? You." He didn't finish his sentence. But Gu Yin took over again. "Okay, Fakey, Yan Fakey. I think I'm only the boss. Isn't your accusing tone too much?" In such a casual tone. "Can you not scrutinize my personal affairs?" Looking at the names of the people who kept jumping up and down on the top. Gu Yin stood for a long time with his eyebrows screwed up. "I've got something going on here, so without further ado, remember to take care of things tomorrow. I'll be out of the way." Damn it. Gu Yin blows his nails with a casual look on his face. Yan Fakey was so angry that he gasped, but Gu Yin on the other end of the phone was not finished. "Are you ready for tomorrow's deal?" Yan Fakey was almost so angry that he smashed everything in front of him. Gu Yin blows his nails with a casual look on his face. "Okay, there's no rush. I just wanted to ask if the water you put on the quill is for washing your hair." Qin Zhang looked over the menu in his hand and sat down at the table. At that moment, there was a knock on the door from Gu Yin's side. And then Qin Zhang voice drifted over gently. "Zhao Yin, is the phone ready?" Gu Yin gave his instructions and hung up the phone without waiting for a reply. It's a good thing Qin Zhang went out. Otherwise Gu Yin wouldn't have known how to answer it. The worst decision he ever made in his life was to fall in love with this woman. This heartless woman, a woman who doesn't look like a woman at all. Gu Yin, you're not a woman. You're nothing but a fucking woman. Covering the phone in a hurry, Gu Yin's arrogant and overbearing voice changed to a gentle and charming. Soon, wait for me for a while." "Oh, okay, there's no rush. I just wanted to ask if the water you put on the quill is for washing your hair." Qin Zhang looked over the menu in his hand and sat down at the table. The man's breath was all of a sudden chaotic, as if he was infuriated by Gu Yin's words. "I heard that you played cross-dressing again yesterday, and took one person with you." "No, by a man." The man on the other end of the phone once again choked with anger. In the next moment, he roared over in an almost snarling manner. "Which time have you brought someone back that I didn't intercept halfway?" He didn't finish his sentence, but Gu Yin took over again. "All right, fakey, Yan fakey. I think I'm only the boss." "Isn't your accusing tone too much?" Gu Yin is still heartless, the tone of voice, but with the seriousness of the boss. "Nothing yesterday. You do not always listen to that group of boys startled. You are at least our second in command. On my personal affairs cannot be careful." Covering the phone in a hurry, Gu Yin's arrogant and overbearing voice changed to a gentle and charming. Soon, wait for me for a while." Oh, Gu Yin is still heartless, the tone of voice, but with the seriousness of the boss. Nothing yesterday. You do not always listen to that group of boys startled. You are at least our second in command. On my personal affairs cannot be careful. Can he? He can't. The phone rang like crazy, directly breaking the atmosphere between the two people. "Toriko, where are you?" The male voice inside was a bit urgent and tired. Picked up just as the first call was about to hang up. The person on the other end of the phone choked completely. The game of asking for touching ends with a phone call from Curran. He said and walked out. To be washed. Gu Yin raised his eyebrows and looked happy. His fingertips touched the man's head that he had just touched and smiled. "The old Burkas are at home. What's the matter?" Yim Fakey was so angry that he gasped. But Gu Yin on the other end of the phone was not finished. "Are you ready for tomorrow's deal?" At that moment, there was a knock on the door from Gu Yin's side, and then Qin Ziyang's voice drifted over gently. "Zhao Yin, is the phone ready? Everyone has their privacy. Even if This couple suddenly became boyfriend and girlfriend. To be washed, on the other end of the phone. Yim Fakey's eyes were wide. What did he hear? He's just out of the country on a deal. So who's going to tell him why he got several phone calls as soon as he got off the plane? First, they came to tell him that Gu Yin was taken by a man last night, while he was playing dress-up. And now he hears a man's voice when he calls Gu Yin's phone. "I've got something going on here. So without further ado, remember to take care of things tomorrow. I'll be out of the way." Gu Yin gave his instructions and hung up the phone without waiting for a reply. He picked out a jacket and jumped out of the room, embracing Qin Ziyang from behind. Gu Yin looked at what he had written, and was immediately amused. "Why did you write so much about food?" Qin Ziyang was a bit embarrassed. "I didn't know what you like to eat, so I listed some more." Heavy kiss on the man's cheeks. Gu Yin's whole happy and joyful. "Not to mention, as long as you burn it. I like it." Qin Ziyang is a little bit unable to accept this sudden advancement in love. But he liked Gu Yin's straightforwardness. It made him feel close and comfortable, looking at the jacket in Gu Yin's hand. Qin Ziyang took it in his hand and tilted his head at the beauty in front of him, signaling to put his hand in. The jacket was put on, and the two of them held hands and went out. The weather has already begun to fall, but the temperature has been not too cold, not too hot, just the right amount of people comfortable. It's just like the feeling of having a man by your side. Gu Yin takes the man to a supermarket near his home, where the two of them pick out ingredients. On the other hand, Yim Fakey, who was hung up on, almost hanged the person who accompanied Gu Yin yesterday and tortured him. Where did the boss go? Yim Fakey was tall. Her features carried the refinement of a Korean, but her movements and body shape carried the pugnacity of a Westerner. With a snap, the water cup on the table was overturned on the ground, making a shattering sound. An angry roar followed. "What are you all doing eating? Just you guys keeping watch." You let her drink. A few of his men had no choice but to keep their mouths shut. Found it in the control room. Everything that happened yesterday jumps off the screen. Qin Ziyang killed the man who tried to flirt with Gu Yin, and then dragged Gu Yin away with a furious look on his face. Drinking wine. You do not stop. This is not purely looking for death. Slapping the table even harder than before. The vibration from the thick palm directly scared the two men to the point where their legs went limp. Qin Ziyang put all the dishes in his hand aside. "Wait, I'll go buy them. I want corn." A certain mobster viper tugged at the man's arm, pointing mildly at the corn stand off to the side. It's just that not much is known about it. taking the key in anger. Fakey decides to go to Gu Yin in person. A few of the men bowed their heads, completely absent. One of them wanted to say that he couldn't stop them, but he swallowed his words silently. Unstoppable. That's why you're incompetent even in the second master's place. The jacket was put on, and the two of them held hands and went out the door. The weather has already begun to fall, but the temperature has been not too cold, not too hot, just the right amount of people comfortable. It's just like the feeling of having a man by your side. Qin Zhang is a little bit unable to accept this sudden advancement in love, but he liked Gu Yin's straightforwardness. It made him feel close and comfortable. The more Fakey cursed, the more wrong he became, glaring at a few people and saying, "Find me the video from yesterday and find out who that man is." Say, where did the boss go? Fakey was tall. Her features carried the refinement of a Korean, but her movements and body shape carried the pugnacity of a Westerner. With a snap, the water cup on the table was overturned on the ground, making a shattering sound. An angry roar followed. "What are you all doing eating? Just you guys keeping watch. You let her drink. I want corn." A certain mobster viper tugged at the man's arm. Pointing mildly at the corn stand off to the side. Found it, in the control room. Everything that happened yesterday jumps off the screen. Qin Zhang killed the man who tried to flirt with Gu Yin, and then dragged Gu Yin away with a furious look on his face. Drinking wine, you do not stop. This is not purely looking for death, slapping the table even harder than before. The vibration from the thick palm directly scared the two men to the point where their legs went limp. With his chest heaving, Fakey's eyes stared into the air with hatred. He wanted to see who dared to rob their boss. The number one gangster in a city, Viper, the more Fakey cursed, the more wrong he was, glaring at a few people. He said, "Find me the video from yesterday and find out who that man is." Gu Yin takes the man to a supermarket near his home, where the two of them pick out ingredients. A few of his men had no choice but to hold their tongues. One of them wanted to say that he couldn't stop them, but he swallowed his words silently. Unstoppable. That's why you're incompetent even in the second master's place. Qin Zhang put all the dishes in his hand aside. "Wait, I'll go buy them. Cunning rabbit has 3 holes." Gu Yin as a city's number one gangster. Her holes naturally quite a lot. On the other hand, Fakey, who is hung up on, almost hanged the person who accompanied Gu Yin yesterday and tortured him. Heavy kiss on the man's cheeks. Gu Yin's hole happy and joyful, not to mention, as long as you burn it. I like it. The lights flashed colorfully on their faces, making the whole picture look more like one cut-up painting after another. Now everything was in front of their eyes. However, Fakey was not happy, because the colorful fluorescent light made everyone's face distorted and unreal. Although he saw a man, the poor quality of the pixels made Fakey slap the table again. He picked out a jacket and jumped out of the room. Embracing Qin Zhang from behind, Gu Yin looked at what he had written, and was immediately amused. "Why did you write so much about food?" Looking at the jacket in Gu Yin's hand. Qin Zhang took it in his hand and tilted his head at the beauty in front of him. Signaling to put his hand in, Qin Zhang was a bit embarrassed. "I didn't know what you like to eat." So I listed some more. A few of the men bowed their heads, completely absent, in "I'll wait for you." Gu Yin smiled lightly. A beautiful little face hooked out of the heart-touching smile. Qin Zhang body is quite tall, with a head of more than 1.8 meters. He is very conspicuous in the crowd, and Gu Yin can scan the man at a glance. "And I'll wait for you." Gu Yin smiled lightly. A beautiful little face hooked out of the heart-touching smile. Qin Zhang body is quite tall, with a head of more than 1.8 meters. He is very conspicuous in the crowd, and Gu Yin can scan the man at a glance, with his chest heaving. Fakey's eyes stared into the air with hatred. He wanted to see who dared to rob their boss, the number one gangster in a city. Viper, what's he doing here? He can't even see the person in this picture. The lights flashed colorfully on their faces, making the whole picture look more like one cut-up painting after another. Now everything was in front of their eyes. However, Fakey was not happy, because the colorful fluorescent light made everyone's face distorted and unreal. Although he saw a man, the poor quality of the pixels made Fakey slap the table again. What's he doing here? He can't even see the person in this picture, taking the key in anger. Fakey decides to go to see Gu Yin in person. Cunning rabbit has 3 holes. Gu Yin as a city's #1 gangster. Her hole's naturally quite a lot. It's just that not much is known about it. In terms of Yim Fakey, there are 3 places that he knows about. Those 3 places are the largest and most luxurious real estate. Gu Yin do this business. The only thing that is not lacking is money. So everything she has to buy the best, driving a car around a city. But even though Yan Fakey searched the 3 places, but did not find Gu Yin himself, this caused him to tap the car's horn in annoyance. The ear-piercing sound of a horn dropping caused Gu Yin to turn back. And once she did, she saw Yan Fakey sitting in the car. He's really something, letting him deal with tomorrow's case. But he even ran here for me. Gu Yin's eyes narrowed severely, but when she lifted her head, she was filled with warmth. She said to Qin Xiangyong beside her, "I want to eat corn." Qin Xiangyong looked at Gu Yin's finger and smiled gently. The business there was especially good, and there was already a long line. At this rate, it would take at least another 10 minutes or so before they could get their hands on the corn. "Want to eat?" Qin Xiangyong glanced at the steaming fried corn on sale, and put all the dishes in his hand to one side. "Wait, I'll go buy it, and I'll wait for you." Gu Yin smiled lightly, a beautiful little face conjuring up a smile that made people's hearts flutter. But after the man left, that bright face drooped. A few quick steps, and he's in front of Yim Fakey's car. A slap on the bulletproof glass. Yan Fakey did not notice Gu Yin at all, and when he was slapped, his face was heavy and he intended to roar over. But when he saw that it was Gu Yin, his anger immediately subsided, and the whole person appeared to be a good and simple person similar to a lamb. "Want to eat?" Qin Xiangyong glanced at the steaming fried corn on sale, and put all the dishes in his hand to one side. "Wait, I'll go buy it." Yim Fakey's reflexes are good. Tao out of the camera to quickly take a few shots, to make sure the man's brow is clear, and left the street with a cold frown. Yan Fakey's brows twisted. Gu Yin's voice didn't sound like he was faking, so he stopped talking. "Looks like the whole gang is going to be straightened out." Even dare to take her orders as a whisper. Gu Yin's eyebrows were cold, taking Yan Fakey by the collar. Gu Yin's voice was cold with frost. "What are you doing here? I told you to take care of tomorrow's business. And this is how you handle it. Stay in the waiting mode. He's really something, letting him deal with tomorrow's case. But he even ran here for me." Gu Yin's eyes narrowed severely, but when she lifted her head, she was filled with warmth. She said to Qin Xiangyong beside her, "I want to eat corn." This caused him to tap the car's horn in annoyance. "And Gu Yin laughed, took out a piece, opened it and bit into it. A mouthful of sweet and sticky air just gushed out and attacked the whole mouth. Qin Xiangyong looked at Gu Yin's finger and smiled gently. The business there was especially good, and there was already a long line. At this rate, it would take at least another 10 minutes or so before they could get their hands on the corn. Yan Fakey was still good-tempered. "I just wanted to see you. I'm afraid you've been cheated." The silent Yim Fakey annoyed Gu Yin even more, but she merely glared majestically and retreated back to where she was before, with a cold snort. Gu Yin's face was still cold and scary. "Now, go back to me immediately. If I see you outside again, I'll replace you with someone else. Yummy." Gu Yin's face was so happy that the darkness he had felt before seemed to be blown away by the wind and dissipated completely. The silent Yim Fakey annoyed Gu Yin even more, but she merely glared majestically and retreated back to where she was before. Stay in the waiting mode. A few quick steps and he's in front of Yim Fakey's car. A slap on the bulletproof glass. Qin Xiangyong just smiled and responded mildly. "It's delicious, driving a car around a city." But even though Yan Fakey searched the 3 places, but did not find Gu Yin himself, Yan Fakey's eyebrows were cold and clear. The camera in his hand was pushed in front of the man and said, "Give me a check on the man above, in terms of Yim Fakey. He knows of 3 places. Those 3 places are the largest and most luxurious buildings. Gu Yin do this business. The only thing that is not lacking is money. So everything she has to buy the best." Taking Yan Fakey by the collar, Gu Yin's voice was cold with frost. "What are you doing here? I told you to take care of tomorrow's business. And this is how you handle it." Moving down the glass, Yan Fakey smiled and opened his mouth. Tora Chan. 63 seconds, tiptoeing to the beat until the sound of a car leaving rang out. Gu Yin then grunted coldly. It had taken Yan Fakey 63 seconds to leave after his threat. Moving down the glass, Yan Fakey smiled and opened his mouth. Tora Chan, when Qin Zhanyong turned back. He was about to see Gu Yin waving and smiling at him. He quickly peeled off a piece of corn and put it into Qin Zhanyong's mouth. Taste it, is it good? Looking at the man expectantly. Gu Yin's expression and actions were as if she had made the corn herself. The ear-piercing sound of the horn dropping caused Gu Yin to turn back, and once she did, she saw Yan Feiki sitting in the car. Yan Feiki's reflexes are good. Tao out of the camera to quickly take a few shots, to make sure the man's brow is clear, and left the street with a cold frown. When Qin Zhanyong turned back, he was about to see Gu Yin waving and smiling at him. Yan Feiki did not notice Gu Yin at all, and when he was slapped, his face was heavy, and he intended to roar over. But when he saw that it was Gu Yin, his anger immediately subsided, and the whole person appeared to be a good and simple person similar to a lamb. Bought it? The man's warm voice came from the front, and immediately afterward, a bag of hot corn was placed in Gu Yin's hand. Try it. It smells delicious. This smile was engraved in Yan Feiki's eyes at the same time. And I'll wait for you. Gu Yin smiled lightly, a beautiful little face conjuring up a smile that made people's hearts flutter. But after the man left, that bright face drooped. This smile was engraved in Yan Feiki's eyes at the same time. The man on the camera wasn't very clear, but the feeling wasn't fake. The man smiling at Curran is the same man who took her away from him yesterday and heard his voice on the phone today. Bought it? The man's warm voice came from the front, and immediately afterward, a bag of hot corn was placed in Gu Yin's hand. Try it. It smells delicious. 63 seconds. Tiptoeing to the beat until the sound of a car leaving rang out. Gu Yin then grunted coldly. It had taken Yan Feiki 63 seconds to leave after his threat. Looks like the whole gang is going to be straightened out. Even dare to take her orders as a whisper. Gu Yin's eyebrows were cold. Yan Feiki's brows twisted. Gu Yin's voice didn't sound like he was faking. So he stopped talking. The man on the camera wasn't very clear, but the feeling wasn't fake. The man smiling at Curran is the same man who took her away from him yesterday and heard his voice on the phone today. With a cold snort, Gu Yin's face remained frighteningly cold. Now, go back to me immediately. If I see you outside again, I'll replace you with someone else. Yan Feiki was still good-tempered. I just wanted to see you. I'm afraid you've been cheated. And Gu Yin laughed, took out a piece, opened it and bit into it. A mouthful of sweet and sticky air just gushed out and attacked the whole mouth. Yummy! Gu Yin's face was so happy that the darkness he had felt before seemed to be blown away by the wind and dissipated completely. He quickly peeled off a piece of corn and put it into Qin Zhanyong's mouth. Taste it. Is it good? Looking at the man expectantly. Gu Yin's expression and actions were as if she had made the corn herself. Qin Zhanyong just smiled and responded mildly. It's delicious. Yan Feiki's brows were cold and clear, and the camera in his hand was pushed in front of the man, saying, check the man above me. Hey, tell me, what are you going to cook? Gu Yin took the corn and nibbled on it, completely without the self-consciousness of cooking for a man that she had said before she left the house. I guess this girl had completely forgotten that she had said she was going to cook. But Qin Zhanyong didn't care. He ordered the dishes he bought and responded with a serious face. There are potatoes and beef brisket bought. 1 potato and beef brisket roasted. Another Westlake vinegar fish. 3 fresh meatballs, and lastly, 1 sauteed asparagus, and the rest of the dishes can be eaten tomorrow as well. Is that okay with you? Qin Zhanyong's movements are sharp. Killing fish and cutting meat is no problem. But Gu Yin frowned at the crispy asparagus and said in disgust, that asparagus is not good. It's good for your health. You should eat it. Qin Zhanyong did not listen to Gu Yin this time. The dish is heavy meat. That 3 fresh meatballs. Qin Zhanyong added cabbage. So another pure vegetables will be better. Gu Yin shrugged his shoulders. Let's burn it. If I don't like it, I won't eat it anyway, with this in mind. Gu Yin stopped talking. He took out a banana from the fruits he bought and bit into it, talking to the man as he did so. Zhang Yang, how many people are there in your house? Is it usually busy? The bananas were soft, and the man's pick was excellent. Gu Yin ate one, but it wasn't enough. He didn't wait to get a second one, but the man spoke up. Stop snacking. You won't be able to eat the food later. He made a cup of honey water. Qin Zhanyong put it into Gu Yin's hand. Take it, drink some water first. The food will be ready in a while. For example, let Gu Yin eat asparagus. Gu Yin was on the verge of tears. Damn. I thought I had found a white horse prince, but I finally realized that the white color was dyed with dye. And it was a black horse. He made a cup of honey water. Qin Zhang put it into Gu Yin's hand. Take it. Drink some water first. The food will be ready in a while. Qin Zhang movements were sharp, and he could kill fish and cut up meat in no time. But Gu Yin frowned at the crispy asparagus and said in disgust, "That asparagus is not good. You eat too much meat. The nutrition is not balanced. Come on, have one." Qin Zhang pinched the asparagus into Gu Yin's bowl, making sure she ate the dish before Qin Zhang proceeded to eat. It's just a piece of asparagus. It's just a piece of asparagus. She'd never eaten anything before. Closing her eyes and looking like she was sacrificing herself, Kieran bit down on the asparagus. Hate gritted his teeth, but Qin Zhang didn't care. I salted it before, and then alternately agitated it with hot and cold water. The taste will be better. Qin Zhang smiles, then pinches the fish into Gu Yin's bowl. Try it. These are my specialty dishes. Yin feels that what he said just now was a lie. He ordered the dishes he bought and responded with a serious face. There are potatoes and beef brisket bought. 1 potato and beef brisket roasted. Another Westlake vinegar fish. 3 fresh meatballs, and lastly, 1 sauteed asparagus, and the rest of the dishes can be eaten tomorrow as well. Is that okay with you? The imagined bitterness almost filled his mouth, to the point that Kieran was ready to spit it out at any moment. However, the fragrant scent that he received on his tongue made him open his eyes in dismay, blinking his mouth a little faster. And it was only when he completely swallowed it that he reacted. It's not astringent or bitter. Is it different from what I've had before? With a pitiful sob, Gu Yin complained, "It's not good. Why do you always let me eat it? It's not good. Stop snacking. You won't be able to eat the food later." Secretly, this man is not no temper, but have their own principles. Most of the things, he kept the submissive model, but some of the things he thinks is right will insist. Qin Zhang is definitely a white horse with a high steel capability. A 24K pure white horse. Gu Yin shrugged his shoulders. Let's burn it if I don't like it. I won't eat it anyway, with this in mind. Gu Yin stopped talking. He took out a banana from the fruits he bought and bit into it, talking to the man as he did so. The bananas were soft, and the man's pick was excellent. Gu Yin ate one, but it wasn't enough. He didn't wait to get a second one, but the man spoke up. It's just a piece of asparagus. It's just a piece of asparagus. She'd never eaten anything before. Closing her eyes and looking like she was sacrificing herself, Kieran bit down on the asparagus. Gu Yin skimmed his lips. You eat too much meat. The nutrition is not balanced. Come on, have one. Qin Zhang pinched the asparagus into Gu Yin's bowl, making sure she ate the dish before Qin Zhang proceeded to eat. Hate gritted his teeth. Gu Yin skimmed his lips. Secretly, this man is not no temper, but have their own principles. Most of the things, he kept the submissive model, but some of the things he thinks is right will insist. For example, let Gu Yin eat asparagus. With a pitiful sob, Gu Yin complained, "It's not good. Why do you always let me eat it?" "It's not good, Zhang. How many people are there in your house? Is it usually busy? It's good for your health. You should eat it." Qin Zhang did not listen to Gu Yin this time. The dish is heavy meat. That 3 fresh meatballs. Qin Zhang added cabbage, so another pure vegetables will be better. The meal was very comfortable. After the meal, Qin Zhang cleaned up, and Gu Yin talked to him. Gu Yin liked to talk to Qin Zhang while he was working. "Hey, tell me, what are you going to cook?" Kieran was munching on a corn, not having any sense of cooking for a man, as she had said before she left the house. I guess this girl had completely forgotten that she had said she was going to cook. This time, without Qin Zhang's coercion, Gu Yin took the initiative to pick up a chopstick and put it into his mouth, which he carefully tasted. The flavor was really different from what he had eaten before. It was so refreshing and crisp. The imagined bitterness almost filled his mouth, to the point that Kieran was ready to spit it out at any moment. However, the fragrant scent that he received on his tongue made him open his eyes in dismay, blinking his mouth a little faster. And it was only when he completely swallowed it that he reacted. It's not astringent or bitter. Is it different from what I've had before? Gu Yin was on the verge of tears. Damn. I thought I had found a white horse prince, but I finally realized that the white color was dyed with dye. And it was a black horse, this time, without Qin Zhanyang's coercion. Gu Yin took the initiative to pick up a chopstick and put it into his mouth, which he carefully tasted. The flavor was really different from what he had eaten before. It was so refreshing and crisp. I salted it before, and then alternately agitated it with hot and cold water. The taste will be better. Qin Zhanyang smiles, then pinches the fish into Gu Yin's bowl. Try it. These are my specialty dishes. Yin feels that what he said just now was a lie. Qin Zhanyang is definitely a white horse with a high steel capability. A 24K pure white horse. The meal was very comfortable. After the meal, Qin Zhanyang cleaned up, and Gu Yin talked to him. Gu Yin liked to talk to Qin Zhanyang while he was working. She realized that this man was very serious and meticulous in everything he did. Although it was the first time he came to his own home, he could not forget the arrangement of things just by looking at it. This is really a good quality. In the future they cannot find the thing. Directly ask the man on the line. Gu Yin smiled with a face of satisfaction. By the way, Qin Zhanyang turned his head to look at Gu Yin, with his usual gentle smile on his face. While that good quality was in full play at this moment, he asked, I saw a desert eagle placed in your living room yesterday. Why is it gone today? Gu Yin's hand that was eating the apple froze. The bite of the apple directly slipped down into the esophagus, and the panic of trying to pull it off directly choked on the apple in that mouth. Cough, cough, cough with this choke. Gu Yin directly tore up his heart and coughed, dull coughing. Wheezing, Qin Zhanyang startled a jump, hurriedly rushed off the foam on the hands, and patted on the slightly thin back. Are you all right? Qin Zhanyang looked anxious. He had never seen a person choke on an apple, and he kept his hands on the whole back, not forgetting to scold him gently. Eat slowly. Don't be in a hurry. Are you feeling better now? Gu Yin coughed his face red, and managed to hold back this mouthful of apple meat, and lifted his head to Qin Zhanyang's heroic face, and the prepared lie ran out of tune, and the truth rolled out all at once. That's my uncle's. Are you all right? Qin Zhanyang looked anxious, put the apple to one side, Gu Yin brewing emotions for a while, and then said, that gun is a simulation, but the material property is very similar to the real one. That is my uncle's. He was mixed with the gangsters with this gun, but in one of the land grabbing. Was killed. This gun was given to me by my uncle's friend, with a tug at the corners of her eyes. Gu Yin's sexy frown pulls out a charismatic arc as she replies sharply. Yes, they wanted me to take over my uncle's shift. They came over a total of 10 people, but one of them was a traitor. Uncle said to me at the time that if he did have an accident and that person came to find me, to let me take care of myself. That's true, Gu Yin reads in his heart. Not only is it true, but I killed that asshole who killed my uncle with that gun. And I've been going down this road ever since. After saying that, Gu Yin wanted to give himself a few big smacks. I told you to tell the truth. Tell me the truth. He had never seen a person choke on an apple, and he kept his hands on the whole back, while not forgetting to scold him gently. Eat slowly. Don't be in a hurry. Are you feeling better now? Qin Zhanyang's eyebrows wrinkled up, in the eyes of a red-rooted, righteous and upright second-generation government officials. These two since the bloody and cinematic plot. Let his world view a little collapse, at least in his concept. Although there is still the Yakuza, but in today's socialism, the not Yakuza should have been bleached or lubricated. So blatant, he said, is the police department in a city all dry rice. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to let this happen. Qin Zhanyang's heart was pulled up. Looking at Gu Yin's eyes, she couldn't stop cherishing. She found that no matter what this man did, he was more serious and meticulous. By the way, Qin Zhanyang turned his head to look at Gu Yin, with his usual gentle smile on his face. While that good quality was in full play at this moment, he asked, I saw a desert eagle placed in your living room yesterday. Why is it gone today, although it was the first time he came to his own home? He could not forget the arrangement of things just by looking at it. He touched his nose, naturally. It was impossible for Gu Yin to say these things to Qin Zhanyang. Dull coughing. Wheezing, Qin Zhanyang startled a jump, hurriedly rushed off the foam on the hands, and patted on the slightly thin back. Cough, cough, cough with this choke. Gu Yin directly tore up his heart and coughed. One look at Gu Yin. Her made-up sentences, hard to make Qin Zhanyang's heart ache. He touched his nose, naturally. It was impossible for Gu Yin to say these things to Qin Zhang. Gu Yin's hand that was eating the apple froze, and the bite of the apple slipped straight down into his esophagus, and the panic that tried to rip it off directly choked on the apple in his mouth. That's true, Kuan reads in his heart. Not only is it true, but I killed that asshole who killed my uncle with that gun, and I've been going down this road ever since. This is really a good quality. In the future they cannot find the thing. Directly ask the man on the line. Gu Yin smiled with a face of satisfaction, just like a leader to comfort his subordinates, holding the back of the hand of Gu Yin. Qin Zhang pulled the person to the sofa. Habitually for Gu Yin made a cup of water, make a gesture of heartfelt, softly asked, "Your uncle's friends have a difficult time for you." After saying that, Gu Yin wanted to give himself a few big smacks. "I told you to tell the truth. Tell me the truth. Your uncle's." Qin Zhang naturally remembered that uncle of Gu Yin's, who had robbed both of his parents of their property back then. The material of that gun is great. It looks just like the real thing. Gu Yin coughed his face red, and managed to hold back this mouthful of apple meat, and lifted his head to Qin Zhang heroic face. And the prepared lie ran out of tune, and the truth rolled out all at once. "That's my uncle's, your uncle's." Qin Zhang naturally remembered that uncle of Gu Yin's, who had robbed both of his parents of their property back then. The material of that gun is great. It looks just like the real thing. Put the apple to one side. Gu Yin brewing emotions for a while, and then said, "That gun is a simulation, but the material property is very similar to the real one. That is my uncle's. He was mixed with the gangsters with this gun, but in one of the land grabbing. Was killed. This gun was given to me by my uncle's friend." Qin Zhang eyebrows wrinkled up, in the eyes of a red-rooted, righteous and upright second-generation government officials. These two since the bloody and cinematic plot. Let his worldview a little collapse, at least in his concept, although there is still the Yakuza. But in today's socialism, the not Yakuza should have been bleached or lubricated. So blatant, he said. Is the police department in a city all dry rice? "I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to let this happen." One look at Gu Yin. Her made-up sentences. Hard to make Qin Zhang heart ache, just like a leader to comfort his subordinates, holding the back of the hand of Gu Yin. Qin Zhang pulled the person to the sofa. Habitually for Gu Yin made a cup of water, make a gesture of heartfelt conversation. Asked in a soft voice, "Your uncle's friends have a difficult time for you," with a tug at the corners of her eyes. Gu Yin's sexy frown pulls out a charismatic arc as she replies sharply, "Yes. They wanted me to take over my uncle's shift. They came over a total of 10 people, but one of them was a traitor. Uncle said to me at the time that if he did have an accident and that person came to find me, to let me take care of myself." Qin Zhang heart was pulled up, looking at Gu Yin's eyes. He couldn't stop feeling pain. "You must have had a hard time then, a young girl, whose parents left her early, is all alone and lonely, with only an uncle who is a gangster to turn to. The uncle has failed to fulfill his responsibility of raising her. And not only has he used all her compensation money for his own use, but he also has a group of gangster friends who want to do harm to this child." Which is really a tragic story. Patting the back of Gu Yin's hand again, Qin Zhang pressed Gu Yin's waist, which was sitting straight against himself. He entrusted Gu Yin's head to rest on his shoulder and said seriously, "In the future, if I'm around, I won't let them bully you." Gu Yin just laughed, his heart warming. If that man hadn't bullied her, he would have died long ago, killed by her. She killed him, a 9-year-old child. No one would have thought that she would be so cruel, so decisive. She let this man in to talk to her, and finally killed him with that gun, although 9-year-old Gu Yin hadn't grown up. Her delicate little face still tickled the hearts of those who licked blood from the knife's edge. And it was with that gun and 6 bullets that she shot that man. From then on, she was on her way to becoming a Yakuza. Her hands and feet are not clean at all. She stepped on blood to get to the top. A 9-year-old is the boss, who can be convinced, but she kills anyone who disobeys her, with this ruthlessness. She climbed to the top, patting the back of Gu Yin's hand again. Qin Zhang pressed Gu Yin's waist, which was sitting straight against himself, but she kills anyone who disobeys her. A 9-year-old is the boss, who can be convinced. The glass reflects what the person bathing inside is doing, but you can't really see it. "No need," Qin Yang can't bear to let this girl see this gun again, thus recalling the sad past. Her childhood is already very unfortunate. What should be forgotten, tightening their hands. Qin Zhang wiped a handful of Gu Yin's hair. It's okay. Everything is fine now. Gu Yin just laughed. His heart warming. If that man hadn't bullied her, he would have died long ago, killed by her. She killed him. A 9-year-old child. No one would have thought that she would be so cruel, so decisive. She let this man in to talk to her, and finally killed him with that gun. And then, nodding his head softly, Gu Yin's eyes crossed a hidden smile. For those who are too upright, retreat for advancement is always so effective. He entrusted Gu Yin's head to rest on his shoulder and said seriously, "In the future, with me around, I won't let them bully you." Sipping a mouthful of tea, Gu Yin drifted out a sound as leisurely as a sigh. "That gun is quite important to me." The tone of voice carried a sense of reluctance, carried a sense of helplessness. "I've hidden him away, if you want to see it. I'll go get it." Her hands and feet are not clean at all. She stepped on blood to get to the top. "You must have had a hard time then. 10 o'clock at night." In Gu Yin's eyes. "It's a good time to symbolize music, money, and money," while in Qin Zhang eyes. "It's a good time to sleep. And this reward must be the most beneficial." Squinting and staring at the ceiling, Gu Yin listened carefully to the sound of water coming from the washroom. At the time of the renovation, I do not know what Gu Yin was thinking. Directly to the master bedroom washroom in the middle of the wall, knocked out. Made a huge piece of frosted glass. From the time she killed her first person at the age of 9. Gu Yin has known to profit from the smallest of things in her eyes. To do something, there must be a reward for it. The sky is heavy and darkness creeps in, affecting your biological clock. It makes you spontaneously inscribe the word "sleep" on the clock, in order to cultivate a relationship with Qin Zhang. He didn't even bother to turn over to the counterparty in advance, paying such a big price. Not from the Qin Zhang body abduction point, what? Gu Yin always feel that he is a bit of a big loss. The simple word in this man's disguise, with a flavor of asceticism. 10 o'clock at night, in Gu Yin's eyes. It's a good time to symbolize music, money, and money, while in Qin Zhang eyes. It's a good time to sleep, no need. Qin Zhang can't bear to let this girl see this gun again, thus recalling the sad past. Her childhood is already very unfortunate. What should be forgotten, tightening their hands. Qin Zhang wiped a handful of Gu Yin's hair. It's okay. Everything is fine now. And then, nodding his head softly, Gu Yin's eyes crossed a hidden smile. For those who are too upright, retreat for advancement is always so effective. All the way to fight and kill over. The early years of the body, there is no place of skin, is intact. Flat, pits, puddles, scars, and gunshot wounds. If it is not a few years ago, her body to do a skin grafting surgery. It is estimated that Qin Zhang touched her body, can be scared to wake up, although 9-year-old Gu Yin hadn't grown up. Her delicate little face still tickled the hearts of those who licked blood from the knife's edge. And it was with that gun and 6 bullets that she shot that man. From then on, she was on her way to becoming a yakuza. Life in the army is always the same, strict and disciplined. But today, Gu Yin will not let Qin Zhang be so disciplined. The sky is heavy and darkness creeps in, affecting your biological clock. It makes you spontaneously inscribe the word "sleep" on the clock. A young girl, whose parents left her early, is all alone and lonely, with only an uncle who is a gangster to turn to. The uncle has failed to fulfill his responsibility of raising her. And not only has he spent all her compensation money on himself, but he also has a group of gangster friends who want to do harm to the child, which is really a tragic story. With this ruthlessness, she climbed to the top, sipping a mouthful of tea. Gu Yin drifted out a sound as leisurely as a sigh. "That gun is quite important to me." The tone of voice carried a sense of reluctance, carried a sense of helplessness. "I've hidden him away, if you want to see it. I'll go get it." The simple word in this man's disguise, with a flavor of asceticism. All the way to fight and kill over. The early years of the body, there is no place of skin, is intact. Flat, pits, puddles, scars, and gunshot wounds. If it is not a few years ago, her body to do a skin grafting surgery. It is estimated that Qin Zhang touched her body, can be scared to wake up. Life in the army is always the same, strict and disciplined, but today, Gu Yin will not let Qin Zhang be so disciplined. in order to cultivate a relationship with Qin Zhang. He didn't even bother to turn over to the counterparty in advance, paying such a big price. Not from the Qin Zhang body abduction point, what? Gu Yin always feel that he is a bit of a big loss. From the time she killed her first person at the age of 9. Gu Yin has known to profit from the smallest of things in her eyes, to do something. There must be a reward for it. And this reward must be the most beneficial. Squinting and staring at the ceiling, Gu Yin listened carefully to the sound of water coming from the washroom. At the time of the renovation, I do not know what Gu Yin was thinking. Directly to the master bedroom washroom in the middle of the wall, knocked out. Made a huge piece of frosted glass. The glass reflects what the person bathing inside is doing, but you can't really see it. The frosted material and the bumpy texture make it so that even Gu Yin's perfect one, 5 vision, can only make out a blurry silhouette, which seems to be bold, but in fact can only be seen as a piece of flesh colored, making a general movement there. I can't even see my face, let alone anything else. Hate skimmed the mouth. Gu Yin began to regret why he did not pretend to be transparent in the first place. Humming softly, Gu Yin's eyes somehow caught sight of the clothes Qin Zhang had put on the toffee chair to change out of. She remembers. She doesn't seem to have a man's number yet. The lights were red and the wine was green. The music was loud and the demons were dancing. A large group of people on the dance floor, crazy twisting body, venting the day's work of boredom and boredom. The color of the night and the noisy atmosphere around the hot waves rolling, so that they took off the day of good faith coat. Together into the night of the carnival, the man hiding at the very edge of the room was looking around cautiously. His triangular eyes narrowed slightly. A quick finger press on the cell phone button. Today is a pre-trade prospecting session. Gu Yin swept a glance at the snowy white that appeared in the yellow color. It was the white towel she had given to Qin Zhang. Good, Gu Yin smiled, his whole body soft and sticky, extremely talkative and gentle, with a smile on his face. Gu Yin pressed save, and just as the number was saved, a call came in. A bit of intermittent speech is not really heard, but Gu Yin is sure it is a man's voice. This man seems to call Qin Zhang quickly over. She remembers. She doesn't seem to have a man's number yet. A large group of people on the dance floor, crazy twisting body, venting the day's work of boredom and boredom. The color of the night and the noisy atmosphere around the hot waves rolling, so that they took off the day of good faith coat. Together into the night of the carnival, good night. Gu Yin frowned slightly. Gu Yin, who had secretly saved his number, was startled the first time the bell rang. He pressed the answer button subconsciously. The man on the other end of the phone apparently didn't realize that the one who answered the phone wasn't the real one, and was still talking. Queen Bar, you know what, you quickly come. The man on the other end of the phone apparently didn't realize that the one who answered the phone wasn't the real one, and was still talking. Queen Bar, you know what, you quickly come, coughing softly in her throat. Gu Yin tried to lower her voice and kept traveling in the male bass voice, as if she had found the right tone. Gu Yin paused. The color of Qin Zhang voice escaped from her mouth. I know. I'll be right over. But where does it need to go at this hour? The body wrapped in a white towel had come toward the door. The deafening DJ tunes on the other side of the cell phone rushed straight to his ears, and the man's lowered voice seemed weak and drifting amidst the noise of the bottoming out. The body wrapped in a white towel had come toward the door of the Queen's Bar. Gu Yin's frown deepened. At this exact moment, the sound of water in the washroom stopped, and Qin Zhang seemed to have finished his shower. Gu Yin swept a glance at the snowy white that appeared in the yellow color. It was the white towel she had given to Qin Zhang. The person on the other end responded a few times, didn't realize anything was wrong, and hung up the phone. The person on the other end responded a few times, didn't realize anything was wrong, and hung up the phone. Hurry, people are here. You pack up. Come over quickly. Humming softly. Gu Yin's eyes somehow caught sight of the clothes Qin Zhang had put on the toffee chair to change out of. The lights were red and the wine was green. The music was loud and the demons were dancing. I can't even see my face, let alone anything else. Hey, are you done? Gu Yin laughed softly. Her fingertips ruffled her long wavy hair. Her eyes scanned Qin Zhang's lean and perfect body, and then, as if she thought of something, she smiled at Qin Zhang with a pair of darting eyes and said, I just saved my number on your cell phone. Do you mind? seemingly not thinking that he had left his cell phone outside. Qin Zhang was slightly flabbergasted, but he lost it in the twinkling of an eye, and smiled as he lifted his head. "Don't mind, then go to bed early. I'll go out first." The man hiding at the very edge of the room was looking around cautiously. His triangular eyes narrowed slightly. The frosted material and the bumpy texture make it so that even Gu Yin's perfect one. 5 vision can only make out a blurry silhouette, which seems to be bold, but in fact can only be seen as a piece of flesh colored, making a general movement there. That is, the final confirmation of both sides. Yasu. Gu Yin waved his hand and watched as the door to his room was closed before his entire body popped right up. Picking up his cell phone and quickly finding out the number. Hate skimmed the mouth. Gu Yin began to regret why he did not pretend to be transparent in the first place. With his fingers deleting this call record flexibly, Gu Yin's body quickly ran and jumped back to the bed. The moment the bathroom door opens, the deafening DJ tunes on the other side of the cell phone rushed straight to his ears, and the man's lowered voice seemed weak and drifting amidst the noise of the bottoming out. A quick finger press on the cell phone button. Today is a pre-trade prospecting session. Gu Yin, who had secretly saved his number, was startled the first time the bell rang. He pressed the answer button subconsciously. If Qin Zhang comes over at this time, he can familiarize himself with tomorrow's progress. As an informant, he needs to inform the man to come here soon. Hurry, people are here, you pack up. Come over quickly. The 11-digit number was rapidly dialed in his hand, but where does it need to go? At this hour, coughing softly in her throat, Gu Yin tried to lower her voice and kept traveling in the male bass voice. As if she had found the right tone, Gu Yin paused. The color of Qin Zhang voice escaped from her mouth. "I know, I'll be right over." The Queen's bar. Gu Yin's frown deepened at this exact moment. The sound of water in the washroom stopped, and Qin Zhang seemed to have finished his shower, with a smile on his face. Gu Yin pressed save, and as soon as the number was saved, a call came in. With his fingers deleting this call record flexibly, Gu Yin's body quickly ran and jumped back to the bed. The moment the bathroom door opens, the 11-digit number was rapidly dialed in his hand. Gu Yin frowned slightly. That's the final confirmation between the two sides. A bit of intermittent speech is not really heard, but Gu Yin is sure it is a man's voice. This man seems to call Qin Zhang quickly over. If Qin Zhang comes over at this time, he can familiarize himself with tomorrow's progress. As an informant, he needs to inform the man to come here soon. "Hey, are you done?" Gu Yin laughed softly. Her fingertips ruffled her long wavy hair. Her eyes scanned Qin Zhang lean and perfect body. And then, as if she thought of something, she smiled at Qin Zhang with a pair of darting eyes and said, "I've just saved my number on your cell phone. Do you mind?" Seemingly not thinking that he had left his cell phone outside. Qin Zhang was slightly flabbergasted, but he lost it in the twinkling of an eye, and smiled as he lifted his head. "Don't mind, then go to bed early. I'll go out first." "Good." Gu Yin smiled, his whole body soft and sticky. Extremely talkative and gentle. "Good night, Yasu." Gu Yin waved his hand and watched as the door to his room was closed before his entire body popped right up. Picking up his cell phone and quickly figuring out the number. "Tora Chan." Came Yan Fakey's delighted voice on the other end of the line. "Is something wrong, or are you coming to the Queen?" "I'm not coming. I want you to check a number." Gu Yin's face was gloomy. Casually reported the 11-digit cell phone number that he had previously called into Qin Zhang cell phone. Locking his eyebrows and whispering, "Find out who this man is." Hearing the seriousness in Gu Yin's voice, Yan Fakey's voice also became serious. "I'll get back to you in 5 minutes." The 11-character number looked familiar at first glance. Without any detours, Yan Fakey directly broadcast the number. The number display broadcast, and then popped up a person's name calves. Naturally, this cannot be a name, just a code. This person. Yim Fakey eyes also for one dark. He was new here a few months ago. Because of the lack of manpower. Look at him smart. Yan Fakey directly assigned people to the Queen, is responsible for recruiting. How this person's number from the mouth of the Yinzai appeared. Yan Fakey's brows were tightly locked, and he waved at the little brother beside him. "Bring the cabs to my office. On the second floor of the Queen's bar is the office, with an imported partition that shuts out the noise the moment the door is closed, leaving a room of tranquility. Cav's hands and feet were all unnatural and awkward, as he stood still rubbing his hands together, seemingly a bit nervous. His knees were so weak that he almost fell to his knees. His knees were so weak that he almost fell to his knees. Yan Fakey's brows were tightly locked, and he waved at the little brother beside him. "Bring the cabs to my office." But as the boss of the Yakuza on the level of characters, their kind of people do not know how to ask. Also do not have any heart to ask others the best way, only to force pressure, to come up with the results they want. Suddenly figured out the calf, all of a sudden clear up. Although still cannot control the body's trembling, but at least can think quickly. Yim Fakey also did not take it seriously. Directly threw out the cell phone and asked, "Do you know how I have your cell phone number?" This person. Yim Fakey eyes also for one dark. Cavs was flabbergasted. Wasn't the number the one Yim Fakey had saved himself that day? He asked himself to be in charge of recruiting. And the timing is too nerve-wracking. I just contacted Kin Zion here, and Yim Fakey came directly to find himself. These two things. It's over, it's known, we're dead. Yim Fakey was satisfied with Zai's fear of himself. His head lifted up, pointing straight to the other side of the sofa. Sit, snap. The sound of the lighter was loud and piercing. The ears that were used to the noise came to the quiet ground at once. The ears seemed to still retain that deafening sound. But this sound of the lighter hardened the calf to bring all his senses back. "Yen, boss Yen, you're looking for me." Cavs tried hard to pull a smile on his face. Impatiently, his face was too stiff, only revealing a smile that was worse than crying. Calvary's face turned white. "It's over, it's known, we're dead." Calvary's face turned white. The way he's acting now. It's more like he wants to know something. I just made a phone call. Calvary decided to start with the first number. Straight to the point, Turiko. Yim Fakey's delighted voice came from the other end of the line. "Is something wrong? Or are you coming over to the Queen as an informant?" The quality of the heart must be strong, from the first nervousness to fear, and now to despair. Niu suddenly seems to think of something, a little puzzled. "I also know that I am an undercover agent." Breathing chaotically and nervously, his brain was like a red-hot iron was thrown into his head, which scalded all the brain cells at once. Completely unable to carry out the most basic thinking, Cavs only know that he is going to die, because of a previous call to Kin Zion. Killed him, Cavs blanched Yan Fakey all see in the eyes. Disdainful cold snort. "You are, and I say. You play where to get the number, so you dare so call her." Yim Fakey slapped the table. The whole office atmosphere turned sharply downward. "Your ability is getting bigger and bigger. How dare you do such a thing? No, I'll just stand." Calico's entire body was shaking. Yim Fakey was satisfied with Zai's fear of himself. His head lifted up, pointing straight to the other side of the sofa. "Sit, Yen. Boss Yen, you're looking for me." Cavs tried hard to pull a smile on his face. Impatiently, his face was too stiff, only revealing a smile that was worse than crying. No, I'll just stand." Calico's entire body was shaking. He was new here a few months ago, because of the lack of manpower. Look at him smart. Yan Fakey directly assigned people to the Queen is responsible for recruiting. How this person's number from the mouth of the Yin Zai appeared. It is not true that he had not seen what happened to those informants who were found out. A bullet was put into the left side of the brain. Plasma spattered out, and not a word of nonsense was uttered. But Yim Fei Chi only questioned him from just now, which was totally different from his usual style. Hearing the seriousness in Gu Yin's voice, Yan Fakey's voice also became serious. "I'll get back to you in 5 minutes. I also know that I am an undercover agent." Breathing chaotically and nervously, his brain was like a red-hot iron was thrown into his head, which scalded all the brain cells at once. Completely unable to carry out the most basic thinking, Cavs only know that he is going to die, because of a previous call to Kin Zion. Killed him, naturally. This cannot be a name, just a code. His heart tightened, and the calf returned more and more carefully. Just saved it for that day. Cavs was flabbergasted. Wasn't the number the one Yim Fakey had saved himself that day? He asked himself to be in charge of recruiting, and the timing is too nerve-wracking. I just contacted Kin Zion here, and Yim Fakey came directly to find himself. These two things. On the second floor of the Queen's Bar is the office, with an imported partition that shuts out the noise the moment the door is closed, leaving a room of tranquility. "I'm not coming. I want you to check a number. Gu Yin's face was gloomy. Casually reported the 11-digit cell phone number that he had previously called into Qin Xiangyang's cell phone. Locking his eyebrows and whispering, "Find out who this man is." Cav's blanched Yan Fakey all see in the eyes. Disdainful cold snort. "You are, and I say, you play where to get the number. So you dare so call her." Yan Fakey slapped the table. The whole office atmosphere turned sharply downward. "Your ability is getting bigger and bigger. How dare you do such a thing?" Yan Fakey gloomy tone. Take the eyes glanced at the calf. Leisurely voice said, "This number is not the day to save. You just called who?" Yan Fakey also did not take it seriously. Directly threw out the cell phone and asked, "Know how I have your cell phone number?" Yan Fakey gloomy tone. Take the eyes glanced at the calf. Leisurely voice said, "This number is not the day to save. You just called who?" The 11-character number looked familiar at first glance. Without any detour, Yan Fakey directly broadcast the number. The number display broadcast, and then popped up a person's name, Cavs. His heart tightened, and he returned more and more cautiously. Just saved it for that day, snap. The sound of the lighter was loud and piercing. The ears that were used to the noise came to the quiet ground at once. The ear still seemed to retain that deafening sound. But this sound of the lighter hardened the calf to bring all his senses back. Cav's hands and feet were all unnatural and awkward, as he stood still rubbing his hands together, seemingly a bit nervous as an informant. The quality of the heart must be strong, from the first nervousness to fear, and now to despair. Niu suddenly seems to think of something, a little puzzled. It is not true that he had not seen what happened to those informants who were found out. A bullet was put into the left side of the brain. Plasma spattered out, and not a word of nonsense was uttered. But Yim Fei Chi only questioned him from just now, which was totally different from his usual style. The way he's acting now, it's more like he wants to know something. But as the boss of the Yakuza, on the level of characters, their kind of people do not know how to ask. Also do not have any heart to ask others, the best way. Only to force pressure, to come up with the results they want. Suddenly figured out the calf all of a sudden clear up. Although still cannot control the body's trembling, but at least can think quickly. I just made a phone call. Calvary decided to start with the first number, cutting straight to the chase. Yan Fakey stared at Zai and lifted his jaw. Signaling go on, taking a deep breath, Zai shook his noise and went on to say, that person is our newly recruited young master, but hasn't come to work yet, so I'll just contact him. Young master, Yan Fakey's face changed. Tarako only said to look up this number, but she didn't say how she got it. And now the person who made that call is saying that he made a call right before. And that call was still to a young master, narrowing his eyes. Yan Fakey coldly said, "Only this one call." Yes, Jiaji nodded his head, with a fearful look on his face, and hurriedly said, "This young master is quite good looking. I just want to arrange for him to come to work earlier. And before that, I was just urging him to come here soon. Yim, brother Yim, if you want to see this young master, why don't you ask me to make a phone call, to urge him? Cavs asked this question with apprehension, but it made Yan Fakey feel like slamming the table in anger. Shit, if this asshole really called a young master. Where did Tarako get the number? What's the answer? Tarako is definitely with the young master, hatingly inhaling. Yan Fakey glared. What's the point of me fucking wanting that young master to come? Get out. Jiuzi was startled by Yim Fakey's outburst again. But when he heard the word roll, he was delighted. She needed to digest it. The mind-boggling thing of Qin Xiangyang being the young master really gave her an urge to hit the wall. Such a person, even if she said he was the child of the Chinese marshal, she would believe it. Saw your light was still on and thought I'd come and talk to you. Do you mind, but, young master, a raised eyebrow. All right, I know. Today their wave of people will come to explore the scene. You follow up well. Tomorrow's deal will be all yours to take over, without another word. Gu Yin hung up the phone. All right, I know. Today their wave of people will come to explore the scene. You follow up well. Tomorrow's deal will be all yours to take over. Without another word, Gu Yin hung up the phone. Gu Yin's frown tightened, taking a deep breath. Zai shook his noise and went on to say, That person is our newly recruited young master, but hasn't come to work yet, so I'll just contact him. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to do, but I'm going to be able to do a lot more than that. The simple and clear 4 words, but explains the urgency in Gu Yin's heart. She couldn't even wait for 5 minutes before rushing over. Gu Yin was still puzzled, but she didn't want to say anything more, since her people had found out. She naturally believed in the efficiency of her own people's men. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a good look at this, but I'm sure you're going to be able to get a good look at it. The simple and clear 4 words, but explains the urgency in Gu Yin's heart. She couldn't even wait for 5 minutes before rushing over. Yan Feiki stared at the calf and lifted his lower jaw, signaling go on, but young master on the other hand, Qin Xiangyong lying on the bed, looking at the light not ceiling. Tomorrow is the day of action. If the action is successful, he will need to go back. To work has always had absolute professional, calm Qin Xiangyong this time. Some do not want to leave so early. Cavs asked this question with apprehension, but it made Yan Feiki feel like slamming the table in anger. After answering sharply, Ju Zai flashed his body and went out, teeth clenched hard. Yan Feiki took a deep breath and said in a steady voice, "That's our recruiting henchman. He called a young master to come work at the Queen." On the other hand, Qin Xiangyong lying on the bed, looking at the light not ceiling. Tomorrow is the day of action. If the action is successful, he will need to go back. To work has always had absolute professional, calm Qin Xiangyong this time. Some do not want to leave so early. A raised eyebrow. Gu Yin was still puzzled, but she didn't want to say anything more. Since her people had found out, she naturally believed in the efficiency of her own people's men. The hatingly inhaling. Yan Feiki glared. "What's the point of me fucking wanting that young master to come? Get out, get out." Yan Feiki muffled his voice. "Yes, it's young master, young master." Yan Feiki's face changed. He won. He bet on it. Jiuzi was startled by Yan Feiki's outburst again, but when he heard the word roll, he was delighted. "I knew you wouldn't mind. You're so good-tempered." Gu Yin nodded with the face of a landlady as she spontaneously circled the cleaned room. "I can't imagine that the room where you usually do your storage is cleaned up. It looks really good." Gu Yin's frown tightened. Yan Feiki muffled his voice. "Yes, it's young master." Qin Xiangyong got up from the bed. "Come in." Tarako only said to look up this number, but she didn't say how she got it. And now the person who made that call is saying that he made a call right before. And that call was still to a young master, after answering sharply. Ju Zai flashed his body and went out. Knock 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 knock. Came from outside. The door opens. It's Gu Yin, teeth clenched hard. Yan Feiki took a deep breath and said in a steady voice, "That's our recruiting henchman. He called a young master to come work at the Queen." Knock 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 knock. Came from outside. Shit. If this asshole really called a young master. Where did Tarako get the number? Yes, yes. Jiaji nodded his head, with a fearful look on his face, and hurriedly said, "This young master is quite good-looking. I just want to arrange for him to come to work earlier, and before that, I was just urging him to come here soon. Yim, brother Yim, if you want to see this young master, why don't you ask me to make a phone call, to urge him, urge him." He won, he bet on it. What's the answer? Tarako is definitely with the young master, narrowing his eyes. Yan Feiki coldly said, "Only this one call." Gu Yin didn't expect this answer. "Young master, you can't be wrong." Qin Xiangyong as the young master. This is also too ridiculous. Right, but these words Gu Yin did not say out. She just used more high-pitched tone, said the 2 words, "Young master." Gu Yin didn't expect this answer. "Young master, you can't be wrong." Qin Xiangyong as the young master. This is also too ridiculous. Right. But these words Gu Yin did not say out. She just used more high-pitched tone, said the 2 words, "Young master." Qin Xiangyong smiled. Don't mind. She needed to digest it. The mind-boggling thing of Qin Xiangyong being the young master really gave her an urge to hit the wall. Such a person, even if she said he was the child of the Chinese marshal, she would believe it. Qin Xiangyong got up from the bed. "Come in." The door opens. It's Gu Yin. "Saw your light was still on and thought I'd come and talk to you." "Do you mind?" Qin Xiangyong smiled. "Don't mind. I knew you wouldn't mind. You're so good-tempered." Gu Yin nodded with the face of a landlady as she spontaneously circled the cleaned room. "I can't imagine that the room where you usually do your storage is cleaned up. It looks really good." Qin Zhang matched the response. That serious echoing voice made Gu Yin happy, and he laughed as he patted Qin Zhang. "Hey, what are you doing in a city? Are you really traveling?" Qin Zhang smiled lightly. "A city's economy has been growing rapidly in the past few years, so I naturally want to come and have a good look at it." Gu Yin wrinkled his nose. Qin Zhang answer was too general. "He is not honest." Dry laugh a few times. Qin Zhang followed to sit on the edge of the bed, said, "As if it is to experience life. I have never been out of the city since I was a child. Come to the city as if it is to get acquainted with it." "You're really out of your depth, Gu Yin. A city's economy is not coincidentally. It is this person in front of you to make up. But the business are nightclubs and fast money way. You cannot see the surface. With that in mind." Gu Yin spat out his words in a roundabout way. "Xiang Yong, are you interested in the occupation of young master?" "Young master?" Qin Zhang was flabbergasted, and his eyes went straight to Gu Yin. Gu Yin's dark eyes carried a light smile and a serious face. The girl's rare shyness made Gu Yin satisfied with the sweetness. A tug on Qin Zhang arm, laughed and said, "Then it's a coincidence. You see, I'm the DJ princess. You're the young master. We're just right for each other." "What?" Gu Yin took a look at Qin Zhang and teased him with a cheeky grin at his embarrassed face. "You look like you're not happy with us being paired up." Qin Zhang was so relieved that he stroked Gu Yin's hair and nodded his head with a light smile. "I would like to try it out when I have the chance, if I can be with you. I can still watch you during the day." "Isn't that nice? Are you used to living here?" With that in mind, Gu Yin spat out his words in a roundabout way. "Zhang Yong, are you interested in the occupation of young master?" This analogy directly caused Qin Zhang to be flabbergasted, and the smile on his face stiffened and died on his cheeks. "It's a little bit embarrassing to have a man you're rarely attracted to stay in the guest room." "Oh," understandably let out a monotone. Gu Yin heart secretly said, "Looks like Qin Zhang want to experience his own life." Enrolled in the Queen's young master, he is afraid that he will be bullied. So he did this. It's a little bit embarrassing to have a man you're rarely attracted to stay in the guest room. It is unconsciously addictive and even gives you a hidden urge. The more you're different from everyone else, the more motivated I am. Qin Zhang responded in a cooperative manner. "You know, she's still very happy with this man." "Rather, it's the first time he's ever been this close to a girl. Before going to sleep, every time he breathed, he could smell Gu Yin's scent. It was the refreshing scent of morning dew, not as strong as perfume, nor as touching as the scent of flowers, but the scent was exceptionally moist, like a pool of water. Clear and elegant. Are you used to living here? Not only because of Qin Zhang appearance, demeanor, talk, but also the feeling he gives people. Warm but not lose the masculinity. Upright but a little old-fashioned. Like the ancient loyal to the emperor's generals. Embarrassed lightly laughed too. Qin Zhang a bit uncomfortable. In his bones, he is still a conservative man. A bit cannot stand Gu Yin's flirtation. Face even showed a hidden blush. But also let Gu Yin heart smile open flowers. That serious echoing voice made Gu Yin happy, and he laughed as he patted Qin Zhang. "Hey, what are you doing in a city? Are you really traveling?" Gu Yin's eyes darted around, stepping back and forth in the room. Her house wasn't that big, let alone this was just one of the guest rooms. A few laps back and forth to the bottom. Folding back, the tiny guest room was still a guest room no matter how it was organized. The location was small. This was the type of man she'd never met before, and the only one who didn't manhandle her. But it's not Corin's words he's struggling with. The girl's rare shyness made Gu Yin satisfied with the sweetness. A tug on Qin Zhang arm, laughed and said, "Then it's a coincidence. You see, I'm the DJ princess. You're the young master. We're just right for each other. A city's economy is not coincidentally. It is this person in front of you to make up. But the business are nightclubs and fast money way. You cannot see the surface." Gu Yin's dark eyes carried a light smile and a serious face. But it's not Corin's words he's struggling with. Dry laugh a few times. Qin Zhang followed to sit on the edge of the bed. Said, as if it is to experience life, "I have never been out of the city since I was a child. come to the Ace City as if it is to get acquainted with it. Qin Ziyang smiled lightly. A city's economy has been growing rapidly in the past few years, so I naturally had to come and have a good look. Gu Yin wrinkled his nose. Qin Ziyang's answer was too general. He is not honest. When Qin Ziyang said this, he meant it as a joke, but Gu Yin took it seriously. Rather, it's the first time he's ever been this close to a girl. Before going to sleep, every time he breathed, he could smell Gu Yin's scent. It was the refreshing scent of morning dew, not as strong as perfume, nor as touching as the scent of flowers, but the scent was exceptionally moist, like a pool of water. Clear and elegant, embarrassed lightly laughed too. Qin Ziyang a bit uncomfortable, in his bones. He is still a conservative man. A bit cannot stand Gu Yin's flirtation. Face even showed a hidden blush, but also let Gu Yin heart smile open flowers. Qin Ziyang was so relieved that he stroked Gu Yin's hair and nodded his head with a light smile. I would like to try it out when I have the chance, if I can be with you. I can still watch you during the day. Isn't that nice, young master? Qin Ziyang was flabbergasted, and his eyes went straight to Gu Yin. Oh, understandably let out a monotone. Gu Yin heart secretly said, looks like Qin Ziyang want to experience his own life. Enrolled in the Queen's young master, he is afraid that he will be bullied. So he did this. It is unconsciously addictive and even gives you a hidden urge. You're really out of your depth, Gu Yin. When Qin Ziyang said this, he meant it as a joke, but Gu Yin took it seriously. People have a bitchy character. After a lot of flattery, they become numb. And then suddenly a person who avoids me like a scorpion comes along, and their spirit is instantly aroused. What? Gu Yin took a look at Qin Ziyang and teased him with a cheeky grin at his embarrassed face. You look like you're not happy with us being paired up. Gu Yin's eyes darted around, stepping back and forth in the room. Her house wasn't that big, let alone this was just one of the guest rooms. A few laps back and forth to the bottom. Folding back, the tiny guest room was still a guest room no matter how it was organized. The location was small. This analogy directly caused Qin Ziyang to be flabbergasted, and the smile on his face stiffened and died on his cheeks. You know, she's still very happy with this man, not only because of Qin Ziyang's appearance, demeanor, talk, but also the feeling he gives people. Warm but not lose the masculinity. Upright but a little old-fashioned. Like the ancient loyal to the emperor's generals. This was the type of man she'd never met before, and the only one who didn't manhandle her. People have a bitchy character. After a lot of flattery, they become numb. And then suddenly a person who avoids me like a scorpion comes along, and their spirit is instantly aroused. The more you're different, the more I'm motivated. Gu Yin compares the relationship between the two of them to going into battle. In all battles, the only way to win is to be fast, to win with a single blow, and then not to stop fighting. She's already won with one blow. Now all that's left is to keep crushing the army, batting her thick eyelashes. Gu Yin turned to look at Qin Ziyang, not needing him to answer her question. All she needed was for him to listen. With a gentle smile, her pretty cat eyes curved up into a moon arc, her expression charming and touching. She ambiguously said, Ziyang, if you're not used to the guest room, why don't you switch to my room? The bed in my room is very big. It's no problem to sleep two people. Qin Ziyang's face immediately surged with countless red colors. The positions of the two of them are completely reversed. Gu Yin seems to have become the man of the pair, while Qin Ziyang has become the shy woman who is being flirted with. And even in the end, it was Gu Yin who was driven out by Qin Ziyang, standing empty in the hallway. Gu Yin raised an eyebrow. Sighing in awe and shock, she thought to herself, I'm getting better and better, and now I'm being thrown out of my room by a man. Is she losing her charm? Aging? Some of the things that she thought were not true were floating around in her mind, and Gu Yin couldn't help but laugh and cry. It can be said that they are the pioneers who created the Green Line. However, they are getting older and no longer have the arrogance and dominance they had when they were young. All they want is peace and quiet, his frown twitching with disdain. Curran rolled his elegant eyes to the ceiling at the sudden accusation. Something is wrong. The old man's stern voice came over, as powerful as a torrent, and his tone was furious. Gu Yin, you are the head of King Xing, and Uncle Feng has always treated you as if you were grown up, and has never interfered with you, but this time, I would like to ask you, who gave you the courage to make a deal with Dota? Lazily not willing to look at the caller's name, Gu Yin directly pressed the call button and casually answered. Something. Gu Yin turned around and knocked on the door. You have a good rest, good night, and remember to think of me in your dreams. Holding the mirror on the face of the left and right scanning. The face is still the same smooth and firm. Delicate red, beautiful cat eyes, seductive, charming. No matter how to look at it should be dragged to the piggy bank dipping vixen. The standard Playboy mantra of flirting with the ladies of the house is utilized by Gu Yin with consummate skill. Yo turned around, flirted with Qin Zhang woman, was very satisfied, stroked her face, and happily returned to the room. How come Qin Zhang is so cute? Willow tresses eyebrows, but because of these two words extrusion out of a hook. She said, I Gu Yin other do not admit, but bastard this two words. I do admit properly. We have something to say. Since I still call you an uncle, naturally, you as a senior look. You think this I am wrong. You just point out that I am wrong in what? How should I change if you are right? Gu Yin will naturally listen to you, with a gentle smile. Her beautiful cat eyes curved up into a moon arc. Her expression charming and touching. She ambiguously said, Zhang Yang, if you are not accustomed to the guest room, why don't you change to my room? The bed in my room is very big. It's no problem to sleep two people. The standard Playboy mantra of flirting with the ladies of the house is utilized by Gu Yin with consummate skill. But why don't you use your head? You're in this business and you still want to be safe. Are you kidding me? Fang Chang, one of the first to join Uncle Gu Yin's gang. Yes, Uncle. You really scolded the right. Gu Yin sat up from the bed. The demon ruler's face was calm. Something is wrong. The old man's stern voice came over, as powerful as a torrent, and his tone was furious. Gu Yin, you are the head of King Xing, and Uncle Feng has always treated you as if you were grown up, and has never interfered with you, but this time, I would like to ask you, who gave you the courage to make a deal with Dota? Qin Zhang face immediately surged with countless red colors. It can be said that they are the pioneers who created the green line. However, they are getting older and no longer have the arrogance and dominance they had when they were young. All they want is peace and quiet, batting her thick eyelashes. Gu Yin turned to look at Qin Zhang, not needing him to answer her question. All she needed was for him to listen. She'd have to see if she had wrinkles on her face or something messed up. That would make a man start to fear himself. Fang Chang, one of the first to join Uncle Gu Yin's gang. The man in the sky must be shy, coughing lightly. He said, Uncle, since you have also said that I am the head of the Green Bank, does it mean that I need to notify you of every transaction? Gu Yin's voice was not loud, but very clear. A ringtone mixed with laughter followed him in, and Gu Yin paused, turning his head to pull his cell phone out from under the covers. The positions of the two of them are completely reversed, his frown twitching with disdain. Curran rolled his elegant eyes to the ceiling at the sudden accusation. Gu Yin turned around and knocked on the door. You have a good rest, good night, and remember to think of me in your dreams. Gu Yin seems to have become the man of the pair, while Qin Zhang has become the shy woman who is being flirted with. And even in the end, it was Gu Yin who was driven out by Qin Zhang. But why don't you use your head? You're in this business, and you still want to be safe. Lazily not willing to look at the caller's name, Gu Yin directly pressed the call button and casually answered. Something. Turning around and hugging a pillow. Gu Yin giggled a lot, holding the mirror on the face of the left and right scanning. The face is still the same smooth and firm. Delicate red, beautiful cat eyes, seductive, charming. No matter how to look at it should be dragged to the piggy bank dipping vixen. The man in the sky must be shy. Turning around and hugging a pillow. Gu Yin giggled a lot, standing empty in the hallway. Gu Yin raised an eyebrow, sighing in awe and shock. Coughing lightly, he said, Uncle, since you have also said that I am the head of the Green Bank, does it mean that I need to notify you of every transaction? Gu Yin's voice was not loud, but very clear. Yo turned around, flirted with Qin Zhang woman, was very satisfied, stroked her face, and happily returned to the room, holding the phone's hand tight. This is the cavity word is round tone a low. Gu Yin's low voice straight down, with a trace of cold deep. Naturally, if you are wrong, Gu Yin will also give you a sum of money. so that you can find a peaceful place to live out this life. Gu Yin compared the relationship between the two of them to going into battle. A ringtone mixed with laughter followed him in. And Gu Yin paused, turning his head to pull his cell phone out from under the covers. She thought to herself, I'm getting better and better, and now I'm being thrown out of my room by a man. Is she losing her charm? Aging, some of the things that she thought were not true were floating around in her mind. And Gu Yin couldn't help but laugh and cry. She'd have to see if she had wrinkles on her face or something messed up. That would make a man start to fear himself. In all battles, the only way to win is to be fast, to win with a single blow, and then not to stop fighting. She's already won with one blow. Now all that's left is to keep crushing the army. Why is that Qin Zhang so cute? Fang Chang on the other end of the phone was so exasperated that he gasped. After holding his tongue for half a day, he threw out 2 words, bastard heh. Are you kidding me? Feng Chang on the other end of the phone was so exasperated that he gasped. After holding his tongue for half a day, he threw out 2 words, bastard, yes, uncle. You really scolded the right. Gu Yin sat up from the bed. The demon ruler's face was calm. Willow Tress's eyebrows, but because of these 2 words, extrusion out of a hook. She said, I Gu Yin other do not admit, but bastard this 2 words. I do admit properly. We have something to say. Since I still call you an uncle, naturally, you as a senior look. You think this I am wrong. You just point out that I am wrong in what? How should I change if you are right? Gu Yin will naturally listen to you, holding the phone's hand tightly. This is the cavity word is round tone a low. Gu Yin's low voice turned straight down, with a trace of cold deep. Naturally, if you are wrong, Gu Yin will also give you a sum of money, so that you can find a peaceful place. To live out this life, you, the person on the other end of the line kept panting sharply, as if he was being exasperated by Gu Yin, huffing and puffing like a broken blower. Their generation is getting old after all. Gu Yin said in his heart, Uncle, I have said clearly what I said in the morning. If you don't have the ability to convince me, I have made a deal. I will do it to the end. She was now the head of the Green Bank. So her words were naturally 1, and her words were 2. If anyone refuted her words, Gu Yin would break their legs and destroy their tongues, so that they would realize what would happen to them. But this Feng Lao, he still had to save face, tough as they are. The bosses of the Green Line are also righteous and reasonable. She was now waiting for Uncle Feng's reply to see how he would convince her. Feng Cheng on the other end of the phone for a long time. Perhaps understand the seriousness of Gu Yin's words just now. If you cannot convince her this time, they really have to go into hiding, panting for a long time. Feng Cheng finally calmed down, with a long and serious tone of voice. Said Gu Yin, you will do this to harm the brothers. Gu Yin just smiled, but the arc of the color was full of coldness. How to harm the brothers? I'd like to hear what Mr. Feng has to say about it. Feng Cheng choked, and his temper, which had gone down in the morning, went up again. Do you know who the person you are dealing with is? That's the youngest son of an American gangster, Ang Lee, Dota. His father was injured in a transaction. This time he intends to pass on his position. Do you know how many people are watching the position of the head of the second road? How dare you collaborate with his little son at this juncture? You are piling our entire Green Bank into the fire. Fang Cheng's voice trembled a little, in anger and fear. In response to such an accusation, Gu Yin merely picked up a glass of water and took a leisurely sip, then lightly interjected, if this deal comes to fruition, Green Bank will receive a net profit of $90 million. Let's not talk about anything else, just only. Dota's 3 older brothers are not easy to deal with. Are you planning to finish yourself, or let King Xing accompany you to the end? There's also that Irving. He's been assisting the head of the second gang for many years. He's also a very tricky character. You have to know that he's trained his own group of assassins. If he sends his men out, our King Xing's days are over, as long as there is money. It is not a problem to recruit soldiers and buy horses. You're saying it's the mayor's fault. That's the only reason Gu Yin would let it go. Oh yeah, are you kidding me? How can you develop without bringing in capital? No doubt about it. Gu Yin, who is the biggest owner of this fund. After calming his angry, hoarse noise, Feng Cheng was clearly infuriated by Gu Yin. I think the reason why the broken King Xing has survived to the present point is entirely because she is leading and controlling the lifeblood of the whole, a city. It can even be said that if there is no Gu Yin, the whole a city is still a small city with no name. But the development in recent years, but it is obvious to all. Gu Yin is now the richest man in a city. It is precisely for this reason that the old men who used to fight for the world have been held back at home, enjoying their happiness, and letting the young people go out to fight for their lives. 90 million. Perhaps not realizing the magnitude of the amount, Fang Chang was choked. The following words naturally fell into Gu Yin's hands. Uncle Feng, the killer is coming, targeting only me, Gu Yin, but if it comes to pass, it will be for the benefit of the entire Green Bank. From the moment I took over the entire Green Bank, it was my home, my foundation, though I'm only 23 now, and probably still a baby in your eyes. The words, let Feng Chang some sweat face. 9 years old, took over the entire Green Line, using 14 years of time to develop it into the entire city underground hegemony. Gu Yin absolutely has the ability and ambition. This has nothing to do with age. Even if Feng Chang were 50 years younger, he wouldn't have the same demeanor as Gu Yin. I'll take care of anything this time. If they send out killers, I have someone here to guard them. Gu Yin looked at the position of the door of the room. His eyes narrowed slightly. I have gained someone here. He is our newly recruited young master. He is very skillful. I stayed by my side. As long as I live, King Xing, I will guard. Don't worry. Snapped. Gu Yin lit a cigarette. Dazzling white smoke snaked and circled upward in the darkness, forming a balanced white line, and then she said, in 10 minutes, you check and receive it, and I'll call you $3 million in the account. Taking a deep breath of smoke, Gu Yin's eyes were so dark and heavy that he couldn't see the edges. Uncle, it's time for you to retire, pressing off the phone. Gu Yin's last word was like a steel bar stabbed into Feng Chang's heart. Powerless to turn back to heaven, Feng Chang hung up the phone unwillingly, looked back at the sitting on the sofa Yan Fakey. Heavy sigh, that little girl, Uncle said cannot be convinced. Hey, King Xing has long been the world of you young people. You go back, I am tired. Feng Chang reclined on the eunuch's chair with a slight fatigue. The younger generation was as ambitious as he had been at the beginning. If he were 50 years younger, he would probably have made the same choice as Gu Yin, that little girl. She's always been cruel since she was a child. So I think she'll be fine this time. He's old, it's time to retire. Yan Fakey looked at Feng Chang, who was obviously seeing off the guests, and frowned. He didn't think that Gu Yin would even introduce that young master this time. Yan Fakey knew the nature of Yin Zai very well. This time she is determined to take that young master. Gnashing his teeth hard, Yan Fakey's face was a bit rough under the steam of jealousy and annoyance. The man is the young master, but there is no trace of his past. Does she think that this young man can really protect her? This kind of white face, what else can he do but cheat people and make money? Yan Fakey was even more annoyed, and lifted his head to look into the boundless darkness of the night, narrowing his eyes dangerously. He'd have a good time with this man. Gu Yin sat on the balcony, his long, white legs sitting in an uninhibited position. The window open, with the cool late-night wind blowing on his face, the red cigarette in his hand flickering brightly and dimly. Conspicuous in the darkness of the night, Gu Yin sat by the window and smoked slowly. This is an unwise move, especially if someone is ready to assassinate you, in the night. The red cigarette is a signal for assassination. Almost a label. Look, the target's there. The heart knows that this behavior is not rational, but the body is still lazy sitting and smoking a cigarette. Looking at the traffic under the eyes, Gu Yin just looks at the city of in a house that shouldn't be hers, and sees the prosperity that she has fought for with her life. This house is not Gu Yin's, but it has Gu Yin's name written on it. Taking a deep breath, the white, nicotine-tinged wisps of white smoke are inhaled into the lungs, and then exhaled through the reddish color of the colorful bushes after taking a deep turn. Gu Yin's parents died when he was a child, and he lived with his uncle, unbeknownst to everyone. She was particularly fond of her uncle. How old was she? 9. What a young age to not be able to tell what it means to like something. But in retrospect, her memories of that uncle are still very strong. When her parents died, Gu Yin understood the fact that she had become an orphan, perhaps too young, and she remembered that she was even a little happy at that time. Not for anything else, but simply because she could stay at her uncle's side. She still remembers her uncle with a cigarette in his mouth. wearing a pair of Tilla slippers, making her honey water. Gu Yin loved the look of helplessness and depression on the face of a high-powered man. Just a shame, inhaling a deep breath of smoke. Gu Yin ruffled his hair, which had been swirled by the wind behind his head. It's only a pity that uncle died at the hands of his own good brother. Who would have thought that the man who saved his uncle's life would be a traitor? It's ridiculous. Maybe the incident of saving his life was staged by that man in order to penetrate the inner circle. The human heart is always the worst, because you can't see it. You can't touch it. Gu Yin doesn't know that he has escaped from the ghost gate. Taking another deep breath, the firelight accompanied by the smoke kept moving in towards the roots. With each glance, the blocker's heart wavered a little more, until at last he himself became suspicious. And Gu Yin closed the window. She just felt cold. One shot, and Gu Yin would be dead. Digesting the smoke he had inhaled into his mouth, Kieran looked at the cigarette for a moment in disbelief, and his body shivered, as the number 1 blocker under Sylvain. He never misses a shot. By the time Gu Yin let go of his mouth, there was only one base of the cigarette left. The woman in the photo is as colorful as the most attractive sandal would in hell, with countless bloody mouths on her body, and her eyes are vicious, while the woman on the balcony is as innocent as a lily. The mistake was that he missed the best time to shoot because he was looking at Kuen's face. The blocker pauses at the sight of Gu Yin, and even pulls out a photo of Gu Yin killing a man for good measure. But he misses. It is not that he misses or does not shoot accurately. Shit. When she came out of the bar in that maid's outfit. How did she resist the cold? He's afraid he's got the wrong guy. On the roof of a house, too. 100 meters away. A black-clad sniper lurks in the shadows, always on the alert. The cold head of his gun is pointed directly at Gu Yin's heart. I can't imagine that the wind is so cool in early fall. Gu Yin was wearing a light white halter dress. Black curly hair like seaweed casually draped over her head, with faint nostalgia and sadness between her eyebrows. The cigarette in her hand was bright and dark in the wind, and the light white smoke drifted around her, making the whole picture a soft and quiet one. After blowing for a long time, your body will still be a bit cold. The line of sight moves to the photo again, and the blocker's thin cheeks blush slightly. The temperature at this moment is incomparably high, and his heart has never been in turmoil before. For the first time, his heart beats uncontrollably because of his opponent's appearance. And that heart, which died several years ago, seems to come back to life when he sees Kieran in that moment. And it beats vigorously. Are you so horny that you don't even care about the temperature? Gu Yin expressed his curiosity, blinking his eyes again and again, before shivering and pulling out the thick winter pajamas from his closet and draping them over his body. The whole man craned his neck like a quail. It's so cold. I rubbed my hands together, and they were as cold as the claws of a chicken that had been placed in a freezer. So cold that it hurt. Fuck, cursing lowly at the weather. Gu Yin's cold palms rubbed back and forth in an unwilling manner. Gu Yin, Qin Zhanyang's magnetic voice came through the door. I've warmed up some milk. Do you want to drink it before you go to sleep? Wow, what a man. Kieran almost burst into tears. Such a good man. Kieran must have gotten lucky in her life to get him into her house. Yes, yes, hurriedly shouted 2 times. The slippers under the feet do not care. Barefoot ran to open the door. Fear that the person outside the door disappeared. The door was opened quickly by Gu Yin. Hi. Kang Qian greeted. And Qin Zhanyang put the milk into Gu Yin's hand with some embarrassment, in the process of giving and taking. It was inevitable that they touched their fingers. The temperature of Gu Yin's hand surprised Qin Zhanyang. Why is it so cold? Gu Yin giggled, his palms dead over the cup of warm milk as he grunted in comfort. Looking at the girl's foolishness, Qin Zhanyang's heart instantly softened, stretching out his palm to wrap Gu Yin's milk-covered hand in it. His face flushed with a thin red, and he asked in a buzzing voice, Is that better? The heart is happy. But the demonic face is a straight face, smiling foolishly, much better, laughing so happily. How silly! Qin Zhanyang softly rubbed that coldness in his palm, his brows slightly sullen. Your hands are too cold. Now the temperature changes a lot. I'll go make you a ginger tea. Qin Zhanyang's reaction was almost immediate, directly pulling over Gu Yin and landing in a prone position. If it was directed at him, could it be that his target has been exposed? Viper sent someone to kill him. though it's blowing and freezing the old burgers to death. It's definitely heartbreaking to see how the sun is looking at them. Nima's a dope. I'll have to think about how to explain it to Zhang Yong. Shaking his head in satisfaction. Gu Yin said, I don't have any ginger at home, so don't bother, it's fine, narrowing his eyes slightly. Gu Yin did not expect them to come so quickly. As soon as the words fell out of their mouths, they heard a burst of glass breaking from the back. And in an instant, a bullet hit the door frame on their left side. The two men were shocked. Girls really do get sick easily. Just a little while, and her palms are already so cold. It seems that tomorrow I have to take her out to buy some thicker clothes. Qin Zhang thought to himself, but who sent this killer? The bullets are fired with great force. And then I looked at the bullets on the door frame. With this kind of rotational speed and power, a long-range attack is definitely something that only a blocker can do. Gu Yin is satisfied with his action of opening the window in the morning. Thanks to the wind, how is it? Are you all right? Qin Zhang brows were almost empty, frowning deeply. He couldn't understand how there could be a killer. And this killer, he didn't know if he was aiming at him or Gu Yin. It's not right to put a bullet into a normal house. If the explanation is wrong and the white horse runs away, where can I cry? After confirming that he was holding this position, he rushed to the window and looked in the direction of the bullets, while Qin Zhang heart flashed with thousands of thoughts. Gu Yin was also thinking, stroking her chin. Gu Yin remained in the down position thinking until Qin Zhang walked over to her and lifted her up. I don't know if it's Dodd's brother, or the man called Sylvan who sent them. Shit, Gu Yin looked at the spilled milk and cursed. The two of them each thought bitterly, and time fell silent for a moment. Qin Zhang thinks that Gu Yin is frightened, and Gu Yin is frightened for Qin Zhang. The two of them stayed in that stance until 3 minutes later. When Gu Yin sneezed before the fall, the milk all poured. Some also spilled on the body of Gu Yin. This will be surrounded by cold air, stimulating the skin to shiver. A sneeze breaks the silence between the two of them, and Qin Zhang reacts by leading Gu Yin to the restroom. You need to wash up, or you're sure to catch a cold. Putting on the water, Qin Zhang looked over at Gu Yin as his mind began to organize the language. He has to explain the bullet. Qin Zhang was about to open his mouth when Gu Yin cut him off. Are you afraid? Huh? Qin Zhang opened his mouth in dismay. Gu Yin thought Qin Zhang was really scared. His voice couldn't help but soften a bit. Are you afraid of the assassination in the morning? Gu Yin found a proper word, and then smiled apologetically. I'm really sorry to have looped you into this. Qin Zhang understood a bit more. Gu Yin meant to say that the assassination was aimed at her, but she's a weak girl. What kind of person would do that? The ground floor is covered with thick velvet cushions. The glass is not broken, but the spilled milk is a bit troublesome to clean. Fingertips trembling out, Gu Yin is like a child who has done something wrong, pitifully tugging at Qin Zhang sleeve. Sobbing, you will not, because of this. Leave me right. And, she said, looking at Qin Zhang with pity until the man walked out of the bathroom. And only then did Gu Yin relax. There was a lot of smoke rising from the hot water, and after talking for a while, it made the whole washroom look like a mythological movie made in ancient times. Raising an eyebrow, he resumed his gangly face and propped himself against the wall, the head turned, right into the bullet hole. Silently reciting the credibility of this line in his heart, Gu Yin said, while turning his head with a cold snort. He cursed, damn it, how dare you come here? Looking for death, hey, scratching my head. It looks like I need to wash the whole pad. Rubbing is not going to help. Lightly twisted fingers, Gu Yin's slightly hanging head. Good-looking collarbone in this piece of hot air rising in the desire room. More delicate and colorful. In fact, it is like this, Gu Yin said, with countless choking in his voice. You know, I still do DJ Princess in the nightclub. This job is very lucrative. My salary is the highest of all. If good, tens of thousands of dollars a month is not a matter of course. Tens of thousands of dollars a month are not under discussion. But also because of this, some people have been trying to drive me out. Qin Zhang doesn't know whether to be angry or distressed. Gently pat the back. That thin body makes Qin Zhang more and more heartache. Can only continue to say, you first take a bath. I will give you a cup of milk. And by the way, clean up the room. Don't worry. There is me, I won't leave, guarantee. He believed Gu Yin's words completely. When he looked at the window in the morning, he couldn't find anyone, so he looked like a veteran. Qin Zhang stood up inside helplessly. And then, I don't know where they got the channel, contacted some punks, and they threatened me with slingshots and airsoft guns, trying to get me to quit the Queen's Bar. The voice was pitiful with a slight drawl, but it was really fast money. I couldn't part with it, so I pissed them off. And some of them would come to my house from time to time and shoot me, to scare me. The sharp, horrifying bullet holes were thrust through the thick door panels with an air of bravado, and stuck at the bottom of the last door. This shows how long Gu Yin has been living like this, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Qin Zhang hated those people, and was even more angry at their lawlessness, reaching out and half-wringing the slightly trembling Gu Yin in his arms. Qin Zhang sighed, "Don't worry, I won't leave you. Don't be afraid." Qin Zhang was slightly flabbergasted by the impact and the marks. This is reaching out. Qin Zhang gripped the base of the bullet and rubbed it back and forth. The touch from his fingertips and the familiarity of the shell made his pupils shrink. It's a stopgap round. This is a real bullet. This realization caused Qin Zhang hand to freeze in the air as he held the rag. A thought kept clamoring in his head. Look, they've found you. It's not a fight between Gu Yin's peers. It's you. Their target is you, Qin Zhang. They want to kill you. Tightening the rag in his hand. Then sweat broke out on Qin Zhang forehead. If this time it's really about him, then it means that Viper has already found him. They found themselves so quickly. Did they make a mistake in his mind? He kept recalling everything since he got off the plane. No matter how Qin Zhang recalled, there seemed to be only one thing that could make them notice him. The time he was at the Queen's Bar. Apart from this, unless that Viper is really gifted with heavenly abilities, capable of registering and investigating every person who gets off the plane, it is absolutely impossible for him to be found and assassinated within such a short period of time. But this is obviously not possible. Qin Zhang heart secretly scolded their own carelessness. Her Zai then said, "I said, your number is reported to the Queen's young master. I contacted you to finalize the time, which is considered to be bluffing. You have to be careful, because that deal now everyone is checking tightly. This period of time I'm not in. You have to be careful, because the deal is now being scrutinized by everyone. And I'm not here at the moment." The non-stop jumping phone shows the name Calf. The operation he came here was hidden even from his superiors. Everything was handled by Uncle Kai. It was impossible for them to know. Well, the informant's voice was lowered, as if he was wearing a mask around his mouth, and his voice was a bit muffled. "I've been sent to Province H, and I won't be back until half a month or so. So I'm afraid you'll have to stay here for a few more days." Licking the corners of his eyes, the informant carefully looked around and then said, "The boss found out when I was talking to you earlier." The informant looked around cautiously and then said, "The boss found out when I was talking to you earlier." This is really the case, as his thoughts went further and further astray. Qin Zhang entire body was stupefied in place for a long time until he was called back to his senses by a phone call. But the words that were going to come out of his mouth were silenced by the sudden appearance of the man in front of him. With his brows furrowed, Qin Zhang walked out of the room and pressed the call button. He called. "Does that mean that something has really changed?" "Hello, Mr. Qin." A light voice came through the phone. There was also the sound of cars traveling on the road. Slightly noisy. This is the name of the informant. If it wasn't necessary, they wouldn't have talked. The fact that this was the second contact call between him and the informant, after the assassination, made Qin Zhang suspicious. "You're outside." Qin Zhang narrowed his eyes before getting straight to the point. "Did something change? Do not change it to I. I'll hang up first. What the hell is going on? Is there a leak at the top?" No wonder there's been a change of heart. Without giving Qin Zhang any response, the other end of the phone hurriedly closed the line, leaving him standing in place with a stony face. The calf's bushes tightened, and a pair of eyes looked around, before preparing to say, "If possible, it would be best if you did not show up for tomorrow's transaction." Kieran was soaking in the bathroom, thinking about what he had just said. What I said before. It sounds like such a thing. But if someone with experience analyzes it, it is not quite true. Their previous fights were mostly group fights. And they have developed to the extent of hiring gangsters to scare people. So naturally, they can also. But Kieran unconsciously sits up because of the flashback. What did she say before? But it's really fast money. And I can't afford to part with it. And that's what pisses them off so much that some of them will come over and shoot up my house every now and then. Just to scare me, yeah. One shot every now and then. Damn it. What she just said are those bullets. And they are for scaring people, and now, that bullet is still on the doorframe of the... I said that I would take a shot from time to time. But I think that if Young is very fond of firearms and has studied them, then this panic talk will be broken down directly. With a jolt, Gu Yin stood up straight away, wrapped in a bath towel and ran out, Xiang Yong shouting up eagerly. Gu Yin rounded a pair of cat eyes. Gu Yin's bare feet ran out in a hurry. His skinny body was only wrapped in a layer of towel. This scene fell into Qin Xiangyang's eyes, but it was Gu Yin's sudden shouting for fear that he would go away. Looking at Gu Yin's bare feet again, Qin Xiangyang's relaxed eyebrows frowned again. This will be cold. Quickly go to the bed. But all this was shattered and turned into powder when he saw Gu Yin's trembling body and tearful eyes. He came forward and hugged Gu Yin, and did not give her a chance to speak. Qin Xiangyang directly carried the person on the bed. If Qin Xiangyang leaves, he is safe, but Gu Yin, they may catch him, for Gu Yin. Qin Xiangyang's thunderbolt style is always affected. Even this time, coughing heavily, that risk. Offense, doesn't he think that he is worried about him leaving? Then I should just go along with his thoughts, his face reddening with embarrassment. Qin Xiangyang's movements quickly became stiff when he realized that the softness now pressing on his arm was the full white bun. If he follows the basics, he should change his address quickly. This place has already been discovered, and if he continues to stay here, it will not only affect Gu Yin, but will also be very misleading for his own mission. Fingertips awkwardly and quickly wrapped the quilt in one quick swoop, directly burying Gu Yin tightly. As the leader of the mob, there is nothing to be afraid of. In their eyes, the law is child's play. You're weak. Don't run around, and you haven't wiped your body. Dry. Fingers under the quilt twisted a hand. Gu Yin was this cold and painful excitement. The circle of the eyes is a red, tugging at Qin Xiangyang's hand on the soft way. The Gu Yin had been paying attention to Qin Xiangyang's speech from just a moment ago, until he carried himself to the bed. Gu Yin's heart slowly fell back into his chest, looking at him. He should not have known that it was a real bullet. Otherwise he would not have been so calm. Xiang Yong, don't go. Stay here with me. I'm scared, with his heart slowing down a bit. The bad side of Gu Yin's actor comes to the forefront. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Qin Xiangyang calmed his heart beating too fast for a while before he lowered his head and said softly, "Good girl, I won't go. Don't worry." With a watery eye pitifully look at Qin Xiangyang. Gu Yin, because of the cold and slightly trembling body. Coincidentally, like fear of trembling, no matter which one, Qin Xiangyang will not leave, and most importantly, the target is still Gu Yin, nodding with as soft a face as possible. Qin Xiangyang pulled the quilt a little higher and softly said, "I'll stay, don't be afraid," nodding his head in satisfaction. Gu Yin looked at Qin Xiangyang with dependence. The body spontaneously moved in a bit toward the inside of the bed, signaling Qin Xiangyang to lie in quickly. Since she said she'd stay here to keep her company, she naturally meant to sleep here, so how could she miss it? This man is easily shy. If he runs away at the last minute, she won't lose out, seeing the quilt being turned up. Qin Xiangyang's face once again reddened in embarrassment. At this point, he was suddenly very tempted to reverse what he'd said, especially since Kuan was only wrapped in a layer of towels. Although they already have that relationship. But, perhaps sensing Qin Xiangyang's pause, Gu Yin took a look at the man's expression. The heart understandably responded to a sound. Acting skills, once again, appeared god-like breakthrough. Lightly trembling asked, "Xiangyang, you do not come in, do you? Hate me, because I'm too much trouble. Because they all shoot at me. So, you hate me." The voice is low with self-reproach. That kind of downcast look really let Qin Xiangyang not fall to endure. Even in the face of 10 laps of Ironman triathlon, cannot be calm man. In Gu Yin's expression of defeat. Hopping into his clothes, he quickly lay down on the bed. As soon as the whole group was lying down, Gu Yin spontaneously moved over and snuggled up in front of Qin Xiangyang's. chest with a satisfied moan. A man's body temperature is much warmer than a woman's. The warmth of a man's body is much warmer than a woman's. Comfortably drilling further inside, Gu Yin almost buried his entire body into Qin Zhang-yong's. Two slender hands even tightly encircled his body, forcing him to lie on his side. The two slender hands were even tightly ringed around his body, and the two frames squeezed between his legs, forcing him to lie down on his side. Evening, good night. Suddenly being embraced so passionately made Qin Zhang-yong's voice a little shaky, a little overwhelmed, and there was an extremely tiny trace of honey as well as helplessness. And Gu Yin is obviously after the first lovemaking. After menstruation followed, and then blew most of the night without drying himself off before running around in a flurry of. Only when he was sure that half of his entire body was clinging to Qin Zhang-yong, and that he himself was enough of an octopus, did Gu Yin stop and smile in a soft voice. Good night. The two of them came to the next morning in such a hug. Even a cut and ligature with 20 or so stitches was a minor operation in her eyes, let alone a fever. His body moved slightly, and after contacting the rolling heat of the person beside him, Qin Zhang-yong felt the abnormality of the person in his arms. Karen tried to smile and said, "How can that be? In physiology class, it was mentioned that women's resistance decreases during menstruation. Although it is not considered as menstruation, after having sex for the first time, it is possible for women to have their menstruation earlier or later due to the differences in their physiology. This is clearly a symptom of fever, after some torture. This city's fearful viper is so tenderly infected with fever." That's why Gu Yin was flabbergasted when she realized that her whole body had gone limp with grunts and yawns. She subconsciously felt that she had been drugged, but Qin Zhang-yong said, "You have a fever, sick." These two words are unfamiliar to Gu Yin. Gu Yin's body temperature is a bit too high, and a layer of sticky sweat has formed on his back. But the thermometer that was put into her mouth later told her the truth. 39. 2 degrees. High fever, you have to go to the hospital. Qin Zhang-yong wrapped his arms around Gu Yin. Yesterday, when he went to sleep, Gu Yin wore only a towel, and in a night's sleep. That piece of towel has long been loose. This pull, the towel is hanging directly underneath, revealing the white skin. Qin Zhang-yong's face instantly reddened. Shivering his hands and not daring to move any further, he held his tongue for half a day before saying, You have to get dressed." As soon as Qin Zhang-yong let go of his hand, Gu Yin directly buried himself back into the quilt, and his muffled voice came out, I don't want to go to the hospital. I don't want to go to the hospital. I don't want to go to the hospital. I don't want to go." Qin Zhang-yong only learned first aid. The concept of high fever is at most to lower the temperature, and that for the lower than 39 degrees below. Gu Yin, this is already considered a super high temperature. If more than 40 degrees, the cells in the brain is easy to be burned. The human body has an impact. Pressing his eyebrows with a headache, Qin Zhang-yong advised, "Good girl, you have to get up. Your temperature is a bit high. We have to go to the hospital," half sitting on the edge of the bed. Qin Zhang-yong had hoped that Gu Yin could obediently sit up. However, Gu Yin seemed to be in a childish temper, burying himself in the quilt in one big effort, which made Qin Zhang-yong's outstretched hand somewhat awkwardly stick out in midair. "It would have been better if I'd gotten medical attention earlier." But Corin wasn't wearing anything, and his only towel was falling apart. If he ventures up there like this, he doesn't know what to do. And if he touches some sensitive places, it will be embarrassing. But if he doesn't pick him up, he'll be on the bed all day. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Qin Zhang-yong was able to understand the problem she was trying to express from her body and her behavior. Karen really doesn't want to go to the hospital. Scratching his head in annoyance, Qin Zhang-yong could only tug on the quilt gently and persuade him. "Be good, get up, okay? We can only go to the hospital. Yimfeki hasn't slept well since last night." Partly because Gu Yin lives with that young master, and partly because of today's deal. Tarako, strengthening his spirit. Yimfeki shouted up, so he could only start to clean up himself. "I'm going to go outside and get some medicine first. If it doesn't work after you take it, you have to go to the hospital with me in 2 hours. Understand?" Qin Zhang-yong's voice carried the seriousness and solemnity of military training. Gu Yin couldn't see his expression with his head covered, but by the sound of his voice, He seemed a bit annoyed. It's hard to arrange a nap. But then Gu Yin's call comes in. Then you stay well for now. I'll go buy some medicine and come back soon. Understand? Qin Zhanyang's hand touched the outside of the quilt reassuringly for a moment. And then the sound of departing footsteps sounded, until the sound of the door closing came out. Only then did Gu Yin poke his head out, take out his cell phone, and quickly broadcast the number. His already foggy brain responded to his words in a random manner. Qin Zhanyang can do nothing. Gu Yin's appearance is determined to be unable to get up. No, I'm sorry. Can't we take our medicine at home? Can't we take medicine at home? It's just a fever. I don't want to go to the hospital. Childishly burying his head in the quilt, Gu Yin almost wailed, "Fakey, check the recent gun transactions in a city. If anyone is buying stun guns as well as bullets in the black market, detain the person." Gu Yin jumped off the bed. Her soft legs almost made her fall. After stumbling and standing steadily, she stomped her legs a little bit with some chagrin. "Damn, a fever can make you look like this. You're really a mess." Jogging behind the door panel, Gu Yin took the bullet, eyeballed it back and forth a few times, and gritted his teeth. "Call Dota and tell him I was assassinated yesterday. And he had something to do with it. The engraving on the bullet and the model number are only made in the U.S. It's not fucking Chinese. Which means that the assassin had the audacity to take his stun gun to China, specifically to kill her." Yan Fakey is startled by Gu Yin's words. "You ran into a blocker. Where are you?" "Toriko, can I help you?" "I'll pick you up. I'm fine. You finish the deal. But only give him half of this shipment. Tell him that if he doesn't settle this, I'll give him the remaining half when we find the killer. But if we don't find the killer for the sake of our lives, we'll consider terminating the deal. Take the bullet and go back to the bed." Gu Yin's somewhat chaotic brain was spinning rapidly. According to his current situation, if he wants to find another partner. Looking at the past, it's almost impossible, especially since I've been assassinated here. There was a pause. The sudden laziness and fatigue that surfaced in his body caused Gu Yin to contract his neck in discomfort. But the words continued. "I'm not asking for much. I just need him to be able to find out who did it, and to draw out the person who tried to kill me." Toriko, Yan Fakey's mind was now completely filled with the assassination of Gu Yin, and all other matters of business were cast aside. "It's too risky. Feng is right. You, Elder Feng." Gu Yin sensitively caught the two words. With a cold look in his eyes, Gu Yin suddenly felt his mind go wild and thought of something. The voice suddenly lowered. Gu Yin almost spoke with conviction. "You were at Feng Lao's yesterday, that phone call. Was it because of you?" Gu Yin's sixth sense was miraculously accurate, catching the point just by the two words that escaped Yan Fakey's lips. "Did you inform Mr. Feng about this deal? That's why you got the phone call yesterday. No more talking." "Aren't you very capable, HMPH, Yan Fakey? You're getting more and more capable. How dare you talk to the elders?" Gu Yin's grip on Bullet's hand tightened violently, and his voice became sinister all of a sudden. "Your starting point may be good, but in this case, it's not your turn to take charge of it. The words I gave to Feng Lao yesterday are now being returned to you in turn. And the head of King Xing is me, as long as I'm around. I'm in charge of Green Bank, Yan Fakey. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. If you don't complete this deal, or if you don't reach a good agreement with Only, if you don't close this deal, or if you don't reach a good agreement with Only Dodd, you'll have to thank yourself. Fucking fever." The breath between his nostrils was slightly louder, and Kukatora's brows were cold. Yan Fakey coughed lightly, controlling the calmness of his voice, and said, "I understand. I will do my best." Yan Fakey on the other end of the line wrinkled his nose. Gu Yin's temperament he naturally knows. She hates it when someone does something for her. Yesterday's matter put on the general staff. She would have been a bullet collapse. This is your last warning. If I didn't need the manpower right now, you'd have been taken care of by me personally. He and Gu Yin have known each other for so many years, and have fought to the death, almost to the death. Hanging up the phone, Gu Yin stroked his temples with a headache. Gritting her teeth, Gu Yin wanted to throw something in hatred, but the bullet in her hand was something she wanted to hide. It was a dangerous thing that she couldn't let Qin Zhanyang see. The furious tones carried along. Heavy breath, like a hard punch directly to Yan Fakey's face. This time, he was just doing it for her own good. Such a cold-blooded tone, and heartless attitude made his nose sour all of a sudden. To mobilize the old ministers who created the Green Line to exert pressure on her is tantamount to a revolt in ancient times. But Yimfeki had no choice. He did this because he was worried that the American side would send manpower to deal with Gu Yin. But he didn't think that the other side's opponent would be so fast. Sour nasal passages were agitated even more by the new freshness in the air. And the person on the other end of the phone yelled in a cold voice, "Yimfeki, did you fucking hear what the old burgers said?" This continuous feeling of weakness made it impossible for Kuin to think at all. The bullets in his hand were still radiating the coldness that was characteristic of an ice-cold weapon. The coldness made Kuin react with a jolt. It occurred to her, a thought that made her feel puzzled. If that man really wanted to kill her, with the intention of letting her die for sure, with a seasoned killer, and one who specializes in this line of work on the American side, with his eyes scanning over the doorframe with the bullet hole that was a full meter off from where they stood yesterday, Kuin hangs his head. Would a seasoned killer be so out of shape? Although they weren't far from the door at the time. The fact that the bullet missed by 1 meter by normal standards is something to laugh about. Laugh at the incompetence of the blocker. Wind speed and the environment can affect the accuracy. But usually the deviation is not too big. This time, the bullets seemed to be aimed at her at first glance, but upon closer inspection, they didn't make sense. Eyebrows narrowed slightly, Gu Yin. Some couldn't figure it out, while the softness of being sick all but attacked his head. Drowsy and in the midst of his thoughts, sleep came directly to him, and Gu Yin shook his head symbolically and slid his entire body under the covers and fell asleep. It goes back a few hours. He misses the best time for a block, as the #1 assassin. It's easy to kill a man, but in the end, he makes his first mistake ever because of the beauty of Korin's performance at the time. Staggering at the picture of Gu Yin, the blocker's brow relaxed, and his fingers with thin silk sleeves lightly traced over the grim. Delicate cheeks, Kurin is a beautiful woman. That's what he knew when he got the photo. But when he saw her in real life, he was still stunned, that beautiful woman, that quiet and distant in the darkness of the night. He couldn't let go of her. He can't do it, but someone else can. The sniper who had been lurking on the other side of the room was seriously aiming at Gu Yin's room. His fingers were already sticky and sweaty, but he didn't shoot. He was waiting for another person to show up. Perhaps it's a sixth sense that comes with the job, but the sniper, who is in love with Kuin, spots another man on the roof, also holding a sniper's gun. The photo in his hand was taken into his arms. The man's ocean blue eyes looked like a beautiful star in the darkness. The impulse of the spinning had destroyed the path of the bullets when they were fired, but all this was done unnoticed. Even the sniper who fired the gun didn't realize anything was wrong. As a perfect killer, blocking naturally requires that you don't alert a single person, and that you get out without being noticed, frowning as a veteran. Experience told him that now was not the right time to block. But the man seemed to be waiting, but as he turned around, the sound of the stun gun's trigger clicking made him grit his teeth and quickly turn back, his body lifting up almost subconsciously, the gun in his hand quickly sweeping a bullet against the one that had been fired. He is just a novice who has taken over a large sum of money to do this job. It would be best if he succeeds. And if he does not succeed, he can get half of the money without any loss, and this man clearly doesn't follow that rule. Gu Yin had already closed the window, judging by his past experience. Such a killing would have alarmed a very large number of people. The two bullets met in the air and grazed each other. Reason told him that he should leave at this point, and that whoever sent this man had nothing to do with him. He had failed this time and needed to find another opportunity. Licking the corners of his eyes, the new blocker was still very young. Even his hands were trembling. It was obvious that he should be a beginner, with a quick catfight of his body. The rookie blocker crouched down. Ken Zhang took Gu Yin's key, opened the room and walked in. "I'm back. I bought some medicine. You take some first. If it's not good again, we'll go to the hospital together." "And Zhao Yin, did you get up?" Qin Zhang shouted. But no sound came out from the room. It's a tightening of the heart. A sick one who's too quiet isn't a good thing. No matter what, Qin Zhang walked quickly to the room, his mind flashing through countless horrible scenes at this moment. But when the real side accompanied the bedroom door opening, he found the patient had become a cocoon baby. wrapped himself tightly, asleep. Perhaps the high fever was making his whole body uncomfortable, and Gu Yin slept with a frown on his face pale against the dark color of his hair. Gently squatting at the bedside, Qin Zhang looked at the pale little face, frowned and sighed helplessly, looking at the medicines in the palm of my hand. All kinds of fever-reducing medicines are lying obediently in the bag, waiting for the blessing. It's just that the guy who needed the meds fell asleep and must not have taken them. His fingertips tentatively stroked over his still hot forehead, and Qin Zhang brows wrinkled once again. The temperature is still high, and it's not going down at all. He'll have to go out again, going to the washroom and wringing out a towel and placing it on Gu Yin's head. Qin Zhang took his keys and wallet and walked out again. No wonder he was willing to open everyone to let himself be examined. If he had raised such a beautiful woman, he would have been willing to throw money at such a beauty. This is the age of money. With money, even a sitting doctor can be brought back. Pursed his eyebrows. Qin Zhang do not know what this doctor said good fortune. But looking at Gu Yin lying on the bed, poor appearance, he does not think that this is good fortune. Gu Yin's illness is not difficult to find out. The most normal high fever caused by a drop in resistance. Take a closer look. About how long will it take to wake up? What should I pay attention to? Taking out a drawer of red-colored grandfather Mao from his wallet and placing it in front of the doctor's eyes. Qin Zhang glanced at Gu Yin, his frown deepening. Do we still need to hang it tomorrow, in addition to the initial side of the head? The subsequent examination of Gu Yin completely slept through, slightly tilted his head, quietly lying. As good as a doll, Gu Yin obediently lying on the bed. The doctor did not see the first look at Gu Yin's appearance. Normal on the person to check up. Hey, that's not funny. The doctor was amazed and turned his head to look at Qin Zhang with a lot of envy. This is my first time out, the doctor exclaimed and walked into the bedroom with his medical kit. An hour later, Qin Zhang returned with a man, a doctor, probably because she was too hot, and it was rare to have something cooler to put on her forehead. Gu Yin softly chirped, and her face, which was covered by her long hair, turned sideways, completely exposing herself to the doctor's eyes. High fever, just a little higher temperature, but the problem is not there. Hang some water will be fine. After taking out the fever, reducing medicines and saline that had been placed beforehand, and tying them on Gu Yin's arm, the doctor stood up and looked at Qin Zhang, who had been waiting by the bedside, and patted him on the shoulder. Then laughed and said, "The little man is lucky, taking 30 sheets of money." The doctor smiled cheerfully. "Pay attention to keep warm, don't get cold again. This girl's fever is a bit high. Give some light food. If tomorrow still doesn't get better, I'll come back to hang a water." The doctor naturally spoke with a smile on his face. As he was paid a lot of money, before he left he said, "If you don't feel better tomorrow, just call me." Qin Zhang nodded sullenly, turned around and closed the door. Doctors make good money in this day and age. On the bed, Gu Yin is still asleep. Her pale skin looks gentle against the blue quilt. Qin Zhang stood dumbfounded, flabbergasted for a moment before reacting sharply. He needs to cook something to eat, so he can eat when Gu Yin wakes up. Nowadays, the internet is very convenient. After checking the food for high fever patients, Qin Zhang went to prepare the congee. Small porridge is not difficult to simmer, but to simmer slowly. It is a bit troublesome. Qin Zhang most of the morning are waiting for Gu Yin to find a doctor to simmer porridge, until the stomach issued a croaking sound. Gu Yin was woken up by hunger. Yo turned around, and there was a cold tugging sensation at his arm. Looking sideways, Gu Yin saw the Roman 4 tube still hanging in his hand. We don't have a stand at home, so we use a 3-dimensional coat hanger to fulfill this role. Looks like she has a lot of water to hang. 3 bottles, 2 empty, and the last one hanging now, rubbing his stomach. Gu Yin licked the corners of his eyes. The midday room was flooded with sunlight, and the vibrant scent of sunlight, mixed with the aroma of food in the air, brought Gu Yin's cells to life. Zhang. The weakness from the fever gave Gu Yin's voice a softness. Qin Zhang is putting the food into a warm box so that Gu Yin can eat it whenever he wakes up. Just as he was putting the food away, he heard Gu Yin's voice. Even he didn't realize that he was hearing that voice. The first smile on his handsome face since this morning was. Gu Yin quickly running to open the door. "Qin Zhang, I saw lying on the bed Gu Yin. First of all, the fact that one of her arms is resting on that eye. V. Tube speaks volumes about the fact that she can't get dressed. But her cheeks reddened for a rare moment. Zhang Yang, for having picked it up. She could not wear it. Feet slightly clamped, Gu Yin want to dress, get up, go to the toilet, is really not an easy task. The temperature up there has dropped a bit, and there is a hint of redness on that pale little face. My head is still a little foggy from all that sleep. But it's much better than it was in the morning. Yes, I've roasted congee, and some refreshing small dishes. You can't eat too greasy when you're sick. When you're well, I'll cook meat and vegetables again. Qin Zhang turned to get the warm box. Gu Yin fell back and folded his body. Are you awake? Do you still feel sick? How is it? Sitting on the edge of the bed. Qin Zhang stroked his forehead with the back of his hand. I don't know if it's too much water, but besides being hungry, she also wants to pee, lying on the bed in a stifled state. Gu Yin glanced at the bottle of medicine with half of it left, then at Qin Zhang, who had already walked through the door of the room, and silently moved his body a bit. Secondly, she is now in a vacuum, her whole body. To be precise, there is only a piece of towel, and the nearest piece of clothing is also under the bed. Her current position, together with the pulling of the Roman four-tube, makes it impractical to move the hanger and run to the back of the bed, and then pick up the clothes with a light smile on his face. Gu Yin rubbed his belly. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? I smell something delicious, still all warm. Oh, I see you have a folding table. I have cleaned the bottom of the corner. Put on the bed is fine. I put the table on Gu Yin's bed, and put the lunch box on it as well. Kieran's eyes went round. Shit, she was about to get up to pee, and she's got a table over her. So how is she supposed to get up? Depressed, looking at Qin Zhang, who was enthusiastically taking food out. Gu Yin felt the urge to urinate a little more urgently. Zhang. Gu Yin looked at the food that had already filled half of the table, and gently moved his body as he was hungry and suffocated. Qin Zhang was still holding the food, although it was congee. But the good thing was that he had prepared quite a lot of small dishes. In this way, if Gu Yin did not have an appetite, he could also eat another one, hungry, handing over the chopsticks. Qin Zhang sat on the side of the bed and smiled gently. Taste it. Gu Yin wanted to say she was cold, but as soon as she lifted her head, a warm wind blew over her, and she realized that Qin Zhang had turned on the air conditioner inside the room. No wonder she didn't feel cold anymore. But was this really appropriate? She wants to go to the bathroom. Right, she remembered, holding his tongue. His feet uncomfortably clenched a little tighter. Gu Yin put his chopsticks down and said again, Zhang I'm here. Qin Zhang looked at the chopsticks Gu Yin had put down and frowned slightly. Is it because you don't have an appetite? No, it isn't. She was starving to death. But before she starved to death, she was suffocating, too, inhaling deeply. Gu Yin directly pulled Qin Zhang hand. Quick, take the table away. I want to go to the toilet. I can't hold it in any longer. Gu Yin added in his heart. His face was already a bit unnaturally red. Qin Zhang was flabbergasted, and then he reacted with a blush and stood up in a hurry, and then took the saline bag hanging on the hanger and turned around as if he wanted to get up with Gu Yin. But then he thought that Gu Yin was not wearing any clothes at all, and his face was embarrassed, and then he put the saline bag in his hand back, and turned around to get his clothes. By this time, Gu Yin's entire face had been suffocated to the point of no return, so he simply crossed his heart and dialed up his Roman four-tube and rushed to the toilet. He skillfully held it up, and Qin Zhang was still holding a sterilized cotton swab in his hand. At the same time realized that his behavior rude man body stiff. Really the next moment on the wooden, turn around and walk out. Kuan is relieved to be free at last. Gu Yin was suffocating, but this man was so shy that he looked like he had his hands full, rinsing his palms clean. Gu Yin thought back to the stupidity of the two of them, and couldn't help but laugh at how stupid they were. Zhao Yin, hold the wound, hold the wound. Qin Zhang was quicker to respond this time, seeing Gu Yin rush into the toilet room and following him directly. Poor Gu Yin was already suffocated, but because Qin Zhang was there, he could only squat, wanting to urinate, but unable to do so. Shit, she can barely hold it in. Qin Zhang had already gotten his robe from the bottom of the bed and put on Gu Yin's hand while holding back his shyness. And then he realized The other one had an Roman 4-tube, so he couldn't get it in at all. When he opened the door, Ken Xiangyang waited outside, too close to hear the sound of the water, too far away. He was afraid that he would not be able to take care of Gu Yin when he came out. Pressing on Gu Yin's bloody needle holes and sticking them with hygiene, glue to make sure the wounds are completely wrapped. Ken Xiangyang helped the man walk towards the bed, not forgetting to say that, "Do you like to eat it? If you don't like it, I'll make something else this afternoon." Sitting back under the covers, Gu Yin sighed in comfort. After solving the troublesome Roman 4-tube, his body was much better, and looking at the ingredients made him feel full of appetite. Listening to the man's heartfelt words, the whole face smiled like a flower. "These are very good. I'm not picky about what I eat. And I like the things you make," taking a big bite of the soft porridge. Gu Yin squinted her eyes in satisfaction. The sweet aroma of the soft cotton spreads through her taste buds and warms her body. So comfortable that she hooks her mouth. "Yummy, you should eat it together too. I can't eat so much." Gu Yin smiles and pushes her. "Go. You go get a spoon and eat with me." "I really can't eat this much." Naturally, Ken Xiangyang did not eat, rubbing Gu Yin's hair and walking out. Taking this opportunity, Gu Yin took out his cell phone. The muted cell phone kept flashing, and the name on it stood out in the light and dark, narrowing his eyes slightly. Gu Yin pressed the answer button. "Uncle Feng has heard about today's incident," Feng Xing said when he opened the door. Kieran lightly him and then asked, and then. The breathing on the other end of the phone got heavier. Fang Chang almost hated the iron to stomp his feet there. "Do you still want to go ahead with the deal this time? I already know about yesterday's incident, but what about now, even if someone assassinates you? Do you still intend to do this kind of thing?" Yesterday's incident, she only told him Fakey, and no second person knew. Gu Yin's eyes were slightly recessed, and he did not make a sound. Feng Cheng's heavy breathing kept hitting Gu Yin's eardrums. "After all, you're the boss of Green Bank, now it's up to you. Uncle Feng doesn't have the courage anymore, but Gu Yin. Green Bank can't be collapsed because of this, Uncle Feng. Do you think I'm going to bring down Green Bank?" Gu Yin's tone is very light, but the solemnity inside is majestic and unquestionable. "Although this is the old generation you created. But, Uncle Feng, I think you've heard the saying, it's easy to fight, but hard to defend. I'll take care of you." Ken Xiangyang's words, so serious that they were like a declaration of power, caused Gu Yin's swallowing to pause for a moment. Gu Yin was flabbergasted, but he didn't expect Ken Xiangyang to say that. His beautiful cat eyes looked at the man. Gu Yin blinked a few times and then snickered. "Are you keeping me, little girl? I don't know what's going on." Gu Yin's hand holding the cell phone didn't have any cover. She just put her hand on the edge of her face and made a silent gesture, and then said calmly to the other end of the phone, "Uncle, it's impossible for me to give up. If it's okay." "I'm hanging up," pointing to the machine. Gu Yin smiled. "It's those people in the Queen's Bar. It's okay. Let's eat." Ken Xiangyang has come in with the porridge. Yesterday, he had already warned the little girl that she was careful and cruel, but did not listen to advice, and even tried to drive herself out of the green line. Ken Xiangyang picks a vegetable heart and puts it in Gu Yin's bowl, then says, "If that job is too tiring, I won't do it. Anyone who dares to kick him out of the Green Bank cannot exist in this life. If she is more obedient, according to her show of talent, he will naturally be merciful, but her mistake is wrong. Even dare to kick himself out. They are old, but after all, this green line is still their fight. If because of this incident shakes the foundation of the green line, he will make sure that Gu Yin will be punished, not giving the person on the other end of the line time to think." Gu Yin hung up the phone without stopping. Fang Chang was so angry that he stomped the ground. He yelled numerous times into the phone. Gu Yin, he didn't stop until the display went dark, and he looked at the ground with a dark, uncertain look. Greedy eyes like wolves, like virtual, flickered on the old man's face, and finally turned into full of malice. And then a little sullen back. "I am very expensive. Now you say good-sounding nutritious me. If one day I am old and gray, you must find a pretty little girl." It's a haughty thing to say, but Gu Yin herself knows that her heart is about to explode with joy. If she had known this man when she was 9 years old, maybe her fate would have been completely different. "No way, absolutely not." Ken Xiangyang anxiously put down the bowl in his hand, seriously almost swore. "I will take care of you, that you already. already is my person. Qin Zhang-yong's face has already reddened a great deal. The face of Qin Zhang-yong has already red a large area. Lined with that handsome features, have a kind of indescribable righteousness. Slightly lowered his head, the top of the head of Liu, I cover his eyes, so that Gu Yin cannot see his eyes now. And then she heard him say, I will be good to you. A masculine opening that ends in a soft whisper. Such a gradual change in the difference between the bottom of the heart of the Gu Yin soft, who into a piece of cute, almost a scream, to hold this man to chew on a few mouths. How did she find such a treasure, however, in order not to scare the man? Gu Yin held back, coughed lightly, stifled a smile and said, I know, then quickly eat the meal. I am a patient still waiting for you to take care of it. Huh? Oh. The man was wrongly flabbergasted. Then recalling that Gu Yin was still a patient, he took the bowl and quickly ate. Qin Zhang-yong ate quickly, but his movements were very civilized, and it was clear that he was very well tutored. He was also very good at eating, and Gu Yin thought that this man was good at everything, and everything was perfect. With a satisfied smile on his face, Gu Yin slowly ate the most tender part of the small dish of vegetables and bent his eyes in satisfaction. After the meal, Gu Yin intends to sleep again. Qin Zhang-yong was going to take people to buy a few thicker coats, but looked at Gu Yin's tired look, or let people lie down. He went to wash the dishes first, and then made a silver ear soup for Gu Yin. Autumn days tend to be hot and dry. Qin Zhang-yong's mother was a gentlewoman who made seasonal tonics for her family to nourish their bodies according to the weather. Qin Zhang-yong has been learning from experience since he was a child, so he naturally utilizes this health care very well. He made this dish just so that Gu Yin can eat it as dim sum. The first thing you need to do is to make sure that you have a good understanding of what you are doing and how you are doing it. Qin Zhang-yong always felt that Gu Yin was too thin, and when he opened the closet just now, he realized that there were no thick clothes there. All her clothes were simple, beautiful, well-fitting and perfect, but they had one problem: they didn't keep her warm. It was obvious that Gu Yin lived a quality life, or at least that's what half of the untagged clothes hanging in her closet told him. While he was flipping around, a 4-sided card fell out of the books compartment. It was obvious that he had been abandoned by his master for a long time, and would have been abandoned again if he hadn't taken the guest room. Embarrassed and shaking her head. This little girl is really... If someone who didn't know better had seen Kuin's kitchen, they would have thought that it was spring in this city all year round. It wasn't a card, it was a photo, and it was the oldest kind, and he had printed a row of time March 1, 2009 on the side of the photo. As the fire slowly simmered, Qin Zhang-yong, with his belt around his waist, drew his thoughts back from Gu Yin's closet to the book in his hand. The book is about the thickness of a Jinhua dictionary, and it is densely filled with various ingredients. Qin Zhang-yong casually flipped through the pages, looking at the top of the probably suitable dishes for Gu Yin to eat. Qin Zhang-yong watched as the 4-sided card fluttered out of the pages of the book, quickly gripping it as it floated in midair. The weather is so cold, but there is no real warmth. Only those bright colors of the shape of the body thin. It was found in Gu Yin's guest room, when he was already covered in a thin layer of gray. This is a photo from 14 years ago. Qin Zhang-yong looked at the slightly yellowed and aged hard photo paper. The photo is of a girl and a tall man. The girl stood beside the man, smiling brightly. The man had a cigarette in his mouth and was dressed slightly scruffily in a white t-shirt and beach trousers. His flip-flops lifted casually on his feet. His expression was uncomfortably awkward. He didn't seem accustomed to having his picture taken. But he was being pestered by the girl, who was at his wits' end. Their eyes were glancing at the ceiling, and the background behind them was the kitchen where Qin Zhang-yong was standing. A glass of lemon honey water sits on the kitchen counter as it does now. The difference is that glass is only half full, and the one in his hand is freshly brewed. Qin Zhang-yong felt that he thought of something. He took Gu Yin to sit at home, and later, hand-brewed her the cup of antidote tea. Gu Yin's expression changed. She said, Zhang-yong. Gu Yin's lazy voice came from the room behind him, provoking Qin Zhang-yong to close the book in his hand and put the photo back. In tidying up and organizing his clothes, Qin Zhang-yong was like a new recruit on a temporary inspection. Being caught napping by the chief officer, the muscles of his whole body instantly tensed up, and Baba stood motionless, not humming a single sound. Gu Yin was still lazily calling Qin Xiangyang's name. Xiangyang, it smells so good. What did you burn? I burned the silver fungus, straightening the book one more time. Qin Xiangyang placed it on the shelf above and turned off the fire. Tugging at the clothes on his body once more, he then walked towards Gu Yin's room. I've roasted silver ears. Would you like one? Qin Xiangyang's eyes flickered as he asked. Gu Yin was still half lying on the bed. She was looking at her closet, considering whether she wanted Qin Xiangyang to help her get her clothes. But when he looked down and thought about it, Gu Yin guessed that he couldn't hold the clothes. Silver ear. It seems to be very tasty. I want one. Xiangyang, you go out first. I'll change my clothes. Wait for the food to be ready. Let's go out for a walk. It's not good for us to stay at home all day long. When I opened the door, Qin Xiangyang had already prepared 2 bowls of thick silver ear soup, although it is the same as her usual style. But only when you are sick. You can understand the beauty of warm clothes. Gu Yin smiled lightly. Is there anything you can't do? It's amazing. Not only do you know how to do it, but you do everything so well. When she opened the closet, Kiran frowned. She was a patient now, and she shivered at the thin clothes. Shall we go to the mall later? Qin Xiangyang reaches out and probes Gu Yin's forehead. The temperature on it is already almost the same. Your clothes are too thin. You'll be cold. Let's go see about a thicker jacket. Gu Xin smiled. Qin Xiangyang on a sound and retreated. It's good that you like it. Qin Xiangyang just smiled, and with a sweep of his eyes he looked at the bodycon dress that Gu Yin was wearing. The dress was black, with the sides slightly open and forked, sexy and bewitching. It was a very bodycon model with a perfect fit, wrapping the whole curve, making Gu Yin look like a siren. Picking 2 of the thickest ones, Kuchin put them on. It was pretty. Qin Xiangyang couldn't deny it, but the dress seemed a little thin, even though she had a pink knit jacket over it. It smells so good. Gu Yin inhaled his nose. His flushed face looked very healthy, and it was already a far cry from how he looked in the morning. Xiangyang, you're great. Yes, Gu Yin happily responded. His color was covered in sticky, transparent juice, which made the color more and more beautiful. Just by looking at him, Qin Xiangyang felt the urge to kiss him. Coughing awkwardly, Qin Xiangyang looked at the bowl that had gradually reached the bottom. Do you need another serving? I'll put it in the casserole. The more it's stewed, the more flavorful it will be. Touching his stomach, Gu Yin stretched out in satisfaction. That's enough. If I eat any more, I'll get fat. Take the initiative to put the bowl into the sink. Not waiting for Gu Yin to open the head of the water cage, Qin Xiangyang took over the hand. You're sick just fine. Don't wash. I'll do it. Hand gestures familiar rinse dishes. Draining. Put a this. Gu Yin before completely did not think of the asphalt finally in Qin Xiangyang's hands have a use, which makes her a little embarrassed. Her own home, but not quite clear about the usefulness of certain things. Like that asphalt. She has never known that that thing, even the bowl, is to be placed vertically. Smiling and stroking his hair, Gu Yin took his cell phone out of his pocket and quickly snapped a picture of Qin Xiangyang as he was about to unzip his bib. The man in the sunlight handsome. Light, excellent kitchen folding line out of the warm light on his face, for his tough face played a soft role. Thick eyebrows stretching. Gentle gentleman. Continuous and down quite set-off nose. With let the human heart move the masculinity. The most for the pen is that the color. Qin Xiangyang's color is slightly thinner. It looks very easy to bully the model. Kuan loves the thin color of the cheeks, and she thinks it's the best way to kiss them. It's the best, that handsome. Masculine face with that evenly distributed muscular body makes you think. A perfect body with testosterone, adorned with a musculature that will make your heart sing, with full pectoral muscles, wheat-colored healthy skin, and a powerful pubic bone. As soon as the color factor in Gu Yin's heart took root, he cuddled up the man's waist and pinched him. Xiangyang, have I ever told you? Your body, it's great. Qin Xiangyang's face immediately burned. Gu Yin leaned over when a pair of fullness on his chest almost completely squeezed his back, so that he could feel the softness there. No, don't make a scene. We still have to go clothes shopping. Steadying his breath, Qin Xiangyang quickly fled a few steps away, tugging at his clothes like a helpless child. Let's go. You need to buy some thicker clothes. It's better to be sick. It's only going to get colder and colder now. Hey, blush so easily. What a shy kid. Gu Yin laughed lightly and stopped teasing him, stepping forward and crutching his arm before walking with the man towards the outside of the small area. Qin Xiangyang obediently followed Gu Yin. Anywhere. I know there's one just past here. Why don't we go there and take a look? Gu Yin pulls Qin Xiangyang and snuggles up to him, just like she does when she's drunk. It's a bit cold. Don't hide, hold on to me. Where are we going to buy it? Qin Xiangyang does not know much about the city of A, and only remembered to ask Gu Yin as he walked downstairs. Previously, the doctor is in the neighborhood. Easy to find, but this buy clothes, for Gu Yin, naturally depends on where she likes. Gu Yin held back her laughter. She realized that she was getting more and more fond of teasing Qin Xiangyang. This man was always so adorable. Qin Xiangyang originally wanted to move away subconsciously, but after Gu Yin's snatch, he could only stretch out his hand and embrace the person in his own arms. His action was stiff and awkward. He looked like a woman who had been molested by a bully. Screw it. Follow me, you don't know your way around here. Oh. All the way Gu Yin is always non-stop to Qin Xiangyang's arms. The man wanted to hide, but thought that maybe Gu Yin cold. The body can only be stiffly delayed not to move. The more one drills, the more one blushes. The two have been to the shopping center. Qin Xiangyang's face is almost as colorful as the evening sun. Such a masculine man, but he always blushes easily. And Gu Yin's latest pet peeve is watching men blush. Hips smile and loosen some, since already inside, there is no need to be so tight. In case a man scared bad cannot be worth it. She also pointed to go back. There is also such a big heater to embrace back. Well, here is air conditioning. We first loosen some, but when we go back to hold out of the temperature difference is too big. I'm too sick for good, in case of a fever. It's not good, right? Taking a pitiful look at Qin Xiangyang. Gu Yin asked again, Xiangyang, do you think so? N, responding to the last two sounds. Qin Xiangyang's face was on the verge of exploding at the edge of red. He, let's go look at the clothes then. Let's go. Tugging Qin Xiangyang, Gu Yin walked forward with a happy face. As soon as they entered the room, this handsome couple attracted countless stares. Among them, there was also an unsuspecting one, slightly covering his mouth and nose. The man standing on the second floor of the building turned around, shielded his mouth with the collar of his trench coat, and pressed the communicator on his ear, saying, Target detected. Wait in place and report back at any time. The trenchcoat man's hazy vision looked over at Gu Yin and the two of them. And on a sound, what do you like? Gu Yin picked a casual style. Casually flipped through the eyes and then no longer feel. And then looked behind the man has been accompanied by boring asked a sentence. Qin Xiangyang is also a good temperament to accompany. In fact, he really do not have the experience of accompanying girls shopping. When he was a child attacked in the reading income. After growing up a little bit, joined the army, and then graduated into the drug squad. He is not like a normal boy who is always in contact with women. He practically grew up among men, and the only two women he was close to were his mother and the girl in his neighborhood. Rubbing the top of Gu Yin's hair, Qin Xiangyang smiled gently. It's good that you like it, as long as it's picked warm. That's the only thing a man could ask for. Warmer? Women's shopping is horrible, especially for a woman like Gu Yin. She is a shopaholic, but usually look for Wang Yiren to accompany, or this time, rare today came a sound fever. Then in the process of the shopping desire, also give vent to a good. Sharp eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with malice. The women, no matter how much they are aggrieved, they can't aggrieve themselves, can they? The man not far away also stared at them at any time, and kept reporting their current location. Gu Yin raised his eyebrows. This time she knew what she was buying clothes for. Down jackets or a cotton jacket, then a leather jacket, daring to threaten and drive out the patriarch who created him out of the green line. Then he would have to teach her what it meant to respect the elderly. Now, picking things out in the building. The mansion was a green-tiled courtyard, just like the family courtyard of young scribes drinking tea and meeting friends in ancient times, in which in the main compartment, an old man was half sitting on a chair, listening to the reports that kept coming in from his men. The line of the report keeps extending. With the signals floating in the air, we enter an ancient mansion. Sing Hang has enough money. If the money is gone, it is gone. What he wants is to teach Cao Yin a lesson. Today is the day of the Kingsing deal. I'd like to see how she, Gu Yin, can still negotiate this deal with me in such a high profile if the target of this deal gets injured, and the deal for $10 million goes down the drain. With this in mind, Gu Yin wandered off at will. The old man's bushels closed, and he said, "Keep an eye on her." And, nodding seriously, Kieran began to walk towards the stores. At first, she'd come into this leisurely shop just to see if she preferred a male uncle. But she couldn't help it. She really couldn't see it. Can't pick any more, just this one. Gu Yin pointed to a small fur. "This should be warm. I'm a little tired from all the walking." Softly whining, Qin Zhang still smiling with a good temper, accompanied Gu Yin for half an hour without complaint. "This then, please, wrap it up for me." The two of them didn't even look at the price and had it wrapped up. People in the store were already whispering about how lucky she was to have found such a handsome and rich man. Gu Yin just laughed at that, with a smug look on his face that would have raised his tail if he had one. "Well, do you see any toilets here?" Gu Yin pulled Qin Zhang down and asked. Qin Zhang lightly coughed in embarrassment. Asking this question in such a public place made him a bit embarrassed. Rubbing his nose, Qin Zhang pointed to his right. "I seem to see one there." "Then I'll go for a while. You wait for me here." The person in question didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he smiled and patted Qin Zhang shoulder. "Wait for me," nodding in embarrassment. Qin Zhang could only touch his nose helplessly. Gu Yin seemed to be in a real hurry. He jogged out of the store, turned right, and didn't stop until he passed the toilet sign. She walked towards the trenchcoat man, who had been following them not far away. The way Gu Yin rushed past her was fast and furious, and the way she trotted in her sexy 11-meter heels was as if there was a vicious gangster chasing after her. The man in the trenchcoat turned his body sideways and lowered his head, leaning over as Kuan rushed toward him. All had happened in an instant. Gu Yin sneered, and that slender leg looked like it had accidentally turned and pressed against the man. But the sudden hardness in his waist made him swallow the thought of struggle. "Honey, I caught you. Next time you should hide better to be more convincing," locking her arms around the man's neck. The fragile spine of that neck was as vulnerable as a piece of air-dried bread in Gu Yin's hands. It seemed as if that neck would snap in the air if she exerted any force. He doesn't want Gu Yin to see him. If it had been pushed in more, it would have been a bloody hole. Gu Yin's voice is completely different from her movements. It's as soft as a lover's whisper. "Have all the false intelligence been reported? I don't want him to have any prejudice against you that would jeopardize this plan. You know, everything I'm doing now is for our future." Kukatora was smiling. "You've been waiting for me for a long time." "Haven't you?" Gu Yin was still smiling. Only the strength of his stranglehold on the man's neck was increasing. The man didn't understand Kuzen's words at all, but he didn't dare to refute them at all as the knife on his waist been stabbed into his clothing. Such was the force and intensity that the sharp tip of the blade poked slightly into the man's skin, bringing down a crater, but in the instant he looks down, Gu Yin runs to his side, lifts his foot, and stops beside him. The fragile neck was snapped, and the male suddenly tensed up, his body subconsciously trying to struggle. The two of them acted like a couple, with the girl intentionally scaring the man. Everyone who noticed the movement smiled at each other, and then turned away their eyes. They all thought it was a joke, a harmless joke, and no one realized that Kieran's hand, hidden in the man's trench coat, was holding a knife, the tip of which was pressed against the man's abdomen. "You seem to have gotten a lot of favorable intelligence on him. Want to talk it over with me?" The knife at the man's waist went in a little further, signaling the man to say yes. The elbows were off balance upward in a high ring, and those soft elbows strangled the trench-coated man's neck and tightened. Forced to nod his head, he makes a simple syllable, "Yes." The man was breathing very fast, one eye flickering back and forth in uncertainty. "Fantastic. I was just about to have a nice chat with you." Gu Yin smiled there, the crooked corners of his eyes beautiful and moving. While his body was moving quickly, with a knife in his waist, the man didn't dare to struggle, and was dragged half-submissively to a toilet not far away. With a strong push, the man was unceremoniously thrown by Gu Yin into the women's restroom. Literally thrown. The man's tall body was still unable to react, and his head hit the toilet's water tank directly, which was so hard that the man's whole body fainted. Before the dizziness subsided, there was the sound of the toilet door locking behind him, followed by the feeling that the tie around his neck was being pulled heavily. The tie was pulled downward, and a pair of hands were clipped behind his body and tied together. Gu Yin tied it up very skillfully and quickly, cutting it back and then tying it, so that the man could only be forced to tilt his head back and close the distance between his neck and the hand before he could feel better. This is a professional and dangerous gesture. My dear, you are so handsome. Gu Yin smiled coldly. The knife in her hand was scratching around the trench coat man's ear. This action was dangerous. The trench coat man felt that his ear would be cut off by the woman in front of him at any time. His whole body trembled gently in uneasiness. Gu Yin didn't have the bad taste of cutting off people's ears. She didn't like the taste of blood too much, so if she could, she would rather strangle someone to death than choose the way of cutting off the tissues of the group. In Gu Yin's eyes, that way was idiotic and silly. If that much blood was not handled properly, it would soon be discovered. This kind of thing is totally unnecessary. It would be better to suffocate a person in such a way, rather than causing the matter to look like a suicide. It's clean and neat, the sharp knife point of the ear side of the communicator. Gu Yin directly take the knife cut off. The communication stops at this moment, and Gu Yin stands up straight, his voice cold-blooded and harsh. Animal should behave like an animal. Now that you're done acting, tell me about it. Clasping his hands in front of his chest, Gu Yin looked at the man in front of him with cold eyes. The man's expression was stunned. The contrast between Kuen's attitude and his own suddenly made him wonder, and the poorly frightened brain cells in his head began to recall. Gu Yin clasped his hands in front of his chest and looked at the man and smiled. You seem to have thought of that. Quite clever. Tilting his body forward slightly, Kuren's demonic appearance appeared in an enlarged form on the man's face as he was forced to tilt it up. They look like they are preparing for a kiss. It's just that the atmosphere and the setting are not quite right. Cold sweat slid down the man's forehead. She wasn't talking about herself. A very bad thought flew through his head. Terrifying the man and the one who betrayed them is the one who actually acted, thinking of Kuen's words. The words she'd said from behind her. Those ambiguous words. If they really understood it that way, then they would definitely pause the program and try to kill themselves. This woman, she did it on purpose. The words before, those unintelligible words, her purpose. The people behind the communicator. Her words would make them think that she betrayed them, thinking that Gu Yin knew about the whole plan. The corners of Gu Yin's color pulled out a raw smile, not warm, not gentle. This was a smile that could shock people, even if it kept its hooked arc. Now, don't you have to think about whether or not you need to work with me? Ruffling his long hair, Gu Yin continued, you must realize that if you refuse me now, you will undoubtedly be killing yourself. They won't let go of someone who betrays them, and I won't let go of an enemy. The sharp knife in his hand gestured at the man's face. Whether you want to live or die is up to you. Moving away from the man's face, Gu Yin began to toss the knife through the air, catching it in one upward and one downward motion, always easily avoiding the taxing tip of the blade. Her expression was full of evil. There is only one chance if you miss it. I have this knife back and a beautiful knife flower. The last second also rolled in the air sharp knife, instantly pointing to the man's heart. Gu Yin with great force to the fall slightly thicker clothes pushed inward, so that the man can feel the sharp object stabbing the feeling, but not to scratch him. You see, the way this knife goes into the heart. It must be beautiful. Gu Yin was still laughing. The man was already shaking. His whole body was trembling, and his teeth were making a grinding sound, cackling, crunching sounds. Are you cold? You seem to be shivering a lot to me. Gu Yin in light smile. Hand touched to the coat pocket, took out the cell phone. Pressed the number. The rest of the light to look at the man's ear, as if counting. The communicator you wear on the ear is imported from Germany. A city recently only a businessman into this batch of goods. I am now contacting Yim Fakey. If the phone is connected, your existence is not the slightest bit of necessity. I can be completely along the way to find out who that person is. The time only needs 10 minutes or less. Need 10 minutes or less. If you did not say before the connection, then I have no reason to keep you. Fingers moved over the numeric keys as the man's eyes rounded in horror. There are 11 numbers, and I'm ready to press the first one now. The second, breathing tighter and tighter. The man's eyes widened in fear. Kuren continues, the fifth, the eighth, Tora Chan. Yen Fakey's voice came out. There is no way that this incident could have been possible for a third person, other than the one who tried to kill her, and the one she informed. I said, as he wishes to get the information he wants. Gu Yin presses the last digit. The phone goes on air, and is picked up within 3 seconds. No one said anything to anyone. Kieran stopped, opening the door to the toilet room. Gu Yin straightened his clothes and walked out elegantly. No, he shouted with almost all the strength in his body. No. The 10th, and the last, the phone was disconnected without a moment's pause. On the other side of the phone, Yemfaki narrowed his eyes slightly. What was that old fox's call this morning? Where did he find out about the assassination? Gu Yin, however, stopped moving her hand, the last digit stiffening at her fingertips, and she laughed. Looks like you've already figured out what you should do, with his head hanging slightly. A bold idea suddenly popped into Kieran's head. Yanfaki was obviously flabbergasted by the question and shook his head. No, I haven't told anyone about it. Fang Chang's phone call today had been so detailed and conclusive. It would have been completely impossible to understand so well if he wasn't in the know. Eyes cold, Gu Yin's voice suppressed. Attention, the old fox wants to counter. The deal is cancelled. Protect Duoda and wait for my order at 12 o'clock at night. Feng Chang. Feng Chang sent someone to kill her. Not many people knew about it. If Gu Yin hadn't said anything, no one would have known about it, but that old man knew about it. Gu Yin opened the door to the mountain. Did you tell Mr. Feng about the assassination yesterday? Inside the toilet cell, the man in the trench coat slid on the floor like a tired mud, his whole body trembling. It was obvious that he was terrified. The voice was small and weak. Uncle Feng wants to revolt, tugging at the hem of his own shirt. Gu Yin rubbed his face, letting the grim look fade away completely. I've been waiting for you. I'm back. Smilingly jumped up. Gu Yin happily took Qin Zhanyang's arm, but before he could act as a spoiled brat, his hand was held in the palm of his hand by a man. Your hands are cold. You're still sick first. Change your clothes first. Taking out the clothes from the bag. Qin Zhanyang slightly shivered, signaling Gu Yin to put his hand in. This unassuming action made Gu Yin's previously gloomy mood jump out at once. This man is always gentle and considerate. He can give himself the freshest feeling all the time. Good. He responded obediently, as Gu Yin put on his clothes. It was a pink-colored fur, which matched Gu Yin's clothes and made his face look more and more beautiful. Does it look good? Gu Yin asked Qin Zhanyang as he spun around in place. Good-looking. He. That's because I'm good-looking. After saying this shamelessly, Gu Yin once again stuck to her and said with a smile on her face, Let's go shopping again. Good, no matter what Gu Yin said. Qin Zhanyang mostly held a supportive attitude, mild like the warm sun in winter, shining softly and warmly on the body. But when he walked out of the store, Qin Zhanyang frowned. The man in the trench coat who had been following them before was gone. From the moment he entered the building, he sensed that someone was following them, and then he realized that it was a man who kept staring at them, although he did it in a very covert way. But after so many years of training, the man still has a keen sixth sense, in the premise of not hitting the grass to scare the snake. Qin Zhanyang will not take the initiative to strike. But he did not expect this will work. The man disappeared. What are you looking at? Gu Yin followed Qin Zhanyang's gaze for a while, then smiled. Is it to see what other clothes can match this beauty beside you? Qin Zhanyang was amused by Gu Yin's remark. Waste? A bunch of fucking waste. Feng Chang got up with full of anger. Full of anger has no place to vent. And lifted his foot, kicked over the hand-warming frame in front of his body. The hand-warming frame overturned. Making a muffled sound, Gu Yin raised his hand, stroked his left and right sides virtually, and moved it as if he had a crown on his head, and said in satisfaction, It's nothing. Kuchen, gritting his teeth fiercely. Feng Chang's anger from yesterday finally began to explode to its fullest. A few of his men dared to say anything in such an atmosphere, and could only listen to Feng Chang's angry scolding. If you can't handle such a small matter, what do you need to do for food, since we've come out? We should have a good time shopping. Seeing as you've bought me some clothes, I'll pay for you to pick one out today. Patting his chest. Gu Yin looked like a rich woman who brought her adopted young man to a luxurious building, and then told him, Baby, pick whatever you want, consulting, stroking the soft black hair. Qin Zhanyang nodded obediently. Then please, princess, for subordinate clothing. Qin Xiangyong laughed muffledly. Gu Yin's behavior really made him want to laugh. It's just a woman, a 20-something-year-old doll. And you guys can't even handle it. Don't think that just because you are the head of Green Bank now. You don't care about me as an old man without us. We wouldn't be Green Bank now. How dare you kick me off the stage? It's not that easy, with his fists clenched. The ferocity in Fang Chang's eyes was obvious. I wanted to teach you a little lesson. But instead you hooked up with my man. Don't think that this is the end of the matter, this time. I will let you know that this green business is not as secure as you think it is. And without my old bones to hold it up, there won't be so many people to convince you. Sunlight pours into this ancient room and shines on Fang Changtong, creating a huge shadow. A person who has been in a position of power for a long time will inevitably become addicted to it. And Fang Chang is a serious addiction. He has always thought that he is above, but yesterday's phone call has directly broken his sense of superiority. That girl, how dare she unload him just like that? It's a hell of a feeling to be knocked down all of a sudden. And the one who knocked him down was a junior who had built a foundation through them. Bring me the phone. Fang Chang slapped the desktop with a crunching sound. The henchman standing on the side almost fearfully handed over the phone to Fang Chang. He was getting old and his eyes were a bit blurry. Even dialing the numbers became a problem, breathing heavily. Fang Chang blamed Gu Yin for all of this, all because of this bastard girl Angry. Otherwise he would not be like this. Anger is no more than a gasp. Fang Chang direct rapid dialing number. Not long after the phone rang. A steady, self-assured male voice came out. Uncle Feng, Fitch. Yim Fakey turned around and sat back in front of the computer. Picked up the data cable to connect to the phone and started the scanning. Uncle Feng, what's up? Yim Fakey moved so quickly that Fang Chang did not know what he was doing, and said on the other end of that call, it's nothing really. It's just about what happened yesterday. And I want to talk to you again. Yesterday's incident. Yan Fakey sighed. His neck and head set up his cell phone. His 10 fingers quickly moving on the keyboard to lock on Fang Chang's cell phone. A worried tone hangs from his mouth. Uncle Feng, you also understand that Yin Zai's nature is stubborn as hell. It's unlikely that she'll listen to us. This, Yim Fakey paused, actually stalling for time. The scanning had reached the final stage, and the location of the street was beginning to take shape if it was delayed for just one more minute. Fang Chang would be found. A sly rabbit has 3 holes, and Feng Xing naturally has quite a few properties. Yesterday, Yim Fakey only looked for the place where he would normally be. Yesterday, Yim Fakey only looked for the place where he usually stayed. However, after being cut off by Gu Yin last night, Fang Chang moved his place. Now no one can find out where he is, unless he comes out by himself. Fang Chang listened to the tone of Yim Fakey, that he has been shaken. The tone of voice cannot help but bring a touch of urgency. That child is just too twisted in her temper. But I thought about this matter, and I still don't feel at ease. Fang Chang's voice seemed to be very serious. That child is now the pillar of our King Xing. If she has an accident or something, how can I face the heroes who died tragically in the past? This deal must be stopped. Fitch, as you know, that boy listens to heroes best. Don't worry, leave this to Uncle. He can make her listen, as long as he can get Gu Yin to make an appointment. Just the 3 of us. Uncle can persuade the boy. I understand what Uncle means, but surely Yin Zai won't listen to us. Yan Fakey repeats, while talking. The operation in hand has been completed, and is now doing the final refinement of the area. The name was like a cold cave. It instantly brought him down into a circle of coldness. Yan Fakey's brows twisted up deeply. Uncle Hero died 14 years ago. He passed away 14 years ago. And since then, Gu Yin has become that cold-blooded and ruthless viper. You also understand. That child listens to the words of the hero the most. Although Uncle Hero is gone, but he left something behind, these things. He would have wanted me to give to this child when she was 24 years old. But now I'm afraid I can't wait. I want to give it to her in advance. Yan Fakey's fingers left the keyboard. His voice was a bit heavy. Uncle, does Yin Zai know? I naturally hide it from her. If she knew, she would have already come to make me hand it over as an old man. Fang Chang has taken out his last resort. If he can't even succeed this time, then there is nothing he can do. I'll ask Tarako then. Yen Fakey gave an ambiguous answer. His eyes, however, were glued to the red dot on the monitor. That's where Fang Chang is now. The computer has been surveyed, and I'll leave this to you. 10 o'clock tonight. The tea room in the north of the city. Good. Putting his cell phone aside. Yen Fakey rubbed his chin, and Uncle Hero left something for Corin. Squinting. No wonder Yinzi shouted you called the old fox. You are really enough cunning. Know that Yinzi has been on the matter of the hero of the uncles unparalleled. This will deliberately take this as a head, in order to Yinzi cheated to come. The data line is removed. Yan Fakey began to ponder. Uncle Feng has not shown any signs of rebellion before. Why this time? Is it because Yinzai exempted him from power? If that is the case, it is too unbelievable. Before Yinzai took office, the whole green line is almost a large number of punks' origin. If not Yinzai these years of hard work, the green line were the development. These old things had to rest on their laurels. If it wasn't for Gu Yin, they would still be doing hard labor. Every year, Tarako gave them the largest share of the profit. These old masters accounted for almost 20 of all net profits. The weight that was once again added to his arm caused Qin Ziyang to smile helplessly at Gu Yin. Don't get tired. Oh, Gu Yin smiles. She is not tired, but looking at Qin Ziyang's demeanor, she feels that this man should be much more tired than her. But these people are still not satisfied, and at the beginning of this year, they propose to raise the percentage to 25 for no other reason than that they are the founders of the Green Bank. Although Gu Yin is ruthless, he is also considerate to the older generation, and will try to satisfy them as much as he can. This also makes this group of old guys is the heart more and more black. Gu Yin respect them, is because they are followed by the hero uncle to open the next. All to hold them up to a high position. On the other hand, Gu Yin was obviously in a good mood. Even the desire to shop is very good. Behind him, Qin Ziyang has countless bags hanging from his body. All of them are filled with Gu Yin's prizes. They've been shopping for 2 hours. Qin Ziyang silently handed out his card, paid off the latest bill, and signaled the sales lady to hang onto his hand. Yin, take a rest. You're sick to death. Don't be too tired. Just letting this old man do a bit of persuasion, but in the blink of an eye, he even turned against it, gritting his teeth fiercely. Yan Fakey was almost exasperated by these shameless old men. It was because of this that Yim Fakey went to Fang Chang to persuade Gu Yin. Fang Xing and Uncle Ying Jun is the closest brother, thought by him. Yinzi will at least face, but Yim Fakey did not expect. It is this group of guys do not want to face. They are not happy to see the flourishing green business, and they like to fan the flames everywhere. The beautiful cat's eyes darted back and forth in Qin Ziyang's hands, where pockets of all sizes were full, and a casual calculation of the price was on the 5-figure range, sighing at Qin Ziyang's solid family background. While happy to have found such a perfect man, Gu Yin laughed, counting Qin Ziyang's advantages. He is rich, handsome, perfect, can go up to the hall, can go down to the kitchen, but also into the bed. This kind of Chinese is the very best. The very best, with a satisfied sigh. Gu Yin stalked up and said with a smile on his face, "Let's go home then. It just so happens that I'm a bit tired as well." Good, with a gentle smile. Qin Ziyang originally wanted to touch the top of Gu Yin's hair. Stroking the top of Gu Yin's hair is a new favorite of Qin Ziyang's since he met him. But he had too many things in his hands, and when he raised his fingers a little, they fell back down, shrugging his shoulders regretfully. Qin Ziyang laughed softly. "Looks like next time we'll have to hire another person to carry the bags behind us. That's what I've always thought." Gu Yin smiled, looking at Qin Ziyang with curved eyes, before spitting out the latter words, "Look. I've found it here." Qin Ziyang's face showed a rare embarrassment. He became the one who carried the bag. This caused Gu Yin to tremble again, and it was not until he reached home that he rubbed the corners of his slightly aching cheeks. "Sore from laughing, aren't you? Really stupid. Come on. Take your medicine again. Put down the things in hand." Qin Ziyang automatically transformed into a housekeeper. "Take care of Gu Yin. Two people's temperament is like being replaced." Gu Yin completely without a small woman's careful and soft. Qin Ziyang in front of her also does not have a man's monopoly overbearing. "Look," Gu Yin tilted her head. Her purchases had been put aside. Her eyes had been swaying with Qin Ziyang's body as he walked back and forth. And she suddenly said, "Aren't we a good match? opening the box. Qin Zhang was looking at the instructions for several pills, and casually replied, "Where is it dispensed? You're good at everything. I'm not good at anything." Qin Zhang was just about to open the box when he heard Gu Yin say, "Going to work? What about the Queen's bar?" Gu Yin giggled, in fact. She felt that what she said makes sense. Swallowing the medicine in his hand, he took the lemon and honey water in Qin Zhang hand and sipped it. As if he thought of something, Gu Yin asked, "Why didn't you pour me some water at that time?" This sentence, the reason for the match, was almost coughed up by his own saliva. He never knew that, in fact, the word match can still be counted in this way. That, take your pills first. You are drunk, and lemon and honey hydrolyze the alcohol. And you just happen to have these in your refrigerator. And responding lazily, she picked up the man's hand, and Gu Yin placed it on the side of her cheek, rubbing it against her slightly. "I'm going to work tonight, so you can wait for me at home. Okay, this is not only the antidote to an effect, but also can make the female hair children become white. Better skin. Now the fall is easy to dry. Put some honey. The body will also be better." Qin Zhang explained slowly and methodically. At first glance, there is a kind of wrong impression that he is a nutritionist. Qin Zhang put the medicine back where it belongs. "Going to bed first. I'll call you during dinner." Qin Zhang walks over to Gu Yin and squats down. "If you control the temperature at night, you shouldn't need to hang water tomorrow." "Hey, is that so?" Gu Yin looks at the lemon and honey water in his hand and asks, "I'm not drunk right now. So why are you giving me this at the thought of this location?" Qin Zhang brows sort of furrowed. "You're still sick." The reason for that match is that Qin Zhang really doesn't know how to answer it. "You know a lot." Gu Yin kicks the bag at his feet and yawns lazily. "I'm always sleepy lately, I know." Tugging at Qin Zhang hand curtly, Gu Yin said coquettishly, "I already took yesterday off, so I can't afford to skip work today. Or else the boss won't let me do it. She was going to clean up that old fox today. How could she miss it?" Tianxiu stomping her feet in helplessness. She now finally realized the disadvantages of cohabitation. She had to report to someone if she wanted to go out for a while. The key is that she's still happy with him, and she'll be even more upset if she lets him slip away. Cautiously glancing at Qin Zhang, he was still frowning. However, the next moment, Qin Zhang's brows relaxed a bit. He suddenly thought of something. Something that had to be done. The thought of the Queen's bar, after being stirred up by Gu Yin's cold earlier, gives him a jolt. He came to a city is for that viper and come. But the wrong, he even forgot the task. Sirius's face was slightly better. Today, he had to go out for a while. The day of the deal. He couldn't miss it. Only by bringing Viper to justice will he be able to get the entire drug squad to recognize his abilities, and no longer involve his own father. "Okay, don't frown," said Gu Yin, pressing his fingertips between Qin Zhang's eyebrows. "I promise to come back early," pulling Qin Zhang's hand and gently shaking it. "Don't worry. I promise I won't drink today." "Okay, don't worry. I promise not to drink today. Okay?" Winking and winking. Kuan used a beauty trick. Qin Zhang is now fighting in his mind whether to let Gu Yin go or not. If he doesn't let her go, his movement will be impeded, but if he does, this little girl is not cured yet, and if she gets worse, Gu Yin's business is all about the sword, and the part of observing the words and colors is absolutely indispensable. As soon as he looked at Qin Zhang's face, Gu Yin realized that he was thinking about his own illness. His eyes lit up, and the boy was eager to prove it. "I'm already much better. Look, I've been shopping for 2 hours today, and I'm still in good spirits," and gesturing to raise his arm so that Qin Zhang could look at the delicate, soft musculature on it, Gu Yin boasted to himself, "Look, isn't it very strong? Look, isn't it strong? Don't mess with the drinks they give you. Wear more clothes. Be careful to keep warm. Remember to call." Okay, nowadays, there are still more bad guys, especially on those occasions. When he said those occasions, Qin Zhang's brows frowned and said in a deep voice, "You shouldn't believe in other people's words casually." "Right, good. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." Qin Zhang couldn't help but laugh and cry. This little girl, why is she so cute? The soft, slender hand was right in front of me, and the owner of the hand was looking at himself with a look of wonder. "Aha! This well-behaved demeanor, however, provoked Qin Zhang to feel uneasy and added again, "Call me when you get off work in the evening. I'll come pick you up." After Gu Yin's repeated assurances, Qin Zhang finally decides to let her go to work. Suddenly she felt like a kindergarten doll, and Qin Zhang was the over-worried parent. Got it, got it. Very strong, lightly sighing and shaking his head. Qin Zhang compromised it's okay to go, but must pay attention to safety. Slim, black, sexy, open leg, maxi dress, and stunning fur coat. Curran. I know. Gu Yin nodded his head. "I'm going to go now. I'll call you when I get off work." Gu Yin stood in front of the door and changed her shoes. She was still wearing the same clothes she had just worn. No matter who she is. She can't escape her charm. Qin Zhang was a little worried, but on the surface, he nodded his head, signaling her to go to work without worrying about her. "You're so sweet. I'll be back early," with a sweet smile. Gu Yin closed the door to her room. Just the moment the door closed, the smile on his face went cold. It seems that the laughing and playful Gu Yin has been thrown away in that house. The current Gu Yin is the underground ruler of a city who wears the crown of viper. Narrowing his eyes slightly, his long, slender fingertips took out his cell phone, quickly dialed the familiar number, and stepped into the elevator. The call was answered quickly, and it was obvious that the man had been waiting for Curran to greet him. "Are you ready?" Gu Yin looked at the silhouette printed on the polished stainless steel surface, and spoke in a cold voice that pierced the heart. "I hope you haven't forgotten your mission. I didn't pay for you to come here so that you could see at my place." "Of course, beautiful," said the voice on the other end of the line, as elegant as an old hymn. "I've been keeping an eye on your right-hand man for you. And so far he seems to be very loyal. He looks like a sweet, honest puppy dog who is harboring a great deal of ambiguity for his master." Ding, the elevator door opened. Gu Yin took a step out, her spiky heels making a crunching sound against the ground. "Zichai, I think paying you 10,000 a day is too much. Oh my God, there was a piercing tsunami on the phone." Gu Yin disgustedly moved the cell phone away a bit, and then listened to his voice still clear to her ears. "Oh my God, how could you say such a thing? Curran, why no," Gu Yin said in English in response to the situation, and then grunted softly. "If you've come to the conclusion that Yen Fakey is acting like a loyal dog, then I think it's time for our contract to expire." There was a pause. "You have to understand. No one wants to know something they already know very well." Of course. Nishiek scratched her hair, that elegant look broken up in a slightly rude gesture as well. "Good. I think you've now realized that, first of all, you have to stop opening your mouth with such a disgusting accent. And secondly, you have to talk to me in a normal voice for the rest of the day." With a cold snort, Gu Yin spoke slowly to the other end of the phone. "I remember today's paycheck hasn't been called yet, right? A familiar door opens on a warehouse, a high profile. Bright red Ferrari sits in the garage, at least from his point of view. The reduction of remuneration is not funny." Tucking away the sense of unearned nobility from his face, Sai Kai's otherwise flamboyant voice resumed its customary plodding tone. "I've installed a small, stealthy wiretap on him, and there's a piece of information I think you'll be very interested to know." A few dry laughs, a sigh of decadence in the West Pond. Speak, riding daintily in the car. Gu Yin closed the door to the warehouse and adjusted his sitting position. "Oh my God, there was another ear-piercing tsunami on the other end of the phone. Well, even if he can't pretend to be a gentleman, he can't joke about payoffs, can he? This woman can always easily stir up his bottom line. Nishikai feels that he'd better go back to being a black agent selling intelligence. At least he won't be bullied." The person on the other end of the line seemed to be playing hard to get, holding his breath as he spoke cheaply. Guess, in the time it took him to say this, Gu Yin had already arrived at a separate parking space in the neighborhood. Sighing decisively, Zichai considered for a moment before deciding to open his mouth. "Well, I think you'll be glad to know this. One of the old geezers called Yen Fakey today, and asked him to bring you to the tea room on the west side of the city. And they went back and forth about someone's name. And of course I'm not sure if he was a person's name or not, because he sounded more like a name for Ikigami Brave. Heroes." Gu Yin stopped moving his hands, his already cold face even more stormy. "Oh, my God, you're so smart," Seiki exclaims exaggeratedly. "That's the name, God. I thought it was a title and not a name. It reminds me of the Star League. Maybe you haven't seen it, but that's not the point. The point is that there are a lot of super-powered people in there. You know what? So, the person on the other end of the phone was still talking when Kieran opened another door to the warehouse. It's a garage that connects the front and back. The car pulls out arrogantly, and Gu Yin emphasizes. Money, Kai choked, and then bit the corner of his shirt miserably, sobbing and picking up the key points to say the man who called seems to have the same thing that the hero wants to give you. He should want to use this thing to lure your family's little faithful dog to lead you over. Also, the assassination wasn't from your little faithful dog. So don't frame the poor pet. I don't need you to remind me. Gu Yin's eyes grew cold. Old fox. You don't even want to let a man who's been dead for 14 years rest in peace. Do you want to drag me off the stage so badly? Dangerous narrowed his eyes. I'm indulging you because you're my uncle's best friend. I'm afraid you really don't understand the meaning of stopping when it's appropriate. Putting on his Bluetooth headset. Gu Yin said in a cold accent, Watch Yen Fakey. Don't let him find you. I hope the 10,000 a day payoff will allow me to see the benefits in your favor. How many days pay you can get is ultimately up to you. You can't trust anyone in this world. This is always Gu Yin's criterion. Hang up the phone and accelerate. The car shoots out quickly, with an arrogant gesture, just like the owner of the car. Hang up, West Pool Mun. Our look dead has been hung up the phone. Half a long time later, only to react to like from the nose grunted out a gas. Every time this, I am a good intermediary black How many people want to entrust me to check things? But also queuing up, but you always take such an attitude towards me. If not, a day 10,000. He grumbled in his heart. But the slightly fleshy body still stood up and resigned himself to working for Gu Yin. To Kai Kin, in Qin Xiangyang's eyes, he is like an uncle. He is also like an uncle, not a big problem. Qin Xiangyang's heart gradually warmed. Kai Kin is his father's subordinates. Since he was born to watch, Uncle Kai has been followed by his father. When he was a teenager, his dream of joining the army was due to the influence of his family. Kid, how's it going in his city? Kai Kin's voice was still bright with hardness. This made Qin Xiangyang somewhat embarrassed and gave an in. Not bad, a city is quite good. Push the answer button and say, Uncle Kai. Uncle Kai. Qin Xiangyang looked at the name that kept flashing on his cell phone and frowned in confusion. If it wasn't necessary, they didn't contact each other. However, it was a shame that Qin Xiangyang hadn't fully fulfilled his duties in a city this time. This made him feel a little weak when he saw Uncle Kai's phone call. But he quickly adjusted himself. Yes, knowing that Kai Kin could not see. Qin Xiangyang still did a standard military posture. No problem on good. Kai Kin brightly laughed a few times, with the unique military brash and smooth. You kid. Uncle but optimistic This time must do a good show to the head of the good look. The man's thick breath accompanied this shout. Uncle Kai at the other end of the phone, hearing such a voice, let out a sigh of satisfaction, and softly said, I hope Uncle didn't disturb you. You take care of everything. Kid, do a good job. Uncle heard that the informant will leave here to go to H City. So he called you in the morning, worrying about the impact of your plan. You have no problem there. Qin Xiangyang nodded in the air. Then Uncle will hang up, and take care of yourself in all things. Hey, Uncle, Qin Xiangyang suddenly called out to Kai Kin. Why? Is something wrong? Kai Kin laughed, stopping the action that was about to hang up the phone, and laughed softly into the cell phone. This is not like the personality of our little head of state. Dragging the mud, Qin Xiangyang coughed lightly, pretending not to have heard Kai Kin's teasing. And after squeaking for a while, he asked, How is Dad doing these days? Everything is fine with the chief. Because you have to keep your business secret. I told the chief about the special army training. The chief has been busy with various meetings lately and hasn't realized it yet. Kai Kin paused. Need to report for the head of your current. No need. Qin Xiangyang nervously picked up the cup and took a sip before saying, That's fine, then I'll hang up first. Good, be careful with everything. Putting away the cell phone. Qin Xiangyang took a deep breath, tilting his head. He looked out the window at the scenery. It is now evening, and the large red evening sunlight is made red by the sun. Rubbing his head, the father's two words that suddenly came to mind, caused Qin Zhanyang to put his hand in front of his eyes in embarrassment. Looking into his palm, he grew up with the aura of being the son of the head of the family, and was the envy of all. But no one knew that his father was not kind. The word dad is always harsh in his mind. His father had beaten him so hard on the palm that he had broken a finger. It was the same red sunlight. When I look back, I can't imagine the pain I felt at that time. That's right. It's a bribe, and little Zhanyang, who doesn't know anything about it, is the target of the bribe. The uncle took the contract and left it there, telling him in a serious voice to talk to his father and give them all the production for the army this time. Closed management, strict and serious, responsible and tough training. All of this piled up a sense of mission, hitting the hidden patriotic feelings in his heart. They may have thought of defending their country, upholding justice, helping others and killing the enemy as children. He knew, naturally, that his father had a high position. He learned this the first time he entered his father's office. The aunts and uncles always loved him. They gave him all kinds of things. That was also the first time he got his coveted transformer Vajra. But this one is different from the others. He is made of pure gold. Zhanyang is 6 years old, a young but emotional age. Because Zhanyang's mother was hospitalized with appendicitis, the young Zhanyang had no one to take care of him. So he could only follow his father. At that time, his father was still an adjutant, but his position was not to be underestimated. But after stepping into the army, Qin Zhanyang realized that this place was completely different from what he had imagined. This is a proper militarized base. With a heavy sigh, Qin Zhanyang drew back from his memories. He sighed as he looked at his fingers, which did not show any pain at all. At that time, the beating was really hard. How much force did it take to break that finger with the sharp corner of the ruler? Little Zhanyang didn't understand, so he nodded happily. This kind of sentiment can be easily eroded by time. But he won't disappear. Maybe it was just for spite in the first place. When his father came back, he saw the contract and the pure gold Vajra in little Zhanyang's hand. But it was then that he realized that his father did not like weak cowards who depended on their families. It is only by the time of the years buried in the softest position in your heart, and Qin Zhanyang's sense of justice in the army at the moment. Quickly take root and grow strong. Turn into an unattainable tree. At some point, his sense of mission became more and more important. He no longer just wanted to fight for his own favor. He wanted to use his own power to change the bad atmosphere. Based on this subjective purpose, he then accomplished his own egoistic goal to make everyone recognize him. Recognize him, Qin Zhanyang, a man who doesn't need to rely on anyone's reputation to make money for himself. One day he will be equal to his own father, so that people will look at him squarely, instead of putting before his name the title of the Duke of the head of Qin. Tightening the clothes on his body, Qin Zhanyang gripped the key and walked out of the room in full vigor. The word slowdown is not in Gu Yin's vocabulary. The red sports car with the special license plate, driving up to 120 yards, was running arrogantly. In this stop-and-go evening rush hour, it becomes an alternative scenery. She drives through red lights where no one else dares to go, and turns corners where she dares not. Her desperate driving style has brought her a barrage of curses wherever she goes. The traffic police soon realized that the car was different from the others. With a wrinkled brow and a low curse, he got on his motorcycle and was ready to chase after her. But when he saw the license plate that was a public taboo, he silently slowed down, pretended that nothing had happened, rubbed his nose, and let her gallop along. This happens almost every once in a while and is nothing new. With a beautiful tail swing, Gu Yin parked his car at the entrance of the Queen's bar. In the evening, the Empress had not yet opened, and it was quite empty when Gu Yin walked in. Yimfeki stood on the stage, his back to Gu Yin, who pushed the door in. The lonely background against the empty bar. Very emotional. Gu Yin couldn't help but whistle and close the door with his backhand. Tighten the fur on the body. Gu Yin, although for Yan Fakey's good body marvel, but in the deep autumn weather, so look, all let her feel cold. Do I need to advise you to put your clothes on? Hey. This look makes Yimfeki look decadent and glamorous. Tora-chan, Yenfeki shouted again, his frown tightening a bit. Tora-chan. A deep breath and a low, muffled voice escaped from Yenfeki's mouth. His eyebrows wrinkled in a tight struggle. In front of Yimfeki, Gu Yin restrained his impudence. She responded seriously and looked at him. The way she looked at him seemed to be encouraging him to say whatever he wanted to say. Gu Yin waited for him, resting his hand on his cheek with trust, and said, "I'm listening." He opened his mouth but didn't spit out a note. "It's a bad boy charm, a little bit bad, a little bit gangster. Ready?" Yen Fakey said, turning around. "Wearing only a thin shirt in the 10-degree weather. Are you trying to play the role of savior? Or are you simply trying to play deep? But those aren't for you." Sitting down at the bar, Kuin poured himself a glass of vodka and began to get right to the point. "Is everything ready?" Just such encouragement let Yemfaki's eyebrows wrinkled more close together. Between the eyebrows hard to be squeezed out a chewin. However, he had a very serious expression on his face, which broke the feeling of the outfit. He looked like he was holding a lot of things in his heart and didn't know how to open his mouth. Gu Yin swipes a glance at the white shirt up to the cuffs. His eyes moved to the large expanse of bare pectoral muscles, and then to the hem of the shirt half tucked into his pants, with the Korean man's thin cheeks with a face of bitterness and hatred. After a long pause, he went on, "Before, I received a phone call from Uncle Fang." Go on. Gu Yin looked at Yen Fakey, waiting for him to tell her everything. As long as he was willing to tell her, she would believe it. Licking the corners of his eyes, Yen Fakey tightened his fists. He wants to be allowed to go to the tea room in Sincere West. Tonight at 10 o'clock. Another monotone. But Yen Fakey understood it to mean what next? Anything else? It was another monotone. But Yen Fakey realized that it meant what next? What else? They are always so in tune with each other and understand each other so well. It is because of this understanding that Yen Fakey understands how Gu Yin will react when he tells him this. Heavily seated next to Gu Yin, Yen Fakey inhaled deeply several times and on countless occasions. Yen Fakey thought to himself, "Forget it, don't tell her. If I tell Yin, she'll definitely feel bad." The idea floated around a few times, but in the end, he couldn't help himself. He didn't want to lie to Gu Yin. Yen Fakey said, "Feng Lao has something of Uncle Hero's in his hand, and he wants to lure you there," with a light sigh of relief. Gu Yin's brows relaxed. She hadn't realized that she was nervous when Yen Fakey hesitated. Nervous about his dishonesty toward her. Still, this man was someone he could trust. Patting Yen Fakey on the shoulder, Gu Yin smiled with a light-hearted smile. "Don't worry, I'm not a child. I know what's important, even if it's not good enough. Uncle has already left. I won't act out of righteousness." Yen Fakey only thanked the heavens for Yinzi's current attitude, and then listened as she continued. "But I won't let go of people who want to use their uncle to fight for power and position." The color of his eyes turned cold. "Tell that fox that the time has been changed. I can't wait. Meet him there in half an hour." Yen Fakey was flabbergasted. He hadn't expected Gu Yin to make such a hasty decision, which made him unconsciously think in the direction of Gu Yin's impulsive behavior. "Hey, don't act like that. Don't you trust me?" He needs to think about what he'll have to say to get through if he encounters Kotobayashi inside. "Though I have always been a little overzealous when it comes to my uncle, I won't be now after all these years. I will always be wise. I've made arrangements there, just tell him so. And don't worry about the rest." Moving his fingertips over the rim of the glass, Gu Yin looked at the vodka in his hand, which was nothing compared to the diluted vodka, and raised an eyebrow. It sounded like a good idea, but before he did that, he had to fill himself up. And then he had to examine everything about the bar, the vantage points for escape, a few doorways, and if the perpetrator was escaping, where the better place to ambush him would be. Turning around, Qin Ziyang walked towards another road. After standing still and staring for about half a minute, he decided he'd better go to a nearby diner and eat first. Twisting his brow a little, Qin Ziyang considered that he would soon be entering the Queen's bar, and suddenly recoiled somewhat vaguely. Qin Ziyang came a bit early, and the store was not yet open. At this moment, what's going through his mind is what if he's caught the criminal himself, and Koibito sees it at the same time. Then he'll confess his identity. Kuin left half an hour ago, so she should be in the bar by now, according to her schedule, with half a glass of vodka in his hand. Gu Yin tilted his neck and swallowed the spicy liquid down his esophagus and into his stomach, bringing out a fiery sensation. "Yin Zai, although you have removed Uncle Feng's power, those who follow Uncle Feng are not simple. In the past few years, they have also penetrated into our entry department. The routes are mixed. I am worried that there will be danger." Fakey watched Gu Yin get into that flashy red sports car, and his head couldn't help but throb. Gu Yin didn't look like he took his words seriously at all. It made Fakey just keep repeating in his ear, "You're taking a little too much of a risk, don't worry. If I could even handle this, I could have given up my position as the Green Line boss a long time ago. Furthermore, if it was so easy to get into trouble, I would have died a few years ago, and I wouldn't have waited until now." Gu Yin said that she didn't care, and she didn't have any intention of taking Fakey with her now. "When I drive up, you call that old fox and tell him that I've come through." Fakey still frowned. Only his worries were not included in Gu Yin's plan. Before Fakey could say anything else, Gu Yin was one step ahead of him, stepped on the gas, and dashed straight out. Tarako, shouting into the background, which had also been traveling by dust. Fakey was annoyed at her disorganization, but her fingers spontaneously placed the call, "Uncle Feng, Yin Zai over. I pressure cannot stop. It is estimated that there are still 10 minutes to arrive at your look. I am now chasing over, you and her time to talk. It seems that can only be advanced," Fakey said helplessly. Fang Chang, there is more frowned, I do not know how many eyebrows. That little brat suddenly advanced the time. His deployment here is not yet completed, but he can't say these words. He can only swallow them himself. He laughed softly. Fang Chang vomited to death, but on his lips he said kindly, "It's okay, it's okay. It's okay if I can get that girl to come over here, to say the least. Uncle has to thank you. Otherwise that girl's temperament may not know when she can come to see me." "Uncle, don't say that. I also hope that Yin Zai can be more calm. She has an explosive temper, so if there is a conflict, you have to worry about it. Ha ha ha. Look at what you kid said. That baby is also the one I grew up with. I understand her nature, a beautiful car. Almost everyone's eyes were on it." He stepped out of the understated Audi in a Chinese suit. Gu Yin's car was fast and steady, and the car of the red purse stopped steadily in front of the door of the tea room with a 90-degree sidecar. While he was cursing, his body was already on its feet, rushing towards the door, quickly. "Call 100 or so people to block the tea room for me." That was fast, little girl, this time. He'd let Gu Yin know the majesty of his old master. After a few polite words, the two of them hung up separately. "Fuck." Fang Chang high-pitched, then shouted out a voice, raised his hand to the ground to throw a heavy marble ground hard then, the screen directly broken into spider veins. He roared at the phone that had already been sacrificed. Rush my ass. Shit, I'm not ready here. You fucking on a P door. That's good. I was worried that Tora Chan's nature had gotten under your skin. No, is Uncle so unreasonable? Even if I do, I'll still be able to get all of you, seeing the screen darken. Fang Xing's chagrin manifested itself, taking off the glasses with the logo of the international brand. Gu Yin's pair of seductive cat eyes swept over all the people in the room, and her long seaweed-like hair was ruffled behind her body, making her look attractive. Fang Chang appeared 3 seconds after Gu Yin stopped. Fang Chang smilingly walked up, eyes seemingly scanning over the value of the city's million sports car. Between words pinching the sour taste said, "Little girl really have the courage. This car, quite expensive, right?" Throwing the glasses in his hand. Gu Yin's tone was faintly flirtatious. "Only a fraction of your year-end dividend. If Feng Lao likes it, he can replace it with a dozen or so hundred cars." Feng Chang frowned when he was choked. Such an attitude is not good. "Little girl, you are the leader of the Green Line. Naturally, you should be humble." Gu Yin interrupted Feng Chang and asked in a joking tone, "Modesty, Uncle Feng. Are you sure that kind of quality should be found in a bandit leader? If we had that kind of quality, we wouldn't be standing here in all our splendor right now. Don't you think?" These words caused Feng Chang's face to sink. Although he has been a gangster for half a lifetime, since the age of 50, Feng Chang has been relying on the elderly to live a life of respect and privilege. After all these years of being accustomed to being a moralistic person, Feng Chang's face can be imagined when this fact was exposed all of a sudden. Just Gu Yin completely do not care about his expression. Self-consideration. "I also quite a lot of this matter. Heard Fei Kai said you here have my uncle's things, you see. Now give me it." "Or what?" "Gu Yin looks like he's going to leave after taking the stuff. There's still a deal I need to run tonight. Let's settle this as soon as possible. I still have to rush back here." There is a sense of urgency in these words, asking Fang Chang to take out the things quickly. The people have not yet entered the urn. Fang Chang naturally will not hand over the things. The eyes are relaxed. Just now the person is still calm face. Just like a magic trick. Become kind. There's no hurry. There's still a few hours to go before the meeting. Uncle Feng hasn't seen you for a long time. Don't you want to nag your uncle, little girl? Feng Chang smilingly went up, patted Gu Yin's shoulder a few times and advised, "Come, go in and sit down with uncle. Your uncle still has a few words to pass on to you verbally. And we don't fit in here with all the people and talk, from objects to verbal messages." Feng Xing had made such a point. So Gu Yin followed him in. Feng Chang's tea service is decorated in an antique style, which looks like stepping into an elegant pavilion in a martial arts movie. Even the chairs are antique in color and charm. Gu Yin casually found a private room and pushed it open and sat inside. I can't help but be annoyed. This little girl didn't care about him, and now she even wanted to oppose herself in where she sat. Sullenly, Feng Chang whispered to the people around him, "Take Gu Yin to the private room we've arranged." These two have started to make Feng Chang's active and Ning's passive. Feng Chang was leading the way. But when he looked back, he saw Gu Yin walking into one of the rooms, when his anger was released and his senses returned. Feng Chang exhaled a breath of hate. "Fuck," Feng Chang uttered a chagrined monotone, with Feng Chang ready for anything. The situation changed. The cold sweat on the forehead of that person came down. Trembling voice reported. "Feng grandfather, just 2 boys reported. Gu Dajin's single room, is Yim Fakey booked," said, wiped a cold sweat. That underling's trembling said, "Feng Shui good." The words of Feng Chang's heart thumped, and the anger in his heart was directly vented on his subordinates. Clenching his teeth, Feng Chang glared at his men with hatred. Waste of space. Can't even call someone. Gu Yin is not willing to change position. Sitting in this room is not come out. A few subordinates do not have the guts to carry the person out of the hard to fight, but also cannot fight. Talk does not make sense. Feng Chang wanted to use the hero's stuff to lure people here. But Gu Yin clearly said, "Uncle has been dead for so many years. Even if I still miss him, these years. It's faded. The reason is very simple: Gu Yin's non-cooperation and Yim Fakey's underhandedness. What are you waiting for?" Feng Chang kicked at the man, gritting his teeth in hatred. Change position. Go to the girl's room. Push open the carved wood door. What a pleasure, little girl. Feng Chang changed his face very quickly. 1 second he was still angry, but after entering the room, he smiled like a flower. Gu Yin gently sipped a mouthful of tea, lifted his eyes to look at the cup in front of him, and signaled. For Feng Lao also made a cup of tea. I do not know if Feng Lao is not used to. The girl made it. It must be a good tea. Uncle must be accustomed to it. Sitting down to take a sip of tea. It's good that Uncle Feng likes it. Gu Yin folded his hands in his lap. His face soft. "Uncle Feng, can you tell me more about your uncle now? No hurry, no hurry." Feng Chang laughed, narrowed his eyes and said, "This time, when I called you here, Uncle actually has something else he wants to talk to you about. Private business. Gu Yin looked at his fingertips. His slender, soft fingers looked like a work of art. Provided there were no calluses, naturally private matters. Feng Chang followed Gu Yin's eyes scanned that fine white finger. Heart contemptuous sigh. The bottom is a girl child. Always pay attention to is the appearance of things. There is this matter Uncle also thought for a long time. Just to take this opportunity, and you talk. Oh, Gu Yin dialed up a tone, his eyes moving from his finger to the 4 big men behind Feng Chang. Private matter. Gu Yin picks up the cup of tea, sips it lightly, and opens his mouth, since it is a private matter. Then, Uncle, shouldn't the idle people go out? I don't know that the current staff is so blind. If Uncle is not satisfied with the use, I will go to the green line for you to transfer a few over. Feng Chang pulled the corners of his eyes with a smile. I've been using them for a long time, so I don't need to replace them, since it is Uncle Feng's favorite. Then forget it. Gu Yin lowered her head and laughed out. Her slightly long hairline was covering her expression, making it impossible to see. One could only hear her voice low and mute, with an air conditioning. If it were me, I would definitely beat these unintelligent ones to death. Gu Yin was still sipping his tea, and he didn't look in a hurry. Still a one-word sound. Somewhere between you go on and I'm listening. holding back his temper and waving his hand. Fang Chang signaled his men to go down, frowning impatiently. Fang Chang once again signaled, manpower mobilization in the green line. It's just that no matter which one, Gu Yin has no intention of opening her mouth to speak, and she stands in the position of a listener. The entire small box instantly creates an enclosed environment. Tugging at the corner of his eyes, Feng Xing said, "Actually, it's not someone else. It's just a matter of the green line." Fang Chang was waiting for her to take the initiative to ask. Where did he expect Gu Yin to just respond and stop? With no intention of answering, "Oh," responded a simple, cooperative voice, and Gu Yin cocked his head. With no intention of continuing, after sipping 2 mouthfuls of tea, he said in a leisurely voice, "What personal matters does Uncle Feng want to talk to me about?" The 4 men nodded, each looked at the other, and walked out, closing the door for the 2 men inside. Fang Chang frowned, in front of his own men to say these words, obviously as to pour their own mold. The men following Fang Chang shivered. Fang Chang's patience is limited, signaling twice. Gu Yin still has no intention to speak. Cannot help but further refinement. Kingsing's current manpower. Do not you think there should be some adjustment? What kind of adjustment is Uncle Feng referring to? Gu Yin threw the question at him, with a look of willingness to listen. This one after another, never reached the actual words, let Feng Chang a little annoyed, heavy sigh, then said, "Little girl, you such an attitude, cannot be right." "Oh," wishful thinking threw out a monotone. Feng Chang frowned. "That's about the foundation of Green Bank. Now you are the leader. Naturally, you have to act like a leader. What is the way you acted just now? Isn't it too perfunctory?" Gu Yin looked at Feng Chang, and after making sure he was serious, he let out a giggle and laughed. "Uncle Feng, did you ask me to come here this time to discuss with me the future of King Xing, or for the purpose of handing over my uncle's things to me?" Feng Chang's face turned green as he held his breath and said, "Naturally, I will hand over the hero's stuff to you, but the future of King Xing also needs to be discussed. Isn't it good that King Xing is doing well now?" Gu Yin had a happy face, harmless and simple. "It is true that there is no problem with the current development of the Green Bank, but it does not mean that there will be no problem in the future. We should take precautions for the future." This is said as if Feng Xing has become the boss of the Green Bank. Gu Yin put down the cup in his hand and shouted, "Uncle," standing up. Gu Yin turned his neck. "How many years has it been since I came to power?" 14 years. Fang Chang's words began to follow Gu Yin's lead. 14 years. Ah, sighing nostalgically. Gu Yin shook his head. 14 years, that's a long time. I remember being 9 years old when I came to power, with flashing eyes. Gu Yin returned to his seat and said to himself, "At that time, I was actually quite scared, after all. I was only 9 years old. I was barefoot, so I felt it especially, and when you stepped on it, the soles of your feet were covered with a nauseating stickiness." The man who killed my uncle was sobbing low. He was scared. He was in pain, because I had cut off all his hands and feet. "Uncle, you know what? I had a nightmare for half a month after that. I dreamt of that man's agonizing pleas, and the severed limbs were strewn around me in a messy manner. The dark red blood dripped almost all over the floor of the room, and the air was thick with the smell of blood, a rust-like odor, and if you listened carefully, could you hear the ticking? Ticking of the water dripping. That day was the first time I killed someone. I didn't think anything at first. I hated the man who killed my uncle. I couldn't let such a man go. I had to kill him myself. I had to kill him with my own hands so that I could honor my uncle's memory." Feng Chang seemed to have been transported back 14 years by Gu Yin's sigh. Now that I think about it, I really don't understand that I can do such a cruel thing," laughing a few times. Gu Yin cast a pair of beautiful cat's eyes at Feng Chang, and then said, "I've had too many bitter days, and I feel that the present days are a bit too comfortable. Uncle, what about you?" That's the sound of blood sliding down his severed limb. Feng Chang felt that a ball of dry cotton had been stuffed in his throat, itchy and astringent. He could not answer for a moment. "Oh, and then I was 10 years old, and you all retired. And that day you gave me the whole green line. At that time, every week someone came to provoke, but I wasn't even afraid," narrowing his eyes. Gu Yin stared at Feng Chang, forcing him to look at himself. "I thought at the time, Uncle is gone. Mom and Dad are gone. I'm only alive to guard this greenhouse. Those who want to come, come. The most important thing is to die. No big deal. Fang Chang's hand on the teacup was a little stiff. He hadn't forgotten what Gu Yin looked like when he was 9 years old and killed someone. It had been his nightmare, too, and he hadn't slept a wink in a month because of it. Every night in the middle of the night, he dreamt of a beautiful doll covered in red blood, stabbing him with a rusty machete. She was covered in blood, like a demon from hell, the way he fights without fear of death, without caring about his own attack. Vicious, accurate and fast. Fang Chang remembers a time when she was so crazy that she found wild lions to spar with just to improve her speed and strength. Gu Yin's narration brings back the scene of 14 years. The nightmarish scene was like a fierce beast, snarling at itself, at the big, exquisite, stylish beauty in front of it, and it began to roar and tear apart, tearing away the atmosphere, which had been so serene a second before, to a bloody pulp. All is plunged into darkness in this pool. But this is not the end. In that frightening night, there is a figure walking slowly over. Her figure is becoming clearer. Closer and closer, the red, thick blood, the rich smell. The sound of bare feet on a blood-covered floor. The devil who had frightened him so much that he couldn't go to sleep. Uncle, Gu Yin called up. This sound directly caused Fang Chang to have a jolt. The color of his face opened slightly, and halfway through, he spat out a sound, no. He withdrew his eyes in fear and responded with a vague, touch I. As a junior, have said so much, no doubt thinking that. You are right. Life has been too comfortable in the past few years. I've almost forgotten the scent of blood, after a pause, but don't worry. I've deployed everything thoughtfully on King Xing's side. There will be no problems. The back of my body is already wet from this little memory. What he is doing now is like taking food out of a tiger's mouth. In a box, a black one. Good, good. Fang Chang breathed in jumbled breaths. He hadn't seen blood in a long time, and it was Gu Yin who reminded him again. Fang Chang's eyes became numb after he drank up the cup of tea. Found on at, remind him. So let's talk now. What did Uncle leave me? Kieran looked at him. Her pretty cat eyes kept coming closer. Her voice had a guiding tone to it. Or maybe there's nothing at all that Uncle left me. Are you lying to me? Kuzu grunted, then asked, Where is it kept in the warehouse? No, what? You're not lying to me. Kieran's voice lowered. Yes, a little. Fang Chang wiped the sweat from his head, his eyes fluttering a little. It's a good plan to hide the east-west right under my nose. The wooden door was suddenly slammed open. There was a loud bang. He looked vacantly into the air, looking stupefied. Yes, the hero has something for you. Fang Chang still looked into the air and popped out word by word. But I didn't bring that thing with me. In the warehouse of the Green Line. In, the two words lingered longer, causing Gu Yin to start getting annoyed. Kooyan is still talking. Where does it go, Uncle? Since there's no more problem with King Xing. Then shouldn't we, talk about what Uncle left behind, warehouse? Gu Yin pursed his eyebrows. King Xing's warehouse things and big and miscellaneous. It seems that this old fox has long had a plan. If not today's cup of spiced tea, he is sure that this life cannot ask. Picked up a cup of tea for Fang Chang, added a cup of water. Consider it open mouth. You sweat a lot. Is it hot? Feng Xing, who had fallen into an empty state, was stirred back to his senses by this voice and stood up with a rub, looking at Yim Fakey, who suddenly intruded into the room. Fang Chang raised his eyebrows and shouted fiercely, What are you guys doing in here? Covering his head with a headache. Gu Yin pounded the table, almost. So close, she would have been able to ask her uncle for the exact location of his things. Damn Yim Fakey. Gu Yin glared at the man standing outside the door. Yim Fakey stood upright, with a straight face of a Korean artiste, and said, I'm not disturbing you, am I? Grinding his teeth, Gu Yin said hatefully, Yes, Fang Chang only felt a little dizzy. Before his whole person is like being thrown into a box. A darkness cannot find the head. Yim Fakey's sudden intrusion was like spreading an opening in that box, allowing light to rush in at once. Such a feeling. Fang Chang narrowed his eyes, and the uneasiness in his heart made him subconsciously scan his eyes to the cup of tea. You drugged me, yo, uncle. Did you find it? Shrugging his shoulders noncommittally, Gu Yin admitted with a straight face, Uncle, that's a new psychedelic drug from the United States, and it's worth a lot of money per pill. You, Fang Chang gasped in anger. How dare she do such a thing to him? The patriarch of King Xing. How dare she do such a thing to him? The patriarch of the Green Line. The anger in Fang Chang's eyes was so intense that he wanted to turn it into a solid body and shoot it into Gu Yin's body. The latter, however, sipped his tea without a care in the world and spoke leisurely. Don't be angry. The tea house is full of my people, so even if you want to do something, you won't be able to accomplish it. So why don't you sit down and listen to me to analyze the current situation? Fang Chang was so furious that he wished he could wave his arm right now, and all the people would come in and kidnap Gu Yin. Fakie stood in the doorway and looked inside. From time to time, someone beside him reported something. Each report until Fei's eyebrows stretched a little. Of course you are. Gu Yin's tender white hand slid over the rim of the cup. And no one has said that you are not a minister of merit. But you have to understand one thing: the title of Minister of Merit is a title given by others. And those who show off and clamor about it are all inferior. Naturally, it's impossible. Gu Yin took over the conversation, the demonic eyes of a Frank. Uncle Feng's people cannot sell heroin. Even if you want to pour, there is no suitable people dare to accept it as knotted, until the frowns are all relaxed. The last report is also over, with a smile on his face. Fakie lightly walked to Fang Chang, bending down. He smiled at Fang Chang, who was sitting in a chair with a blank face, and said, Uncle Fang, all of your people have been sent to the police station. Suspected of dumping heroin, some sweat oozed from the front of Fang Chang's nose. He thought again of the demonic girl when he was 9 years old. Fang Chang gasped for breath. He actually believed that his 100 people were being controlled, but he was still not willing to do so. So he made his last struggle. You can't do this. I'm a credit to King Xing. Gu Yin laughed on the other side of the table. Who are your 100 or so people? Do you think that I, Gu Yin, can be easily dealt with by 100 or so people? But what did he hear? She said. Heard that the whole tea house was under her control. The whole tea house. Are your people. Impossible, if they were all her people. Then what about his people? What about the 100 or so people he had arranged? Fang Chang's face turned white. You lied to me. How can it be all your men? Where are my men? Where are my 100 or so people? Pouring heroin. Feng Xing slapped the table and roared low through clenched teeth. Impossible, you. Fang Chang covered his chest and glared roundly with both eyes. Yo, don't be mad. Gu Yin winked. I heard you have an illegitimate son that you've been keeping in the country. Those countries are not like ours. They have a lot of expenses. Most of the money you get goes into your son's pocket. Right? Fang Chang, who was full of anger, looked like he had been poured a basin of cold water from head to toe. And his whole body was directly stupid. You, don't worry. Gu Yin's beautiful eyelashes fluttered, and her slender hand stroked over her face. I don't want to do anything to him. After all, you are also a credit to our King Xing, aren't you? I just want to tell Uncle Feng that being a man is all about contentment. It's good to stay at home and get some money every year, isn't it? You don't need to take risks and ruin your family. Do you? Fang Chang fell back into his chair. He was like a defeated rooster. No, don't kill him. Don't kill him. Fang Chang looked at his toes with a hopeless face. He had only one bloodline left. Their old Feng family depended on this bloodline. According to your frustrated demeanor. Really? Do I look like someone who would mistreat his subordinates? Gu Yin smiled devilishly. Don't worry, I will take care of your son. Money. I will call him every year to make sure he won't starve to death. His hand reached out to Fakie. The latter pulls a gun out of his pocket and places it in the palm of Gu Yin's hand. Look, there's a gun here. Gu Yin pushed it in front of Fang Chang's eyes. Inside, there's only one bullet. What do you want? Lifting his head. Fang Chang's bloodshot eyes looked at Gu Yin in disbelief. Do you still want to kill me? Of course not. Why would you think that? Gu Yin is still smiling. I just hope that this matter can have a perfect ending. You know me. These people do not move, and cannot see people die or something. If you really feel embarrassed. This matter is wrong. This gun will be for you to use, to put it bluntly. This gun is for you to kill yourself. Feng Xing was completely unaware of the fact that it was just a little bit of a fucking backbone, to the point where it was killing people. You can't do this. Feng Chang's eyes were terrified, but by this time, Gu Yin had already shoved the gun into Feng Chang's hand. Look, it's very convenient. It doesn't hurt at all. If it doesn't hurt, you go to hell. Fang Chang was forced to roar. Why don't you go to hell? Whether it's possible or not is not for you to decide. Gu Yin leisurely sipping water. I have never lost my hand since I stepped into the position of the boss of the Green Line. Viper this name. Is also the people on the road to seal. As for why this name, I think you should be clear through me more. Shrugging his shoulders, Gu Yin was still relaxed even though he had a gun pointed at his head. I can't die. If I die, the whole King Xing will be finished, and of course, your son, too. Why don't you go to hell for talking so nice? Why don't you go to hell? The gun was in Feng Xing's hand, and had been put into Feng Xing's blow by Gu Yin's own hand. But now, accompanied by a roar, he pointed it at Gu Yin. A gun was pressed even tighter against Gu Yin's pretty head. You can't. Feng Chang's eyes almost glared until they came out of their sockets, and he looked strangely intimidating with his eyes dead round. It can't be, he's overseas. No matter how long your hands are, it can't be. It can't be. Yan Feiqi's gun was pointed at Feng Chang. He regretted that he had given the gun to Gu Yin. This bad boy's intention can never be understood. If his gun really fired, he would not have been able to save Gu Yin from such a close distance. No. Fang Chang hissed shrilly. He had been completely galvanized out of his mind by Gu Yin. Gu Yin is still talking, and she's acting as if she's trying to provoke Fang Chang to death today. I am not afraid of death. I have not been afraid of death since I was 9 years old. And naturally, I am not afraid of it now. But your child is afraid of it. Do you know that? You know what? While you are holding my head, foreigners. He is also being held by someone's head, as long as you dare to buckle down. His side will also die without doubt. Fang Chang's eyes kept twitching, and he looked like he had completely lost his mind. His mouth kept muttering, Go to hell, fuck you, to hell with it, as long as you're dead. Green Bank is mine, and my son will surely be fine. No one dares to offend the child of Green Bank's boss. No one. The gun in his hand is pressed tighter and tighter and tighter. The finger on the gun's eye was gradually pushing harder. 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 If I die, your son will die as well. I'll let your son go if you kill yourself. Gu Yin was still talking. Her eyebrows were curved in a smile, forming a crescent moon bend, but the implication is that they don't want him to live any longer. Feng Chang loved the boy, but not enough to take his own life, Gu Yin. You must die. You must die. The trigger in your hand is snapped downwards. Boom. Qian Xiangyang is walking hard in the midst of a chaotic dance of demons. The crowded atmosphere mixed with the deafening DJ music made all the emotions in the darkness of the night, released and reached the boiling point. Screaming, swinging, twisting, the night gives people the best disguise. They throw away the elite image of the day. Here to vent, crazy. Emotional faces become frozen in the light. The lights change quickly. The music rises. The screams continue, and the madness continues, as his body was struggling to maneuver inside. Qin Xiangyang frowned and frowned, his brow dizzy from the smell of alcohol and cigarette smoke mixing in the air. There are no private rooms at the Queen. It's a completely open bar, with 2 blue ball courts full of people, spreading out to the dance floor in the center, and the rest of the place being the bar and the booths at every angle. The card is slightly more expensive and looks slightly like a VIP room, but it is fully open, with only the sofa as a barrier, so you can easily see what you're doing in there. The atmosphere here is not at all like a place where you can conduct a proper transaction. First of all, it does not have a separate box, and secondly, the amount of money involved is too large. The more people will find out about it. The sound of the gunshot plunged the room into an eerie silence. Reaching out his hand, Gu Yin brushes away the gun on his head. I thought that you would at least take your uncle's face into consideration and stop. But I didn't realize that you really had the guts to shoot. Taking the gun in Feng Chang's hand, Gu Yin skillfully opened it and poured it into the air a few times. See, there are no bullets, not a single bullet. This is an empty gun. Gu Yin had unloaded all the bullets before handing the gun over to Fang Chang. Fang Chang's hands began to shake, and his whole body began to tremble. In this can be called chaotic dance floor. Qin Xiangyang seems a bit out of place. Qin Xiangyang had already taken a look around the outside and didn't see anything suspicious, including Gu Yin, who sat on the sofa. A pair of beautiful cat's eyes looking at Feng Chang, who stood in front of her, staring at him coldly, without a trace of human feeling. The corner of her frown was provoked by that gunshot to outline a smirk. She said, "Uncle Feng, your guts are not small." Everyone stayed in the same position as they were before the shots were fired. He couldn't imagine anyone making a deal in the middle of the dance floor. But the seriousness of the situation kept him from letting go of any of it. Gu Yin forced Fang Chang to shoot, just to teach him a lesson, as long as he dares to open. Then it means that there are still people in this world for whom he can sacrifice himself. And it is easy to control people with weaknesses. For those who are easy to control, Gu Yin can naturally stay. But Gu Yin didn't realize that this old fox didn't even care about his own son, for him to commit suicide or for his son to be killed. He preferred to leave himself behind. A man without a weak point is the most cold-blooded of men. Such a person is also often more dangerous, because in his eyes there is nothing that cannot be sacrificed, this time Gu Yin. We can't keep him around. Uncle Feng, I'm so happy that you had the guts to shoot me. Gu Yin tugged at her cuffs and stood up. A skimming black primrose wrapped her demonic cannon lines to perfection as she walked towards the corner. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. No one would be foolish enough to keep someone who threatens their life close to them. Walking over to a vase in the corner, Gu Yin takes out a camera from a blue and white porcelain. The camera is set up in front of Gu Yin's eyes, following her eyes as they rotate, and the room's decor slides over it one by one, revealing Fang Chang's heartbroken face. Pressing on, Gu Yin asked, "Uncle Feng, if there is anything you want to say, I will convey it to your son who is far away from home." Last words, no. Fang Chang shook his head. He understood what Gu Yin meant. This girl really wanted to kill herself. Backing up in fear, Fang Chang lay down and flashed around, his mouth still not dead-hearted, and said in a wooden voice, "No, it shouldn't have been like this. Gu Yin should have died. She should have died in that one shot. She should have died in that shot. It shouldn't have been like that. They're the ones who made King Xing what he is. They're the ones who made it happen. Looks like you don't even want to say the last word to your son." The camera in Gu Yin's hand was still pointed at Fang Chang, and his tone still carried some meaning of helplessness. "Since you have nothing to say, then," closing the camera, Gu Yin raised his head. "Fakey, give Uncle Feng a ride." The gun on his waist was pulled out. Yan Fakey aimed at Fang Chang and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Feng." "Go well, boom, no, he really." Yan Fakey's hand trembled. "Yin Zai, in the beginning. It was you who signaled me to shoot. What if your uncle isn't dead? What if—" Gu Yin's brow furrowed. "Uncle isn't dead," raising a half-raised eyebrow. Shuken tossed the camera in his hand to Yan Fakey and said in a hushed voice, "I have a feeling you fired a little too fast." No, I still have it. The hero stuff, I'm telling you. You can't do this. No, you can't." Fang Chang grasped for the last straw. "Boy, good boy, I still have Uncle Heroes. I have." The smell of blood begins to fill the room, and Fang Chang's body collapses straight down. Such a reason is a bit too sci-fi. "Uncle Feng, I'm not a child." Gu Yin looked at Yan Fakey, signaling that he could make his move. "Uncle Feng, do you still want to talk about a man who's been dead for 14 years? Even the deepest feelings will fade with time. How could he not be dead when he watched his uncle die from a gunshot wound right in front of his eyes?" Gu Yin was a bit confused. She saw her uncle die in front of her eyes. But Fang Chang just said, "What if your uncle is not dead?" She regretted letting Yan Fakey shoot. She thought there must be something he hadn't explained. Catching his head in annoyance, Kuan picks up the camera and looks at the final image again. "Don't get any ideas. It's probably because this old fox won't let you live in peace before he dies. And if you really think that, you're falling for him." Gu Yin's brows didn't relax at Yan Fakey's words. They still screwed up tightly. "I hope so. Today's deal. Dota is a bit uneasy." Yan Fakey called 2 people in to clean up the mess. They sat down and started chatting. Fang Chang was right. They have many brothers, and the timing of the meeting is not very good. If you rashly intervene, it is inevitable that you will not be threatened by them. Gu Yin was still thinking about Fang Chang's previous incident. He said casually, "How is he doing on what I asked you to talk to him about?" He said it would be dealt with as soon as possible. "Deal with it as soon as possible. Just kidding. I've got to deal with him here. He's naturally high and dry with what he's got." "Talk to him? I'm going to make an appointment to talk to him." Glancing at the time on his watch, Gu Yin continued. It's still early. Meet me at the cafe in half an hour. Now, Yan Fakey glanced at the time, 9 o'clock. Naturally now, since it can be resolved. Naturally we have to make it clear, standing up. Gu Yin looked at the residual blood on the floor and grunted coldly. Make copies of the video. Send a copy to the other few old guys. And tell them that from today onwards, all of them will have their share reduced to 5% of the total annual income. After saving this expense, take advantage of this insistence to raise some money for the brothers. Of course, if any of them are not satisfied, they can come to me to talk about it, and I'll be waiting for them at any time. Yan Fakey's eyes narrowed. Yan Zai, no need to say anything. Just tell them to talk to me if they are not satisfied. Taking the car keys. Gu Yin left without looking back. Yin Zai, said Yan Fakey, staring at the blood on the ground and taking a hard, deep breath. You did this. Did you really believe his words that Uncle Hero was still alive? This move is a bit too fierce and unreasonable. Heart some hidden sour. Yan Fakey do not want to admit that they are jealous for a dead person. But the thought of Gu Yin for that unrealistic statement. Not hesitate to take the risk to this point. He could not help but hiccup. But we're a few old people. There is a can't hold back to find you. Is not it, then you can put this matter open to talk about. Qin Zhang has made no progress at all. During this period of time, he has almost familiarized himself with the entire structure of the Empress, but he has not been able to find any clues. The only thing he can be happy about is that he didn't get killed by Gu Yin. After all, they are the pioneers of the Green Line. This is a bit radical. Eyes drifting back and forth. Qin Zhang stood in the slightly spacious place to linger. Here is the environment is 4-square 3-dimensional quadrilateral layout. And the dance floor is a sphere, is the center. Mixing bar is another circle. 2 circles interlocked in the whole environment. The empty corners become the prototypes of the small private rooms. From the outside, this is an independent 2-story building, above which is the staff's lounge. Qin Zhang observed that only people in overalls could walk up and down, and the rest of the people almost never went up. It looks like this place is really just a simple bar, and there is no place for any illegal transactions. He believed that Uncle Kai's informant would not be wrong. If all is well down there, he'll need to go up to the 2nd floor of what is claimed to be the staff lounge to check it out. His eyes ran to the entrance of the staircase in the remote area, and Qin Zhang swept his eyes over it, seemingly unintentionally. It was a secluded location, but he would have stood out no matter how he was dressed. If there is really a trading point up there, he is undoubtedly asking for his own death if he goes up there so foolishly. While the music in his ears was blasting, Qin Zhang had his eyes on a man not far away from him. It was a young man, dressed in a suit and shirt similar to the one he had entered on his first day, and he noticed that he had been approached by countless men. Nowadays, society is progressing and becoming more and more inclusive, and same-sex relationships have been recognized. Perhaps because of the hidden nature of this business, there are countless people who are not in the industry who are also eager to try it out. If Qin Zhang wanted the clothes on that young master, all he had to do was to first lure him to a place where people were not. Where is the least crowded bar? Without a doubt, Toil, I suppose you know what I've called you here for. Curran had a bowl of spaghetti in front of him that he had eaten a few bites of. The woman who hadn't eaten dinner was already hungry, but as soon as the spaghetti hit her mouth, the not-so-good texture made her silently push it aside. She refused to eat the noodles, which tasted so hard that they were like kelp. Dota sat down in front of Gu Yin and exchanged. I apologize for what happened before. I think that incident was just an exception. Picking up his glass of water and taking a sip, Gu Yin swallowed the taste of spaghetti in his mouth before speaking slowly. I wish that was an exception. But given the circumstances, I made a bad decision before. Curran looked at him with an expression that clearly said, I want to stop this deal, dear MS. Gu, things are not as bad as we thought. Duo smiled softly, his blue-green eyes reflecting Gu Yin's image. The price is not a problem. We don't need to suspend our cooperation. Don't you think? Dota smiles gentlemanly. I'm glad we've reached a consensus. Surprisingly, one can find in their conversations that they don't really want it to end. Gu Yin still had that unpleasant taste of spaghetti in his mouth, but he raised an eyebrow when he heard Dota's words. This foreign man is quite the catch. Then I would like to tell you that I do not wish to encounter such a thing again. And this question should have been relayed to you by me, Fitch, but I've figured it out. And even if I talk to you about it, it doesn't seem to help. We're in the middle of a deal right now, and you're naturally doing everything you can to keep me safe. But when the deal is over, and Mr. Dodd returns to the foreign country, and your brother is still unforgiving of me, there will be a great deal of danger to my life. Naturally, I don't want to. Duoda cooperated with the last statement, then coughed lightly and said, I think we can still make the cooperation continue in another way, can't we? It would be a shame to end it like this. It was interesting, with his hands on the sides of the table. Gu Yin tickled his cheeks. I like to talk to smart people. I don't think so. Gu Yin sipped his water again, his expression hanging stiffly on his face, and said in a cold voice, if money earns more, if you don't have the life to spend it, it will be a very regrettable thing, and I don't want such a regrettable thing to happen to me. Yes, dear Ms. Gu. Dota smiled lightly, picked up the spoon at her side and stirred it in her coffee. Taking a sip, you go on. Tota nodded, indicating that he was listening attentively, and agreed with what Gu Yin had said. I'm a little shaken up about this deal for my own safety. Kieran sighed, but his beautiful cat eyes were looking at Duoda, signaling that it was time for him to take a stand. Dodd was very cooperative, and putting down his coffee cup, he smiled and said, how would a mess? Gu like me to assure you that your life will not be violated. Very simple. Since I have already done this business with you, I don't care in doing one more business with you. As far as I know, Mr. Dota's father is having some health problems at the moment, and your brothers are jockeying for position right. Gu Yin caressed the glass of warm water and ran his fingertips along the body of the glass. Mr. Dota's chances of winning don't look very good at the moment. Yeah, not too big, Dota echoed seriously. So does a mess. Gu mean she wants to help me. That's the idea. I help you get what you want, but after the power of that organization is divided into your hands, I'm going to ask for a fifth of what's inside. That's the reward, and what I'm paying for is the entire green line. Dota raised an eyebrow, a dazzling gleam flashing under his blue-green eyes. He looked very pleased with the news. Dear Ms. Gu, you are truly very sweet and touching. Dota complimented, his westernized face deep and sentimental. Please accept my advances if you can. I'm sorry. I have someone I like. Gu Yin laughed softly, then looked to Dota. It's just that in our line of work, we're used to being careful. And to prevent you, Mr. Dota, from being able to flip out on everything you want, we have to sign some sort of ordinance. Snapping his fingers, Gu Yin whispers into the ear of the approaching waiter. The attendant nods seriously and heads to the counter to bring back a document for Gu Yin. The document was pushed in front of Dodd by Cuterin. Please, Mr. Dodd, this is the original document. I call it the unequal treaty. Smiling, Cuterin then added, of course, this is only temporary when Mr. Dodd owns his father's property. You'll see that the treaty as it is, of course, only temporary. Cuterin picks up the glass of water with both hands, signaling the waitress to get her another glass, and waits for Dota's answer. She was not in a hurry to answer, for the treaty, as initially drawn up, was very unequal, and in China Dodd's personal power was almost at his disposal, and he had to surrender all his estates to himself. The staircase is made of wood, and looks like the best of the best. Even the feeling of stepping on it is very nice, looking down from the staircase. Almost all the black brains kept shaking, and the ear-splitting music made the whole brain bouncing. The boy and Qin Xiangyang are of comparable size, and the loose clothes on Qin Xiangyang's body are full. These industries may be beyond the reach of countless people who have struggled all their lives, but they are nothing to Dota. After quieting his mind, Qin Xiangyang walked upwards. Qin Xiangyang successfully invited the handsome and popular young master to the toilet room. However, he didn't do anything but knocked the boy unconscious and exchanged their clothes. But it was the adventurous spirit in their bones that made Dodd sign his name, after about 5 minutes of contemplation. Qin Xiangyang, with his tough and military temperament, can wear any piece of men's clothing with a special flavor. Secretly hanging his head, Qin Xiangyang took the tray and headed upstairs, letting his steps be as natural as possible. The file was pushed back in front of Gin's eyes once more, and Dota smiled. I hope we had a perfect collaboration before. Me too, the two shook hands. The great name of the dragon flying on the label paper opens a new battle. If he did get his father's estate, then everything he had before in his name would be almost a fraction of what it was. Corin has thought that this man may consider a lot, or just do not agree. After all, you have not given anything. You want to get all of him. This is a little too harsh. Qin Zhanyang said in his heart that this bar is really good at making money. Even the stairs upstairs are made of such good materials. Head still hanging low, Qin Zhanyang step by step to. He counted the number of stairs, 5, 10, 13, 18, the closer he got. The more careful Qin Zhanyang became, until he stepped on the last gear. 21 is a total of 20 stairs, and he stepped to the top. Lifting up his head, Qin Zhanyang swept up a circle. This is a long straight row. There are countless rooms on both sides. Each looks very suspicious, but out of intuition. Qin Zhanyang thought that the bottom of the row of straight slip to the left of the passage. More intriguing, that passageway does not know where to go. When he looked at the doors around him, Qin Zhanyang felt that every room around him seemed to be a bit suspicious. Nishiak had piles of snacks by his hand as he stared blankly at the surveillance camera in front of him. Under Gu Yin's rule, this place is considered to be solid gold. It's so boring that his purpose here seems to be a security guard other than to monitor that yen fakie. Oops, sighing again. He grabbed a handful of food and popped it into his mouth to chew mechanically. And while he was almost regretting the too quiet bar, guess what? He saw a small wild cat that accidentally trespassed upstairs. Nishiak was instantly energized. His dull eyes instantly flashed with a family of bright lights, and he picked up a handful of orchid beans and threw them into his mouth. Swallowing them quickly, God, he's been here so long. He hasn't seen a single person come up here. Has it been a long time since he's seen such a cute little wildcat? The high-definition camera was brought closer under the operation of Zai Jai, and Qin Zhanyang's handsome face was completely exposed in the entire high-definition screen. Retracting his hand, Qin Zhanyang glanced back and forth at the room, and said in his heart that he was really careless. But he didn't even notice that there was a camera here. Squeak, squeak, a dark figure slowly approached behind him as he kept making thumping keyboard noises. Sai Kai looked at Qin Zhanyang on the video camera and raised his eyebrows, and then realized, this man's look. It's really good. Nishiak's head whirled around, and his body flopped straight down on the keyboard. There is an intermittent interference sound coming from the screen, and the display, which is new and clear, starts to show snowflakes along with the interference. The screen is maxed out, but Nishiak still doesn't have enough. Bring your face closer. Staring intently at the scene, Nishiak looked at his face, which had already drooped. With a look of serious contemplation, this man looks like something familiar. Nishiak's chubby fingers roamed the keyboard quickly. Shit, what the fuck? Nishiak moved away a bit, his fingers quickly wandering around the keyboard. What the fuck is going on here? These devices are the newest out there. Damn it. They don't break that easily, do they? His mouth was broken, but his hands were quickly looking for the problem. But his speed was fast. The snowflakes were faster than he was. And in a flash, they went from sporadic to all over the screen. The sound of thunderbolts came to a screeching halt at the next moment. Looking at his clothes, he seems to be a new arrival. Young master. Powerful hands curved into the shape of knife blades, seeking out the fleshy neck and slashing down quickly. Don't be bad. Don't be bad. If Curran finds out, he won't be able to make a living, and he'll probably lose his 10,000 a day. Don't be bad. Fuck. Nishiak moved his fingers a little faster. If he hadn't been carrying an interferometer, he wouldn't have realized it. The camera was placed in a hidden corner of the wall, making it impossible for anyone to prevent it. Putting away the interferer, Qin Zhanyang moved Zai Kai's body pool a little closer to his body. He had to get rid of the footage of himself coming up, or else it would be easy to spot. Rapidly running his hands over the keyboard, he found the clip of himself coming up and deleted it. The vacant time is made up by the previous screen. No one has entered before. Qin Zhanyang can be considered to have saved a lot of time in this step. Rewatching the whole thing again, the picture flows smoothly. The timing fits perfectly, and it's like no one enters the whole road. Qin Zhanyang is very good at manual labor, and it only took him 5 minutes to do all this, moving the meaty man back to the position he was just in. Qin Zhanyang began to look around the room. This room is in the center of the whole corridor. It is a very good place to attack and defend. The most puzzling thing is that there is only one camera, and the head is only facing the staircase entrance. It looks as if they are trying to prevent people from coming up the stairs. If you follow this logic, then there must be some secret upstairs. A glance at his watch showed that it was now 9:40, and that he had spent too much time downstairs. So he would have to do it quickly. 10 minutes of blank screen after the setup. Qin Zhang pulls down the brim of his hat and starts walking towards the other room. The Dota in front of him has already left, and Gu Yin is still sitting in his seat, maintaining his previous movements. She was a little hungry, and hunger, combined with the events of the day, had made her a little lazy. The pretty cat looks at the cold spaghetti in front of her, and Kieran misses her man, when he had struck the west pool earlier. It had not been too heavy, and a slightly louder noise would normally have woken someone up. She can't wait to eat what her man cooks. Right now, shredded pork from Kainjiang River, anchovy and tofu soup. Or do you want to make a crystal elbow? Or the 3 kinds of meatballs. The soup is delicious and delicate. Looking at the names of the people who kept flashing. Qin Zhang brows wrinkled as his body quickly dashed down the stairs. The phone rang, and suddenly there was a loud noise. Covering his head, Gu Yin wailed, "If I had known, I would have eaten dinner and then come out." Why was she in such a hurry? He wasn't sure if the ringing had woken anyone up, but before it did, he thought he'd leave first, grip tight. Qin Zhang twisted, "I can't. The more I think about it, the hungrier I get," with another regretful sigh. Gu Yin looks out the window into the darkness and wonders if he's waiting for her at home. Was he waiting for her at home? Preparing something delicious for her? What kind of food was he preparing? Qin Zhang cautiously touched the 3rd room door. The head of this handle had slightly more tattoos, and it looked as if a lot of people often came in and out of the room, and used it very frequently. The man's a good cook, but after this meal, she's already lost her appetite. The sudden ringing of the bell startled Qin Zhang for a moment, and at the same time, he took a good look at everything in the room, which was piled up with miscellaneous objects and seemed to be a normal room. When he touched his hand, Gu Yin not only made a sound in his stomach, but even the saliva in his mouth had completely rolled up. Standing up, Gu Yin takes out an old red head and throws it on the bowl of spaghetti that he threw away after one bite. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed the man's number. Gu's stomach made a joyful sound of hunger. Quickly walked downstairs, the path to the toilet room. Qin Zhang connected to the phone with the door plate of the barrier, so that the toilet room has become the most quiet place in the Queen's bar. Zhang Yang. As soon as the phone was connected, Gu Yin heard the surging music surging out from inside, and then her face froze, as the Queen's bar behind the boss. How can not understand their own music? Those songs are all her hand-picked, as long as she heard a sound. She knew Qin Zhang in the bar, only she didn't realize that the man had gone to the bar to meet her instead of waiting for him at home. Hands and feet slightly busy in the car, Gu Yin quickly to the bar. He talks to the man in a calm manner. "Where are you? Where are you? You seem quiet there." Qin Zhang took off his clothes. He had to change them back. I came to pick you up, but I couldn't find you." Cold sweat slid down Gu Yin's forehead. The car's speed was constantly increased by her. "I'm about to get off work, so I ran out to call you first. It's too noisy inside." "Oh, so where are you?" "I'm right inside, changing clothes inside the toilet." Qin Zhang added from behind. "I'm going out to buy something. Wait for me. I'll meet you at the front door after I change my clothes." Gu Yin car belt faster and faster. All the red lights in her eyes is virtual. One by one keep breaking through. Qin Zhang had already taken off his clothes, and now he was as naked as the young master. But now he had to put his clothes back on, picking up the shirt and slipping it into half a hand. Qin Zhang answered on, "All right then. I'll wait for you outside the door." "Good," responding with a gentle and soft voice. Gu Yin hung up the phone. The gas pedal is pressed straight to the bottom, and the car is like a smooth red line in the dark night, quickly going through red light after red light, calculating where to go from there. Kieran suddenly thought of a shortcut on the road that should have been straight ahead. With a turn of both hands, the body of the wind-pulling car turns 90 degrees out of a hard and sudden turn. Dangerous motorcycle-like maneuvers and speeds are all over this woman. She had been drinking earlier, and the smell of alcohol should still be there, but it was a bit faint. Oh, Gu Yin responded casually. Then looked around, throwing away the stub. Gu Yin looks it over again to make sure it's not broken. Lifts up a smile and walks to the front door. The situation inside the queen. She naturally knows best. Every day is pandemonium, if she is really inside. She certainly can't avoid bringing some smell on her body. Her sexy red color quickly inhaled 2 cigarettes, and tried to let her body be stained with some similar smell of tobacco and alcohol. Xiangyang, the body enthusiastically pounced out. Gu Yin directly wan Qin Xiangyang's hand, a demure face with the redness after hurrying to catch the car. You came to pick me up, ah. 5 minutes later. Qin Xiangyang changed his clothes and stood in front of the bar. Gu Yin walked to the back door of the bar at the same time. She parked her car in the underground parking lot, pulled on her clothes, and took out her cigarettes before taking a few puffs. Standing on her own turf was a real drag. If some asshole came out and yelled boss, she'd be done for. And I hope it's not too late. Qin Xiangyang smiled gently and reached out to touch Gu Yin's forehead. It's okay, the fever has subsided, so it looks like there's no need to hook up fluids tomorrow. Qin Xiangyang coughed lightly. I'm beat out of it. I told you I was in good health. Gu Yin giggled, then looked around and asked, Where's the car? You didn't take the car out, tugging on his collar. Gu Yin pushed his body towards Qin Xiangyang. That, Xiangyang, it's a bit cold. Shall we go back first? Good. Responding mildly. Gu Yin looked at Gu Yin, who had shrunk his shoulders and squeezed into his arms. Reaching out his hand, he embraced the person into his arms and walked back along the main road. The two of them were lucky today, and they didn't have to walk for long before they ran into a cab. The air conditioning was already on in the car, and without realizing it, the air was already cold. Gu Yin pretended to be cold at first, but as he walked, he really felt the coolness, squeezing her slender body into Qin Xiangyang's embrace. Gu Yin squinted her eyes slightly and complained softly, I ate a serving of spaghetti today, and that tasted really bad. Qin Xiangyang reacted to the fact that there was only one warm fungus at home, but nothing else. Don't you have one at home? Do you want to eat it? Gu Yin was flabbergasted for a moment, then looked at Qin Xiangyang with a sour heart and weakly opened his mouth. Is there only one silver ear? I'm so hungry, this. Qin Xiangyang scratched his head, and shortly after Gu Yin left. He followed him out and didn't cook anything. You've eaten it all. Is there anything left? Can I just have some? Karen was looking forward to it. Just a little bit would do. She was really hungry. Difficult frowned. Qin Xiangyang can only be no regret to open the mouth. Sorry, really do not have. But there are still some ingredients at home. I go back to cook for you to eat. It's late. I'm hungry. Gu Yin sighed breathlessly. This pitiful scene makes Qin Xiangyang feel guilty. If he didn't rush to check things out, he wouldn't have let this little girl starve like this. Sickness is only just right. If you don't keep your strength, the heat will not be good again. Boringly scratching his head, Qin Xiangyang suddenly thought of the extra rice he had cooked at noon, as well as the small ingredients in the refrigerator. Do you like fried rice with egg? There are still some dishes at home. If you cook this quickly, just wait for me for 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Kieran had planned to have the driver pull the two of them to a late-night snack bar. But the thought of the man's culinary skills, although it is fried rice with egg, when a man cooks it, it has to be better than what others do. The spittle was unconsciously secreted again. Gu Yin pitifully swallowed a big mouthful and nodded vigorously. Egg fried rice is also good. I am starving. You must burn it faster. Qin Xiangyang, who was previously afraid of physical contact, comfortably cuddled Gu Yin's shoulder and embraced him upstairs with a light smile. It's okay. It's all right. We'll seldom fight in the future. We won't be able to touch that driver. Gu Yin, feeling ashamed of himself, tilted his head and buried himself directly into Qin Xiangyang's arms and refused to come out, body lazily askew on the sofa. Gu Yin Baba looked at the man who put her shoes right, weakly opened his mouth. Xiangyang, I'm just waiting for your egg fried rice to be full of blood and come back to life. You have to be quick. You are to prove that Gu Yin is really hungry. The stomach at this time is very appropriate to call out. The stomach of this honest sound. Directly Gu Yin made a big red face when she lifted her head, and even saw the driver's shoulders are lightly shaking. That is to hold back the laughter held out. Why are you so shy? Qin Zhang laughed lightly. He liked the energetic Gu Yin. But he liked the shy Gu Yin even more. Gushi had a red face until she got off the bus, sitting on the couch. Gu Yin arrived home, kicked off a pair of high heels and lazily moved. NN. Bashful face should be on 2 sound. Gu Yin think Qin Zhang said self-compassion method is also quite effective. Okay, I'll do it as fast as I can. Qin Zhang was amused by Gu Yin's demeanor, changed his shoes and squatted in front of Gu Yin, reached out to caress the top of Gu Yin's soft hair, and laughed. Soon, just wait a little longer, standing up. He walked smartly to the kitchen, took out his bib and tied it around his waist, and began to take to the field himself. Qin Zhang is very serious when he cooks, and he beats the eggs professionally. Listening to the sounds coming out of the kitchen, Gu Yin feels very good. This is just like a home. I don't know why. But these words suddenly entered Gu Yin's mind. Poking his head out, Gu Yin looked into the kitchen, where the scent of oil was already emanating, followed by the sound of hot food and its aroma. Take 2 hard sniffs through your nose, just sniffing it. Gu Yin can't stand it, standing up straight. With one hand over his almost yakuza stomach, he took small steps to the kitchen door. If he had been closer, Gu Yin was afraid he wouldn't have been able to wait for it to be cooked before rushing up to eat it. It smelled so good. She had never felt a bowl of fried rice smell so good before. Taking another pitiful breath, Gu Yin watched Qin Zhang skillful hefting of the spoon. The chef's demeanor perfectly demonstrated in that throw and catch. Zhang Yang, a weak cry came up, and Gu Yin's spittle filled the air once again. You hurry, Qin Zhang. Almost there, 1 more minute. Baba looked at her watch, and she couldn't help it if Kiran was lucky enough to start counting. The scent of the food was like magic. It kept chasing her nose, that one after the other, making her whole heart itch. 45 seconds. 45 more seconds. Eyes Baba watched Qin Zhang put in the seasonings, and then come back to the second sharp pawing pot. The pot once pawing. The fragrance is even more ruthless wafted out. Gu Yin was almost starved to tears by the aroma. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Kiran mentally reassured himself. There's still 10 seconds left. There is no rush. There is nothing happier in life than this. An individual that is uniquely hers. Picked by her, boyfriend, the bowl quickly received. Gu Yin Yarut cannot wait to go to the table. Directly pick up the spoon quickly into the mouth. The flavor immediately spread to every taste buds. Full and delicate rice particles, as if each one is wrapped in a layer of egg. That kind of aroma, overflowing feeling. The beauty of her narrowed her eyes. She was so comfortable. Her whole body screamed for comfort, and she was too lazy to move a muscle. Qin Zhang put the pots and pans to one side. By the way, to help this girl to make a bowl of soup. When he took it out, the girl had already eaten half of the fried rice, and the speed was quite fast. Sitting on the chair, Qin Zhang smiled gently. That's because you're hungry. Everything you eat feels delicious. Well, come and taste it. A well-fed and well-drunk life is the happiest life. Gu Yin burps out a full burp of contentment, and relies on the chair, unwilling to move again, as he was saying that there was no hurry. Qin Zhang turned off the fire and took out a plate to serve the golden yellow, grain-filled fried rice. Eat slowly. I made you a bowl of nori soup to relieve the grease. Okay, isn't that 5 seconds away? Great, great, great. Gu Yin stuffed a big mouthful into his mouth and chewed quickly. So delicious that he didn't want to say anything. Only after swallowing it did he lift up a pair of cat's eyes and look at Qin Zhang with admiration. Zhang, you're awesome. Everything tastes so good. There's a man who takes care of everything in her life. And the key is that this handsome man isn't even her housekeeper type. No. Gu Yin shook his head, one eye curving in a smile. That's because you burned it, all right? Don't be lazy. I've boiled hot water. Quickly go take a bath. Qin Zhang finishes washing the pot, holding a cup of lemonade corporately over. Looking at Gu Yin's lazy look, touches the top of her head and laughs lightly. What's wrong? What's wrong? You're sitting there staring stupidly. It's not silly sitting around gawking. It's soothing. Gu Yin corrected. A delicate face slightly picking, with a slightly provocative flavor, as if to say, you see, I look like this is comfortable. Qin Zhang laughed out loud and couldn't help but shake his shoulders. Gu Yin's provocative and comfortable look was doubly amusing. A bowl of fried rice could make her look like this. A bowl of fried rice can make her look so beautiful. The thick palm of his hand once again touched the top of that soft hair. Qin Zhang smiled gently. The water should be almost ready. Go and wash it quickly. Oh, responding lazily, Gu Yin stretches her back. And halfway through this stretch, she thinks of a very important question. Where will Qin Zhang sleep today? Does he sleep on the guest bed or the master bedroom? Sleeping with myself or becoming a vegetarian monk? This thing to change in other people, Gu Yin do not have to pay attention to, because those men see her with a poor wolf cub-like. Drooling Baba want to go on her bed, although at present, in addition to Qin Zhang has not been successful. But Qin Zhang is different. He's the best rich guy he's ever seen. A handsome man is a handsome man. But this man is eccentric, usually like an old man, the door to the innocence of the very important. Now that she is not sick or in pain, it is hard to say where he will sleep. It is hard to say. After Qin Zhang greeted Gu Yin, she turned around to test the water temperature and happened to see the essential oils on Gu Yin's desktop. Yesterday, she had slept a little uneasily, either because she was sick or because she hadn't slept well herself. Adding a drop of lavender to the bathtub, the floating oil formed a disc on the surface of the water, and Qin Zhang pushed it away with his backhand, allowing it to evaporate into the air through the heat. Lavender is soothing, calming, and helps with sleep. Gu Yin should sleep well today, turning around and pushing open the door. Qin Zhang was planning to go to the kitchen to get the food book that was stuffed in at noon today, but he thought that as soon as he entered the living room, he saw Gu Yin still staring at the sofa. What's wrong? Why are you sitting there? Qin Zhang half squatted down in front of Gu Yin's eyes, reached out and touched her hair. The whole person looked silly, licking the corners of her eyes. The foolish Gu Yin lifted her head, glanced at Qin Zhang, and then Baba opened her mouth. Where are you sleeping today? Qin Zhang didn't expect her to ask this question and was flabbergasted before saying, The living room. It's the living room. She was right. This man wanted to sleep in the living room. Damn it. As soon as she gets better, she abandons her. Qin Zhang frowned lightly, his expression shaken. But Kieran doesn't like it. I am not afraid of the dark, Gu Yin said in his heart, clutching Qin Zhang cuff. But did not let go. I am sick, only good. Easy to kick off the quilt at night. You do not go away. Sleep with me. Okay. Qin Zhang expression was soft and handsome. Good boy. You're a big boy. If you're afraid of the dark, I'll give you the bedside lamp to light. The delicate face was filled with pity. Gu Yin pulled out his hand and tugged on Qin Zhang cuff. In a soft voice, she said, Don't sleep in the living room today. Sleep with me, right? Gu Yin said. Look, I'm just getting better. If I get cold again, I'll have to get hooked up to water again. It's not worth it. You just sleep with me. Big deal. Big deal, gritting his teeth. Gu Yin looked like he was going out on a limb. Big deal, we both sleep under the covers. Gu Yin in the heart to scold a sound, and then thought, This sick seems to be not a good thing. In the sick with her, sick back to sleep on their own bed. Such a man should be considered to abide by their duties. This is the biggest concession Gu Yin has ever made. Baba looked at Zhuo Zhang. Gu Yin tugged again. Soft voice said, Well, we two-bed quilt is fine. Each to their own. You look at me to prevent me from kicking the quilt. Well, Zhang, you'll accompany me. Tugging at Qin Zhang sleeve and flinging it around. Gu Yin was pampering herself, and that look always made Qin Zhang's bottom line constantly being refreshed. Sighing helplessly. Qin Zhang's tenacity at work is always easily destroyed here in Gu Yin. Okay, I promise. You go take a bath first. Pulled over the hand tugging on his sleeve. Qin Zhang to rely on the sofa beauty half hugged up. Just like treating a child's parent, tugging her clothes for her, rubbing her hair, a face of pampering. Okay, first go take a bath. I'll go bring the quilt over. Oh, happily collapsing in response to Qin Zhang's efforts to push himself. Gu Yin narrowed his eyes and smiled. Don't just respond and do nothing. Go now, with a gentle push. Gu Yin heads towards the master bedroom. As soon as she walks into the room, she smells an oily odor. This odor is a bit familiar. Pursed eyebrows to the washroom, the further in. The heavier the smell there. So smell-like from the bathtub, by the way. Qin Zhang walked in holding the quilt. I put some lavender in the bathtub. And when I saw that you had essential oils on your bed, I put some on you. That's especially good for sleep. No wonder it smells familiar. Gu Yin laughed, but in his heart, he was incredibly depressed. Qin Zhang here has put the 2 beds of quilts neatly. As if thinking of what, as a favor to Gu Yin said, just that the flavor of your essential oils seems to be not, and I used to smell a little different. Of course it's different, the bottle is a lavender bottle. But I've already replaced the contents, okay. Gu Yin had a hard time saying anything, but could only give a dry laugh. I mixed another essential oil in there. So the flavor has changed a bit. Oh, doesn't the bath affect you? I put a drop in the tub for you. The corners of his eyes stiffened. And Gu Yin nodded his head in a difficult manner. It doesn't affect. It doesn't affect. It's quite good. It's quite good, motherfucker. What's that shit over there mixing with the flavor of the incense? His face flushed red as he looked at the bathtub water. Gu Yin was torn to the extreme. Now the water temperature is just right. Go in and take a bath must be good. But there are essential oils there. Essential oils. And it's flirting. Essential oils, ah. He and Qin Zhang and do not take a Yuanyang bath. He's the only one who's dry and on fire. That's also too pitiful. Okay, oh my God. Flirting essential oil. That's the best bottle of flirting essential oil she's ever researched. And they were under 2 quilts. So wouldn't such a great oil burn her to a crisp? Then you go and wash it quickly. Do you need me to go to the living room first? Qin Zhang sat on the bed. I mean when you come out. Remember to wear a robe. I have already hung on the wall for you. Oh, responding with a couple of responses. Gu Yin dove into the washroom, looking at the bottom of her foot. Gu Yin moved her foot. This movement really made her think of a trick. After locking the door, Curran leaned against the door panel and weakly covered his face with his hands. She washes first, and then Zhang Yang naturally has to wash too. While he's washing, she quietly puts some essential oils in, and then she'll be able to do it unnoticed. Hey. Gu Yin smiled in his heart. It was great. This is a classic idea. Anyway, the 2 of them sleep on a bed. Although 2 quilts, when love, who cares about the separation of the quilts? With his eyes shining brightly, Gu Yin was instantly relieved and ran into the bathtub with an eager face. Qin Zhang sat on the bed with the book he had just taken from the kitchen in his hand. The photo was also attached to it, and Gu Yin kept looking at it while he was taking a bath. He had been too panicked to notice it, but now, upon closer inspection, there were a few small words on the back of the photo. In fact, they were not words at all. To be more precise, there were no traces of words on them, only the bumpiness of the fonts. Those are the indentations made by the heavy weight of the letters. When a normal person writes hard, because you apply too much force, the next piece of paper will have those words printed on it. Although your words were not written on this photo, you must have used this photo as the background. So you only have this kind of mark. All you need to see this kind of lettering is a pen, with the surrounding area blacked out. As long as the surrounding area was blackened, the sunken area would naturally be empty. Qin Zhang was lucky to find a pen. A pencil in Gu Yin's bath, which guaranteed that he could erase it. The gesture slid back and forth rapidly, and the words on the top gradually became clearer and clearer. This allowed Qin Zhang to see clearly that there was actually not just one line, but many. That person must have pressed the whole picture underneath when he wrote it. There are heavy and light fonts, some of which are too light for Qin Zhang to see, but in the midst of such a blur, a line appeared fastest to his eyes. Little girl, I am sorry. The handwriting is scrawled and thick, so it should be a man's handwriting. Qin Zhang turned back to the photo. Sixth sense subconsciously recognized that the man in the photo wrote, Zhang Yang, I'm done. You can come and wash. Gu Yin's voice came out from the toilet room. Qin Zhang picked up the eraser that he got together before, and quickly erased the marks scratched on it. And then he pressed the tools of the trade under his pillow and put the photo back into the book. Qin Zhang did all this very quickly, and by the time Gu Yin happened to open the door, he had already placed the book on the cabinet next to the celebration. Then you lie down on the bed first. Qin Zhang got up and took the pajamas he brought from the suitcase. Then I'll go wash them. No, I'm not too used to using these. Qin Zhang waved his hand, signaling that he really didn't need them. However, Qin Zhang did not like the smell, but after smelling it more, he got used to it. Let your body stretch out in the bathtub. Wait a minute. Gu Yin called out sharply, taking the bottle of lavender essential oil and opening it gently. That one, I'll put some essential oil in it for you. It's good for sleep. Gu Yin has long been determined to master me. How can you say that you do not need to use it? Nothing. You try it. In fact, this is very good. I don't know how much of the so-called liquid gold rose oil has been used. The price of a single drop is almost the same as the price of white powder in the world. 3 drops. He said, that should be enough, tightening the lid. Gu Yin walked back in satisfaction. When he reached the door, he tapped Qin Ziyang on the shoulder and said with a smile, this is good. I felt great as soon as I finished soaking it. If you don't believe me, my deal is definitely the conscience of the industry. The materials used are real. With an air of self-promotion, Gu Yin squeezes into the bathroom and puts a few drops inside. Gu Yin is not exaggerating. The ratio of essential oils is absolutely excellent. In Gu Yin's words, it's really the conscience of the industry. Qin Ziyang began to recall everything he encountered when he went to the Queen's bar. Everything there always made him feel suspicious. First of all, that staircase, if it was really a staff corridor. Why would there be a surveillance camera in a place used by their own internal staff? And why is it guarded by a professional? What's around that corner? What could be in those rooms, if it's for staff use? Why is it so clean and doesn't look like someone stepped on it? Going back to the man he knocked out. The man's gestures as he entered were clearly restorative, and his subsequent handling of the paperwork backed up his earlier thoughts. The man was repairing, and Qin Ziyang found that the man's technique was very wonderful, as if he specialized in this line of work. He was an expert in computer formatting and counter-tracing, and if he hadn't knocked the man out in time, he would have gotten rid of the tamper long ago. If he hadn't knocked him out in time, he would have gotten rid of the jammer. All of these add up to make everything here become more and more strange. Qin Ziyang narrowed his eyes. But it is a pity that the calf was sent out. Otherwise you can ask him. Qin Ziyang is accustomed to thinking about things when he is fully relaxed. And the more he thinks about it, the easier it is to solve things, rubbing his temples. I don't know if the water was too hot today. But after just a short soak, he felt something wrong with his body. Hastily picked up the shower gel. Qin Ziyang had casually rubbed some on his body, washed clean and headed out straight, while rinsing. The whole body was already flushed red. This kind of strange red color made Qin Ziyang frown, secretly saying that the water was too hot. Are you done? Without waiting for Qin Ziyang to think deeper, Gu Yin walked over happily. Wash. Wash? Qin Ziyang unconsciously took a step back, silently swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Qin Ziyang's breathing was a bit wheezy. He realized that, when Gu Yin leaned towards him, he felt his mouth dry and thirsty. His mouth was so dry and thirsty that the blood in his body was rolling fiercely, and it seemed that some evil thoughts were beginning to stir. Quickly to the bed, I go to wash my hands. You go up first. Gu Yin naturally missed Qin Ziyang, and the 2 bathrobes rubbed against each other in the doorway of the not very large washroom. Qin Ziyang's agitation became more profound, and even the object between his legs bulged upwards. Although it's understandable that he's a young man with a lot of blood in his veins. He's going to sleep with Gu Yin today. So what's the point of having this top here? Qin Ziyang regretted agreeing to sleep in Gu Yin's room. Hot. Very hot. His whole body was hot. Qin Ziyang nodded his head numbly, looking straight at Gu Yin with one pair of eyes, and suddenly came out with a sentence. You're so beautiful. Gu Yin half sat on the bed and said softly, Ziyang, are you hot? Gu Yin had already leaned his whole body towards Qin Ziyang, seemingly concerned, but with a luscious scent that tempted people to fall, sitting on the ground in the nest. Qin Ziyang looked at the increasingly spiritual thing, deeply closed his eyes, tightening his bathrobe. Gu Yin had to do some seducing, but there was a technique to that seduction, especially if he ran into a curmudgeonly man. You're so red in the face, and then. It was time for the main meal. Looks like she's put in a good amount. Hooking his eyebrows in triumph, Gu Yin smelled the rich scent of essential oils in the air and wiped his hands clean with satisfaction. Since she put more essential oils, naturally, she is not afraid of people not hooked. With a leisurely step, Gu Yin went to the bed and then obediently lay into the nest. All of this is normal, but Qin Ziyang smelled the aroma around him. But the heat in his heart is a little more prevalent, as if there is in his body lit a fire. This fire together with the charm of burning some. Even his sanity are a little steamed up. Qin Zhanyang's sanity was going out of the window, and the growing heat began to take over his entire body. Controlling his ability to move, that slender hand reached out and probed Qin Zhanyang's face, saying softly, "It's really red. Are you hot?" in the middle of the conversation. His body went over to Qin Zhanyang. I don't know if I'm saying this under the effect of the oil, or if I'm saying it from the bottom of my heart. But that didn't stop Kuranen from looking good. Really? Do you think I'm pretty? Gu Yin followed Qin Zhanyang's example and moved his hand from his cheek to his hair. Rubbing it gently, "Do you like me then?" Breathing began to aggravate. Qin Zhanyang looked straight at Gu Yin with one pair of eyes, and the animal nature began to spread in that upright and incomparable eye hole. Like, very much so. His body was screaming and he loved it. He likes Kuren at all times, on the bed, smiling, seductive, gorgeous, innocent. Every one of them is so exciting, with his eyes burning hot. The desire in the bottom of Qin Zhanyang's eyes became more and more obvious as he repeated, "I like you if you like it. Go for it." Kuren cries out in his heart, but out of his mouth he says, "Your face is very red. Aren't you too hot?" After a pause, Kuren says, "I happen to be a little cold. So if you're hot, why don't we sleep in the same bed?" No. No need. The heat of the body had already made the calm rationality to fry on the fire. The old-fashioned nature of this body has imprisoned Qin Zhanyang's last bottom line. One person, one bed. Better. Better, gritting his teeth. Qin Zhanyang was deeply afraid that he would pounce on him as he spoke. "That it's getting late. Let's go to bed early." He put his hand on the side of his face and coughed lightly. Qin Zhanyang avoided Gu Yin's hand after this cough and pressed out the light. The brightly lit bedroom was suddenly filled with darkness. Each other's breathing and breaths were a little more pronounced in the darkness. Gu Yin listened to the heavy panting beside him like an ox plowing a field, and laughed a little wickedly. "Let's see how long you can hold out. The longer you hold out, the stronger the effect will be." Lying happily under the blanket watching the sky, Gu Yin counted. By the time he reached 10, Qin Zhanyang had already rolled over several times. By the time he reached 80, he was agitated, and Gu Yin could feel him probing his side countless times, only to lean back again. "We're all adults, so sooner or later we're going to have to go through it. Plus doing the right thing with the right person is supposed to be normal. At the right time." Gu Yin put his hand into Qin Zhanyang's quilt. "Zhanyang, I'm a little cold," as he said. His body slowly squeezed into Qin Zhanyang's quilt, and his hands encircled the man's delicate waist. Both woke up hungry the next day, and the lavender in the essential oils used as a neutralizer worked wonders for them as they slept. They slept very well, taking Qin Zhanyang's hand. Gu Yin decides to have a good talk with the man. If he continues to be so stubborn, what will happen to his life in the future? The ambiguous atmosphere, the darkness of the night, the most ambiguous and emotional music flows in this room, except for the awkwardness and stiffness of getting up on the bed with the sun. Everything that followed was almost a matter of course. Sliding his hands over Qin Zhanyang's back, Gu Yin heard his gasps, and the heat of his body had already created a living, breathing object. "Sorry." Qin Zhanyang frowned deeply. "I'd better sleep in the guest room." "Right? No." Kuren frowned. Why had she not expected a reaction from a man in the morning? God, that was a mistake. Excessive pleasure always ends up in great embarrassment. Gu Ding is holding her breath. She wants to win with a single strike, so she must not go on until the very end. Gu Yin had the perfect post-wedding plan in mind, and naturally, one of the most important things was sex. Qin Zhanyang's body has enough capital to make people fascinated. That sexy fisherman line and six-pack abs. Wheat-colored skin wrapped around the body comparable to the international T-stage models is one of Gu Yin's fascination. 98, 99, 100. Kuren is wondering what kind of family a man comes from. At least your birth shows that there is a process. Right? Why are you being so stubborn, Zhanyang? Can we talk about this? Gu Yin's voice was soft. Qin Zhanyang regretted his irrationality yesterday, but still nodded his head at Gu Yin's words. "Speak, I'll listen. This is the case." Gu Yin pulled Qin Zhanyang's hand. Slowly said, "I think you very much meet the standards of my future partner, and you are dating this period of time. I hope we can develop in the direction of marriage, After a pause, Gu Yin thought of a celebrity said. Lightly cough, Gu Yin said that, if I remember correctly, I remember Grandpa Mao once said, not to marriage for the purpose of love is a hooligan. Ken Xiangyang nodded his head. This is really what old Master Mao said. Secretly celebrate their good memory. Gu Yin continued, I think we are very suitable, although you are not very good at saying sweet words. But these days together, I think we have entered the relationship of boyfriend and girlfriend. Qin Xiangyang coughed lightly and blushed a little. Although he and Gu Yin only recognized such a short period of time, but for this girl, Qin Xiangyang is from the bottom of his heart like. Just feel a little fast, but since they are like that, sooner or later also have to be together. So it is a serious nod of the head. Looking at the man's reaction, Gu Yin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in joy. Since we like each other, why don't we give it a try, in the direction of marriage? This topic is a bit explosive. Qin Xiangyang obviously shook his head for a moment. This comment successfully drew a blank stare from Gu Yin, and Qin Xiangyang looked back at Gu Yin, not really knowing what to say at this moment. He has already slept with someone else's girl, so naturally he needs to be held responsible. He's never had a girlfriend, and he doesn't even know the basics of coaxing, let alone sweet talk. Hey, Qin Xiangyang's expression attracted Gu Yin's dissatisfaction. Tugging heavily on the man's arm, she pouted. What kind of expression are you making? This stupid look is not giving me face. Bumping Qin Xiangyang, Gu Yin looked more serious. You're not going to let a girl say all these things. Are you? The newbie was really. Gu Yin let out a heavy sigh in his heart. Girls like to listen to good words. We don't have to say that kind of cheating love story. Don't be afraid. It's quite simple. Just like what I have just met. Say what you want to say to me. Gu Yin's seductive, raised eyebrows, hands in the air as a rolling action, signaling that there are words to pull out. Do not keep, as long as it's from you, anything, come on. Try it. Gu Yin's face squeezed eyebrows and eyes looking at Qin Xiangyang. The bottom of the eyes is full of expectations. Do not be afraid. Put what you want to say out. You can first say, what is our relationship? And boyfriend and girlfriend. Qin Xiangyang seriously replied back. What? What words? Nodding his head. Qin Xiangyang said that he could understand. Naturally, Gu Yin didn't expect Qin Xiangyang to be able to say dear, baby, northern nose or any other pleasant words. The word girlfriend was nothing new, but that's all this man had to offer, so he couldn't expect anything sweet. I rubbed my nose and skipped the question. Gu Yin then asks, so since we're boyfriend and girlfriend, which direction are we going? After thinking about it, Gu Yin, fearing that the man wouldn't be able to understand, added, for example, where do you position me, half of the future, or a simple physical catharsis, or a business trip for an erotic encounter? It can't be those weird relationships. Qin Xiangyang returned this sentence with a strong voice. Those are all existences that violate morality. Since we're boyfriend and girlfriend, we're naturally heading towards marriage. I'll take you to meet my parents and we'll get married. Wow, Gu Yin screamed in her heart. She's going to get married to such an honest guy. It's such a novelty. Putting his hand in front of his face and coughing lightly, Gu Yin tightened his expression and continued. Since you have such a realization, you see, casting his eyes on the quilt of the two of them, Gu Yin's voice had a hint of persuasion in it. Then can we all sleep together from now on? Then we can all sleep together from now on. These words challenged Qin Xiangyang's moral bottom line. As soon as his tone was corrected, the man said, no. Any such behavior is irresponsible until a marriage license is officially obtained. When the language pauses, the man obviously thinks of the night before, when he did something irresponsible. With a frown, Qin Xiangyang's temperament lowered a bit. I apologize for last night's incident. I think it's better for us to sleep separately. Of course you don't think too much. I will marry you. Just before we get the marriage license. We still live separately will be better. Better? Gu Yin was cursing in his heart, but still had a soft smile on his face, patiently persuading. That, Xiangyang, you see, nowadays a lot of people are like this. We are called premarital cohabitation. Gu Yin's words were interrupted by Qin Xiangyang, his expression serious and solemn. Although I don't quite understand why so many people nowadays advocate this kind of unethical behavior. But in my heart, this kind of behavior is still not very proper. I'm very sorry for what happened yesterday, and I won't do it again. Don't, The little man in Gu Yin's heart is jumping up and down. You don't commit a crime. I'm just waiting for you to commit it. Xiangyang, let's talk this over. Don't. Gu Yin tugged at Qin Xiangyang's hand and wouldn't let go. Don't decide this unilaterally. You have to listen to me, right? You have to listen to what I think. Right? We are going to live together at least. You have to listen to my opinion. Right? We have to listen to each other's opinions and grow together. Don't we? Kachin's last struggle. No, no. Gu Yin is still ready to carry out the last persuasion. But catching the hand force cannot resist the man's gas force. Pulling directly by Qin Xiangyang vigorously struggled to escape from the bed. Had it not been for Qin Xiangyang, it is hard to say whether this book would have seen the light of day. Qin Xiangyang realizes that whenever he listens to Gu Yin's words, he will always be easily swayed. And then those things that are completely inviolable in his heart will be done so casually. This book, said Gu Yin, his attention drawn away by the book that had fallen on the carpet. This book. It looks so familiar. The book placed on the edge of the bed, fell on the carpet due to Qin Xiangyang's drastic action. This time, he's not going to listen anyway. Just read it. I don't understand even if I read it. Gu Yin took the book to look around for a while. This look is to remember. This book is indeed her, but because she is for cooking, really very incompetent. So it is all these things cold. Oh, that's your book, the one about food. It was in the guest room. Qin Xiangyang picked up the book and put it into Gu Yin's hand. That one? You can look through the dishes inside. Which one do you like to eat, and I'll make it, wrapping his robe tightly. Qin Xiangyang prepared to get off the bed. I have to go make breakfast. You also get up. Today's sun is not bad. Let's sunbathe. I won't look at it. Just pick the one you're good at. Gu Yin picks up the book and casually flips through a few pages with the intention of handing it over to Qin Xiangyang. But this flip brings him to the page with the photos. His hand, which was about to close the book, paused. The photo looked familiar. So Gu Yin picked it up and scanned it. It made her freeze in place. It's my picture, Qin Xiangyang chimed in, this time looking squarely at it. You looked quite similar when you were little and now. Pointing at the man beside Gu Yin, Qin Xiangyang asked, Is this your uncle? With an awkward tug at the corners of his eyes. Gu Yin responded vaguely, It's my uncle. His name is Hero, Hua Hero, that name. Quite unforgettable. Qin Xiangyang looked at Gu Yin's expression. Her brows had been frowning together since the moment she saw the photo, with no intention of loosening up at all. The Do you hate your uncle? Gu Yin took his eyes off the photo and looked at Qin Xiangyang, smiling lightly. Why would you think that, actually? I quite like my uncle. When you saw this photo, your brows were always furrowed, Qin Xiangyang pointed out at the same time. His body sat back down on the bed again, pretending to be oblivious to the secret he discovered yesterday. He reminded, There seems to be writing on the back of the photo. Gu Ding turned the photo over, from the side angle. There were indeed words on it, but they were traces of writing. Not handwriting, so it was a bit hard to tell. I know a way to print out these words. Qin Xiangyang timely mouth. Explained, you can take a carbon pen on the back of the photo, back and forth on the line. Because of the bumpy height of the reason. You can see these words. Pause, Qin Xiangyang added. I often do this when I was a child. Sounds like fun. Kuin said quietly as he laughed a little, and sidled over to put the picture in the left drawer. I'll try it next time then. What Fang Chang said may be true. Maybe Uncle Hero isn't really dead. He's just hiding in a corner somewhere. Or maybe he has been waiting for himself, waiting for him to save him. After watching the man change his clothes and leave the room, Gu Yin sat down on the bed and let out a sigh, although he was curious about the photo, since Toru didn't want him to know about it. He went over to cook. If Uncle Hero really isn't dead, then the box that Fang Chang mentioned, the box placed in the Green Line warehouse, must be a most important clue. It's early in the morning. It's a struggle. Yesterday, she was so intent on finding out everything she could about Uncle Hero that she couldn't do it. Now she's given up, and this picture pops up at this very moment. Is this a reminder to her? Or maybe he was there all along, and he just never realized it. Gu Yin didn't look like he was going to share the words on it with Qin Xiangyang. Turning her head sideways, her eyes were glued to the cabinet on her left. The picture was in there, and all she had to do was get a pen to find out what was written on it. Don't just sit there. Didn't you say you were going to cook dinner? Ha ha ha, The weather is really nice this morning. Zhang Yong should go cook. I'm getting hungry, stretching his back. Gu Yin showed that we had skipped the photo conversation and should move on to the meal. Could Uncle really be alive? This thought was like a magic spell that revitalized Gu Yin's mind. Gu Yin Ting stood up from the bed, casually grabbed his clothes and headed outside. Zhao Yin, are you hungry? Qin Zhang looked at Gu Yin, who ran out in a hurry, and said softly, Wait a little longer. The food will be ready soon. No rush, Zhang Yong. I have something to go out for a while. Take your time, don't worry. If I don't come back in an hour, you eat first. Gu Yin casually wiped her face with a towel, grabbed her car keys, and headed for the door. She had to find that black box. The black box that Fang Chang was talking about. Maybe there was Uncle Hero's secret inside. Koibin, bump. The door closed quickly. Qin Zhang ran out with a frying spoon in his hand. Looking at the closed door, pondering, Gu Yin drove the car all the way. And it was much faster than the car he drove yesterday. The 20-minute journey was compressed into 10 minutes by Gu Yin. Turn off the engine and get out of the car. Gu Yin's cute little chick's shoes stepped on the concrete floor in a somewhat unorthodox manner. At noon, the queen is not likely to be open. This made it empty when he and Gu Yin opened the door and entered. Boss, Sai Kai suddenly ran down the stairs with a terrified look on his face. Good. She didn't see Yen Fakey. So she came to Sai Kai, as Gu Yin left without looking back. Zich, I touched the back of his head in a bored manner. This place was all chopped up yesterday. Why don't you care about me? You're a bad boss, and you're going to fire me. I don't know. I won't tell you about the break-in. Gu Yin walks up the stairs, the key to the Green Line warehouse. She doesn't usually keep it on her person. Zai Kai, good boy. Gu Yin is still walking forward, the overly long hem of his trench coat slightly flying up because of the rapid movement. Making an eager curl in the air. This is not a place you can go in. You have to stop. Huh, Zich? I had something he wanted to talk to Gu Yin about. But the moment he met him, he was told that he had resigned, and that he had been resigned. This made what he was about to say fly out the window. And he hurriedly followed Gu Yin and said, No, boss, let's talk this over. If you think I'm too expensive, I'll make it cheaper, okay? If you think it's too expensive, I'll make it cheaper. Sai Kai Kaio grunted and turned around to pack up his things. You're here just in time. I have no more problems here for the moment. I'll put today's money on your card later. And you can work your agency again. Hey, Gu Yin stood at the bottom of the promenade and turned left. Nishiki is thrown down as she looks at Kuzen's backdrop. Nishiki screams, No, boss. There's something else I haven't told you yet. Gu Yin headed upstairs. No intention at all to talk about it again in his words. I already know about Yen Fakey's loyalty. You're useless for now. If I still need it, I'll contact you again. Boss, don't, said Nishiike, still reeling from the sad fact that he'd been fired. What are you looking for? I can help you with what you're looking for. Don't just fire me. In addition to observing that Yan Fakey, I still have other roles to play, don't I? After taking the key, Gu Yin went straight to the Green Line warehouse without stopping. Although Green Line is a big Yakuza organization, his official location is surely not expected by anyone. But his official location was surely a surprise to no one. It was a building, commercial modern, shiny and clean. An elite building with 30 floors. This building is considered as the wind vane of a city, and in the prime land area. It stands out as a proud landmark, with its fully lacquered glass and perfectly curved lines. The building is like a proud god towering over the city center. Gu Yin today looks a little sloppy. A head of seaweed like long hair messy thrown behind the head. Clean face looks slightly pale. In a hurry, the foot also stepped on a pair of cute chicken slippers. But the body is expensive open-head trench coat. The security guards did not recognize him, and held out their hands to stop Gu Yin. In a deep voice, he said, Miss, do you have an appointment? Gu Yin thought that she must have looked bad, or else the guard would have been so scared that her face was frozen and her eyes were rounded. Miss Gu, the security guard gulped nervously, bending his back and apologizing vigorously. I'm sorry, Miss Gu. I didn't expect it to be you. I, stifling a reddened face. The security guard was obviously shocked. He stuttered and couldn't even speak fully. Kieran rarely comes here, so it's understandable that the security guard didn't recognize her at first. Gu Yin prefers the loud and passionate bars in the dark to the brightly lit business buildings. The reason is simple, and a bit unbelievable. The Queen's bar is crowded and busy. Also, Curran hates the fact that he's pretending to be an elitist. The enviable-looking professions all have a common problem. They are mostly stern and arrogant. Traveling through business offices, their expressions are always so superior, seemingly polite, but also extremely mean. Gu Yin always thinks that people like that are like Muppets that have lost their souls, and they are not real. As much as she hated the glamorous office, there was a time when she had to come, and she was often dressed in a sensible and glamorous way. I've never seen anything like this, like a madwoman, ever before, Miss Gu. Miss Gu, I'm really sorry. The security guard's face turned from red to white, as Gu Yin's calmness made him feel uneasy and stuffy. It's okay. Gu Yin waved his hand. I'm just here to look around, nodding his head. Curran didn't plan to linger outside the door, and walked towards the lobby, wearing those colorful and funny chick slippers that didn't fit in with the place. Gu Yin entered the elevator with his head in his hands, and a feeling of being ashamed of himself arose from the bottom of his heart. Oh, my God, I can't believe she ran out like a madwoman and walked to the business building in this awful shape. It's a shame, 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 it's a shame. Double, she had no idea who the crazy lady reflected in the elevator was. That messy hair, those scruffy clothes, and those awful slippers, inside the building. Gu Yin has a special elevator that is open only to her, even though she seldom comes here. Pressing the modern elevator button, Gu Yin's eyes naturally look towards the metallic elevator doors. This can be regarded as a form of female narcissism. Most of them like to be in a mirror place, where the eyes naturally converge, in order to simply see whether they are perfectly dressed today, whether the color is spread, whether the charm is invincible. It was almost noon, and most of the staff were out for lunch, so Curran didn't run into many people on his walk. Shit, a low curse, while Gu Yin was ranting and raving inside. Ding, the elevator sounded a short alert, and the polished elevator doors slowly opened. The look was almost like that of a madwoman. This kind of look made her subconsciously flinch. Oh my God, but what did Curran see? The best picture of Gu Yin now is that he's furious, pressing the 25th floor with a trembling hand. Gu Yin's brain kept pulsing with a signal. How many people have seen her like this? She wants to cut off the staff. Fire them, she's going to fire them, through the mirror-like doors of the elevator. Gu Yin saw himself. He covered his face with his hand in pain, even though Gu Yin's thick face was invulnerable. Under such a stylized look, there was finally a time when he collapsed in shame. Ding, the elevator opens on the 25th floor. In order to protect his image, Gu Yin poked his head out, and there was no one there. Quickly step out of the elevator door and head straight for the warehouse. Not wanting to be humiliated again, Kuyashi retreats as soon as he's done with this, closing the door to the warehouse with his backhand. He looked toward the shelves. No one knew that in this office building filled with the elite, there were enough drugs to send shivers down the spine of any drug squad. Most of it was fake, though, as Kyuden had ordered numerous bottles of essential oils and perfumes and bags of flour. It is not easy to detect the drugs with these scents, not to mention the fact that they are well hidden and accompanied by countless bags of fakes, so that even if there is a surprise attack, they can move the right goods in time and be very safe. Look around the warehouse, which is about the size of a blue ball field. There are a lot of things here, almost all over the shelves, which makes the customer look at it. Inevitably have a kind of walking into a supermarket convenience store. And that is a very wide range of goods and spacious convenience store. And even worse, you do not have an attendant to lead the way for you. This can be very depressing when it comes to finding an item really quickly and correctly. Walking in a row. Gu Yin looked at them one by one. Even with all the stuff, she had to find that stuff. A black box. A black box. Ken Zhang had originally planned to make the simplest of poached eggs as well as kanji. But after waiting for a long time, without seeing Gu Yin, he decides to change some of the small dishes and make something with more savory ingredients. This side in full swing busy. But the cell phone ringing at this time is ringing. Qin Zhang phone calls are very few and far between. So that makes whichever one it is very important. I'm fine, don't worry. Mrs. Qin laughed softly, her voice filled with nostalgia. It's you. Don't go hungry and suffer from the cold just because you're young. No, Mom. I'm dressed warmly. By the way, where's Dad? I have prepared thick clothes here. Don't worry. The weather is getting cooler. So take care of your health. Kin Zion sat on the chair and asked, Are you well? Turning down the fire. Kin Zion ran to the living room. When he picked up the phone, the name displayed on it made Kin Zion slightly flabbergasted. Pressing the answer button, Kin Zion shouted, Mom? Kin's mother responded with an aged voice, Zioying. In the weather forecast these days, the cold air is coming down, so remember to put on more clothes. Your father went on a business trip and will only be back in half a month. Kin mother sighed, the voice inside the thoughts more prevalent. Your grandfather and wife usually busy. 10 days and a half months cannot see people. Your father is not bad. Although often have to go out, but at least still see people. But you, child, I haven't seen you for a while. Right? When was the last time I saw you? It was summer, now it's fall. Xiang Yong, look. Can you ask the army for a leave to come home? Kin Mom shook her head. Nothing. Mom just said, although complaining about Kin Zion work. But Kin's mother, and understand that as a soldier to take a leave of absence is indeed a loss of discipline. A light sigh, only helpless. Every day look at the empty house is a little difficult. Do not worry about it. Mom, Kin Zion frowned at his mother's words. He has been pushing back his time off since he became a third team captain for his work and for the merit. It's been a few months since I've been home, and when my mom said that, it made Kin Zion feel a little guilty. Mom, look, I'll be back next month. Okay? Okay? Silly child. Mom just casually talk. Nothing. Know that you have this heart on the line. Kin's mother laughed a few times in relief, and then, as if she thought of something, she gave a light grace and asked, Child, you are not small anymore. It's not a big deal to stay in the army like that. Look. Is it not possible to put the case of starting a family and establishing a business or something else? This, Kin Zion skin reddened, and she subconsciously turned her head to look at Gu Yin's bedroom. Touching his nose, he whispered, Don't be in a hurry, next year at the most. I will bring one home for you. Really? Kin's mother didn't expect it so soon. Her voice dialed up in a rush, but soon suppressed. Zioying. You won't lie to Mom, right, Mom? When have I ever lied to you? Kin Zion scratched his head in embarrassment. It's about next year. Don't be in a hurry, no hurry, no hurry. Kin Mom smiled over and over. Son finally opened theft. No to look for an object. Gu's mother is not even happy, which will be anxious, squinting and smiling for a while. Gu's mother suddenly thought of a matter. The girl is not Beijing, Mom. You just said there's no rush. Kin Zion skin completely reddened. That girl is very nice. You will definitely like her. That's good. That's good, holding the phone and laughing happily. Kin's mother suddenly flinched and couldn't help but think of one person. And the smile on her face tightened considerably for a moment. Kin's mother's voice unconsciously lowered. Zioying, what do you think of Zioling? You have a good memory, said Kin's mother with a gentle smile. The child is now in the examination center and has a bright future ahead of her. And her appearance is getting more and more beautiful. So I usually point to this little girl to tease me. According to Kin's mother, the two of them were also engaged in a child marriage. When Kin's mom said that, Kin Zion was entering the army, and she just took it as a joke. This time and again listening to the mother said, Do not feel a little strange, Chu Ling. Kin Zion raised an eyebrow. Mom, that little girl might already have a boyfriend. So don't worry about it. Although Kin Zion doesn't know much about the human relationships between men and women. He is not stupid, and the meaning of his mother's words sounds like a match. This little girl is their neighbor. Her father is a naval colonel, because the two families live close to each other. The father and some contact. When the little girl cannot be less stalking him. Before the age of 8 years, has been following his body. Pouring a glass of water for herself, she laughed softly and said, Zioling is quite good. Speaking of which, that little girl should have graduated. Right? At first she applied for the lawyers. Don't talk nonsense. That little girl not long ago still miss you. Want to come to see you. Kin Mom immediately for Chu Ling right name. Mom, it's just that little girl doesn't have a boyfriend. I'm in contact with a girl. and I can't do anything that would hurt her and violate my morals. Ai, you child. Kin's mother huffed as she listened to Qin Zhanyang's words, which were just like those of her husband. Mom is not sighing a little. You child must also top it. If I had known that you had the heart to talk about babies, I would have kept Zioling close to me. You'd better let go of that little girl. She must have another companion. Qin Zhanyang laughed softly, and then said with concern, now that the weather is getting cold, you should also pay attention. Yes, Mom knows, Qin's mom responded, but her voice was still filled with longing. You have to take care of your health. After all, being in the army is not like being at home. I know, Mom. I'll have about a month's vacation by the end of the year. So wait a little longer. I'll be sure to spend some time with you then. Good. Mom waiting. This period of time I heard that the above to you pressure the task. Hey, Mom knows you are busy. You must pay more attention to your health. Taking the cell phone reluctantly. Mrs. Qin wanted to say something else, but thought that her son might have a lot of things waiting for him. Pursing her brows, Qin's mom only opened her mouth and said, then Mom hangs up. Good. The cell phone display goes dark after hanging up. Qin Zhanyang's eyes followed Gu Yin's bedroom to the clock on the living room wall. From Gu Yin out to now has been 45 minutes. Do not know what she did to go away so quickly. Frowning, Qin Zhanyang walked into the kitchen. Gu Yin had already checked most of the warehouse, but there was no sign of the black box that Fang Chang had mentioned. Her brows knit together in frustration. Gu Yin began to wonder if that asshole had played a trick on her. Why else wouldn't she remember any black boxes around here? The box fell and lay quietly on the ground, surrounded by rising dust. The sudden muffled sound startled Gu Yin. He looked sideways and realized that something had fallen. Holding that book in his arms, Gu Yin walked straight away. Though Gu Yin tried to resume her old ways, after the hero left for countless years, after she almost burned through the pot and chopped the dish beyond recognition, she was completely dead in the water. After one attempt, the cooking was put on hold, thinking of Qin Zhanyang. Gu Yin's boredom of finding something inexplicably got the better of him. He took a look at the thick black leather book and picked it up. Gu Yin simply picked it up and put it in his pocket. Zhang Yang seems to like reading books. Anyway, after coming out, he must bring something back, in that instant. Gu Yin thought he had found the box. A pair of beautiful cat eyes stared straight at the falling box. Zhang Yang. I wonder what he's doing at home, for no other reason than that the box is black. There were many things on the shelf, and Gu Yin's anger was so strong that the whole shelf shook a little. One of the boxes on the top of the shelf was probably not in the right place, and when Gu Yin hit it, it fell down directly. There was a muffled sound, licking his cheeks. Gu Yin didn't wait to think about it before he jogged over to the box end. With a cat-like movement, reached out to open the lid. Inside was a black leather-covered book. An ordinary but thick-looking book. Now, with Qin Zhanyang in the family, she has directly removed the burden of cooking, and does not have to think about learning how to cook anymore. To be honest, when he saw this book, Gu Yin's joy went down by half. Hero Uncle Pressure is not like to read. Even that book, cooking thick paper book, also is sure that the two need to live together. The hero in order to solve the problem of the two people's food and bought. But unfortunately, they are the same dark cuisine out of the world. Chagrin pounded the shelf beside her. Gu Yin's face was cold. If that guy is not dead, she must let a good try a more cruel way to deal with it. The person who dares to cheat her has not yet been born. The car was racing down the road again, and as soon as Gu Yin arrived at the door, he smelled the rich aroma of food. Opening the door, Gu Yin took 2 deep sniffs and hooked his eyebrows in satisfaction. It smells so good. Zhang Yang, what are you burning? Throwing the thick black leather book onto the coffee table. Gu Yin ran to the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, there was a lot of hot air coming out of the kitchen. Under the hot steam, you could vaguely see the meat and vegetables cooking. Back, Qin Zhanyang turned off the switch. This time the fire is just right. I stewed beef brisket with potatoes. This season is the most warm and tonic. Taking the thick gloves from his side, Qin Zhanyang put them on. Move over a bit. I need to put the food on the table. Oh, eaters compromise very easily on these kinds of issues. And moving his body away from the kitchen doorway, Gu Yin watched with bated breath as Qin Zhanyang placed both hands on the second end of the casserole and came into the living room. The long table in the living room has been padded with heat-proof wooden mats. Qin Zhang puts the casserole in his hand on it, moves it from side to side to make sure it's stable, removes his gloves, smiles, and rubs Gu Yin, who's been following him around. Are you hungry? Go and wash your hands. We're ready to eat. Okay. Gu Yin ran to wash his hands while Qin Zhang took the dishes. After rinsing his hands, Kieran glanced at the mirror. The beauty in the mirror was a little red in the face. It's an unnatural red color, frozen from the cold weather outside. Her hair is still a mess on her head. And what's even funnier is that stupid costume. In this costume, anyone can see how eager or nervous she was when she left the house. She rushed out of the door like a madwoman, not even saying hello to Xiang Yang, even when Xiang Yang came back. He didn't ask for a word, but Kieran always felt like he was doing him a disservice. Rubbing his already messy hair, Kieran glares at himself in the mirror. He scolded him softly. Look what you've done. He ran out in a hurry and didn't say a word to the others. Xiang Yang must be uncomfortable. He is such a good man. How can you do this to him? What's the big deal? The evil villain in Gu Yin's heart jumped out. Aren't you just lonely and looking for someone to play with? You can have as many of these men as you want, but if you don't say hello and leave, what's so great about it? It's too big of a surprise. Choking on his evil villainy, Gu Yin directly rounded his eyes and retorted. Who said I'm just playing around? I want to marry him. Okay? Oh my God, marriage. Are you kidding me? The evil villain snaps, raises one eyebrow, and sneers. So you're getting married. And you're going to tell him right before you get married that you're killing people, selling drugs, dumping guns, and that you're the biggest mobster in the world, and that you've recently hooked up with a mobster from the U.S. to go in and take over the power. Huh? Do you want to scare this man to death or stay with him, Gu Yin? Your life will always be in the dark. Marriage with a snort. The evil villain's expression of disdain was overwhelming. Concluding, don't you think those two words are a luxury for you? From the moment you enter this business, you're bound to lose something that ordinary people have at their fingertips. Are you sure that man will still be with you after what you've said? Jesus, don't get wishful thinking. Okay? Gu Yin swallowed her saliva. The first words of that evil villain were straight to her heart. But she was still a bit reluctant. What if he still wants to be with me after knowing everything? What if he's truly in love with me? True love? You believe in true love. You believe in true love. The evil villain was screaming with his face covered, his expression as beat up as it could be. So Gu Yin very savagely satisfied her purpose of making such an expression by clenching his fingers and swinging out a punch straight away. This punch hit the evil villain hard. Gu Yin narrowed his eyes and grunted lightly, as if he were saying to himself, or to the evil villain, what if I don't believe in love? But I do believe in him, removing his hand. The evil villain was directly slapped by Gu Yin and disappeared into the mirror. Are you done, Toru? It's time to eat, Qin Zhang said softly. Only then did Gu Yin realize that he had only washed his hands, and had not even combed his hair. The bedroom door was open, and Qin Zhang food was always so appetizing, and the scent had drifted in just as she was about to brush her hair properly. Deeply inhaled, Gu Yin smelled this fragrance. But also do not bother to pay attention to the head. Should be a few times on the run out of it. Washed well, washed well. Good hungry, I want to eat. Kieran sat anxiously in his chair, like a simmering animal waiting to be fed. It's just like that. Xiang Yang multiplied a porridge and put it in front of Gu Yin's eyes, smiling and said Yan. The stomach is still weak in the morning. Drink porridge, right? Good, good. I'm very easy to feed. Eat whatever I'm given. Gu Yin happily evaluated himself, picked up the bowl and sucked in a mouthful of congee. The congee was so soft and smooth that it looked like it had been cooked for a long time. Licking his cheeks, Gu Yin said, Xiang Yang, your porridge is delicious, if you like it. Qin Zhang pinched up a piece of beef brisket and put it on the small plate in front of Gu Yin's bowl. Try it. It was first pressed in a high-pressure cooker, and then stewed in a casserole for half an hour. It should taste very soft, and, early in the morning, the appetite in this meal completely opened. Gu Yin's mouth is very tight. Straight to eat a piece of meat before remembering something. Xiang Yang, you do not ask me what to do today. Anyway, it is a useless thing, used as the main reason to shirk things, but also a little role. Gu Yin squinted in satisfaction as he chewed on the meaty beef brisket in his mouth, and then heard Qin Zhang say, this photo album, it's quite fun, ha, 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 ha. Gu Yin scratched his head, suddenly wanting to smack himself a few times. A photo album, Nima. That's not a book. It's a photo album. The black leather book was shoved into Qin Ziyang's arms, and Gu Yin sat back down in his chair, took a big bite of meat, and said, a little slurred, "This book doesn't look too bad, does it? It's quite funny." Qin Ziyang put down his chopsticks and looked up seriously, with a few hearty laughs from time to time. "Zio Yin, I can't imagine, when you were little, you were so cute." Qin Ziyang was still laughing, but what he said made Gu Yin stand up in excitement. Cough. Gu Yin quickly swallows a few mouthfuls, swallowing the piece of meat in an awkward manner, and asks with an embarrassed look on his face, Is it fun? You're having a nice meal and suddenly you say this. Now you've got it. Right? Swallowing." Gu Yin stood up and picked up the leather book that was sitting on the coffee table. "So, I'll just go get this." The words managed to make Gu Yin choke on the meat he should have swallowed. "Hey." Qin Ziyang's slightly strange look at Gu Yin, hand in hand to put the album into the hands of Gu Yin, said with a smile, "You did not see before. Let me see." "Let me see." Qin Ziyang looked at Gu Yin and laughed lightly before asking, "So, what did you do today?" Gu Yin quickly flipped up the page. All the photos flashed under her eyes one by one, familiar and unfamiliar. There are countless photos of Uncle Hero and her in the album. Some of the photos she didn't remember. Looking at a photo that was taken at a certain point in time, the characters, the movements, the expressions, all of it made Gu Yin feel like a dream. A sweet dream that wraps you up in an infinitely sweet scent. Until the morning comes, the sunshine falls. You flutter eyelashes open your eyes, deep in your head with a dreamy sweet breath by the freshness of the morning dispersed, and become drifting up, if there is like a light quality of light smoke, soft and fine at any time can be blown off by the wind like. These photos were like a chain, gathering the smoke that had drifted away and shoving it back into the depths of Gu Yin's mind, making her remember with new clarity the beauty that she had long forgotten. Frowning and hooking her brow, Gu Yin's expression seemed to be one of happiness, not sadness, and even she herself didn't know what kind of expression she should show. She's been searching for everything about Uncle Hero until not too long ago, and she's already planning to give it up. People have been dead for so many years. Even the strongest feelings are almost worn down by time. This was not a pretext, but a thought that had crossed Gu Yin's mind. At that time, the book only revealed a black cowhide shell, similar to the shape of the Xinhua dictionary and its thick size. Such a shape instantly quenched Gu Yin's desire to open it. She never imagined that there was something inside, but it would be a photo album. Turning over the photo above, the more Gu Yin looked at it, the more he frowned. After searching through the warehouse for the black box, Gu Yin had lost all hope if the box hadn't been shaken off by her. She wouldn't have walked past it at all. The purpose of this book casually taken, just for Qin Ziyang boredom to read, unexpectedly, finally became her heart to find things. Shaking her head with a light smile, her fingertips fondly touched the hero's cheeks on the photo, sighing softly. Gu Yin stared blankly at the closed black leather cover. Ziyuan. Qin Ziyang stood behind Gu Yin at some point, and as if he thought of something, he pointed to the album and said, "Do you think these photos will be the same as the ones that were stuck in the cookbook yesterday? There are words on the back. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." The words gave Gu Yin a jolt, and he opened a page, pulled out the photo, and flipped it to the back. The photo was tilted at a 45-degree slope. Kieran doesn't look like he's going to share this with him. Narrowing his eyes, Gu Yin frowned a little more. "I can't imagine that this photo is really there." He pulls out another one, and Gu Yin looks at it in the same way. This one also has writing, but the markings are a bit lighter, so you wouldn't notice them at all if you weren't tilting to look at it. Even the feeling around him was different from the previous playfulness, with more urgency in his gestures and movements. Qin Ziyang is a keen observer. Seeing that Gu Yin's mind is no longer on the dishes, he naturally understands the importance of the album to her. This slant makes it easier for Gu Yin to look at the marks on the top, the indentations in the lettering that seem to be there or not. How did Fang Chang know about his existence? Did Uncle Hero really give it to him? Or did that asshole take it from him? "Oh," Gu Yin responded with a big mouthful of porridge, and shut up about what he had just seen, tucking the photos back in. Gu Yin wondered what was hidden in them. All the possibilities ran through Gu Yin's mind. but he couldn't catch a single actual shadow. Qin Zhang took one look at Gu Yin's contemplative demeanor, gently rubbed the top of her hair, and softly said, "Let's eat first. The food is getting cold, and the photos can be seen later." He put a piece of stewed meat into Gu Yin's bowl. "Come on, eat first," as Coin doesn't intend to take the initiative to say anything. It's only natural for him to avoid it. Everyone has their own privacy, even if they have been honest with each other physically, but who has not put something in their mind. In some cases, if the other party does not want you to know, naturally there are reasons why you cannot know. The food at home needs to be bought. Later I'll go out for a while. Will you stay at home? Qin Zhang took a sip of porridge and looked at Gu Yin. The latter was flabbergasted. Zhang Yang has to go out for a while, so this is the right time for her to study the strange things behind those photos. Eyebrows slightly relaxed, Gu Yin smiled gently. "Good. Then I want to eat spaghetti. The road is a little far. In the west of the city can only buy. It's okay, just stay away. Your mouth is so greedy. Then I'll go buy some and try to make it." Qin Zhang smiled, and then said, "By the way, I warmed the silver fungus with water. Later you remember to turn off the fire. It's dry now in the fall. It's better to drink more. Curran was all business. Zhang Yang is the best. Then you stay home and don't go anywhere. Okay? I'm sure I won't run around, giving a military salute." Gu Yin looked serious with a little bit of simplicity, which was very pleasing to the eye. Qin Zhang likes to see Gu Yin's happy face, and it warms his heart when he looks at that lovely face. I couldn't help but reach out and touch the top of her hair. "Still uneasy. I've already dried the quilt on the balcony. If you want to take a nap at noon, bring it back. Remember to turn off the fire on the silver ear on the pot." After a pause, Qin Zhang was a bit uneasy about whether Gu Yin would remember to turn off the fire. "I'd better turn it on and put it in the warming box for you, in case I forget to turn it off. It's not good. Put the fungus on the table in the living room, and remember to eat it later." "Okay, all right. I understand." Gu Yin nodded his head in agreement with what Qin Zhang said. But when he returned to his senses, he was somewhat dissatisfied. He is at least an adult, but the way Qin Zhang is giving up, it seems like he is an underage person. He muttered in dissatisfaction, "I'm not a child, and you're making me look like a doll when you're giving me things like this." Looking up and down at Qin Zhang, Gu Yin winks and nods, he said, "And you're like an old mom. Remember to put the thermos in the sink when you're done." Qin Zhang really wanted to go over and touch the soft top of Gu Yin's hair. This little girl's childish behavior was really delightful to watch. After changing his shoes, Qin Zhang didn't forget to tell him, "I'm going out. I'll be back in about 2 hours. You stay home. Okay?" This makes Gu Yin lie on the bed and sigh at the beauty of life. Scanning down over the stereoscopic and large, eyes convex bright yellow color, cute chicken slippers. Qin Zhang couldn't hold back his laughter. "Good. You're not a child. That silver ears remember to drink up." The life of a rice bug is definitely leisurely and boring, especially after Gu Yin has left the kingsing business behind for the time being. This kind of leisure life is even more needless to say. At home, there is an all-powerful man who takes care of everything. And outside, there is a right-hand man who does his best. Okay, be careful on the road. Gu Yin sat up from the bed and waved a few times at Qin Zhang, who had already opened the door. Qin Zhang cried and laughed a little. "I'm leaving." The door closed slowly with a final rattle and locked itself. Qin Zhang stood at the entrance door of the entrance hall and looked at the lazy guy and smiled. "The silver ear is placed in the living room. Remember to drink it later." "I know." Gu Yin lazily responded on a sound. Slender rolled on the bed. "Eat things you don't worry. I will definitely eat them." The sound was like a little beep, and Gu Yin stood up at once and opened the drawer beside him. I don't know which one of us who claimed to be not a kid always liked to wear those exaggerated chicken slippers at home. And those chicken slippers look so wild. Saddle up. The photo in the drawer is still of Gu Yin at the age of 9. And the picture now looks like yesterday all over again, dragging on his shoes. Gu Yin walked quickly to the living room, removed the thermos, and picked up the photo album. Take out the photos one by one. Make sure they are in order. And then pick up the carbonizing pen. There are still 2 days' worth of vegetables at home. Qin Zhang didn't need to go out to buy food. It was only after Gu Yin realized that it was a photo album that she became a bit distracted. And that look directly indicated that the album was very important to her. The secret above is something Gu Yin does not want to share with him. Something Qin Xiangyang has discovered since this morning. She wanted to find out what the problem was on her own. If he had been around at home, Katabayashi would have shrunk, and his cautious demeanor wouldn't have suited the girl with the true nature. In order to give her privacy, in order that the tightly wrinkled eyebrows can be relaxed soon, Qin Xiangyang decided to come out. Think of it as making that little girl happy, stretching a lazy waist. Qin Xiangyang has not been so leisurely for a long time. From the moment he left the drug squad, his life is always in a variety of training and meetings in the past. This time to the city is to deal with a pile of patrol cases. But I can't imagine that it will be rewarded with a vacation like leisure, as well as come late for many years of first love. His wheat-colored skin had a hint of light pink. Qin Xiangyang looked back at Gu Yin's room. The little girl should have been looking at the photo. Right, things didn't go as smoothly as he'd hoped. Gu Yin looked at the pile of photos covered in carbon pen. Their backs were covered with a layer of carbon pen material, which looked very eye-catching. But the words on them were sometimes heavy and sometimes light, and the lighter ones were very difficult to recognize. It had taken her half an hour to paint it all. And when she looked at it, the long dining room was covered with a dense black color, narrowing his eyes. Gu Yin took a piece of white paper and decided to write down the words he could read first. Taking a pen and paper, Gu Yin scanned all the photos, and among all the words, the engraving was the heaviest, the most recent and clear. Like a fire in the darkness, jumping out at once, taking the clearest photo, Gu Yin turned over. Hi. Dear Beauty, I can't believe you remember me. Dota's fluent Chinese came out of the microphone. Of course, there's this time to ask you for help. And I'm asking for help right now. You see, I've set your number as an emergency number, and the wirelessly connected communicator is implanted inside the watch. So if you press and hold on the face, it will automatically dial the number. Oh, shit. Who set up such a disgusting song? Gu Yin took out his cell phone and looked at the word Dota on it. After a while, he remembered that it was his cell phone. Oh, right. Dota laughed softly for a few moments before confessing. That, and I was kidnapped by Sylvan's chief assassin. That was stuck in that cooking magazine. Shit, Gu Yin mentally cursed, and then angrily said, Did you change the ringtone of my cell phone? What the hell? Gu Yin rolled his eyes into the air. I really don't know what kind of taste one would have to think that a song like this is good. Tell me, what's the matter with you calling me? Sister, you sit on the front of the boat. Brother, I'll walk on the shore. The sudden ringing of the phone made Gu Yin's hands shake, with his hand on his forehead. Gu Yin's voice was weak. Are you sure you're not playing with me? You've been kidnapped, and you still have this American time to call me for help. Gu Yin couldn't recall whether the little girl was referring to himself or not. Curran, the latest clear phrase little girl. I'm sorry, don't like it. Dota rubbed her head on the other end of the phone. I actually thought that voice was pretty good. Hello, Dota. Dodd's voice sounded agitated, expressing great pride and satisfaction at the success of his experiment. See how wise it is to use it at this juncture. Heh, heh. Gu Yin laughed a few times and lightly mocked. So you're calling me on this phone because you want me to praise you. He laughed a few times, even when he laughed. The man was so relaxed. Oh, no need for compliments. That green line boss. Do you think that you should come to the rescue of your partner? Shit, Gu Yin cursed directly this time. You're finally getting back to the point. Why are you so useless? Gathering up the pile of photos that had been coated with carbonized pens, Gu Yin's curses soared to a peak. Where are you now? Well, visually it should be in a container. They seem to want to use it to send me back to the U.S. Gu Yin's color twitched, his voice mixed with a calmness before a storm. It's really hard for you to feel that it's a container. If you say you're in a suitcase, I'll have to turn over every suitcase in the city, won't I? Dodd laughed dryly. Because I heard the waves and the sea breeze. Waves, wind, containers, customs. These two words popped into Gu Yin's head. Putting the photos in a box, Gu Yin changed his shoes and got his clothes ready to leave. When were you kidnapped? It should have been about 2 hours ago. Fuck, Gu Yin cursed. Can you call me any later? Are you sure you're still in a city? Dear Beauty, I'm pretty sure I'm still in City A. By the way, I set up a tracking feature on your cell phone, by the way, when I entered the number. You can touch it by pressing the key often, and then follow the prompted dots on it to find me. Gu Yin's face goes straight to black as she decides to change her cell phone after rescuing Dota. Shit, this man only took her cell phone for 2 minutes, and changed his name and set up things. Hell knows he didn't put some messy stuff in his own cell phone. Screwing his backhand onto the door handle, Gu Yin gritted his teeth. Dota, you better not fucking die. Or else, opening the door, Gu Yin prepared to walk out. Kidnapping. Qin Zhang-yong's eyes narrowed slightly, and the skin on his face instantly crumbled. Are you going alone? It's not safe. What's wrong? Qin Zhang-yong rubbed Gu Yin's hair. His intention was to ask. What's wrong with you? What are you flabbergasted about? Gu Yin was shocked. His hand shook and he directly hung up the phone. Awkwardly saying, Zhang-yong, you're back so soon. Yes, I drove there. Are you going out? Qin Zhang-yong stroked Gu Yin's head with a soft expression. I bought your favorite spaghetti, by the way. Did you drink the silver ear that? Gu Yin's brows were locked. She had to think of an excuse. She had to give one when she left the house today without saying a word. Right, with his eyebrows screwed up. Gu Yin was as anxious as ants on a hot pan dam. What excuse, if the brother of the road? It will directly tell him that the bastard Dota was kidnapped. Gu Yin was in a hurry and said offhandedly, A friend of mine has been kidnapped, and I have to go save him, as soon as the door opened. She saw the man standing outside. About to open it and fuck. Gu Yin's whole face was wrinkled. But my friends are in more danger if I don't go. Scratching his head, Gu Yin didn't intend to hide it anyway, so he just said, My friend's identity is also a bit special. He only saved my number, and if I don't go, he'll surely die a horrible death. Qin Zhang-yong only knew that Gu Yin worked at the Empress and was usually threatened. But no matter what, he never thought that their lives were accompanied by kidnapping. Sword brows tightly frowned. Qin Zhang-yong walked inside the house, put down the dishes in his hand, and said in a deep voice, I will go with you. No, Gu Yin only said one word, was interrupted by Qin Zhang-yong. Do not say no. If you say no, we do not go. I will contact the police for you. Let them deal with it, after all. This kind of thing they are professional. Shit, Gu Yin cursed in his heart. It's a Yakuza thing. What's the point of bothering the police, with that in mind? He didn't have the guts to say it in front of Qin Zhang-yong. He pondered for a while and simply said, Let's do it together then. Time is running out. He has been kidnapped for 2 hours. Now should be in the customs place. Then go. Qin Zhang-yong originally ate this line of work. Usually life is gentle and soft, but encountered this kind of thing said to go. That kind of thunderous force directly sprouted, quickly running downstairs. Qin Zhang-yong opened the car door and sat in the main driver's seat. I, said Gu Yin bitterly, unable to speak. She usually drove very casually, but Zhang-yong. She remembered the last time he drove her home. That speed, silently closing his eyes. Gu Yin began to mourn for Duo in his heart. Buddy, I'm sorry. You'll have to hang in there for a while, if you die early. I'll definitely burn incense for you, Gu Yin said a few times in his heart. And when he opened his eyes, Qin Zhang-yong had already started his car and rushed out. That's a real punch. Gu Yin was directly flabbergasted, nervously pulling on the handlebar of the car, stuttering with rounded eyes. Zhang-yong, we don't have to rush, after sitting there for a while. Curran calmed down in a state of self-soothing. Usually, I don't feel that I drive fast, but when I change a position, I feel that the driver is driving like hell. Just think of it as if you were driving. Just think of it as if you were driving. Don't rush, don't rush. Put your finger on the button of your cell phone, press and hold it, and after about 3 seconds, just like Dota said, the page of your cell phone automatically jumps to a navigation map. Gu Yin's speeding is no longer tough. But when he encountered this more ferocious master than himself, he was still nervous to put on his seatbelt. After confirming his safety, he said, That guy tampered with my cell phone. Just long press the number. You can see where he is now. Don't, you slow down a little bit. According to your speed, I fuck. You also accelerate. At this speed, I'm afraid that if we don't make it to the customs first, we'll be sacrificed on the road first. Gu Yin rounded his eyes and pulled the handle tightly, surrounding the scenery to blur the image effect of fast crossing. Gu Yin swallowed a mouthful of saliva, Secretly, this is really called a kara. May be completely at ease. Gu Yin's thoughts drifted away. She was very satisfied with her driving speed. Next time, who dares to say she drives fast? Let him come to sit to the son's car. Let you have a good understanding of what is really fast. Don't throw up like a ghost just because you're in a car driven by her. Gu Yin's forehead breaks out in a sweat as he looks at the number 180. How can we find him at the customs? Qin Xiangyang quickly made a left turn, and under the excessive speed. This almost 90-degree turn made the body of the car flutter. As if it could flip over at any time, in my heart, I was comforted, but I couldn't help but feel that my palms were sweating. Don't worry, I drive very steadily, Qin Xiangyang said steadily. But the gas pedal under his feet did not reduce. The speed is called a fast. The map logo is very clear. But his location is not in the direction of the customs. That location, Gu Yin stared for a while and suddenly said, Airport, divert to airport. His brow was furrowed. But in his heart, Gu Yin was cursing his mother. Fuck me, you stupid Dota. Why don't you use your head? Can't they create an illusion that you hear waves? You hear the waves and the wind, and that's the beach. Idiot, Qin Xiangyang didn't say much, and the car switched back to the right direction with an adjustment of the corner. Luckily, there was a seat belt, and Gu Yin's weightlessness wasn't too uncomfortable. After stabilizing his body, he hurriedly said, he told him that he heard the sound of the sea breeze and currents, so they assumed that Coco was at the customs. But now the target shows that it's in the direction of the airport. Gin wrinkled his nose. Damn it. All that wasted time. It seems that the person who kidnapped him is really experienced enough. If it is not Dota left a trick. It is estimated that when we arrived, that person has long gone. Don't worry. I'll see if the map has moved. Qin Xiangyang asked when the car was already on the highway. Gu Yin stared seriously for a moment. No movement. No nuclear movement. Did he talk to me before? What did he say? Qin Xiangyang drove the car while analyzing the current situation. Has been unconscious for 2 hours, in a place similar to a container. Qin Xiangyang repeated, then frowned and in. There is that Coco. Qin Xiangyang nods, then analyzes. His location is shown to be at the airport. So maybe someone is trying to beg to send him out by plane. And the sounds of the waves and the sea breeze aren't necessarily their disguise. It's also possible that it's the sounds coming from his side. So they're holding off on vetoing it for now. Qin Xiangyang laughed. What a great idea I had. He had spoken to him earlier about being caught and hearing the sound of the sea breeze and waves, and then bragged about his cleverness and ingenuity, and proudly told him that he was his emergency contact, and that he had been unconscious for 2 hours before calling him, and that he was now trapped in something like a container. If the request is on the outside of the container, it must be plain read at a glance, and must not be very much sought to be added to the words similar to. Wrong. Gu Yin's mind was jolted by Qin Xiangyang's remark. I said wrong. That means he's not too sure where he is. And it's dark. Qin Xiangyang's voice seemed to have a leadership power at that moment, making Gu Yin unconsciously reveal all the information he knew to him. As Qin Xiangyang analyzed them one by one, Gu Yin seriously listened and recalled them, piecing them together. If we go by that idea, then there's Coco, who was trapped in a box that could fit into an adult-sized box, which was fully sealed and dark. There's very much a factor of where he's staying. That is, he's Coco in a black box where you can hear the sea breeze and waves by the airport. Gu Yin touched his head, a little shy at the compliment, when she was in Kingsing. She was the chief conductor, and she would walk in any way she wanted. No one had ever praised her so much, and no one dared to refute her. So it was a novel and fun feeling to be guided to shut up and be praised. It's just that Gu Yin had his own puzzles. That airport was only built 2 years ago, and doesn't have many facilities around it. Could it be that he's inside the airport? Don't be in a hurry. Qin Xiangyang looked out from a distance, from the elevated position, so that he could see the approximate shape of the side of the airport. The side of the airport is like a wrong half-cut open egg. Rounded mold, full and warm. Is at the end of the airport, is not harmonious with a small tail. Kobayashi, behind the airport. What's that place? That extra-circular area? Is there a lake there, from there? Qin Xiangyang could see the shimmering starlight, reflecting off the water from the direct sunlight. A lake? Gu Yin supported the head thought for a while, and then suddenly said, there is a zoo. When the zoo in order to attract crowds. Mining an artificial lake, but 2 years ago, the airport decided to build here, was ordered to rectify, and now has been deserted. The lake is not sure if it is there anymore. Zoo. Qin Zhang looked sideways at the sporadic sparkling water and sped up a bit. We're going to the zoo. Why? Gu Yin was about to ask why when the red dot on his cell phone moved. He's moving. That guy's trying to move him. Chapter 32, Kidnapping 3, we have to speed up. You keep an eye on the phone. Qin Zhang put his foot on the gas and sped down the highway. They were fast, and the red dot was not slow. When Qin Zhang drove to the entrance of the airport, the red dot stopped strangely. Where are we now? Qin Zhang put his head together to look at Gu Yin's cell phone. The red dot on the cell phone was stationary, and now it was blinking and glowing. It stopped. It stopped. Except that direction, said Gu Yin, staring for a moment and wrinkling his brow. Is an abandoned hospital. Qin Zhang raised an eyebrow. You guys waste a lot of stuff, coughing lightly. Qin Zhang pretended not to hear Gu Yin's compliment and continued. How big is that place? Head against the car window. Gu Yin brain thinking about the problem. But also do not forget to share with Qin Zhang. They kidnap the person mainly for what? His power, so. People they certainly do not dare to kill. Can only be kidnapped, but why did they change the location? Before it was the animal circle. Now it is an abandoned hospital. Sounds very much like a good place to kill and dump a body. At least they won't be human specimens. Qin Zhang said as he started the car toward the abandoned hospital. Naturally, Gu Yin didn't believe that anyone would make a human specimen out of Dota. Commonalities, Gu Yin frowned. If we must talk about commonalities, it's that there are few people. It's remote, it's already abandoned, and the place is big enough, laughing dryly. Gu Yin brought the conversation back. What do you think they're doing in an abandoned hospital? They're big enough to stop a private jet. Qin Zhang said casually, his expression cloudy. If they're trying to transport people out of the country. Those places are the best takeoff and landing spots. Big enough to be secluded, and less crowded, well. It's about 2 blue pitches. After a pause, Gu Yin added, the size of 2 national standard blue pitches. Qin Zhang thought for a moment and interjected. What do animal rounds and hospitals have in common? Drawing the corners of his mouth, Gu Yin said, Zhang, for the first time, I realized that your psyche is so dark. Shit, Gu Yin was reminded of this, and his whole body was suddenly energized. Yeah, you're right. It's possible that they're just trying to move people around. Although the previous animal circle was large, the location was not too good. After all, the front was connected to the airport, so people could see it at any time, and now that. Wait a minute, Gu Yin paused. Her tone of voice came to a sharp stop, which led Qin Zhang to look at her. Gu Yin, those who kidnapped them, must be in the same country as him, as Americans cannot know China's territory like the back of their hand, and even the boundaries of China are not familiar with our little city. Let alone, so, how can they be so fast to command the direction? Qin Zhang understood and said with a negotiating tone. So, what you're saying is that the plane actually passed by, and they surveyed the area over a city before confirming that the people were switched from the animal circle to the hospital. Transferring people from there, right? Gu Yin nodded. We have to hurry. Those people. The sound of airplane propellers coming from behind interrupted Gu Yin's words. Fuck, Gu Yin gritted his teeth and cursed. Fear of what will come what? Just said we have to be faster. To pick up people flying to come. Such speed and such efficiency, still let people not mix. Gritting his teeth in hatred. Gu Yin urged Qin Zhang, hurry up. We can't let anyone take him away. Yes, sir, Qin Zhang responded. And the car accelerated the gasoline and rushed towards the hospital. The speed of 190 yards made people smack their lips. The pothole while uneven road is too limited. After driving for a while, Qin Zhang had no choice but to slow down the speed of some. If you run into a few potholes, the car drifted to a spin. Then they do not have to chase the plane, directly waiting for people to fight them to the hospital. Gu Yin was so anxious that he watched the plane fly over their heads. The ground is too stuffed. Qin Zhang rushed to the hospital. The plane has been prepared, ready to take off. Stop him, he's inside. We can't let him get away. Gu Yin jumped out of the car and ran towards the hospital. The sound of the propellers were spinning at high speed, ready to take off at any moment. Gu Yin was so anxious that he even thought of throwing his shoes directly at the propeller of the airplane, so that he would be forced to stop. Only this impractical idea was quickly thrown away by her, because a man appeared in front of her. "Hello," said the man, dressed in a black leisure suit, tall and sturdy, as he stopped in front of Gu Yin's eyes. "I'm sorry, but you can't go any further. I'm sorry, but you can't go any further. And if you insist on doing so, I'll just have to be rude. What if I move forward?" Kuzin took a step forward to his left, and the man's body followed suit, blocking Kuzin's eyes, his overly tall body blocking Kuzin's face like a solid wall in front of his face. How could Qin Zhang let him chase the person back so easily? His footsteps made a dash forward and stopped the person. "Your target is here. Don't get distracted. You go to him first, I'll hold back here." Qin Zhang raised his head, signaling Gu Yin to go quickly. Gu Yin wrinkled her eyebrows. She would like to learn from the usual movie clique, and asked in a pretentious way, "Can you do it? If you can't, I'll stop you here," just lifting her head to look at the rising airplane. Gu Yin's brain of those pretentious fragments were directly torn by the reality. As soon as Gu Yin ran away, the big guy tried to chase after him. "Get out. I have to go through even if you are polite." Gu Yin stepped on her 14 high heels and was ready to kick. But before her foot could reach the person, there was a punch that was even faster and swung at the big guy. The big guy didn't realize that Gu Yin still had a helper, and when he didn't realize it, he was knocked back a big step. Qin Zhang smile is handsome. After the words, a side kick aimed at the man's waist quickly kicked. The tall man thought that Qin Zhang was Gu Yin's bodyguard, and that he had learned nothing more than fancy fists and rusty kicks. The mission of this visit was mainly to pay attention to the woman, without mentioning Qin Zhang. This kind of intelligence let Qin Zhang took a big advantage. The man did not want to fight back, only want to chase back Gu Yin. Where did you think Qin Zhang kicked so hard, directly to the body of a sharp pain? A withdrawal of several steps, with Qin Zhang this time. The tall man could not help but color up. "Who are you? Win and I'll tell you." Qin Zhang laughed, stepping back and forth with his hands and fists. The tall man didn't dare to take the enemy lightly anymore, and started to walk around with a close eye on Qin Zhang. Qin Zhang in the army learned most of the moves are clean, fast, accurate, and ruthless, while the tall man is a small fight out of the learning is usually accumulated experience. Some moves tricky diamond risk bad water. As Qin Zhang kicked at the man reached out and quickly probed down towards Qin Zhang's lower body. Qin Zhang had never touched this before, and he was so shocked that his body could not react before he was punched by him. The force of the punch was so frightening that the cheeks swelled up. The smell of blood and water fills the mouth. This man is an expert, but a rogue expert. This idea flashed in his mind. Let Qin Zhang more and more serious. Foot flexible jumping, eyes at any time to pay attention to the man, ready to, in his unprepared, to come on a hard blow. The man didn't fall much better, although Qin Zhang was inexperienced. His movements were very steady, and each blow was steadily hitting the most intolerant position of the human body. Although he had hit Qin Zhang once, the man had hit himself at least 10 times on his body. Now those places were bubbling with pain, making him feel terrible. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been knocked down by now. Luckily, he had trained for a long time and had strong resilience. Shaking the muscles on his body, the tall man's eyes got heavy. Only that same question didn't soften Gu Yin's stance. And with a cold snort, she glared at the floral-shirted man holding a gun to himself and said, "You'll have to ask him that, to see if he's planning to kill me now or take me to your country. A weapon like this is fine for assassination. This is the greatest concern of Dodds at present. It's not my fault. It's just that when you're drunk, you're not too mentally focused, and it's inevitable that a decision like this would happen." Duodad defended himself. Only such a defense got a cold snort from Gu Yin. "So you're trying to say that it's honorable to drink in the middle of the day and get kidnapped? It's not going well for Qin Zhang here, but it's not going well for Gu Yin, who only has a personalized dagger on her." That's right. As soon as she got on the plane, she had a gun to her head. Dodd was very tempted to rub his nose to ease the embarrassment. But considering his hands were tied, he dismissed the idea. This is unfortunate news, tied to his position. Dota looked helplessly at Gu Yin, who had a gun pressed against his head. "I thought you bring a lot of people." His voice was unhurried, especially. Such a cold weapon, when it comes to guns. It's powerless. The man in the shirt had witnessed a good show and was now grinning from ear to ear. But the words with a grumble made Gu Yin raise an eyebrow. "Shit. I thought you wouldn't be so stupid as to get kidnapped." "Right, dear beauty. You're not planning to come back home with me, are you?" His Chinese wasn't as good as Dota's, and he stumbled over his words a bit. "Sorry. I thought it would be better if you stayed here. Okay. It's a bit impractical for you to stand in front of people so openly. Ready to kill them? You're a genius at combining Chinese and English." Gu Yin grunted softly. "But who told you I was going to stay in this abandoned hospital?" The 14-centimeter high heel quickly lifted up and stepped down. Ah. The man didn't expect such a sudden attack from Gu Yin, and the intense pain caused him to lose his ability to attack for a moment. In that momentary pause, his body was thrown across the cabin by the woman, and the gun was snatched from his hand in an instant. Skillfully toying with the gun in his hand, Gu Yin topped his flower-shirted head and grunted. "I think it would be better if you stayed here." Ping, a gunshot rang out, killing the man with a single blow. "Wow, so cool," Dota exclaimed with a raised eyebrow, earning a blank stare from Gu Yin, cutting the ties on Dodd's hands. Gu Yin doesn't wait for him to open his mouth, but shoves the gun into his hand and says, "Remember, you killed this man, and I was just a bystander." "Buying you a little time," Dota raised an eyebrow. "You've got a good thing going for you, and the other party is also known as the Viper, who doesn't do business at a loss, with the added bonus of having saved his own life." Gu Yin had no choice but to accede to his requests on moral grounds. Does this woman now mean she's going to give up the rewards he's offered in return? That's unlikely. Dota narrowed his eyes, and a sudden flash went through his mind. It couldn't be a trap. Could it? Or is it that this Viper has taken a liking to her? Or maybe she's trying to get her way. Or maybe she was scheming to increase the reward for a successful deal. A myriad of thoughts came to mind at once, making Duo a bit bored. After holding his tongue for a while, he finally couldn't help but turn his head back and said tentatively, "You're so modest. Do you really want to say this?" Snorting softly, Gu Yin slanted a glance at Dota. "Of course I said that. What else?" Gu Yin's expression carried an air of condescension. "Of course, if you want to admit that you're so incompetent that you need a woman to save you. I don't mind taking the blame for having saved you." Dota choked on the words, rubbed his nose, and was silenced. He didn't want to carry this shameful name. The most successful thing about that man was his size, but now, his lower body was already a bit unstable. It should be because Qin Xiangyang had already caused many injuries to the man in the vicious battle between the two of them before that. Qin Xiangyang acted quickly, accurately and ruthlessly, watching the man fall to the ground and kicking his foot against the bone at the cervical vertebrae. When the man beside him quieted down, Gu Yin took a serious look at the battle at Qin Xiangyang's place. Qin Xiangyang was dodging the tall man's punches. The tall man is not bad, but his body is a bit too stout. With such a body type, when he encounters a muscular type similar to him, his chances of winning are beyond doubt. But he encounters Qin Xiangyang, who is agile and has a high degree of muscular dexterity, which makes the two of them have a very big gap in terms of flexibility in their attacks. Deftly dodging the man's punches, Qin Xiangyang's body was a cat's meadow, and just as Gu Yin thought, his straight leg swept towards the man's lower body. The tall man used his full strength in the previous punch, and when he missed, his body could not adjust before he was kicked to the ground by Qin Xiangyang. Gu Yin had learned kung fu, although there were few chances for him to actually fight. But looking at the way Qin Xiangyang attacked and the way the tall man did it, he mentally surmised that in less than a minute, Xiangyang would be able to subdue that man. That position, if the kick is heavy, the person will be directly wasted. Qin Xiangyang and this man has no grudge. Foot naturally pay attention to the proportion. This time just let a person pain fainted. After waking up will not have any problem. The fight was already coming to an end when Kieran watched it. Although he realized that Qin Xiangyang would not be hurt, he was still relieved to see him safely defeat the man and run towards himself. Turning her head sideways, Gu Yin looked thoughtfully at Duo Da sitting in his seat. She needed to seriously consider the question of whether she could take Duo Da back today. Pretty cat eyes turned to the white-haired man, who had been sitting steadily in the pedestal seat. Gu Yin narrowed her pretty cat eyes slightly and said, "Mr. Sylvan, it's a shame to bother you to drive the plane." The almost forgotten pilot laughed softly. Unlike the solid head of gray hair, Zai Wen's voice sounded very young. "To receive the third young master. My subordinates naturally have to do their best to do so." "Heh," Gu Yin sneered and said, "but your third young master doesn't want to go back. So what can we do?" Kuan was sitting by the window and turned his head sideways to look at Dota when he asked this question. The latter shrugged helplessly. Zai Wen touched his earlobe and laughed softly. "The third young master has to go today." Didn't the green banker already know that? Roman 11 Wen seems to like to laugh a lot, and he has to say one sentence with a couple of laughs. Such words in the ears. Really very people want to whip him. She naturally knew that they couldn't leave. And when she cut Dota's rope, she knew that she couldn't take him with her. She wasn't sure how much explosives Dota had under his butt. But Gu Yin understood that if Dota stood up, all of them would have to play with their balls. Sylvan is determined to take them away this time. That's a lot of bombs. That's a lot of money. If she didn't have sharp ears, she would have yanked up Dota. Rolling her eyes at the sky, Gu Yin didn't want to go to the United States, but now she had to go. If she didn't go, Dota would have to go back and die. It didn't matter if he died, but he didn't get the balance of the deal. With a helpless sigh, Gu Yin pulled the corners of his mouth with a bitter smile at Qin Zhang, who had already stepped into the motorcycle. "Zhang, it looks like we'll have to make a trip to the United States." Qin Zhang raised an eyebrow. One pair of eyes silently glanced at the three people present, finally fixing under the chair below Duo Da's buttocks. His brows slightly frowning before slowly nodding his head. "Traveling. I wouldn't choose the United States if I wanted to travel. I could have gone to Sanya, the sea and the constant temperature." Gu Yin skimmed his lips and snorted. "Dota, I am here because of you. Don't you think you should compensate me a little?" That drew a cold snort from Gu Yin. "Do you think I want to come to the United States? For you it's a money saver. But for me it's a waste of time. Do you know how much money I can make in a minute?" Gu Yin stretched his back and stepped down from the airplane. Compared to Gu Yin, who stretched out his back, Dota's way of sitting with his back and stomach tucked in made his feet tingle. Because of the bomb under his seat, he didn't dare to move the bomb, and could only sit there dryly until the plane landed and a professional bomb disposal crew dismantled the bomb. And then he was able to stretch his back. The distance from China to the United States is only 2 sleeps. When Gu Yin opened his eyes again, they had stopped at a villa in the countryside. Heh. We even saved a few bucks on airfare this time around. Dota rubbed his nose and laughed heartily. So, think of it as a trip. The greening of foreign countries is really well done. The vast expanse of lawn is the perfect place for a plane to stop. Dota walks over to Kuan and says something curt. Ahem. Dota was avoiding the issue of compensation, and he only kept talking about it to rub it in the periphery of Gu Yin's topic. But he didn't expect this woman to be so rude as to mention money directly. A few dry laughs. Dodd held up a finger and said, "Painfully, what about 1%? Men who are too cheap die early." Gu Yin narrowed his eyes, suddenly looked at the blue sky blank clouds, said quietly, "It seems that I really do not like the weather in the United States. Scream. How about I go down to change a cell phone and then buy a plane ticket back to the country? In any case, that Roman 11 when will not stop me. Do you think so? Heh. Duodo laughed dryly a few times, the smile at the corners of his face stiffening and freezing to make sure that Gu Yin's demeanor wasn't meant to be a joke. It was only then that he said, "What about 5%? Gu Yin proudly raised his head, with a non-negotiable tone. 10%? No 10%. I'm going home now. Shit, vampire, with a low curse. Dodd gritted his teeth and vomited blood. Deal, this is just like that, patting Dota's shoulder. Gu Yin's haughty demeanor melted away with a smile. It would have been better if we hadn't done this earlier. Zhang, come on. Let's go for a stroll first. It's hard to come here. It's not right not to have some fun. Qin Zhang was the first to get off the plane. He has walked around the house, but did not see any specific clues, so he could only give up. Walked to the side of Gu Yin. Qin Zhang looked at Dota, sitting. He has been holding Gu Yin in the sleep, and did not greet the people present. Now getting off the plane, he held out his hand and said, "Hello, my name is Qin Zhang. Hello, my name is Dota." Dota extended his hand in a friendly manner. The man had the gentlemanly demeanor of an American, minus the fact that Dota counted as a perfect gentleman in front of Gin's eyes. "You look awesome. Nice to meet you. You're great, too," Qin Zhang returned politely. The conversation between the two was met with a cold snort from Gu Yin. "If you two keep communicating, I'll think you'll be moving boldly in the direction of getting laid." Qin Zhang coughed lightly, pretending not to hear. Dota rubbed his nose and shrugged helplessly. "Okay, don't greet him. Let's go first. Go for a stroll." Gu Yin walked to Qin Zhang side and tugged on the man's sleeve as he prepared to go outside. Qin Zhang said this is just a polite greeting. This may be considered a common Chinese problem. Everyone likes to say goodbye in this way, because everyone understands that this is polite. So they will just smile and wave their hands. No need. No need, so the other party just walks away with this no-need sound. Qin Zhang first impression of Duoda was good. So he couldn't help but say, "Zhao Yin and I will go for a walk first. Do you need to join us?" Roman 11 when did not restrict the freedom of a few people. To bring them from China to the United States has cost him a lot of money, if not prepared for the worst. Simply cannot take them away, moreover, if he simply wanted to kill them. Sylvan could have let his assassins carry out the assassination, instead of going to China to pick them up openly, but Dota, a Native American, has apparently not yet mastered the polite courtesy of the country. Hearing Qin Zhang words, he pondered for 2 seconds before nodding his head very seriously. "That's really a lot of trouble for you guys. Where do you plan to go?" After taking care of the business at hand, Sylvan walked out through the front door. "Where are the 3 of you going to go for a stroll? If you don't mind, I can accompany you for a walk." Roman 11 Wen had already changed his clothes. The cabin suit had been replaced with a khaki-colored casual suit, lining his tall body with extra stiffness. He looked at Gu Yin and Qin Zhang and smiled, saying, "Just in time to make amends." Gu Yin huffed, "If you must come along anyway." There was already one more light gun, so she didn't care if there was one more, at least from Gu Yin's point of view. Zai Wen's appearance should not be bad for money. They came in a hurry and didn't bring much cash with them, so if Ziwen followed them, they would at least have an extra mobile wallet. "Looks like we're going to be here for quite a while. We'll have to buy some supplies, won't we?" Gu Yin looked at Zai Wen as he said this, with a look of waiting for you to perform. Qin Zhang naturally didn't mind, with Dota following them. There was already one more light gun, so one more was optional. On this point, Gu Yin and Qin Zhang's ideas remained surprisingly consistent. A team of 4, accompanied by a woman and 3 men at such a random stop, marched down the street. When Gu Yin went there, he deliberately picked the street of luxury goods, and the first models here were all 4-digit starting prices. His beautiful cat eyes narrowed in amusement. Gu Yin said, "Xiang Yong, you can pick whatever you like. Someone else will pay for it anyway." After this statement, his eyes would glance at Zifeng behind him. Ahem, taking a hand to cover his brow, Sylvan gave a gentlemanly salute, a light smile on that handsome face. "Of course, I'll buy it, as long as everyone is happy, since you are so polite. We will not excuse, hey. Dota, you also pick it by the way, anyway. You are also invited by the people. This will pick some clothes as compensation is also should." Gu Yin said generously, delicate face with a flavor of boldness, naturally. This kind of generosity is also extended to her to buy clothes. Gu Yin bought very hard this time. Now it is approaching winter. The brand's new winter clothes have been on the market for a long time. It's not an awkward time. Christmas is not here, but winter is close. The most important thing is that the brand discounts have not been affected, which makes it the most expensive time of the year for clothes. Gu Yin today to pick clothes standard is very generous. See their favorite, simply do not try. Directly let people take the smallest number on the go. After half a day's shopping, Gu Yin's clothes alone had already filled 3 men's shopping bags, like 3 moving Christmas trees. Qin Zhang had already experienced this kind of shopping and enjoyment once, which made him look most natural. Dota raised an eyebrow. The gorgeous gray hair with the sigh, in the light of the lamp, looks very sad. And he says, "I think so too, Zifeng. Although our current status is not considered an enemy, it is not considered an ally either. Isn't it a bit too much for you to ask such a question?" Speaking of this, Zai Wen's eyes became serious. "Third young master, When did you decide to work with Gu Yin? I think it's very irrational of you to bring Corin here. Picking up his coffee, Sylvan took an elegant sip and let out a sigh as he set down the beautiful ceramic mug. So you should throw her back. Dota frowned when he finished speaking and added, and remember when you throw her back. Throw me with her, Ziwen's sidelong head. This is a depressed atmosphere all of a sudden because of Dota's words eased a lot. He said with a laugh, the third young master, if you also threw you back, I'm afraid that the next time to invite you, I will not be in such a courteous way. At least this time. You are not physically disabled. Dodd and Sivan, who had never been commanded by a woman, looked grim. This gloomy state of mind continued until they returned home. Sitting sullenly on the couch, the two of them kept the same attitude. Dota was flabbergasted, then sighed in resignation. Well, then Gu Yin will stay here for the time being. Although this person's mouth is a bit poisonous, and her behavior is a bit rude. But when she doesn't speak, just looking at that look is still very amazing. Zai Wen smiled. Third young master, I invited you here is for the alliance. Now that the eldest young master and the second young master have joined forces, there have been too many changes in the situation during the time you were not in the country. Although you have MS Gu's help, it's obviously not enough. Big brother and second brother, Dota quirked an eyebrow. The situation has changed too much now. I don't quite understand that statement. The first and second young masters have decided to join forces and swallow up the old master's estate outright. After a pause, Sylvan added, skipping you and me. This is impossible. This is ridiculous. Dota tried to get a glass of water to calm down. But there was only coffee in front of him. The dark currant-colored drink, however, added to his depressed mood, and his intestines followed suit. His hand reaching for the glass, reluctantly retracting as Duo frowned, and said in a hushed voice, It is not in the nature of either of my brothers to work together. It's a good thing they didn't fight together. Working together, it's a fantasy, of course not. A few days ago, I thought the same thing. But 2 days ago a woman appeared. This woman convinced the two young masters, and they decided to cooperate. Sylvan took an elegant sip of his coffee and turned the notebook in front of him to Duo Da, pointing to the stock market on it. You can take a look at the company's stock. The price of the stock has risen dramatically under the cooperation of the two young masters, and a few of the old shareholders in Only have already had 30% of them fall to the two young masters. Dota's expression got worse. Gu Yin appears on this occasion, wearing a beige pajama set that she just bought today. It's a designer, it's soft, it's cozy, it's cute, and most importantly, it costs $900. Pajamas. The price of the pajamas actually made Sylvan raise an eyebrow when he paid for them. It was just a nightgown. $900, that's a lot of money for a cute, small, luxury LV bag, but looking at Gu Yin now, a lazy face wearing this pajamas appear. Zai Wen suddenly think, this money is worth it. Quzhen looks very attractive. What are you guys talking about? Do you mind if I join you? Putting the cookies in her hand on the coffee table. Gu Yin, with her left hand holding the freshly fried juice that Qin Xiangyong had given her, said, if what I just heard is correct, it's Dota's brothers who are going to work together, and the key point of convergence is still a woman. Holding up the freshly fried juice in his hand, Curran craned his neck regretfully, explaining, I was just sighing about how good Xiangyong's fried juice tasted for me. Gossiping eyes glance at Duoda, then turn to Zaifeng. Gu Yin smiles and says, Do you have a picture of that woman? Let's see what kind of beauty can make two fierce wolves form an alliance. Curran let out a gasp after taking a sip of the freshly fried juice, a gasp that caused both men's gazes to turn to him. Dota's voice rose a little involuntarily, as if she had found a lifeline. What did you find? Taking a photo out of his pocket. Sylvan placed it on the coffee table. This is the woman. Michelle, Dota, looking at Dota's depressed expression. Gu Yin hooked his mouth and smiled. His slender fingers took the photo, scanned a few times, and threw it back to the coffee table. This woman looks like she's in her 40s at least. Don't tell me that your two older brothers have a love affair with their mothers, or that they found out that this woman is actually their own biological mother, and then decided to join hands with the brothers and swallow all the property of their happy father before the whole thing was exposed to the world. They decided to join forces and swallow up all of their father's assets before the whole thing was exposed to the world. Assuming, of course, that you were the rightful owner of your father's house. That's why they decided to join forces so impatiently. Gu Yin's shocking words made the two men on the other side of the table close their eyes in silent agony. The look on his face makes Gu Yin unhappy. Honey, can you stop that? It's a favorite plot of Chinese TV dramas. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Dota's ability to resist was obviously a little better than Sylvan's. After half a moment of silence, he said calmly, I think my dear a mess. Gu has some valid points. Perhaps we can look into my two brothers and the woman named Michelle. Now Gu Yin was speechless. She silently looked down at the juice in her hand for a long time, and after a long while, out of the beginning of humane spirit, she decided to remind the two people in front of her, at first, I was really only trying to adjust the atmosphere. Sylvan seems to have given it some serious thought. At first he thought that what Gu Yin said was too implausible, but if Dota said the same thing, then it seemed like a possibility. Nodding his head, Sylvan decided to get down to business. The absurdity of the matter was decided between the two of them in a single word. Even though Gu Yin was calm, he was unable to accept it. Blinking, Gu Yin hugged the $1,000. Handmade, softest human pillow in the world tightly, of course. Zai Wen paid for it. Night has fallen. The first night in the United States. Gu Yin changed the room on the grounds that he could not sleep afraid. Forced to pull Qin Zhang do not let people go. Whenever Qin Zhang encountered Gu Yin's expression, he couldn't bear to refuse. Qin Zhang some tears and laughter, although he was busy in the kitchen stewing tonic. But they exchanged words in the living room, did not deliberately lowered, which allows him to easily can be heard, though he agreed that it was a bit too funny. He thought it might be necessary to look into the matter. Given the cooperation of the other two, maybe his Oyasha was really this magical, and had hit the nail on the head. She weakly leaned in Qin Zhang embrace. Her slender fingers covered the place in her chest and moaned without illness. Dear Zhang, I think my heart is out of order. He's beating so fast. I suspect he was just scared by the words of the two bastards in front of him. Gu Yin hugged the pillow with an innocent look on his face. Look, Roman 11 when said that there is no free room. You also know that the skin and sweat glands of foreigners are more developed than ours, and they may have fox odor, sweat odor, and even more likely to have athlete's foot. The rest of the room they want a room, you see. After this comparison, you are not think and they sleep certainly or sleep with me better. Moreover, I am afraid of the dark. You have the cheek to accompany them and leave me behind. Dota needed Gu Yin's help, and watched that King Xing boss sell out to that Chinese man, and out of his own considerations, carried out a persuasive column. Zai Wen's current status is Dota's collaborator, and the collaborator's collaborator is naturally the same ally. Helplessly touching the top of this girl's soft hair, Qin Zhang sighed softly as if he was compromising. All right, I'll accompany you. So the three of them immorally locked Qin Zhang up with Gu Yin in a semi-compulsory manner. Great! Gu Yin was so excited that he threw away the pillow and rubbed his neck against Qin Zhang neck, laughing and saying, Zhang, you're so nice, the next morning, except for Zai Wen who woke up on time. The other three were all jet-lagged. One of them, Qin Zhang, woke up early in the morning, but Gu Yin, like an octopus, was stuck on his body and did not want to get up. As soon as Qin Zhang moved, Gu Yin made the wailing sound of a young animal that had lost its mother. And after listening to her make a few noises, Qin Zhang stopped moving and lay down together with Gu Yin. The two of them slept straight through the night until 3 o'clock in the morning. I woke up because Kiran was hungry. I'm so hungry. The beautiful octopus beside her let out a weak hunger cry. Qin Zhang touched the soft hair. Gu Yin was still a bit confused when he first woke up. Apparently, her stomach came to her senses before her body did. Zhang, his head is lazily pressed on Qin Zhang stomach. Gu Yin half squints his eyes, with an enraptured face. I'm so hungry, I want to eat the rice you made, rubbing his head against his stomach. Gu Yin continued. I also want to drink silver ear soup. I didn't drink the soup yesterday at noon. Now I want to drink it so much. What should I do? I want to drink it. I want to drink it. Qin Zhang sighed lightly. This was America. He wondered if the local American residents liked to eat silver ear, or rice, slightly frowned. Qin Zhang, after hesitating for about a few seconds, decided to give up. People are supposed to eat beef and drink milk grew up in the country. This kind of rice is the staple food of the people. But not theirs, rubbing Gu Yin's hair. Qin Zhang could only coax. Eat steak. Okay. I'll make you some double-skinned milk for lunch. Gu Yin hesitated for a moment, seemingly considering whether it was cost-effective to trade rice and fungus for steak and milk. In the midst of this hesitation, the stomach could not help but send out a signal of hunger, and the body finally protested against its owner's reliance on the bed, which was intolerable. This protest directly determines what Kiran will eat for lunch. Unfortunately, I got up too late, and the nanny had already gone to her room to rest. He watched Qin Zhang walk calmly to the kitchen and skillfully took out the meat, cut it into pieces and put the oil in to cook. At this moment, Gu Ding was very glad that he had found someone who could cook. The aroma of the food wafted out from Qin Zhang good handiwork, tantalizing the worms in Gu Yin's stomach. Looking anxiously at the steak in Qin Zhang pan, Gu Yin uncharacteristically swallowed a mouthful of saliva and urged, "How much longer? I'm so hungry." Looking at Duo Da standing at the entrance of the staircase, Gu Yin shook his head seriously. "I really didn't consider that there would be someone who would get up later than me. Hey, it's good news to see everyone awake at high noon." Sylvan walked in from outside. The white hair was still so conspicuous. The aroma of food is always extraordinarily fascinating. Dota was sleeping well, but the aroma from downstairs always seduced him, which forced him to get up from the bed. Unfortunately, when he went downstairs, Gu Yin and Qin Zhang had already finished eating. Sylvan narrowed his eyes and smiled gently. "The good news is that I have the DNA report of the two young masters. Just had a good meal. So first, some good news to settle my stomach." Gu Yin forked up a piece of fruit and stuffed it. Roman 11 Wen should be a person who knows how to enjoy. Here fresh fruits and vegetables are always constant, which makes Qin Zhang material enough. And in the meantime, also made a fruit salad for Gu Yin. "Oh my, you've finished," greedily inhaling the scent of food in the air. Dota's expression of frustration was unmistakable. "Dear caretaker, have you not considered that there is a poor man waiting for your lunch?" He stood at the edge of the dining room, raised his eyebrows, and said, "I've got good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" 5 more minutes, sprinkling the wine on top. Qin Zhang skillfully turned the steak over once, and took out 2 eggs and some vegetables in the process. Gu Yin makes a happy sound and guesses. "So the bad news is that those 2 brothers are not. In fact, Mr. Onley's biological sons. Is my nationalistic bridge from yesterday confirmed by you guys?" Sylvan laughed softly a few times at Gu Yin's words, and then said, "I am sorry, dear Miss Gu, but half of your idea is proper. But there has been a slight accident in the details. Those 2 are Mr. Onley's sons," raising an eyebrow. Gu Yin wondered, "So what's the bad news you're trying to convey? Is there anything worse than what she said?" "Of course I have," said Sylvan, nodding his head in a serious manner, and speaking word for word as all eyes were gathered to himself. "That Miss Michelle, too, is Mr. Onley's child." Gu Yin thought she must have had a wonderful expression on her face. This bridge was really beyond her imagination, sure enough. There is a reason why American dramas are popular. Their love and plot twists are always extraordinarily explosive. Looking sideways at Dota, Guiding blinked, furiously holding back a heartfelt laugh, and asked in mock seriousness, "Dota, do you need me to comfort you for a moment?" Laughing bitterly, Dota sat down helplessly at the edge of the dining room, propping his hand on his forehead and saying weakly, "My dear Kumaoi, with that look on your face, I think you'd actually like to laugh more than you do right now." Blinking, Gu Yin silently turned his head to look at Qin Zhang and silently asked, "Is it that obvious that I'm acting like this?" Qin Zhang nodded seriously. He very much wanted to say, "Zio Yin, you now look really very happy. Look at your eyebrows, have been raised very high, every time you are happy. Eyebrows will always be slightly up." "Well," Gu Yin nodded seriously, and then unscrupulously tapped the table and started laughing. "Ha ha ha. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha." Everyone sat silently at their places at the table and waited for Gu Yin to tighten his smile. After about 5 minutes, Gu Yin finally stopped from his incessant gasping and laughing, coughed lightly, and went on with the rest of the discussion. It was only Gu Yin's first question that made everyone fall silent again. How old can a father be to have a daughter in her 40s, and 3 sons in their 20s? What had Mr. Only done with his 20 years? God, hadn't he ever thought that when his daughter and son left the house together, it would look like 3 generations of grandchildren? My dear Miss Gu, Sylvan began, following Dota's call for Gu Yin. I am not that powerful, and this information is already known to some of the higher-ups, who have told me as a favor, and have shown me that they are behind Mr. Dota. They told me that it was just a favor, and told me that they supported Mr. Dodd. Dota's face looks a little less than perfect as Gin laughs. But is it ugly because he just realized he has a sister? Great age, Gu Yin nodded, sort of suppressing that smirk completely, before turning to Sylvan. Does anyone know the identity of this woman? Taking a deep breath, Dodd returned, 66. Dota glared at Kieran, and with a no still in his voice, Kieran asked directly, Is Mr. Onley's birthday today? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. This sounds like good news. So what are the current approval ratings? Gu Yin picked up a small piece of fruit and put it to Qin Zhang-yong's lips, gesturing for him to taste it. That, no, sorry. I couldn't help it. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Cough, hugs, sorry, that. Can I take the liberty of asking a question? Qin Zhang-yong shook his head and put his hand on Gu Yin's cheek. Zai Wen was silent as he watched Gu Yin's movements. However, what he noticed was not that the two of them were in love, but that when Gu Yin put the fruit to Qin Zhang-yong's cheeks, he gestured with his finger to keep it a secret. Finally, he pointed to the green jacket he was wearing today. Secret about the green line, coughing softly, Sylvan nodded without a trace, and then said, As those 3 are the children of Mr. Onley, and as they have a distinct advantage in numbers, there are at present slightly more people in favor of them than of us. Dodd quirked an eyebrow. Father isn't dead. Can't he be allowed to make his own will? 3rd young master. Are you betting on Mr. Onley's favoritism towards your 4 siblings? Zai Wen shook his head, then added, This is not realistic. You know that the people around Mr. Angley are all sent by the boss himself, so we don't have any chance to get close. Even if we can get close, we don't have any statistical data on who Mr. Angley will ultimately choose. Because as far as I know, after he gave birth to you all, he left you to be raised by nannies without any favoritism. Dota fell silent at the news. Father's love, he never knew what it was. The behavior of the mob boss is also thought to stabilize the situation. To know, his father is at least the 2nd head of the mob. See, the 2nd head fell. His children in this position to steal a group. No matter for which purpose, by the boss personally sent to take over, is the best choice, but it cuts them off all the same. No wonder those guys are turning their attention to those shareholders. Are they counting on them to win by turnout? Gu Yin understood the relationship between the two, and as he listened to Zai Wen's analysis, he frowned. After half a second of silence, he said, Can't we start with the boss? Glancing at Gu Yin. Zai Wen said calmly, Unlikely. There are too many people around him. You can't get in. And even if you can meet the boss, a slight difference in performance could result in you not even having the power to put up a fight. The safest way is to start with the shareholders. That idea is good, but it sounds a little too risky. But Qin Zhang-yong's mind formed a gangs competing with each other for power. They have encountered a lot of such plays. That's why Qin Zhang-yong can see these powerful relationships better than they can. I have a way to make everything not so risky. Qin Zhang-yong hooked the corners of his eyes. All you need to do is to direct a show, and you can make that boss accept you in the shortest possible time. It's just that Roman 11 Wenneming is obviously a man who likes to play it safe. Kieran smiles, and agrees that she has a good plan. Looking at the 3 people at the table who were temporarily at an impasse, Qin Zhang-yong suddenly said, Actually, we can try Xiao Yin's suggestion. Qin Zhang-yong had been silently listening to the dialogue between the several people, though they were a little cryptic. Some things were not directly stated, of course. They took advantage of their struggle for power. Qin Zhang-yong and his entourage also did not do a lot of things behind the yellow bird, turning the time schedule on the notebook in front of him to the eyes of the follower. Sylvan analyzed, from now on, there are 10 days left for us to salvage everything, and if we can't turn things around in these 10 days, then there will be absolutely no good news waiting for us. Gu Yin's brain twitched, and he suddenly opened his mouth after Qin Zhang-yong said this. I know, a bitter trick, so smart. Qin Zhanyang rubbed the top of Gu Yin's hair in praise. The 1-2 punch between the two men in front of him had Duo taking some interest as well. Nodding his head in a gesture, "Tell me about it. Your plan seems to sound interesting." "Oh, my God." Zai Wen smoothed his head. The plan should be steady. But how could these three crazy people hit on a gangster? Qin Zhanyang was confident and stood up and said, "Actually, the idea is very simple. That boss you guys are talking about sounds like he should be a very honorable person. Usually this kind of person's words are very, very powerful. Only that at the same time as he is powerful, the enemies he has offended are also very many." Gu Yin had understood Qin Zhanyang's intention the moment he spoke, and was now acting as a listener, watching Qin Zhanyang express his views. Someone has a grudge, and this is an opportunity for us to direct a show and save that boss when he's at his worst. When Zai Wen heard this, his eyebrows formed a Chuan character. He couldn't resist interjecting. "But you have to understand one thing. There's bound to be some omissions in what we do, and any one of those omissions that gets enlarged, we're as close to dead as we're going to get. No," Qin Zhanyang waved his hand, "when that time, your power has been reached. You think the situation is stable. The boss will not be wise to let the incident happen again. This." Sylvan lowered his eyelids and for the first time seriously thought about it. Qin Zhanyang's approach is very bold. If you do it the way he says, the success rate is 50, but if you don't get it right, the failure rate is 100. Dota narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Qin Zhanyang spoke in general terms about the general plan. The specific details could not be figured out so quickly, so he sat back down after expressing his meaning. There's nothing in the world that doesn't have risks, and if you don't try because you're afraid of failure, you'll still end up regretting it. Dodd reached in front of Sylvan's eyes and closed the notebook. His blue-green eyes filled with a fighting spirit. Sylvan still wrinkled his brow in contemplation. After a long time, Dodd declared, "Let's do it." Toda slowly raised his head at Gu Yin's words. "Oh, God." Sylvan closed his eyes in agony. He can't stop Gu Yin. He can't stop Dota. And he maintains his opposition to the trio's program. But he doesn't say it bluntly and forcefully. "Let's put these damn statistics aside. We're aiming for the boss now." Gu Yin is naturally not afraid of the risk. She began to kill people at the age of 9, and at the age of 23, she controlled the entire city of A. To do all this, she was all the way out, naturally not afraid. Sylvan lifted his head in dismay and looked at Duo Da with a have-you-gone-mad expression. "Third young master. Such an action is a bit too dangerous. As Mr. Onley's #1 assistant, Sylvan's power has always been between the young masters." Gu Yin looked at the man sitting beside him. His fingers tugged lightly at Qin Zhanyang's cuffs under the table, and laughed. "You're great. This is a great idea." Because if he said it, he was sure that the other two would not hesitate to kick him out. And that would only make the current situation worse. This made the other two young masters hostile when he became his assistant. "Don't you think it's an adventure anymore?" Qin Zhanyang stroked the top of Gu Yin's hair, smiling gently. "If Sylvan wants to take his place after the change, he needs to find someone to cling to and push him to the throne. There's nothing to it. Risk is necessary to succeed. No road is ever smooth sailing, and now the king he had his eye on had made such a bad decision. God only knows how that kind of radical and dangerous behavior takes root in their minds." Weakly lowering his head, Sylvan sighed helplessly. The short white hair looked as sad as its owner's mood for a moment. "Well, let's give it a try then." The topic of "let's try it out" was set on that day, the next few days. Gu Yin and Qin Zhanyang's life still hasn't changed at all. They eat, sleep, and play around all the time, which is very cozy. This kind of life is even more relaxed than in a city. Dota was busy with his father's old men, and before they could target the boss, the necessary networks still needed to be maintained. At the very least, they need to create the illusion that they are trying to pull it together as well. This look will paralyze the boss's mind and make him think that everyone is busy with their last-ditch efforts. During this period, Sylvan's mood has been low. That's right. He's always worried that it's going to fail at any moment. And then everything would take a turn for the worse at some point, and it would become an unending pile of twine. And everything would go to hell in a handbasket. A man who is accustomed to playing it safe is obviously unable to turn the corner when faced with such a complicated situation. "Hey," Gu Yin lay on her side on the sofa, and Qin Zhang obediently sat beside her, letting Gu Yin use his legs as cushions. Hey! Gu Yin's further call finally drew Sylvan's attention. Taking a fresh strawberry and stuffing it into his mouth. Gu Yin squinted comfortably. I haven't seen Dota today. What's he up to? Sylvan rubbed his forehead in pain. Since confirming that program 5 days ago, Sylvan had never smiled happily. Good. Qin Zhang rubbed the top of Gu Yin's hair and got up to walk upstairs. Qin Zhang was always patient and gentle with Gu Yin. The rest of him was there with a worried frown. Roman 11 when for these three do not do nothing. He cannot refute what, can only look at them now life. If the beauty doesn't go out. Qin Zhang, who follows him, naturally stays at home. Sylvan leans back against the sand and lets out a long sigh. 5 days left. It's a bit cold these days, so Kieran doesn't want to go out, rubbing his head. Sylvan said painfully. If you guys could go train and learn a little, maybe I'd smile more. The third young master went to pull over the shareholders. Taking a glance at Ziwen, Gu Yin smiles with a raised eyebrow. Ziwen, don't worry. We are more experienced than you in this area. But after you said that, I did think of one thing, pushing Qin Zhang beside him. Gu Yin opens his mouth. Zhang, you bring the evening dress I picked out the other day. It's that nude-colored witch hazel one. Honestly, from the way Gu Yin looked, Ziwen didn't see the slightest sign of revulsion in her. One runs outside every day, while the other stays at home and plays. Gu Yin responded absent-mindedly, picking up the remote control and casually tuning the TV station. We really don't need to prepare for this. Sylvan couldn't help himself. This plan isn't too perfect. I mean, don't we need to come in for a few warnings before then? Just in case. Is it okay to do nothing and enjoy every day like this? The white hair with the sharp eyes also stood on his head like his master. It tells of endless boredom. Hey, Sylvan, can you smile? I've been looking at your bitter face for 5 days now, and it's getting a bit appetizing. Kieran even stuffed a strawberry into his mouth when he said that, stuffing in another strawberry. Gu Yin chewed on it, the sweet juice of the fruit spreading freshness throughout her mouth. This made her consider Sylvan's suggestion for a moment before saying, You might as well crumple it. Sylvan's face became heavier, okay not to tease you, setting the box of strawberries aside. In 2 days, the boss will be attending a banquet. Gu Yin smiles, then says, This is a good opportunity. You see, I've even got my evening gown ready, and from that point of view, I've already met your requirements. Rehearsed a bit, of course. Kieran suddenly intensified when he said the word of course. This makes people realize that what comes after these 2 words is the most important thing. The next few days, Gu Yin and Qin Zhang's life still hasn't changed at all. They eat, sleep, and play around all the time, which is very cozy. This kind of life is even more relaxed than in a city. Dota was busy with his father's old men, and before they could target the boss, the necessary networks still needed to be maintained. At the very least, they need to create the illusion that they are trying to pull it together as well. This look will paralyze the boss's mind, and make him think that everyone is busy with their last-ditch efforts. During this period, Sylvan's mood has been low. That's right. He's always worried that it's going to fail at any moment. And then everything would take a turn for the worse at some point, and it would become an unending pile of twine, and everything would go to hell in a handbasket. A man who is accustomed to playing it safe is obviously unable to turn the corner when faced with such a complicated situation. Hey, Gu Yin lay on her side on the sofa, and Qin Zhang obediently sat beside her, letting Gu Yin use his legs as cushions. Hey, Gu Yin's further call finally drew Sylvan's attention. Taking a fresh strawberry and stuffing it into his mouth. Gu Yin squinted comfortably. I haven't seen Dota today. What's he up to? Sylvan rubbed his forehead in pain. Since confirming that program 5 days ago, Sylvan had never smiled happily. Good. Qin Zhang rubbed the top of Gu Yin's hair and got up to walk upstairs. Qin Zhang was always patient and gentle with Gu Yin. Hey, Sylvan, can you smile? I've been looking at your bitter face for 5 days now, and it's getting a bit appetizing. Kieran even stuffed a strawberry into his mouth when he said that. If the beauty doesn't go out, Qin Zhang, who follows him, naturally stays at home. One runs outside every day, while the other stays at home and plays. We really don't need to prepare for this. Sylvan couldn't help himself. This plan isn't too perfect. I mean, Don't we need to come in for a few warnings before then, just in case? Is it okay to do nothing and enjoy every day like this? Taking a glance at Ziwen. Gu Yin smiles with a raised eyebrow. Ziwen, don't worry. We are more experienced than you in this area. But after you said that, I did think of one thing. Pushing Qin Xiangyong beside him, Gu Yin opens his mouth. Xiangyong, you bring the evening dress I picked out the other day. It's that nude-colored witch hazel one. The third young master went to pull over the shareholders. The white hair with the sharp eyes also stood on his head like his master. It tells of endless boredom. Aha. Gu Yin responded absent-mindedly, picking up the remote control and casually tuning the TV station. Sylvan leans back against the sand and lets out a long sigh. 5 days left, honestly, from the way Gu Yin looked. Ziwen didn't see the slightest sign of revulsion in her. Rubbing his head, Sylvan said painfully, if you guys could go train and learn a little, maybe I'd smile more. Roman 11, when for these three do not do nothing. He cannot refute what, can only look at them now life. The rest of him was there with a worried frown. It's a bit cold these days, so Kieran doesn't want to go out. Stuffing in another strawberry. Gu Yin chewed on it, the sweet juice of the fruit spreading freshness throughout her mouth. This made her consider Sylvan's suggestion for a moment before saying, you might as well crumple it. Sylvan's face became heavier. Okay, not to tease you. Setting the box of strawberries aside. In 2 days, the boss will be attending a banquet. Gu Yin smiles, then says, this is a good opportunity. You see, I've even got my evening gown ready, and from that point of view, I've already met your requirements. Well, acted them out a bit, of course. Kieran suddenly intensified when he said the word of course. This makes people realize that what comes after these 2 words is the most important thing. She said, of course, it shows that I am very prescient. Sylvan closed his eyes again in pain. Gu Yin had picked out that dress on the first day he invited them here. It was a prop that had nothing to do with the plan, but could be used in the current plan, right? Taking a deep breath, Sylvan ordered himself, but she still had the inevitable thought that tuxedo was the most expensive of all. All right, men die early when they are petty, so don't get this look on your face. Gu Yin sat up straight, coughed lightly and said, although I haven't been out these past few days, Duoda has familiarized himself with the intelligence. The boss will be attending a banquet 2 days from now, and the place where it will be held is very special. There is only one villa there, and the location of the villa is very remote. I think you may know that behind that mountain forest is the wildlife keeping park. Sylvan's face finally softened at the sound of such serious words. Have you decided what to do, this? No, Gu Yin stuffed a strawberry into her mouth. She was already accustomed to Zai Wen's closed eyes. The mission of this matter is not convenient for you and Dota to come out. You are familiar faces. If the boss found out instead. It is not good, therefore. This mission can only be by me and Xiang Yong out. Kieran and Qin Xiangyong. Gu Yin's words are all about you not having to care. She will solve the problem. Dear MS. Gu, I naturally have great confidence in you. Sylvan's brow furrowed, and he took a deep breath to make his tone sound as matter-of-fact as possible. And Zyman felt that he was not only suffering from brain pain, but also his whole body was in pain. Roman 11 man has long been aware of Gu Yin's story. Otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to work with the 3 of them. However, Ziwen does not know about the unequal treaty that Gu Yin has proposed to Dota. Sylvain was straightforward. Gu Yin was very satisfied with this kind of identity positioning, with a light smile. He nodded his head and said, you must not have seen how you knocked out your men as well. I hope you can meet your men when they come back and make a proper assessment of Xiang Yong. After a pause, Gu Yin added, though I am quite satisfied with the identity position you just mentioned. After the completion of the project, 5 of the power in Dota's hands will have to be transferred to Ko Yin. It's one thing to hear how great Gu Yin is, but it's another to actually see it. At least Sylvan had only discovered that Gu Yin had a good appetite so far. Nothing special. After a pause, Sivan squared his shoulders and said, but the gentleman you brought with you, as of now, appears to be nothing more than your live-in nanny as well as your sex partner. Hey, Sylvan, you are making me feel very distrusted with that expression. Gu Yin flopped back onto the couch, his expression carrying coziness and lethargy, completely unrecognizable from the ruthless and merciless leader of the Green Line. looking at the way she looked and the tone of her voice. To be honest, Zeifeng really didn't trust her, as much as I would like to trust you. Mr. Greenwalker, are you sure you look fit to be trusted now? Sylvan buried his head in his lap in agony. The villa's in a good position. But with those 3 days, what can we do to make the boss cast his most valuable vote in our favor? That's my problem. You don't have to worry about it. Gu Yin yawns and turns to look at the stairway entrance. Zhang Yong's been looking upstairs for too long. It's just a dress. Is it that hard to find? Zhao Yin. Is this it? Qin Zhang happened to come down with the dress, and smiled gently when he met Gu Yin's eyes. Long time waiting. There are too many dresses. It's a bit troublesome to find them. Gorgeous silk dress in Qin Zhang solid figure in contrast to the exceptionally small, narrow waist, sexy open collar, as well as the design of the long thin suspenders are very sexy. It's beautiful. Gu Yin stood up from the couch. Every time I look at it, I think it's extraordinarily beautiful. It's really expensive. Kieran circled around the dress. It's especially suitable for the banquet in 2 days. Sylvan still sat and sighed, as if he wanted to lament all his helplessness. Dota pushed the door in. Hi, everyone. It makes me happy to see everyone happy when I come back every day. Dota enthusiastically came over and gave Gu Yin a hug, and it was like they hadn't seen each other in years. Yo, the dress in Qin Zhang hand quickly caught Duoda's eye. This is a very pretty dress. It looks like it suits you perfectly. Thank you, I think so too. Gu Yin nodded contentedly. So, let's talk about your progress today, shall we? The day didn't go too well. Dota shrugged. The room was heated, and Dodd stayed a while before throwing his coat on the sofa. You all know about the banquet in 2 days, don't you? With a sigh of relief. Sylvan felt somewhat relieved that at least this time no one knew. All right, Sylvan sighed helplessly, signaling Dota to continue. Very well, now that you all know. I have one more thing to say here, and that is that there is one more person that needs to be added to this plan. Dota looked at everyone to make sure that the crowd did not show skeptical expressions and said, This person you all know. Dota raised an eyebrow and calmly returned, I can't. He wanted to know if he had forgotten to tell him about it. Sylvan nodded silently, although he had only been told 10 minutes ago. Shouldn't it be some consolation that at least he hadn't been reduced to complete ignorance of the situation? Hearing this, Zai Wen silently glanced at Gu Yin. In 2 days' time, the dear caretaker will be required to attend a banquet with his handsome gentleman. With a glance at the 3 men present, Dodd dropped his eyes to Sylvan, with an emphasis of concern. And this is known to you all, is it not? Gu Yin shrugged her shoulders, signaling that this was a temporary notice and she had no knowledge of it. Sylvan sighed depressingly. If I say that I've only known for no less than 10 minutes, would you consider elaborating with me alone? Of course, the best person for the job would be another candidate, except that I think it's such a big deal that it wouldn't be safe to leave it in the hands of someone else, and it would be better if it was one of our own. Dota kept looking at Sylvan as he said this. Sylvan raised an eyebrow at the look, and decided to remind, we don't all know many people, and it would take 3 people to know all of them. So it would be better to keep such a big number to a minimum. I confirm that this man is known to all of you. Dodd repeated, with a faint smile in his eyes, this plan can only succeed and not fail. So this man is of the utmost importance. Duo Wen looked at Gu Yin and Qin Zhang again. He did not think there would be anyone more important than Shi Yin and Qin Zhang. They were responsible for everything, all the successes and failures. This man is, came Dota's voice, lighting up the stage like an abrupt pause at the climax of a party, drawing the hearts of those underneath itchy with anticipation. Gu Yin expressed his disdain for this kind of childish roller coaster game, but Dota insisted on acting like I won't say anything if you don't look at me. So he could only struggle for a few moments mentally and then look over in defiance, satisfied that everyone in the room was looking at him. Dodd suddenly said, Sylvan. Sylvan responded subconsciously. What is it? Dota. PFFD. The strawberry Gu Yin had just eaten almost spewed out. Wolfie coughed a couple of times, and out of friendship, he said, Mr. Sylvan, could you please take Dota's words together? Connected, Sylvan rubbed his temples, and a feeling of unease began to swirl in his heart. This man is. Following Dota's example, Sylvan also paused for a moment, and then he stiffened before he was ready to call out his name. Shocked beyond belief, he stood up, pointed to the tip of his nose, and with an incredulous look on his face said, "That guy is me." Sivan took a deep breath and tried to disabuse them of the idea. "I don't think it's a good idea to ask me to come along. Just so you know, the boss has seen me. Dota was always with Gu Yin. I think so too." Sylvan's head was spinning from each of them. "Let me reconsider," Dota chimed in. "I think so too, and this time it has to be you. If you can find someone more suitable than you. Of course, the one they're going to assassinate is the boss. And the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. This is outrageous. No one would dare put a tracking device on the boss. That's right, that man is you." Duo sat back down on the couch and stretched comfortably. "I remember that the reason you were at Father's side in the first place was because you were skilled in tracking and counter-tracking. How can you hide such a skill so well? You know, that's the kind of talent we need right now. 2 days later, we need to disrupt the scene and design a way to separate everyone. Then, we need you to have a complete tracking of the scene. And you are the one to do it. What are you thinking about? Time is running out. Let's go." Gu Yin didn't shiver much, signaling Qin Zhanyong with a glance. The latter racked up the man and went upstairs, standing in front of the mirror. Sylvan looked at the dark-haired man imprinted in the mirror and tugged his hand away uncomfortably. The man in the mirror follows suit and pulls his hair. Roman 11 Wen was very uncomfortable. He looked at the two people in front of him skeptically and said, "Are you sure? This is fine. But no one can recognize me after changing the color. Do you think others are blind?" Gu Yin circled around Zai Wen, admiring his handiwork. "I think this look is quite good. At least much smoother than your gray hair." "It's okay." Gu Yin gave a friendly smile. "I'm sure all you need to do is color your hair, and no one will recognize you. Besides, you don't even need to appear in front of him. Those worries of yours are completely superfluous." These two people singing together always gave Zai Wen the wrong impression that they were a pair. Looking at Qin Zhanyong standing behind him, Ziwen patted his shoulder and reminded him, "They have such a tacit understanding. Don't you have a taste for it?" Qin Zhanyong squinted and smiled. "It's quite good. It's really calm." Zai Wen raised an eyebrow and praised Qin Zhanyong's lack of calculation. "The crowd is running out of time, so far. All the information they know is from the people around them. But there is a silver lining to everything. What if the boss didn't show up that day? Or they couldn't get in? Or even worse, it was fake news and the boss didn't show up at all. Or maybe it was a banquet to attract arrogant people like them." Zyman sat on the sofa and thought of all sorts of things. And these thoughts were like a magic spell, constantly guiding his heart's uneasiness. The more you think about these things, the more worried you get. And the more worried you get, the more you think about them. Sylvan scratched his head, his mind racing uncontrollably. Bad, worse, or far crazier than he could have imagined. Until why are you still sitting there? Gu Yin pushes Zai Wen and urges, "Pack up your things. Where to?" Sylvan I raised an eyebrow at the sportswear that appeared in front of me. Eyes upward, he saw Gu Yin's delicate face. That face was together with the seaweed-like long hair, neatly plopped into the duck tongue cap. She was dressed in hiking clothes, and behind her back she carried a huge shoulder bag made of fabrics. The whole person jumped from a beautiful leprechaun to a donkey. Even Qin Zhanyong beside him is dressed like this. Sylvan stood up silently and guessed, "Leave now? What do you think?" Gu Yin raised his eyebrows as if to say, "Zaifeng, you're not awake and dreaming, are you?" It wasn't that Ziwen hadn't woken up, but it was true that he hadn't reacted. He had gotten used to watching Gu Yin's lazy demeanor, and this sudden return to a dry, professional demeanor made him very uncomfortable. Bowing his head, he answered a few times and went to get his things. "Have a good trip, all three of you. I'm here to stabilize the major shareholders." Dota waved his hand outside. He was cheering as if Curran had returned victorious. Today's driver was Qin Zhanyong. Gu Yin coughed lightly and reminded, "Don't drive too fast." After a small break of 2 hours, Roman 11 Wen suggested to switch with Qin Zhanyong to ensure that everyone would have enough energy when they arrived at the destination. After saying this, he sat in the back seat silently. By the time Ziwen got into the car, they had already skipped the topic of driving fast and were discussing what they would eat for lunch and where they would sleep in the tent at night. Judging from Gu Yin's overexcited expression, Ziwen had a strong suspicion that the two of them were going on vacation. It was politely rejected by Qin Zhanyong. The three people in the car ignored him, and Qin Xiangyong started the car and drove off. Qin Xiangyong is a very steady driver, something Gu Yin has always known, but at the same time, he drives very fast. It takes almost 6 hours to drive from where Sylvan lives to the mountains. A long drive can easily cause fatigue. It's okay, you can sleep well, by the way. Put your seatbelt on. Gu Yin shrank his neck into his clothes. His thin body slightly bloated amidst the countless clothes wrapped around him, and the seatbelt around his waist looked a bit strangling. Comfortable? Ziwen pointed to the seatbelt around Gu Yin's waist. The latter shook his head. It's not comfortable. But I have to wear it. Understand that this is a friendly reminder, and every reminder I give is very true. You'd better put your seatbelt on and fall asleep fast, or you'll be in for it. Sylvan raised an eyebrow. He couldn't understand what it was like to have you suffer. And then, this lack of understanding turned into an intense feeling of vomiting an hour later. Qin Xiangyong's smooth driving technique has changed drastically since he drove into the no-man's land. The car sped along, each bump in the process zooming over him, making him look ridiculous. The handsome face was streaked with green and white colors. His fingers tugging at his seatbelt. His chest was shaking. Sven looked terrible, but the ordeal had to end in a few hours. Gu Yin silently turned his head to the side. She wore earplugs, but Sylvan's pitiful moans still reached her ears from time to time. It was interfering with her sleep, mind you. She didn't want to open her eyes and watch someone's driving skills right now. By the time he got off the bus, Sylvain was completely limp, with a bag full of vomit in his hand, still alive. Gu Yin asked in a considerate manner, throwing his fingers to the side. Zai Wen leaned against a tree and gasped for breath. When he was finally relieved, he said to Qin Xiangyong, "When we go back, I'll drive good." Qin Xiangyong nodded her head in a good-tempered manner, with a mild and harmless look on her face. Zai Wen realized that he had always underestimated Gu Yin's ability, just as he had found a seemingly harmless man, and now it was the same. He had completely underestimated this woman's ability to save lives in the wilderness. Their car stops at the bottom of the hill, and soon someone will come and drive it away, and sweep up the area where they left their mark. All they had to do was hike up this wildlife-strewn forest, circle around to the back of the cottage, and then go inside in a peek-a-boo to join the party. Things are always better in the imagination, and the reality is often very devastating. I have a feeling he's not very friendly. Sylvan headed toward Gu Yin. Can you handle it? I'm a seducer. Didn't Dodd tell you that, in the meantime, you have to make sure I don't get hurt? It's just a wild boar. What's there to be afraid of? Gu Yin said easily, but Xifen closed his eyes in pain. He opened his mouth heavily. Dear MS Gu, you have to know that in front of you is a wild animal, and their power is very strong. Zai Wen had this uncomfortable feeling right now, especially when the boar's fierce little black eyes stared at him. No, Gu Yin shook his head bluntly before adding, I wasn't planning on fighting a boar. That would look like it would make me look bad. This is an adult wild cat, with a pair of yellowish-white fangs that look like a child who just got addicted to cigarettes. And the white teeth are stained with a discordant color that makes you feel uncomfortable. After hiking for nearly 3 hours, they came to a slightly flat area. It's just that there's already an overlord who's arrived before them in this tentable location. A wild boar of about 200 kilograms. Ziwen was amazed by this reasoning. He couldn't help but yell at Gu Yin. Then what are you here for? Whimper, whimper, as if to prove Sylvan's words. The boar with a pair of small black eyes let out a dissatisfied growl. Instead of backing down and giving in, the 3 ordinary human beings in front of him, who had no sharp fangs, strong and powerful limbs, or even the ability to fly away quickly, were in a very good mood to discuss something else after it had shown its strong body. This upset the boar so much that it began to dig at the ground. The hard-shelled claws of the boar's feet easily chip away at the sod that covers it, digging up the sandy soil with its powerful limbs. It warns the human threat in front of it. See, he's reminding us to stand down or he'll attack. Gu Yin kindly explained for the 2 men beside him, and then from his jacket pocket he pulls out a Swiss Army knife. His beautiful cat's eyes brought to a bloody boil by the threat of a wild boar. It's been a long time since she's had such a close encounter and confrontation with a wild animal. Licking the corners of his eyes, Gu Yin's voice rose a bit. Actually, I really don't want to fight him. But Kieran's actions are more like, I've been waiting for this for a long time. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. And I've finally gotten my chance. Yong didn't move. He looked at Gu Yin seriously. He wanted to know what his dear future wife was going to do. The trip to the United States had left him with a deep desire to explore a different side of his young wife. He has always thought that couples may be respectful of each other all their lives, but in Gu Yin, Yong began to emerge more and more possessive desire and desire to know. He looked at Gu Yin holding a Swiss Army knife, a smile, and confidently asked them, "Do you want to eat roast pork?" The Swiss Army knife in his hand was scratching in the air, and Gu Yin seemed to be imagining where he wanted to cut. Finally, the knife was positioned on the boar's powerful forelimb. With a quick swipe of his hand in the air, Gu Yin made a definite move, and the significance of the threat was clear. The arrogant boar was instantly enraged by Gu Yin's actions. How dare this pathetic human try to threaten himself with such a tiny knife? The boar's small, dark eyes glared at Gu Yin in dissatisfaction. A loud, threatening sound came out of his yellow and white screaming mouth. Its digging motion accelerated, and the voice in its mouth became suppressed and angry. Sylvain was ready to take his gun out of his bag. But he's good at blocking. The sharpness of the blade displeased him. But it was a short blade, and yet it was gesturing in front of his eyes. The boar's stomping began to increase, getting bigger and bigger, and a pair of small black eyes glared at Gu Yin. His upper body swooped down slightly in an attacking stance, the way he looks. He's getting ready to attack. Zai Wen frowned a little tighter. He tugged on Gu Yin's hand, signaling her to stop provoking the boar. Generally speaking, the sixth sense of a sniper is very sharp. Sylvain had encountered countless assassinations, and his sixth sense had always saved his life at the most miraculous times. This time, his sixth sense was once again on the move. He thought the wild one in front of him was very unpleasant, and he was not happy with them. Whimper. He looks like he's about to charge. He's angry. Yong wrinkled his eyebrows, and he didn't quite sue Gu Yin for irritating him anymore. "This is too dangerous. You go down first." Yong's brows wrinkled deeply. His heart was a little uneasy. Reaching out, he was about to touch the gun behind him. "Take it easy," Gu Yin said, the Swiss knife in his hand waving from side to side in the air, the sharp edge of the blade catching all the boar's eyes as he became even more irritable. Blocking became too much of a reality here. First of all, the boar's temperament is not good. They are too close, and the gun is in the backpack. From the time you pull the bag to take out the gun, the boar exists at any time angry away. You should know that this wild boar is 200 kilograms. The weight of 200 kilograms is no joke. If you are hit by it with full force, it is entirely possible that your ribs will be broken. And in the absence of medical equipment, getting hit is definitely a bad thing. Both men disagree with Gu Yin's actions, but it's obvious that Gu Yin doesn't care about it at all. The only thing in his eyes is the pig that is ready to attack. She wasn't about to let this pig get the best of her with its tusks, or head butts, or hoof kicks. The leader of a yogi is never passive, even when he is not facing a human being, with a dash of his feet. Gu Yin took the lead and attacked the boar first. Gu Yin's action was so fast that Yong didn't realize it for a moment, and she just rushed out. Gu Yin's approach was quite aggressive. Fighting a beast with a weapon head on was not a sensible thing to do. But she rushed forward, not intending to stab it in the first place. She actually braced herself for the boar's first jump as it rushed forward. She sat directly on the back of the boar. Zai Wen was completely flabbergasted, and even Yong's face changed. Quickly pulling out the gun in his hand, Yong aimed at the boar. "Don't shoot. The sound of gunfire attracts attention." "None of you move," Gu Yin said quickly over the boar. The wild boar kept on making head-shaking movements. This animal was very clever. It knew that the woman had sat on itself, and it could only shake its head so furiously if it wanted to throw the person off. Gu Yin's hand pulled at the boar's ear, so that every time it threw its head, his own body and his hand twisted at its ear. Causing it pain, the knife in his hand kept its direction at all times. Gu Yin doesn't want to fight a long battle, so she'll have to hit the nail on the head. Strike it in the most vulnerable part of its body, and it will be killed directly. Gu Yin didn't expect this kind of force, and she was almost thrown off the ground several times. She didn't want to get splattered by the gushing blood, and she didn't want to have to endure the wild boar's frantic struggles before he died. no matter what kind of animal it is. Once its spine is broken, even if it is strong, it has to die. Groping for the boar's vertebrae, Gu Yin's eyes glowed with ferocity. She decides to attack the neck, and she has to hit it right on the head, without giving himself too much time to hesitate. He raised both hands high and fast and stabbed before the boar could fling himself again. Qin Zhang-yong's heart was pounding as he watched, the gun in his hand already covered in a thin layer of sweat. He wanted to shoot countless times, but forced himself to stop. This time their mission was very important. If they failed before the mission began, it would be too regrettable. It would be a shame if they failed before the mission even started, because Gu Yin looked like he really wanted to finish this mission. Gu Yin's mind was racing, and with a final jolt, he fixed his gaze on the boar's neck. The boar noticed the humble human tugging at his ears, and he became even more grumpy and threw his head more and more. If it doesn't die all at once, and it's allowed to remain chargeable, then it's really a bit dangerous. The mouth of the Swiss Army knife was so sharp that the immense pain of piercing into the muscle caused the boar to let out a heart-rending cry. Utilizing the momentum of the boar's fling, Gu Yin slashes his blade to the right side. At the same time, he used the force to jump away quickly. Damn it, Gu Yin's fingers explored. The boar's skin was a lot thicker than expected. She searched around and realized that the softest part of the boar should be its stomach. But that part only drifted through her mind before she dismissed it. She didn't have the confidence that she could slice through its stomach in one go. Her body threw itself around, ferociously fast under the pain. Go, go, go. Gu Yin quickly shouted at the two men as he landed on the ground, quickly running to the side himself. The men had no idea how fast and hard Gu Yin would hit them, and the pig's spine was exposed to the air as Gu Yin jumped and pulled it down. Looking from their direction, they are almost bone deep, so it can be seen how deep it was when it was first stabbed in, and how strong the force of the stroke was. The boar's spine was broken, and apart from the initial violent shaking, it fell heavily to the ground. It fell to the ground and kept rubbing back and forth. Its body was big and it had a lot of blood, so it kicked back and forth, kicking up a lot of stones and sand. The two men followed and backed up to where Gu Yin was standing. Is everything all right? Qin Zhang-yong's eyes were filled with worry, especially when he saw the blood between Gu Yin-er's legs. He couldn't help but be shocked and squatted down to check. That's from a wild boar. I'm fine. Gu Yin's head hurt as he tugged at Qin Zhang-yong. Even though she jumped fast, her body was still covered in hot and wet blood, and the blood was slightly embarrassing. Tugging at Qin Zhang-yong, Gu Yin once again said, It's really nothing. That's wild boar's blood. It's still warm. Qin Zhang-yong frowned at the bloodstain, and without saying a word, took off his jacket and put it around Gu Yin's waist. After a long time, he wrinkled his brow and touched the top of Gu Yin's still soft hair, sighing softly. Don't do that next time. It's too dangerous. Gu Yin nodded, and then giggled. We can eat roast pork today. Zewen only thought that Gu Yin was joking, but after the pig died there, Gu Yin really did what she said and started to let Qin Zhang-yong cut open his belly and roast the meat. It's just kill what you're going to burn, said Sylvan, who had a headache. Now that it was getting a little darker, and they were going to have to sit around and eat a meal of wild game before they left. Shouldn't they find a place to live first? I'm hungry. And since killing it took so much effort, I naturally want to eat it before I leave. Gu Yin watched Qin Zhang-yong grill. They had brought a small set of barbecue equipment with them when they came out. 20 minutes later, Gu Yin was sitting on the lawn, squinting and grinning as he nibbled on that meat. Well, then change the place. Gu Yin didn't care where she slept. She'd slept in worse places than this. She just didn't want to part with the boar. It tasted really good. That boar's a heavy bleeder. It's not safe for them to live here. The words were full of regret. There were 3 of them. But again the boar was so big that they only ate one leg and left most of the body where it was. Don't worry, it's all right. Don't you think it's dead? Gu Yin smiled a pleasing smile. Then his eyes drifted to the dead wild boar, pursed his lips, and said without regret, It's a pity that I can't bring back so much meat. This is my first time killing a wild boar. The smell of blood in the morning may attract another beast. We have to set up the tent in another place. Sylvan reminded the 2 of them. Wild boar meat is really chewy. Gu Yin laughs. Qin Zhang-yong there helplessly sighs. You are too impulsive this time, in case he hurt you, now that I think of it. Qin Zhang-yong is a bit scared. After all, this is a wild area. The animals are completely wild, and domestic pigs are different. They have the power of attack and sense of territory. If you intrude into their territory, did not leave, they will launch a warning and demonstration to you. If you break into their territory and don't leave, they will issue a warning and demonstrate to you. Or worse yet, attack you. Qin Zhang agrees. The boar in front of them was the one who wanted to attack them, but unfortunately, he ended up being a meal for everyone. Getting out of the car and walking here had taken 3 hours, and it would be a pig-killing meal, and they were wasting too much time. The warmth of the sunset has changed to the gray-black color of the night before it falls, a misty grayness that blurs from the farthest reaches of the sky. Deepening and deepening, the smell of night and blood attracts more carnivores. They need to leave this flat meadow and head deeper into the forest. Perhaps it was luck that they found a cabin before the sky turned completely black. This cabin was probably built by the hunters who used to come here for regular hunting. And it is a simple old-fashioned cabin with a 4-square shape. But it's much better than camping out. Qin Zhang protects the two of them behind and starts the fight. Creaked the door that was pushed open, shook down a lot of dust. Covering his nose and mouth with his hand, Qin Zhang squinted his eyes to stop the dust from falling into his eyes and causing discomfort. And at the same time, he turned his head to signal the two people behind him to cover their mouths and noses. You guys stay outside first. I'll go take a look, with a flash of his body. Qin Zhang took the lead to enter inside. The whole room was slightly dark, and there was no other color besides black. Fetching the lighter from his pocket, he barked, and the lighter's flame shrouded the 5 meters or so in a thin layer of light. Qin Zhang could only see the whole room clearly. The furniture in the room is all an original wood color. If they live here, they must not raise the fire in the middle of the night. Otherwise, they may be burned to death at any time with the house. After checking the room carefully and confirming that there is no danger, Qin Zhang opened the door and called the people outside to come in. It's so dark inside, Gu Yin murmured as soon as he entered the door. And with 2 quick steps on his feet, he walked over to Qin Zhang side and looked at the lighter in his hand. The room was about 50 square feet, simply furnished with a table, a chair, and the same wooden bed. Everything is single. Even the bed is a small single bed, and Gu Yin took his finger and gently pressed it. And the wooden bed made a fragile clicking sound. Sylvan pointed to the chair below. This chair is not bad. Do you want to come and try it? Gu Yin wasn't in the mood for cleaning. She had spent a lot of energy fighting with the boar before, and now she didn't want to move a finger at all. Taking out their sleeping bags, the trio padded down to the ground. No, you sit down. Gu Yin looked around through the lighter. Looks like we'll sleep here today. And Qin Zhang nodded, and then sharp-eyed to the corner, turned out a lamp, about 70-80s matchmaking oil lamp. It seems that we have good luck. Here is a matchmaking oil lamp. The room looks much brighter with the kerosene lamp. The slightly cooler water splashed directly onto his face, causing a small layer of tremors to rise on Gu Yin's neck. Scanning 2 more times, Gu Yin shook his head. This is totally unsleepable. Gu Yin took out mineral water from his pocket and washed his face. What did you find there? Gu Yin turned his head to look at Sylvan, who was looking at the chair, which was in much better condition than the bed. At least Sylvan was stable when he sat on it. Lazily lifting his head, he looked at the roof. The top of the wooden roof was quite solid, stepping on the wooden boards with his feet. Apart from the slight wooden clanking sound, it wasn't bad at all. They didn't come here for vacation. Although the house is not satisfactory, but at least there is a shelter, which is better than nothing. It's been a long time since anyone has lived here, and the wood is so brittle that it's impossible to sleep on it. So I guess if Gu Yin presses harder, it'll break right down the middle. Cold, Qin Zhang touched the top of Gu Yin's hair. Some heartache mixed between his brows and eyes, casually blotting his face. Gu Yin screwed on the lid and smiled. It's not cold. In Qin Zhang's eyes, Gu Yin has always been a delicate little girl, even though she killed an adult wild boar in front of his eyes with her absolute strength. But that doesn't change how much Qin Zhang cares about Gu Yin. He thought it was a bit aggravating to let Gu Yin sleep in such a place. Rubbing the top of her hair was just his way of apologizing. He was sorry that he couldn't let Kuan live in a better place. Go to bed early today. You'll have to travel through most of the woods tomorrow to make it into the dinner yard before the day after tomorrow. I'll carry you if you have trouble walking. Hey, Hey. Sylvan makes a few dissonant noises from the other side of the room. Can you two stop doing that? At least there's a lonely person sleeping next to you. Gu Yin kicked his foot. Zai Wen takes 2 steps back, looking like he's watching the show, glaring at Sylvan. If I were you, I'd make a dateline here for now, so you can make a note of it. If I accidentally barge in here with that oldest by then. Gu Yin tilted his head, speaking in a fervent manner. At least set up one more. It'll give you an extra insurance policy. 2. Roman 11 Wen draws the corner of his mouth. That kind of beat people can be really perfunctory, said in his heart. But the person went to his own backpack, took out the equipment and began to deal with it. The light gun left. Gu Yin then turned her head to look at Qin Zhang. Don't worry about me. I'm not that petulant. It's already good enough to find a house to sleep in. It's fine. Her body hung softly on Qin Zhang's body. Gu Yin said she wasn't petulant, but after she said that, she pampered herself to the man, leaning on Qin Zhang's body as if she were boneless, squinting her eyes and smiling gently. This kind of Gu Yin is particularly heartbreaking. Rubbing the top of Gu Yin's hair, softly said, "Good boy. Go to bed early. Tomorrow you have to get up early." Aha, nodding obediently. Gu Yin cooperated by taking off his coat and lying down in his sleeping bag. Roman 11 went in this room to install a hidden wiretap, as well as the signal piece. Looked back at the 2 people have drilled into the sleeping bag. Casually Gu Yin washed his face of mineral water to wipe his face. Then moved the sleeping bag to the side. Self-conscious to sleep, the forest was silent in the recognizable colors. Gu Yin and Qin Zhang were close together, and Zai Wen slept horizontally at their feet. Maybe it's been too long since he slept in the wilderness. But Kirin is a little sleep-deprived. Zhang, Gu Yin blinked. Qin Zhang had just blown out the kerosene lamp. And now there was darkness all around. Gu Yin blinked and waited for his eyes to fully adapt to the darkness before reaching out from his sleeping bag and touching Qin Zhang's face. Asking softly, "Are you used to it?" in Qin Zhang's eyes. Gu Yin is a soft girl. It was not long ago that Qin Zhang was concerned about her and asked her something similar. "Are you afraid?" Gu Yin repeated. "Really?" Gu Yin's other hand also reached out, but was pressed back by Qin Zhang. "Don't put your hand out. It's cold. An ordinary person must be very flustered when he has to cooperate with them in doing such a thing." Qin Zhang laughed softly. "No. What's wrong?" The lowered voice of a man's room came from the right side of his body. Eyes rolling back and forth. Gu Yin suddenly thought of a trick to get closer to Zhang. "I'm a bit cold." Gu Yin's voice had a pitiful flavor, and although he couldn't see his expression in the night, Qin Zhang could feel the pitiful blinking of Gu Yin's eyes as he said this. The sleeping bags were all carried by one person only, and when Gu Yin said that it was cold, Qin Zhang had no idea, but could only ask anxiously, "What should we do then?" narrowing his eyes. Gu Yin smiled with a smile on the corner of his face and suggested in a small voice, "Why don't we sleep together? The 2 of us won't be cold if we sleep together." This wasn't at Sylvan's villa or his home in a city, and there was someone sleeping not far away. Qin Zhang pursed his brows and politely declined. The sleeping bag is too small to sleep 2 people. Qin Zhang's excuse is really not good, which led Gu Yin to directly drill out of the sleeping bag. He opened the mouth of Qin Zhang's sleeping bag and drilled inside. "It's okay. Neither of us is fat. You let me squeeze and try. If it doesn't work, we'll each sleep in our own place." Qin Zhang did not expect Gu Yin to just try. A flabbergasted effort. Gu Yin has drilled his feet in, followed by thighs, buttocks, waist slowly moving. Not a few minutes, really squeezed people in. "Look, I'm coming in." Gu Yin's voice was slightly lowered, her soft body shrinking into Qin Zhang's arms, adjusting his position to make it easier for himself and Qin Zhang to work closer together. The heat of the man's body made Gu Yin squint in comfort, sighing as if saying, "It's really comfortable for both of them." It was a cold day in the fall and winter, and Gu Yin's entry brought in a lot of air conditioning. The 2 bodies were next to each other in such an air-conditioned room, and the warmth of their bodies quickly turned the cold air into warmth, making their bodies warm and cozy. Qin Zhang was a little nervous at the ambiguous merging of bodies. Gu Yin narrowed her eyes, her exquisite body close to the man, and said softly, "Don't worry, it will be fine." He kissed Qin Xiangyang on the side of his face and closed his eyes in a deep sleep. Have a good dream, after a moment of stalemate. Qin Xiangyang's strong hands slowly hugged Gu Yin tightly. Inside the warm sleeping bag, the two of them fell into a deep sleep. The following morning, come on, someone tell me. What animal came into the room yesterday and stole the food? Gu Yin asked breathlessly, sullenly resting his cheeks. Gu Yin lifted his head to look at Qin Xiangyang and then at Ziwen, then stomped his foot in the middle of the day and solemnly said, How can a living person be starved to death? Let's go hunting. What do you mean? Gone. No one wants to go out on a hunting trip with so much baggage. No one in their right mind would come to this remote forest except for them. Right? Gu Yin narrowed his eyes. Qin Xiangyang was left in place by the two men, tending to the packages on his body. If some animal stole the food, could it be that all three of them slept through it? She's hungry, really hungry. She desperately needed to eat now. No matter what, but Sylvan told her the unfortunate news that their food was gone. Crisp twigs and fallen leaves covered the ground in a full layer. Gu Yin crouched in a hidden bushes, hiding her figure. Her only equipment that can be used for hunting is the Swiss Army knife in her hand. Ziwen knew he was in the wrong, so he coughed lightly and followed Gu Yin's footsteps. Awakened by hunger, the three of them stood in front of the door of the cabin. A one-person Muna, dressed to the nines. She suspects that Sylvan has forgotten to bring food, but not wanting to lose face, she goes straight for the story of food that has gone missing and been stolen by a wild animal. Yesterday, except for some food in the car, and all the way through the rush after that, except for the wild boar that got in the way and was stomped into meat. She had never seen any food at all before or since, but early in the morning, it was gone. They are not allowed to make a single gunshot until they have officially entered that villa. Ziwen squatted behind Gu Yin and followed her eyes to a rabbit in the distance. The rabbit looked very fat, with a pair of small black eyes that did not forget to lift its head to look around as it ate the grass. This cautious rabbit was also their breakfast. Hares run fast. Are you sure you can catch them? Ziwen whispered behind him, and received a blank stare, helplessly touching the high bridge of his nose. Sylvan was very self-aware. It seems that the bag with the food in it was used as a pocket for spitting dirt in his haste. And then, when he got off the bus, he threw it away with a flick of his hand, and threw it away. All the food was thrown away by him before he set out. If they hadn't eaten the roasted wild boar, they could have realized it a long time ago. But unfortunately, the thing that was wrong was that they had eaten the roasted wild boar before, and the crispy and chewy pork made everyone so satisfied with their meal that no one had ever suggested that they would like to have some food. And so all of them had not been able to find out about it until this morning. Someone who knew his own name would not open his mouth again. He decided to just watch, and if Gu Yin was in trouble, he would go up and deal with it again as a penance for his sins. Kuzin was probably ready for the rout, and she was ready to move, bending her back in a cat-like manner as Kuzin walked slowly forward. Gu Yin walked very slowly and lightly, but this action caused the animal's sixth sense to sweep in quickly. The rabbit was so alert that it tossed its head back and forth several times. The bushes in front of Gu Yin's eyes were so tall and dense that the rabbit didn't see him. And after checking back and forth several times to make sure that no predators were present, it lowered its head to nibble on the draft again. Gu Yin narrowed his eyes. This rabbit was too alert to handle. The conditions were restrictive. She couldn't shoot. And the fact that she was facing an animal with a high agility ratio made a woman with only a Swiss Army knife worry. She'll have to think of a better way. Gu Yin looked around to see if he could utilize the terrain or the environment, and inadvertently swept his eyes over to Ziwen. There's two of them, yes. There were two of them. With a brilliant light flashing under her eyes, Gu Yin pointed at Ziwen and said in a lowered voice, I'll go around to the back of that rabbit. You wait for me to ambush it, and then drive the rabbit over to her. As long as the rabbit is driven towards her, then she will have the confidence to catch this rabbit. Ziwen nodded, signaling that Gu Yin could go to the other side. Kirin agrees, and starts walking around the rabbit in a cat-like manner. Perhaps God recognized the pitifulness of the two higher creatures, but the rabbit didn't react until Gu Yin reached the designated spot. Nodding her head in satisfaction, Gu Yin looked at the plump rabbit with a satisfied smile. So it seems that this morning's breakfast is destined to be roasted rabbit meat. Zewen stood on the other side of the room and waited for Gu Yin's order. As long as she gave the order at any time, he would chase the rabbit from here. He saw that particular shade of color hidden behind Gu Yin. Sylvan's face turned ugly as they encountered the beast. Looking at Gu Yin, Sylvan was afraid that he might have missed his greeting, as a blocker. Sylvan's eyesight is good, which makes him suddenly cold when he looks in Gu Yin's direction. It could be that the jaguar was attracted by the smell of wild boar blood that Gu Yin carried yesterday. Or it could be that the rabbit drew it in. Either way, they've met a formidable foe. But shouldn't the jaguars have been wiped out here a long time ago? Why is it still here? Sylvan's eyes were round. If he had a gun in his hand, he could have blown the jaguar's brains out and made him fall to the ground, crying, and become their food. It was a ferocious adult jaguar. Its fangs were white and cold. Its blood red gums blood red with a bloody, brutal aura, and its greedy eyes stared at Gu Yin, scrutinizing the huge piece of meat in front of him. But his hands were empty. The only weapon he had was the Swiss Army knife in Gu Yin's hand. It is a color often seen in high-end fur. Noble and generous, elegant temperament, and its master, fierce and savage, with fangs, Sylvan moved slowly and raised his hand high, signaling Kuan without provoking the tiger that there was danger. When Zeifing didn't respond to a few quick calls, and instead made strange movements, Gu Yin frowned, just as he was about to angrily shout at Zai Wen. A brutal aura suddenly came from behind him, and Gu Yin's sharp sixth sense pulled the alarm. The alert rabbit had already fled nervously, while Gu Yin stood rigidly in place. She notices Zeifeng's gesture, and guesses that a beast may have appeared behind her. But Gu Yin can't guess what the beast is. Could it be a panther, a lion, or a boar? These are all aggressive and have a serious sense of territory. With sharp fangs, claws, and great strength, whether it's a bump, a bite, or a paw, it can kill a person halfway through their life. Gu Yin tenses her body while looking around. She has to find her way back or a strategy. The jaguar lurked in Gu Yin's 1 meter 100 or so position, a position he could reach in a few seconds, and then raise his huge meat-heated claws, ferociously clawing down. The beautiful girl in front of him would be torn off half of her body, splattering fresh flesh and blood. The view from behind was so hot that Kuren's exposed skin flushed with shivers. She tightened the knife in her hand and made a gesture at Sivan. What is it? Sylvan opens his mouth in a growling gesture. Well, can hiss. Kuren silently ruled out the boar. Should this be a type of animal that usually growls to prove itself? There was a 50% chance that it was a mammal, and a 50% chance that it was a primate. What animal? Kuren tried to simplify his hand movements as much as he could. But after a few tries, Zeifeng couldn't understand a thing, and time was running out. In the end, there was nothing left for Kuren to do but to open his mouth and ask him over and over again. What kind of animal, if it was close enough? A cold sweat began to slide down Gu Yin's forehead. The African tiger starts walking towards Gu Yin. Take a deep breath, tiger. Gu Yin secretly calmed himself, but his eyes began to glance around, surrounded by countless trees. But the trees are not tall, not thick, about 20 years old. Such trees do not say climb. We must know, this kind of mammal climbing skills can be higher than her. In front of this kind of animal, competition climbing is tantamount to a self-inflicted death. Gu Yin had his back to the African tiger, and had no idea where it was now. Sylvan looked at it several times and finally reacted. His mouth opened into a circle and read tiger. The African tiger behind her bowed. It had been staring at Gu Yin for a long time, the scent from her fueling the appetite. From behind, it didn't look like the human, was a dangerous creature, no strong limbs to limit her running. No fangs, no claws, no offense. Most importantly, she has the scent of blood. This is a wonderful atmosphere for carnivores. A cold sweat broke out on Gu Yin's forehead. In her hand, there was only a Duanxi saber. And in this situation, killing the tiger, W, there didn't seem to be any animals that started with that letter. Gu Yin tried to open his mouth, then flinched violently, or Roman 11 Wen's eyes were even more rounded. He didn't have the idea of this African tiger fighting alone. But he also didn't have the idea of leaving Gu Yin alone to run for his life. Seeing the tiger getting closer and closer, Zai Wen finally shouted, "Run!" The whole group rushed towards Gu Yin with a breath of panic, pulling up her wrist and turning to run. Such fast running immediately aroused the hunting instinct of the African tiger. Running fast stirs up the short but heavy fur on its body. And in the air, the thick fur rattles. The thick fur rumbles in the air, and the tail, which is used to regulate the body, makes curved lines in the air. This African tiger is a good hunter with its smooth and full lines. Sylvan and Gu Yin are running fast, and here they have no advantage at all. The African tiger has always lived here and is familiar with everything here. If the two of them break in by mistake, they will only be taken as his dinner. This African tiger had such confidence. With their powerful feet on the ground, Gu Yin and Roman 11 ran towards the house with the attitude of a rush. Now only the wooden house can stop him for a while. If they can't even stop the wooden house, they will really die first. Sweat began to escape from his body in a frenzy, bringing out the fear in his body as he ran in such a hurry. Kieran's thoughts at this point are a million if the cabin doesn't stop it. Xiang Yong will surely die because of the two of them. The thought suddenly tugged at one of Gu Yin's nerves, the way she is running away now. It can be said that she is harming Qin Xiangyong. That man always treated her well in his own way, with food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Even when she said she had come to save someone she knew, he followed her as he always did. And although something had changed, he didn't question her too much. He waited for her to tell him herself. All this she pretended not to know. Because she did not know what to say with a man like this, she had planned to live with it, if possible. Maybe one day she would tell him, and then they would live happily ever after like in a fairy tale. Kieran is still running, but the idea is becoming clearer and clearer in her mind, as she has been denying her own words. It is impossible for a person like her to have happiness or a man who is sincere and true to her. But now, for now, it seemed she had waited. The African tiger was enjoying the rush he got from chasing the prey. But he didn't realize that the prey suddenly turned back and ran towards him. Gu Yin's action was so sudden that Zai Wen didn't notice it at all, and was pushed away from him. It's completely impossible for him to pull someone back. If the African tiger had a face as fine-tuned as that of a human being, he would have a look of utter dismay now. That man collected Qin Xiangyong. The thread in my head broke at that moment. Only, if she runs to the cabin again, the only man who has ever been true to her may die in this disaster. Gu Yin held the hilt of her sword, and when the African tiger opened its mouth wide and bit at her, her figure flashed, and her palm entered the African tiger's mouth. She didn't want him to die at all. In a flash, Gu Yin pushed away Zai Wen, who was holding his hand, tightened the knife in his hand, and charged back towards the rapidly approaching African tiger. Just above the elbow were white fangs that glowed with an eerie cold light. Gu Yin adjusted the position of the knife in her hand. She planned to fight. It's not a good idea to run away like this. Their speed is no match for the African tigers, and if they keep running away, they'll only let the African tigers eat them in one gulp when they're exhausted. When he came back to look again, Gu Yin was already close to the African tiger. Quzhen's hand was sent up by herself, and her hand was placed inside the African tiger's mouth. The hilt of the knife was in the palm of his hand, and the tip of that knife was pressed against the upper jaw of the African tiger. At this point, as soon as the African tiger closed his mouth with a quick bite, Gu Yin's hand would become a severed limb, and he would be able to taste the goodness of meat. It's like the meaty goodness it keeps thinking about when it's catching up. Gu Yin's actions are reckless, but at the same time, it's his last chance. Just watch the moment when the African tiger bites down. Use the force of the bite to send the tip of the blade upwards. It's possible to pierce the upper jaw. Gu Yin's breathing was getting more and more chaotic, staring intently into a mouth full of fangs and blood. The moment the African tiger was about to bite down with all his might, Gu Yin had a jolt of excitement. The bones and flesh of his entire body crumbled almost instantly, and he brought the knife in his hand up to stab quickly. The sound of the blade breaking into the flesh was so harsh that it sounded like it was being magnified in the ears. Gu Yin's frantic heart was suddenly somewhat stabilized as she stabbed. The African tiger did not get the expected taste, but was stabbed in the mouth with a knife. Roar. A hiss escaped from the mouth that was meant to be closed. The stinging pain caused the African tiger to let out a roar. Numerous splashes of blood emerged from the wound opened by Gu Yin. The wound doesn't stop Gu Yin, who doesn't dodge after the blow. With a quick gesture, she pulls the knife out of the tiger's mouth, and Gu Yin raises it up, ready to slash at the back of the tiger's neck. As long as she hits this spot, she can let the tiger die here. Gu Yin's ferocity caused the African tiger to retreat. It suffers and becomes agitated, with its whole body in a state of restlessness. The wound hurts so much that it growls like crazy. Its amber eyes glared viciously at Gu Yin. But because of the sudden attack earlier, its limbs cautiously retreated, its blood-covered mouth emitting a low, warning growl. Gu Yin stabbed him very hard in the morning. The sharpness of the blade almost pierced the upper jaw of the tiger, and the corners of its mouth were covered with blood. Its tigress-colored eyes glared at Gu Yin. Zai Wen stood 5 meters away from the human-animal battle, watching the fight between Gu Yin and the African tiger. The tiger's roar with anger, as well as panic, was very disturbing. And in the midst of the tearing roar, Qin Zhang suddenly winced as an inexplicable panic attacked him quickly. Gu Yin and the African tiger moved back 2 meters. This position allows them to attack and defend at any time. Gu Yin stared back with equal ferocity, the knife in her hand clenched tightly in her palm. She had intended to stab the jaguar in the jawbone, and then cut off its spine or blink its eyes with a single blow. But the jaguar looked very alert and fled as soon as it was stabbed. Gu Yin tightened his sword and started to close in. The more he pressed, the more the African tiger retreated. A pair of eyes stared at Gu Yin with a ferocious flavor. Qin Zhang stood in the doorway of the wooden house, heard the roaring tiger roar. His eyebrows trembled lightly. Qin Zhang looked toward the sound of a tsunami. The African tiger that wasn't stabbed to death looked very grumpy. Tigers are also large felines with a keen sense of smell, and Gu Yin could see the ferocity in the beast's eyes. If they let it get away this time, it would surely find them and kill them next time. They would have to stay in the forest for a long time. And leaving the beast behind was not a good idea, not rushing to think carefully. He picked up the bag on the ground and carried it on his back, running quickly to the place where the tiger's roar was emitted. That direction was vaguely the same as when Gu Yin and Zai Wen left. Karen stared into those hostile eyes. This beast wanted to kill her. The sixth sense of animals is very strong. They can sense the state and ferocity of their opponents, and their own chances of winning the fight with them. At this point, the Americas still have a better chance of winning. After all, his fangs and claws are no joke. And if he really gets pounced on and bitten, Gu Yin's life will be over. Sylvan understands the killing power of the African tiger. But he understands Gu Yin even better. He had investigated Gu Yin very early on, and he knew how vicious this woman was. At the age of 9, he ascended to the top of the Green Row. 9 years old. What a tender age. This is not something everyone can do. The title of the boss of the Green Line, in more than 10 years ago, may still be similar to the head of the organization of gangsters. But in these years, she created the Green Line into the ruler of the entire city. This kind of vigor, as well as the ability. And not ordinary people can be compared. Roman 11 Wen thought he could not do. That's why he's worried when he learns that Gu Yin has made a deal with Dota. At that time, the situation did not reach the present 2 factions. They were each on their own, and under such circumstances, the chances of Roman 11 Wen's victory were very high. That's why he sent out a cursor, who wanted to kill the woman. But what he didn't expect was that the blocker didn't succeed. Zai Wen lifted his head and looked at Gu Yin in front of him. Secretly, such a woman could not have died under a wild beast, staring fiercely into those tiger's eyes. Gu Yin's expression was ferocious, much like that of a furious African tiger. Roar. The African tiger walks on its feet, and a low growl comes out of its mouth. The woman stabbed him where he felt the pain, and he was furious. It had never been hurt so badly before. The African tiger stared hard at Gu Yin, waiting for this woman to show some cowardice and shortcomings. As long as she showed such a posture, she could bite her to death in the first strike. The huge body of the African tiger collapsed in its place, its round glaring eyes carrying the unwillingness before death. Gu Yin also had a 1-2 punch in mind. She is also waiting for the African tiger to reveal a mistake that will make her a hit. Qin Zhang was running fast. The surrounding scenery was like the window screen of a fast-moving car. Cut out silhouette after silhouette. Not really visible, but with the speed of the wind, accompanied by his feet faster and faster gallop. He began to smell the smell of blood and the roar of the tiger. It was a sharp tiger's tsunami. He looked at Gu lying in a pool of blood. He didn't know if Gu Yin was still alive or not. Beside her was a bloodied and disemboweled African tiger. Between the two of them, Gu Yin's body catapulted and slid down directly onto the African tiger's lower abdomen, and the sharp blade in his hand stabbed into the African tiger's throat with a single thrust, accompanied by the African tiger's own impulse. He quickly cut through. Such a tiger's tsunami, like a death wish, stirred Qin Zhang-yong's heart even more chaotic. His body weaved through the trees with agility, his eyes looking around in panic. His face was filled with fear, anxiety, and confusion. Countless amounts of blood poured out with a rusty gore. Gu Yin once again rushes towards the African tiger, who is also the king of the forest, and is not willing to be challenged by humans. The mouth full of white fangs opened angrily with a low tsunami. Qin Zhang-yong rushed over, his chest heaving violently, sweat hanging from his forehead, his mouth dryly opened. But he couldn't make a sound. Gu Yin was drenched in blood, and his whole body was almost a bloody man in the African tiger's stomach full of blood and guts. Roar! The sound of a cruel tiger's tsunami resounded far into the sky. Zio Yin. Qin Zhang-yong's voice trembled lightly. He threw down all the bags on his body one by one, and his body, which should be relaxed, was crushed by 1,000 pounds of boulders, and was weak and brittle. Qin Zhang-yong's breathing became rapid and terrified as he stepped closer and sighed with all the energy in his body. Zio Yin, Gu Yin's whole body was drained of energy, and with that kind of haste, that kind of fast running, and that kind of ferocious fighting, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid of it. But hearing the man's voice now, Gu Yin felt that she was completely satisfied. Her legs were still a bit weak. She could clearly feel the African tiger's determination to kill her when she swooped down. Her white fangs slid down, and she even felt the breath of hell at that moment. If the knife had not been accurate, had not penetrated, and had not cut open his stomach by running, then the scene Qin Zhang-yong saw when he arrived would have been a completely different story. Controlling his slightly trembling hands and feet, Gu Yin slowly half sat up, beckoning with blood all over him. Zhang-yong, Qin Zhang-yong's heart, which had already jumped to the eye of the noise, instantly settled down. "Are you all right?" Qin Zhang-yong's brows furrowed deeply as he quickly walked over to Gu Yin's side, ignoring the still warm blood, and embraced the bloody man tightly in his arms. Gu Yin's head and face were covered in blood, not to mention his body. When he stood up, his whole body was covered in blood, but it was under such circumstances that Qin Zhang-yong hugged her, his voice trembling slightly as he whispered, "You scared me, but fortunately you're okay. Men's voices are incredibly fragile." "It's okay, look, I even found our breakfast." Gu Yin winked and made a little joke that didn't hurt. She knew men worried, gently patting Qin Zhang-yong's back. Gu Yin pushed him away a bit, looking at the blood around him, and said softly, "I think we need to find a lake to take a bath first, and change our clothes before we set off. Or else the two of us are in a state that's really quite scary." Qin Zhang-yong took a deep look at Gu Yin. When he was running, he thought several times that something might have happened to Zio Yin, and countless thoughts of accidents flashed through his mind one by one, making him worry more than anything else. To actually see her lying in a pool of blood. That's what he said. But Qin Zhang-yong once again hugged this person who was covered in blood and asked uneasily, "Are you really not injured?" In the color of blood, the child who loved to play was lying quietly, lifeless, his body covered with a thick layer of plasma. Like a fragile, dismembered doll. Qin Zhang-yong only felt that his heart had stopped at that moment. Qin Zhang-yong was still a bit relieved. It was not easy to end. He had not slowed down. He watched Qin Zhang-yong rushed over. And then the kind of intimacy and dependence between the two deeply stimulated the eyes of Zai Wen. At this moment he felt. Fortunately, he and the three young master made an alliance, because no one wants to do with such a woman and man opponent. This man cares about himself. It's all right. It's all right. I'm so thick-skinned. There's nothing wrong with me. Let's go. I'm going to stink." He pushed Qin Zhang-yong forward. But when he passed by Roman 11 Wen, Gu Yin still did not forget to receive him. "My knife is still in the African tiger's place, so take it and cut up the meat. Then take the tiger back to the cabin to roast it, and we'll come over after we've washed it." Kieran's face flushed with such concern. His eyes shifted from Gu Yin's back to the man who was carrying more than 100 pounds, but could run for 2 miles one after the other. This kind of physical strength and endurance is definitely not ordinary. The boss of the Green Line, a woman who is known as a viper, blushed. No matter who heard it is strange, tugging Qin Zhang-yong's hand. Gu Yin cover up the neck. Qin Zhang-yong was pulled back to his senses, rubbed the top of Gu Yin's sticky, blood-covered hair, and softly said, let's go wash up. It was fortunate that the blood was thick, or else the red coloring on her face would have made her more embarrassed. Hey, let's go. Go find water. Gu Yin tugged at Qin Zhang-yong, her brows wrinkled in distress. She really hated such plasma. I stink. If I don't wash, I'm going to stink. Roman 11 man has been tense since Gu Yin fight with the African tiger. Both of them carried the blood and water of the Koan tiger on their bodies, but they had not been disturbed by any animals along the way. Gu Yin celebrated his luck. You should know that the smell of blood is still the smell of blood, even if you are bathed in dinosaur blood. Those animals in the flesh-eating world will still come flying. They don't have any weapons with them now, and another wild boar would be enough for them to die again. However, the gods of luck began to favor them, and they didn't touch the water until they found it. The water is a bit cold. Qin Zhang-yong tested the temperature with his finger. It was a circular pool, about 500 meters round. The water quality was very clear. It looked very good. Only the temperature of this water. Early mornings towards the end of winter are always exceptionally cold. Occasionally a wind blows, like the palms of countless small children, after playing in the snow and ice, quickly pushing and shoving to your chest and back, forcing you to go back to the warmth of the thick nest. Gu Yin sniffled. She didn't have a warm, thick comforter to crawl under, and now the only thing she had on her body was thick plasma. She was quite cold, especially with the wind blowing, driving the cooling plasma from her body to steal more heat from her body. If she could, she'd like to be home right now, jumping into a warm room with hot water, a bathtub, and air conditioning. Just, reality tells her, the only thing that can be called a water source here is good in front of this lake with a cold coolness. If she doesn't wash it, it will just stay the way it is and won't get any better. Rubbing his hands together. The blood, already slightly coagulated, was rubbed and squeezed by Gu Yin, giving off a strong iron odor that stimulated his empty stomach early in the morning. Hunger and cold hit Gu Yin, especially when the strong, disgusting smell of blood hit her, and Gu Yin thought that the smell of blood was more unbearable than the cold. The lake was calm in winter, and the weather was already getting colder, so there was no danger of her going into the water when the snake-like cartilaginous creatures had long been hibernating in this weather. Gu Yin poked his head out shortly after jumping in, wiping his face casually, shivering from the cold. Without further thought, Gu Yin jumped into the water with a single bounce of his feet. He could see that Curran was ready to take off his clothes. But his undressing was too slow. From just a moment ago, Curran had been in the water for 5 minutes. But he hadn't undressed a single piece of clothing. Shivering, Kuin's feet were already numb from the cold as his body's blood flow was slowed by the temperature at the bottom of his body. The plasma on Gu Yin's body is frightening, and the water is also frighteningly cold. The teeth in his mouth began to fight, making cackling noises. Gu Yin looked like he was in an awkward state. The clothes are so full of blood that it's impossible to clean them. If Gu Yin wants to clean himself up, he has to take off all his clothes. Qin Zhang-yong began to get anxious. Cold, cold, well, cold. Her body has already been affected by the low temperature in the lake, and at this rate, she will definitely get sick. Zhao Yin, are you all right? Qin Zhang-yong watched from the shore and was heartbroken. When he first tried the water, he realized that the temperature of the water was so low that it was scary. And Zhao Yin jumped into the water like that. Gu Yin rubbed his arms underwater, and as he did so, countless amounts of blood were rubbed out. Twisting his eyebrows, Qin Zhang-yong began to take off his own jacket. He wanted to go into the water to help Gu Yin take off his clothes and wash his body. Gu Yin, Gu Yin. Qin Zhang-yong called out a few times as he tried to remind her to wash faster. But Gu Yin's face was already white from the cold, and her body kept trembling lightly in the water. Originally clear water immediately exploded a blood flower. The boundless red color spread out, and finally washed into light red by the clear water from nowhere. Qin Zhang-yong secretly counted the time. Nearly 0-degree water temperature will make the human body consume too much heat. if you stay in the water for too long. The body will not be able to eat. Gu Yin that set of blood clothes cannot want, if he is wearing clothes like her jump. That two people back to the time can be guilty. Completely undressed and returning to the cabin in a cold wind. The assumption was just a flash in the pan. I guess they did. And by the time they got to the cabin, the man was half frozen to death. Clothes were taken off in an orderly manner and put away one by one. Qin Xiangyang only had a dirty jacket. The inside was clean. Qin Xiangyang's movements were so clean and sharp that he quickly stripped off his clothes. With a standard dive into the water, he arrived at Gu Yin's side in a flash. You can't do it like this. Qin Xiangyang touched Gu Yin's body temperature, which was as low as the lake water, and with both hands replacing her previous actions. He quickly tugged at her jacket, taking off one and untying the next. You have to wash it quickly, or you should catch a cold. Achoo! After Qin Xiangyang had finished speaking, Gu Yin followed suit and sneezed. Qin Xiangyang frowned. Off the speed faster. At this time cannot care about those between men and women's taboo. If not fast off to wash clean. She stayed in the water the longer. The girl's resistance is originally poor. Not to mention that this water temperature has long exceeded the range of orthodox party people can tolerate. Gu Yin's hands and feet were numb from the cold water, but she could only feel a pair of warm hands with male sunlight helping her to wash. When a person really reaches his limit, his whole brain is wooden. The mind is completely emptied of all thought and thought. Karen is just wooden now, and her mind starts to become empty. But somehow she thinks of herself. He was facing the African tiger. She remembers that the first thing she thought of was Qin Xiangyang at that time. Did she not think of the things that Uncle Hero had left for her? Those things have not been unraveled, but she was not upset. She even thought of Qin Xiangyang. She was afraid of bringing harm to Qin Xiangyang and chose to face the African tiger. To do something so dangerous for a man you've known for less than a month. If it was a normal day, Qin Xiangyang really wanted to tease her. But now Gu Yin, she didn't look too good. Quickly put on the clothes. One piece of clothing carefully put on the body. Qin Xiangyang as to dress a not long-born baby. His fingertips were trembling and uneasy, fearing that he might hurt her skin if he made a slight move. Her delicate face was bruised, and her body was shivering unconsciously. Hold tight. I'll take you back. Qin Xiangyang embraced Gu Yin in a princess hug and ran quickly towards the wooden house. If by any chance she was bitten or photographed. Gu Yin lifted his head and shivered as he took a deep look at Qin Xiangyang. After rubbing Gu Yin's cold and damp hair, Qin Xiangyang comforted Gu Yin silently, in his own way. He took his coat and put it over himself. The front of the coat only had blood on it. The back was not dirty. Qin Xiangyang intentionally put the bloody side of the coat on backwards, so that he could carry Gu Yin back and run back. And not dirty Gu Yin's body at the same time. Qin Xiangyang frowned a little more. Gu Yin was wearing Qin Xiangyang's clothes and was being held in his arms. Her nostrils filled with his scent. He'd have to get them dry quickly, or they'd catch a cold in this condition. With all the clothes on, Qin Xiangyang broke out into a thin sweat. He puts on Gu Yin's own warm underwear. The difference in size between a man and a woman made Gu Yin look like a child who had stolen an adult's clothes. It was cute and funny. Qin Xiangyang had already cleaned Gu Yin and carried her to the shore. Gu Yin's whole body was shaking uncontrollably. The temperature in the water was too low. At that moment, Gu Yin suddenly understood what he had been thinking at the time. In this world, if there is really a man who can treat her wholeheartedly, maybe it is the one in front of her. Sylvan grilled tiger meat. It was the first time he had ever eaten meat from such an animal. The aroma of meat slowly escapes along with the barbecue, and the aroma is seemingly transformed into countless small hands, tempting the barbecuer and bringing out the hunger and intestinal reels. Zewen quickly raised a fire. Qin Xiangyang hugged Gu Yin and rang out 1,000 meters away. Roman 11 Wen was stunned and turned back. Then he felt a cold wind with water vapor blowing around him. Then the package around him was taken away by someone, and a black shadow rushed into the house at the door, while the door of the wooden house was heavily closed. The sound of the closed cabin door stirred Sylvan back to his senses, raising an eyebrow. The one who could have this speed. Without much thought was Qin Xiangyang. He should have brought Kuan back clean. But this is in the wilderness. So a warm water heater or something like that is out of the question. And at the current temperature, Gu Yin must be cold as hell. He's got to start a fire himself. Inside the room, Gu Yin was curled up in his sleeping bag. The color of his face was greenish-white. Qin Zhang lifts his head to look at Gu Yin from time to time, and then quickly searches for clothes for her. He had to dry Gu Yin's hair and keep her dry and warm. I didn't bring much with me when I came out, so I didn't expect such an accident to happen. After searching for half a day, Qin Zhang was able to find Gu Yin's dress and his own dress, as well as some change of clothes. There were no more cloths to change or to wipe the body with. In other words, Gu Yin and Qin Zhang have to get to the villa in thin clothes before the sun goes down, and then enter in good condition and find the boss in the midst of the chaos. How is she? Ziwen added more fire to the fire and looked toward Qin Zhang. Sylvan still has some ability, at least in such a short period of time, has already raised a pile of fire. This is a bit of a problem. Sylvan was silent as he picked at the fire with a twig, and if it is really not possible. Qin Zhang does not mind taking Gu Yin to leave first. To know, to help friends is one thing, but there is no need to sacrifice themselves. In his eyes, those so-called gang fights are not comparable to the Gu Yin in front of him. Qin Zhang frowned deeply. He handed the clothes in his hand to Gu Yin, so that she could change into her underwear. As if he understood what Ziwen was worried about, Qin Zhang took a piece of meat and roasted it on the fire, looked into Ziwen's eyes, and seriously opened his mouth. I don't care what the deal is between you. I accompanied Ziwen in here, and only want to protect her safety. Perhaps she can do her best for you, but such efforts do not include life-threatening activities in my mind. And once there is harm done, I will take her away, sitting beside Ziwen. Qin Zhang frowned deeply. It's not good at the moment. We have to see if there is low or high fever before evening. Put on your underwear first. I'll go see if the fire outside is done. Taking the cuffs of his sleeve and wiping Gu Yin's hair carelessly, Qin Zhang turned around and walked outside. Dowen's brow furrowed as well. If Gu Yin was sick. This plan, anyway. Things have developed to such a state. After a long time, he said, Do you know Gu Yin? Looking at Ziwen, Qin Zhang did not open his mouth directly. Though still some water branches in the fire from time to time issued a crackling sound. Sporadic small flames, sometimes in such a fire fry out, splashed on their bodies. Qin Zhang shook his head. I can't 100 say that I understand her very well. But that doesn't stop me from wanting to be good to her. Behind the wooden door, a pair of beautiful cat eyes looked at Qin Zhang through the narrow doorway. Gu Yin had been in the water for a long time, and even though Qin Zhang had done her best to control her speed, she was still feeling weak now. If this feeling continues, it can develop into a bad cold by evening. But she doesn't have time to be sick now. She promised Dota that she would help him get back everything he had, although not the entire green line on his body, but as the boss of the green line. She is here for him to fight for his life. If the boss of the green line is gone, half of the green line will also go. This is also regarded as she kept her promise. Slapping himself on the cheek, Gu Yin did not intend to let Ziwen and Qin Zhang talk further. The gentle but persistent blows caused the greenish-white skin to glow with a blood-alive redness. After making sure there was some blood on his face, Gu Yin walked out. What's there to eat? I'm hungry. Laughing playfully, Gu Yin walked out, still wearing Qin Zhang clothes. That set of strange snatch attracted Ziwen to raise an eyebrow. I really can't see that dear Gu Beauty is so tiny, at home, although Gu Yin dresses casually, but the 10 centimeters of high heels are often stepped on. A set of gorgeous and colorful clothing to decorate her gorgeous and extraordinary. And this is only casual dress. You know, when Gu Yin every time on the nightclub are after a lot of meticulous dress. Every detail is with exciting beauty. Gu Yin will be cosplaying in various maid and queen outfits, and her every move is accompanied by an immense amount of femininity and sultriness. Even in those sneak peek photos, she looks so sexy from every angle, with her exquisite makeup, exaggerated style, and perfect body shape. Gu Yin is perfect from every angle, and then lived together a few days. Gu Yin very not so exaggerated. But those modeling is also a top of the beautiful and colorful. This woman was born to be a demon. Gu Yin glanced at Ziwen with a wry smile, then returned. That's also thanks to the blessings of Grandmaster Zai. At this moment, At first glance, Roman 11 Wen could not help but feel amused to see such a clean face. Her oversized clothes were draped over her body, making Gu Yin look like a little doll, and her dark, slightly curly hair was currently draped over the back of her head, dripping with water. The overly fitted hair made Gu Yin's face look smaller and smaller, making her look like a little doll. Zaifeng was poked in the soft spot, and couldn't help but cough awkwardly and touch his nose. If he hadn't thrown the food away, they wouldn't have gone looking for breakfast, and then they would have come across all this. Once Gu Yin said that, it became a bit boring when everyone ate the meat. Zai Wen passed up the meat in his hand, his eyes still sizing up Gu Yin. I can't imagine that Beauty Gu is so clean after being cleansed of her lead. This African tiger is very big. The three of them couldn't eat it all, just like last time. There was a lot of meat left, but since he didn't take any rations, Gu Yin had Zai Wen roast some more, about 5 pieces per person on the side. As the road went hungry pad belly food, after grilling the meat, the group didn't stay any longer. Qin Zhang cleanly disposed of the traces of their lives. The three of them walked toward the villa. This time, the way of walking has changed a little bit. The three people from walking in a row to walking in a vertical line. Qin Zhang walked in front, Gu Yin in the middle, Roman 11 Wen padded back. After the second encounter with the beast, everyone became cautious. This position was proposed by Qin Zhang, and the only woman here is Gu Yin. His goal is simple: to protect coin from harm, in the event of danger, whether it comes from the front or from the rear. Koyan is undoubtedly the safest person standing in the center. Qin Zhang's arrangement is completely selfish. This section of the road is not particularly fast, because he was worried about Gu Yin's physical condition. Qin Zhang had to look back from time to make sure that she had problems before setting off again. As a pathfinder, such a pause makes time go faster, but no one holds a counter-argument. Gu Yin knows that Qin Zhang is worried about himself. Zaifeng simply opposed the ineffective. Simply do not open his mouth. They were not fast, but they were not slow either. By about noon, Dowen met up with his blockers. This batch of blockers was arranged by them to create chaos, so that Qin Zhang and Gu Yin could appear as heroes and take away the boss, which is a self-directed game of savior. I'll set up signals around the area. Take these 2. Zai Wen took out 2 rings from his pocket and put them in their palms. I put a tracker inside. You must pay attention to it. There isn't much time now. You need to gain the boss's trust within 2 days. Don't worry about dispersing the crowd. I will make arrangements here. Gu Yin nodded, directly put the ring on his hand, and followed Qin Zhang to catch up. They both aim to make it to the villa. They're the main force, and Sylvan is the rear feeder. He can stop here and hold the fort. But they have to go. The road ahead may have been inspected beforehand, and every tree was exceptionally clean from tree to tree, with no sign of wild animals. This made Qin Zhang and Gu Yin walk very fast. Before the sun set, they arrived at the villa. Their timing was perfect, and the entire villa took on a pre-feast appearance. Standing behind the tree, Gu Yin rubbed his hands together. The signals were not a good sign. They had to speed up. She had to get out of this mess before something big happened to her body. Tugging at Qin Zhang's cuff, he lowered his voice and said, "Who said this is a villa? I don't know how the people who came here to investigate distinguish between a castle and a villa. This is clearly a castle." After a pause, Gu Yin continued, "The intelligence is too unreliable." After getting up from the water, she felt cold and hot, and her head was dizzy and depressed. Lift his head to the villa that can be called a luxurious castle. Gu Yin helplessly sighed. They fantasize about being princesses, and one day, the prince who belongs to them will come to awaken them. Perhaps every girl has a princess dream in her heart. Gu Yin shook his head at the medieval-style castle in front of him, and then he couldn't stop himself from wowing and sighing, slightly busy, but not mindless. Even Gu Yin was not surprised by such a beautiful dream. So when he realized that the villa had been replaced by a castle, Gu Yin sighed a few times, but his heart was very excited. Glass crystal wall, towering medieval-style dome, and that full-of-flavor white balcony. Transparent gauze windows for this mysterious and moving castle, and added a soft beauty. Like an elegant and sensible mature woman, graceful step let a person mesmerize step, inadvertently show her beautiful curves and temperament. Let a person for intoxicated. Gu Sin was a little drunk. It's the right time to go in. This position looks good. Qin Zhanyang listened for a while at the corner of the wall, and then lifted his head to look at the wall, which was about 2.5 meters high. The walls of the castle are leaning against trees, which makes it much easier for them to climb up. But when they enter, they don't know what's going on inside, so they have to take it one step at a time. Just in case they don't notice it, I'll go in first later, and if it's okay, I'll call you. Qin Zhanyang looks back at Gu Yin, whose face is slightly flushed. Is everything all right? Your face is hot. Unable to help himself, he stretched out his hand. Yeah, knocking down Qin Zhanyang's hand. Gu Yin pouted. I'm on a mission now, so don't move your hands or feet. Qin Zhanyang was directly made to blush at Gu Yin's comment. He's just a little uneasy about Gu Yin, deeply afraid that she's sick with a hard-on. Don't want to lighten up on her. Coughing lightly. Qin Zhanyang was interrupted by this interruption from Gu Yin, but once again shifted to the issue of entering the castle. You wait here first. I'll go in first, if it's all right. I'll let you know to come in, okay? Gu Yin nodded obediently. A pair of eyes followed Qin Zhanyang as he ran to the tree, watching him climb quickly with his hands and feet, and then gently land in a remote corner. The sound of Qin Zhanyang's landing should be very soft. She didn't hear a single sound outside, and it looked like Zhanyang's hands were great, both in terms of dexterity and agility. Like a well-trained killer or bodyguard, there should be no problem inside, and Gu Yin soon heard a slightly shrill whistle, similar to the one used by street thugs to make fun of beautiful women. This was Qin Zhanyang's way of reminding her that she could go in. Taking a look at the slightly crooked tree, Gu Yin shook her head, the dizziness catching up with her, causing her to press her temples in an awkward manner. She has a slight temperature, which should be a pre-symptom of a fever. Raising her thumb, Gu Yin raised it at Qin Zhanyang. The latter laughed softly and gave her the clothes. Gu Yin raised an eyebrow. Good, but did not think Qin Zhanyang has this ability to get clothes. Speed or so fast. Qin Zhanyang lowered his voice very low. The location of the banquet should be upstairs. Let's go upstairs now. Qin Zhanyang stepped on the ground outside the intersection of a turning corner and a column. Gu Yin nodded his head, signaling his understanding. But it's obviously a bit unrealistic to go up the stairs in such a clear and bold manner. Jogging a few steps to the tree, Gu Yin grabbed the trunk with both hands and stomped on his shoes. Gu Yin's movements were very dexterous, like a nimble cat, quickly climbing down to the tree, and then gently leaping towards where Qin Zhanyang was standing. She stepped into a slightly darker area. You can see most of the location from here, but not so much from the outside, because of the light and because of the environment. Let's catch someone first and change clothes, shall we? Gu Yin's voice was also lowered, and he didn't forget to observe the surrounding area at all times while speaking. Patting Gu Yin, Qin Zhanyang took out 2 sets of black clothes from behind his body. This, I just found from the closet. Let's mix upstairs first. We'll figure it out later. Shaking her head with all her might, Gu Yin took a deep breath, and the cool evening air was drawn deep into her belly and exhaled slowly. The fresh air restored her body's sensitivity. The two of them changed clothes very quickly, and the clothes they took off were tucked directly into the corner for privacy. Fortunately, the waiters here are equipped with hats, a black tuxedo with an exaggerated high-rise hat, with a bit of Alice in Wonderland's childlike innocence and amusement, burying his seaweed-like hair into the hat. Gu Yin coughed lightly, signaling Qin Zhanyang to lead the way, so it was time for them to go. The castle was so large that there was a staircase not far from where Gu Yin was lying. That's where the interior staff leads to the upper floors, if the guests of the banquet come in. It is through the main door of the castle, where there is a long staircase that leads to the second floor, which is translucent. I don't know if this is the master's bad taste or what. If a lady is wearing a skirt, the person below can easily see their underwear. However, the blank area below the staircase, usually no one will shake, so the lady who walked up the stairs, except for the initial slight change of face, but later also naturally upward, as they did not have an invitation. They had to go up the elevator of the internal staff. Now that the feast had not yet begun, she carried her plate in her hand in a disguised manner. The black tuxedo on the outside was her dress. This makes Gu Yin's walk very restricted, and she has to be very careful. And on the way upstairs, she needs to find a room to freshen up. Ken Xiangyang kept an eye on the movements in the venue, and when they went up, they were followed by the waiters who were also wearing tuxedos. Their task seems to be to take the food up. Seeing the cakes in his hand, Gu Yin was a bit tempted by the aroma. Although they had filled their stomachs over the past 2 days, the food they had eaten was all meat, and not at all as delicate and soft as the pastries in his hand. This kind of strenuousness was well controlled by Gu Yin. She couldn't afford to fall short of her goal. Secretly remembering the layout of the place, Gu Yin realizes that this castle directly uses the second floor as the main meeting place, while the first floor is where all the staff play their hands. The third floor is where all the invited people rest. Should end up in the fruit area of the plate to the chest. Gu Yin feet slightly, do not go forward. In close proximity to the man, a slip underfoot, Qin Xiangyang caught a couple that officially came to the banquet. This couple was not particularly eye-catching, but Qin Xiangyang noticed that no one liked to stand beside them. This gave Gu Yin a sudden idea. That's a good pair of goals. Ah, Gu Yin was taken aback. Her pretty cat eyes rounded in fear. A cry of surprise spat out from her reddish-colored bushes, and she hastily apologized. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. It's just that. Kiran takes a look around. There are people working with them here. But she realizes that all the guests of the banquet only stay here for a moment before heading upstairs. Gu Yin's eyes darted around, and he inadvertently looked at their pair of targets, although it was collected in time. A lot of juice still stuck to the man. It's always convenient for me to target someone I don't like. After all, everyone feels better when they don't see someone they don't like. And no one will be stupid enough to ask. Shit, Yu-He. The entire tub of perfectly cut blood oranges in his hand was dumped as much as possible on the man. Tugging on Gu Yin's cuff, Qin Xiangyang signaled her attention to the couple. The couple seemed particularly haughty and unfriendly, perhaps a bit above their heads at all times, which made them unappealing to talk to. The man in question had erotic eyes, and although he was accompanied by his female companions, they kept scanning the beautiful women who were staying in the venue for a short period of time. As a group of staff, they are not qualified to go up to the third floor. How to get up there is a problem. The man was about to break into a tirade, but as soon as he swept his mind, he noticed Gu Yin's looks. The heartwarming looks made the man's entire up-tempo voice pause. The hand that had reached out with the intention of slapping him stiffened, and returned stiffly from midair to his tie, loosening the buckle back and forth. Don't be afraid. The man smiled with narrowed eyes. The female companion beside the man glared at Gu Yin with anger. Gu Yin lowered his head. Since the day after falling into the water, face clear soup, floating a stream of pure purity. The man's heart is getting more and more itchy as he looks at this chick, pretending to be helpless. She tugged at her collar, sighed softly, and said, half exasperated, "Look, you've soiled my clothes. I'm sorry, I'm so very sorry. I'll go and clean it up for you, shall I?" Gu Yin lowered her head, her long, slender eyelashes softly trembling when she was in the air, inducing the man's despicable heart to stir stupidly. Wash it. The man's hand slid up Kiran's wrist from the collar of his shirt, back and forth in an infinitely erotic caress. The other hand tugged at his jacket and laughed lewdly. "Since you're going to wash it, naturally, you have to wash it under my nose. You have to know that this piece of clothing of mine can be worth a year's wages of yours. Come on, go upstairs with me." The lustful man has been blinded by Kiran's fragile innocence. Gu Yin shivered and lifted his head to look at the man. Satisfied with Gu Yin's expression, the man's tone softened. "Come on. My clothes still need to be cleaned." The woman in question is not the man's wife. If she were a wife, she would not have done nothing about the man's impudent request. Qin Xiangyang is a bit worried. Since Gu Yin hit on the man, he has been constantly watching the other side of the movement. She looked nothing but one of the men's playthings as soon as the man entered the room. He told the woman to wait on the bed while he and Gu Yin went into the bathroom. Gu Yin has asserted himself. Gu Yin's head hung slightly, and he hooked his eyebrows in satisfaction. Angry, glaring eyes. The woman sat on the bed and hatefully seized the back sheet. He smiled lowly and approached Kiran with his hands dashingly propped up next to Kiran's ear, shamelessly saying, "What? You got my clothes dirty and you're just standing there." It's just that he's doing it so stealthily that no one realizes that he's keeping an eye on Gu Yin. Gu Yin light cold hit the shiver, so that the man thought this chick's pure and harmless. This kind of feeling makes him very satisfied. The woman understands the lewdness and shamelessness of men, but she didn't realize that this man had only hooked her up for a short time. And then he went and hooked up with another girl. Gu Yin was shoved into the room. The man was visibly flabbergasted. And here's the kicker, she's not as good looking as that girl. The tiles behind the wall were cold, and although the room was air-conditioned, it was clear that the warmth did not carry over to the tiles. His body trembled as he followed the men up the stairs. The face that was so pure and clean became even more bewitching with his smile. That simple, harmless face suddenly smiled as it looked at the man's near body. In this moment of confusion, Gu Yin's hand wrapped around the man's neck, and his long, slender legs lifted up. If it's a plaything, it's easier for her to move around. The soft flesh between the knee and the man's legs made a loud thumping sound. The man's eyes opened angrily, his expression often pained. The immense pain kept him from roaring out loud, and he could only weakly let out low, agonized moans, picking up the towel. Gu Yin roughly shoved it into the man's mouth, and lifted his foot straight up to the man's neck. The blow was so hard and fast that the man's eyes went round, and he fainted the next moment. Taking off her missionary jacket, Gu Yin casually pulls off half of her shoulders and drapes her hair from her hat, making her look like an innocent girl who has been persecuted. Noise coughed slightly, and Gu Yin began to open his mouth, making various sounds, thick and thin, which emerged from noise, and at some pitch there was a sudden pause. "Little bitch, I'll let you run." The voice of the lewd man who had been knocked unconscious by Gu Yin came out of Gu Yin's mouth, sounding shameless and erotic. Gu Yin hurriedly opened the door of the house, scared and helpless to probe out half a head. Bare shoulders so exposed to the eyes of the woman on the bed. Gu Yin looked at her, so scared that he shivered. "Help, help me, ah." The head that had only just poked out was caught back by the man and shrank into the toilet room again, followed by the man's curses. "Shit, bitch dare to run. Get the fuck in here and help me hold this bitch down." The woman outside the door had no idea that the man had stripped Gu Yin of his clothes so quickly, until the man roared out this sound. She was only able to return to her senses. Although it was only a few short words, the woman heard them. The woman doesn't agree to do this. The man is going to use force, with a cold snort of disdain in her nose. The woman mentally cursed, "Bitch, being a whore and still wanting to set up a house of cards. If you don't want to be fucked, you'll fucking come with me." The woman's words in her mind were completely disproportionate to the gracefulness of her bejeweled body. She walked slowly to the door of the restroom, listened to the sounds emanating from inside, and grunted coldly before knocking on the door. The toilet door was quickly opened, and the woman was dragged straight inside before she could say anything. She could only see what she looks like now. She hasn't been in the mirror for 2 days, so she doesn't look like the same as before. After tying them up and putting them in the bathroom, Gu Yin changed the waiter and put him in the closet. And only after that did she slowly sit down on the edge of the bed. But what is evil in her eyes is immortal in the eyes of others. This woman has had a good life, and all the makeup in their ads up to tens of thousands of dollars. Only now they were hers. Unscrewing the foundation, Gu Yin began to spread it over her face before the whole group could react. There was a knock on the back of the neck. Until the makeup is applied and you stand in front of the mirror. The backpack tipped downward, and Gu Yin looked at the pile of makeup that had poured out, picking through it. Gu Yin is quick to paint, and with each additional stroke, her face looks a little more colorful. Her health is not optimistic, and she is already a bit lazy. If she continues like this, it is questionable whether she can complete her mission. Gu Yin is playing 2 roles. His forehead is covered with a layer of sweat. If it was physically inconvenient, and she was worried about this woman screaming, she didn't want to do this kind of noisy thing. Touching the increasingly hot forehead, Gu Yin's face sank. She seems to have a real fever. Her body is difficult to do. The whole body is soft without much energy. As a woman who is always ready to look radiant, makeup is definitely a must. The woman's body flopped and fell right on top of the fainting man. Take the woman's bag on the bed and open it. Gu Yin's current appearance is like a snow lotus blooming in the cold mountain sheath. Lonely and proud. Beautiful, with a beauty that makes people sigh in admiration. The beautiful cat's eyes are slightly squinting lazily, and the long eyelashes are like butterflies' wings covering those cat's eyes, which makes people look at them and indulge in deep thoughts. Kieran's entire body radiates a comfortable aura, and her long, soft curly hair falls behind her, adding a touch of heat to the overly sexy. Then clothes, Kieran finally swipes through the mirror. She didn't have much time to admire herself. Zhang Yang was still downstairs, taking the woman's bag and her room card. Gu Yin walks out of the room. As Gu Yin walked down the stairs, he brought Qin Zhang up with him. Qin Zhang is like a perfect worker. He plays it great, that one-pointed action, demeanor, and expression. If he hadn't recognized this man as Qin Zhang, Gu Yin would have been confused by him until you walk into the room. Qin Zhang hurriedly embraced Gu Yin, and it took the man's warm body heat and perfect silhouette to make Gu Yin feel that his Zhang had returned. "It's good that you're okay." Qin Zhang patted Gu Yin's slim shoulders. "I was worried for a long time, seeing as you didn't come down." "It's okay, isn't it?" Kieran smiled softly and sent a kiss. "With you downstairs. How could I possibly be okay?" "Don't be so reckless next time." Qin Zhang sighed softly and tugged the person towards the bed. Only after taking 3 steps, he stopped, his already relaxed brow furrowed again as he looked at Gu Yin and said, "Why are your hands so hot?" "Oh, this." Gu Yin laughed softly and opened the door of the toilet room, pointing out the 2 people inside to Qin Zhang. "I spent a great deal of effort to restrain him, and after exercising, my body is inevitably a bit hot." Qin Zhang nodded, then pulled Gu Yin to the bed and sat down. "I'm not stupid." Gu Yin wrinkled her pretty nose and said in her heart, "I don't know what kind of fool would want to come here. I have just checked. We came at the right time." Another 45 minutes after the banquet is to start, you shut in the toilet room man surnamed Lin. He is the son of Lin's enterprise. This is also invited to participate in. I just asked the waiter here. This time there are quite a lot of people. There are about 300 people or so. So we do not have to worry about when we go down. So it seems that while I was up there dealing with these scum, you weren't idle either. If there's a mission next time, I'll come with you again. He. We'll definitely fight all over the world. Qin Zhang stroked Gu Yin's hair and then explained. That boss appeared around 9 o'clock. 5 minutes after the banquet started. You know a lot. Gu Yin laughed a few times, interrupting Qin Zhang's words with a happy and relieved face, just like a girl who had just become a small boss and realized that the partner she had hired at a low price, instead of being lazy, had even handled things perfectly and beautifully. Qin Zhang's seriousness. Gu Yin, this sudden emergence of nonsensical dialogue, directly interrupted his thinking. He was so helpless that he reached out and rubbed her hair, sighing, "Silly girl, I don't want you to do it again. You should know that when you were lying with that African tiger." My heart almost stopped in a moment of confusion. I heard that this girl still wants to have a next time. "By the way," Qin Zhang said as if he had thought of something, "Dota gave you something here." Gu Yin takes a black dot from his earlobe, which is a small, oval-like earring device, handing it over to Qin Zhang. Gu Yin says, "You mean this?" But he didn't tell me what it was for. He told me. The small button was picked up by Qin Zhang, who then inserted it into the front of the watch. Qin Zhang's movements were very steady, and after inserting it, the Lord acted like a Luo button, not forgetting to button it again. "This isn't your previous watch." "Is it?" Gu Yin looked at Qin Zhang's wrist, and the watch he wore there was clearly not the one he wore before he left the country. There was a small groove on the back of the watch, which should have been specially designed to hold the small earrings. As soon as the small ear pin was inserted, the watch made a noise, which was similar to the annoying sound of an old-fashioned TV with no signal. A kind of bass frequency sound. The sound was so unpleasant that Gu Yin frowned. "If you feel sick, cover your ears first," Qin Zhang said, touching the top of Gu Yin's hair. Kieran doesn't cover it up, but just looks at the watch. Soon, Dodd's voice came from the watch. "Have you reached your destination?" Gu Yin raised his eyebrow. He even transformed his watch into a calling device. This Duoda is a talented person. The last time to take her cell phone, only 2 minutes, can implant so many things. And this time invented this. If he is not the son of Angli, can go to participate in the invention contest. According to his talent, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a rich man. We have reached the 3rd floor. Qin Zhang responded with a straight face. This answer caused Dodd to think for a moment on the other end of the phone before saying, I'm not in a very good position here. The shareholders have gone 3/5 in favor of my brothers. Oh my God. Gu Yin closed her eyes in agony. She could now very well understand the pained look on Sylvan's face as he heard their decision. Dota's words were now no less painful to her than they had been to Sylvan, when he had declared his intention to seize power from the boss. Pressing her temples, Gu Yin decides that she should warn Dota not to get her hopes up too much. After all, Zhang Yong beside her is an amateur. Do you expect a man in business to achieve a 0.07 performance? It's okay. Do your best, just keep yourselves safe. I don't want to lose my best friend without gaining power. Now she's having a bad fever in the event. Dota paused for about 3 minutes to speak to Kieran, and while he waited for a reply, Kieran was almost hypnotized to sleep by the softness in his body. A sigh of relief came from Dodonna. Just before he was put to sleep by his illness, before she came here, she thought it would be easy. Like this morning when she had no breakfast. She naively thought she would just go out and hunt a rabbit. But the truth told her that she had made a bad decision. The rabbit affected everything. She met the African tiger and was forced to jump into near zero cold water for about 10 minutes. Dota's voice doesn't sound forced, so there's nothing we can do about any mistakes at the last minute. Moreover, this fever can't be disclosed to others, and she can't get any treatment for the time being. Zhang Yong is the only healthy person around her. But this businessman makes her feel that the road ahead is very difficult. And her, though she made Green Bank a success. But now that this Green Bank boss is sick, you wouldn't expect a sick person to be able to save the day. Would you? Taking Qin Zhang-yong's hand. Gu Yin stopped the watch at his own color, so that his words could reach Duo Da's ears as clearly as possible. Dota, I don't think you should get your hopes up for me here either, if he was physically able to do so. Just listening to Tatsu's words, Kuin would have tried his best to hold the boss captive and force him to agree. Koyan was sincere. It's risky, though, but Dota's words were too emotional. However, according to the current development, she could only follow the initial setting and have a beautiful woman saving the hero. Got it. Take care of yourself. Gu Yin is not good at saying something intellectual. A simple reception cuts off the conversation between the two. That's it for now. It's still early for the banquet. Let's stay here for now. Taking a glance at the waiter's clothes Qin Zhang-yong was wearing, Gu Ding pushed and signaled him to open the closet to change into a set of clothes. I'm too sleepy. I'll take a nap first. After you've changed your clothes, lie down with me for a bit, and when it's almost time, call me. Good. Kieran buried herself under the covers, and the sleepiness caused by the increased heat of her body caused her to turn around and fall into a deep sleep. Qin Zhang-yong changed his clothes and did not rest. He looked at Gu Yin and quietly left the door, as a man trained in the professional army. He is very alert. The whole thing now looks like a mobster's power grab. This kind of drama happens all the time. And if it weren't for Gu Yin, Qin Zhang-yong would have quit before it was too late. But Katabayashi looks determined to complete the mission. Hey, in that case, he can only follow her around to ensure her safety. Taking a look at the promenade, Qin Zhang-yong began to check out the neighborhood, still sleeping soundly. Kieran takes advantage of the time off to recover as quickly as possible. He needed to familiarize himself with the overall castle environment first. So far, they only know that there are 3 floors here. But when they looked outside the wall before, according to the height, there are at least 5 floors here. That is to say, there are 2 floors above. Qin Zhang-yong lowered his eyebrows in deep thought. The first floor is for the staff. The second floor is for the banquet venue. The third floor is for the banquet guests. Then the 4th and 5th floors are most likely where the boss lives. If possible, it is best to create an opportunity to go to the 4th floor to have a look. Qin Zhang-yong walked slowly along the corridor. There were a lot of people at the banquet, and as he walked along, he would occasionally bump into a few people who were about to enter or come out of their rooms. To these people, Qin Zhang-yong usually gave them a brief glance, and then nodded his head slightly in greeting. He looked polite and elegant. It's just a set of preconceived notions. No harm done. Don't, said Kieran, smiling softly with a slight blush on his face after sleep. Don't kiss me. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. But Qin Zhang-yong didn't go up. He took a glance with his remaining light and naturally walked away. When Gu Yin woke up, half an hour had passed, and Qin Zhang-yong was sitting at the desk in his room. Playing with the computer, Qin Zhang quickly found the entrance to the staircase, and there was indeed a fourth floor here. Lazily extending his hand, Gu Yin half sits up. It's very nice to hear such a greeting right after waking up. Laughing softly, Gu Yin's husky voice is sexy and provocative when he first wakes up, hearing the rubbing sound of the fabric on the bed. Qin Zhang turned around, looking at Gu Yin with a gentle smile. He said, "Are you awake, my sleeping beauty? If you can't, you need to prove that you are not the murderer. And if you are looking for witnesses, one or two of the people you meet will be able to prove that you have been here since before the banquet started, and that you are not an outsider who got in. There was no special purpose in doing this. It was just a trick. All he had to do was to get acquainted, to let them know that he was one of the people who had been invited. When something really happened, he could pretend to be ignorant with everyone else, perhaps induced by such a voice." Qin Zhang sat on the edge of the bed and reached out for a kiss, but was gently pushed away by Gu Yin when he was about to kiss him. Shrugging his shoulders, Qin Zhang somewhat helplessly backed away and sat back in the chair, then slowly opened the drawer and took out a thermometer and a box of fever, reducing medicine from it. "Zhao Yin, I took the thermometer while you were sleeping." Qin Zhang turned his chair around and looked at Gu Yin. A hidden dark color in his eyes, a high temperature of 39.2 degrees. Gu Yin's face stiffened, and he looked at Qin Zhang with some weakness. Then with a feigned sigh, "Yikes, what's going on? That did I have a fever?" Qiren's acting face was very annoyed. "I didn't even realize that. Oh my God. No wonder I was so uncomfortable in the morning. I thought my body was a little hot because I was moving around too much." Qin Zhang still didn't say anything, only that his expression became colder and colder.